Special Forces soldier Zhao Yucheng unfortunately sacrificed himself during a mission and crossed over to the 1980s deep in the mountains, becoming the guardian of the village. His father died early, leaving behind a sorrowful mother and a sister with a 3-year-old child. Looking at the dilapidated house, thin clothes, empty rice jar, and his snotty nephew, Zhao Yucheng did not panic, because there were various birds and beasts and precious medicinal materials in the mountains. As the saying goes, live off the mountain. He inherited his father's business, picked up a shotgun, and entered the mountains, relying on his skills from his previous life to hunt wild animals, dig ginseng, and pick mushrooms. Utilizing local resource advantages, he engaged in farming, opened factories, and led the local people to a happy life. Chapter 1, Crossing over to become the guardian of the village. My son, you haven't left a descendant for the Zhao family before leaving. How can I explain to your deceased father? Oh heavens, how can I be so unfortunate? How am I supposed to live on? Zhao Yucheng listened to the woman's intermittent wails of mourning by his side, his head pounding that he had sacrificed himself during a counter-K mission. He should have died completely. Why could he still hear voices from the outside? Even more absurdly, as an orphan, how could there be a woman mourning for him? Something was off. He struggled to open his eyes and saw the woman who was crying over him. The woman seemed to be in her 40s, her face full of wrinkles, wearing a blue floral cotton jacket with several patches on the sleeves. Who was she? Upon examining his surroundings more closely, he realized he seemed to be lying in a shabby house, with a low square table and a few small stools in the dim room. There was a wall clock and a calendar featuring a great leader. Where was this? Suddenly, a wave of headache hit him, causing Zhao Yucheng to groan. The woman's wailing abruptly stopped. Yucheng, you're not dead? The woman excitedly wiped her eyes with her sleeve and asked Zhao Yucheng, who was in pain. Chapter 2, Sneaking into the mountains to hunt. Zhao Yucheng glanced at Meng Xiaolan and said with a joyful expression, it's still usable. Meng Xiaolan, seeing her son who never touched a shotgun before, hurriedly stepped forward, her face full of fear as she repeatedly asked. Yucheng, what do you want the gun for? Zhao Yucheng replied without hesitation, to hunt. Upon hearing this, Meng Xiaolan's face turned pale. She snatched the gun from her son's hand and said sternly, no. Meng Xiaolan suddenly lost her temper, catching Zhao Yucheng off guard, leaving him standing there in shock. He couldn't understand why Meng Xiaolan was so emotionally agitated. Seeing that she had frightened her son, Meng Xiaolan felt very guilty. She softened her tone and said, Yucheng, your father had an accident while hunting in the mountains, leaving us 3 behind. Now that your sister is married, only you are left with me. I really don't want you to have an accident too. Be good, let's not touch the shotgun or go into the mountains. I can grow sweet potatoes and corn to raise you, okay? She spoke while still tightly holding onto the shotgun. Zhao Yucheng looked at Meng Xiaolan's deeply lined face, her eyes filled with anxiety. He understood her, but that didn't mean he supported her thoughts. Relying on the output from that 2 acres of land, it would be hard for the 2 of them to fill their stomachs after paying the grain tax, let alone talk about eating well and dressing warmly. Chapter 3, Waiting by the tree for rabbits. He made strange noises to scare the rabbits while tossing a handful of pebbles towards them. The wild rabbit was startled and immediately turned around, heading straight for one of the traps. Zhao Yucheng felt that he still hadn't fully controlled this body, as he could still perform such childish actions to drive away the wild rabbits. If he had a gun or arrows in hand, hunting a wild rabbit would be a matter of seconds. Regardless of the means, as long as he could catch a wild rabbit, it was a good method. Just as the wild rabbit was about to approach the trap, it suddenly turned and dashed towards a big tree. Sure enough, the wild rabbit crashed headfirst into the tree. After that, the rabbit's body slowly fell down. Zhao Yucheng hurriedly went up to check and found the rabbit with its eyes closed. He reached out and felt its heartbeat. It seemed the rabbit had just knocked itself unconscious. Looking at the plump wild rabbit in his hands, he weighed it and found it to be about 5 pounds, just as he expected. He felt delighted. Could this be the legendary waiting by the tree for rabbits? Such good fortune actually came to him. Zhao Yucheng took out a rope he carried with him and tied the rabbit's feet, lifting it in his hand.
Chapter 4, Delicious rabbit meat. Because Meng Xiaolan forbade herself from going up the mountain, Zhao Yucheng also dared not say that he had gone up the mountain today. He shook his head and replied, I found it. It was silly and bumped into a tree, he. Meng Xiaolan brought the rabbit into the house and said, Mom will clean this rabbit and make you some braised wild rabbit. how about that? Good? Zhao Yucheng happily agreed. He followed her into the house and pointed to the eggs he was carrying, saying, "These eggs." Meng Xiaolan looked at her son in confusion. With the dim light in the room, she finally saw that her son had gathered a lot of eggs. After a little identification, she confirmed they were wild chicken eggs. "Daocheng, where did you get this nest of wild chicken eggs?" she asked, both surprised and puzzled. Zhao Yucheng replied vaguely, I found them outside the village." Upon hearing his answer, Meng Xiaolan didn't even think about him hunting in the mountains. She just assumed her son was lucky to find both a wild rabbit and chicken eggs. She completely stopped doubting, found a small basin, and put the wild chicken eggs in it. "You must be hungry, let Mom serve you a bowl of coarse porridge to fill your stomach. How about waiting for the braised rabbit?" Meng Xiaolan said with concern. Chapter 5 Let Go of Me. Today, he wanted to go deeper into the mountains, hoping for more gains. A bigger catch could be sold for fur to earn some money, rather than just hunting a few wild rabbits and chickens to fill his belly. The mountains were about 17 or 18 miles from the village. As dawn broke, Zhao Yucheng quietly set off with his gear and food after Meng Xiaolan left the house. In the chilly autumn morning, the temperature was already low, and after walking for a short while, Zhao Yucheng felt frost forming on his eyelashes. The air was cold, and his ears and cheeks felt numb. He rubbed his ears and face while hurrying along, hoping not to get frostbite. After walking for a while, he gradually felt warmer. He first crossed a large flat farmland, then passed through a grassy area, and finally walked through a small grove before reaching the foot of the mountain. Standing at the edge of the vast mountain, looking up at the majestic mountain before him, he felt excited thinking about the countless resources in the mountains. He never expected to have the opportunity to showcase his hunting skills now. He checked his gear again, which included the repaired shotgun, 3 improved traps, and some rope. Only then did he confidently step forward into the depths of the forest. Chapter 6 The Cunning Green Skin 1. After Zheng Baojin confirmed that the other party was not a police officer, he swung his fist and attacked. Zhao Yucheng could no longer bear it. He stopped, raised his foot, and kicked Zheng Baojin in the stomach. Zheng Baojin cried out in pain, clutching his belly. At that moment, he recognized that the person was his silly brother-in-law, Zhao Yucheng. Zheng Baojin became furious and, after breaking free from Zhao Yucheng's grasp, shouted, "You idiot! What are you going crazy for? Hurry up and get lost, don't ruin my good deed." Zhao Yucheng coldly watched the panicked Zheng Baojin. Zheng Baojin did not notice Zhao Yucheng's anger at all. He pushed Zhao Yucheng away and turned to walk back. Zhao Yucheng kicked his backside. Zheng Baojin, caught off guard, fell to the ground. He angrily got up and cursed, "You dare hit me? You idiot actually dared to hit me." As he cursed, he lunged at Zhao Yucheng to tear at him. However, the skinny and short Zheng Baojin was no match for Zhao Yucheng. He was completely outmatched in height and build. Zhao Yucheng was no longer the foolish Jingzi he used to be. Before Zheng Baojin could reach him, he blocked and knocked him down to the ground. Zheng Baojin hadn't even had a chance to curse or resist before he received several kicks. Chapter 7 The Cunning Green Skin 2. He thought to himself. It seems the green skin is also very cunning, knowing that coming out of the woods would make it easy for him to be spotted. It seems he needed to change tactics. So, he walked along the edge of the field, thinking that as soon as the green skin showed its head, he would shoot it dead. Zhao Yucheng walked along the edge of the field, heading towards home. Just after he had walked a short distance, he heard a rustling sound behind him. He knew it was the green skin following him. Zhao Yucheng quickened his pace towards home, with the green skin closely pursuing him. Soon, he was about to leave the edge of the field, but the green skin had not pounced on him yet. Zhao Yucheng had no experience hunting green skins, but this one successfully ignited his inner desire to conquer, and he decided he must catch this green skin. By the time he got home, it was already deep into the night. Meng Xiaolan had put Junjun to sleep and went out with a flashlight to look for him. In a panic, Meng Xiaolan searched around the outskirts of the village for her son, and suddenly saw a figure coming from afar. She hurried forward to take a look. Sure enough, it was her silly son. Meng Xiaolan was overjoyed and cried, rushing forward to give Zhao Yucheng a hard slap on the back and scolding. You almost scared me to death. Where have you been playing? Why didn't you come home so late? Chapter 8 The Cunning Green Skin 3. Zhao Yucheng was very alert and immediately became clear-headed. Hearing the rustling sounds in the grassy area, he deduced that the green skin had regained its strength. He couldn't let it recover. Zhao Yucheng quickly got up and circled around the depression, but found nothing. He walked a circle like this, stopping occasionally, and endured through the night. Until the next morning, there was no more sound coming from the depression. It seemed the time was almost up. Zhao Yucheng gripped his gun, crouched down, and crawled in. Unexpectedly, after crawling for about 50 meters, he saw the green skin lying under a small tree. It was dead. The grass around the small tree had been trampled down by the green skin, a mess. However, he wasn't sure if the green skin was completely dead. If it wasn't, it could pounce on him. Therefore, he had to be cautious and not rush over. For safety's sake, Zhao Yucheng held his gun and slowly approached, poking it with the barrel. He found that the green skin's body had already stiffened. It seemed the commotion from the night before was the green skin's last struggle before dying. The tension that had been taut in Zhao Yucheng's heart finally relaxed. He kicked the already stiff green skin a few times and cursed, "You were quite crafty. Daring to play tricks on me." Chapter 9 Uncle is a great hero. Junjun looked at Zhao Yucheng seriously and asked, "Uncle, do grey wolves only eat children? Don't they like to eat adults? Is it because adult meat doesn't taste good?" Zhao Yucheng couldn't help but laugh at Junjun's naive voice and innocent words. Meng Xiaolan came out of the main room with tools to process the green skin and happened to hear Junjun's words. She smiled and said, "Junjun, although grey wolves can eat people, your uncle is also very powerful. Look, didn't he just kill 2 of them?" Junjun clapped his little hands in admiration and said, "Uncle is the greatest, uncle is a big hero." Meng Xiaolan looked at her son and said, "You must not have slept all night in the mountains. Hurry up and go inside to eat something and take a nap." Speaking of the big mountain that the village relies on, it has supported countless people. But there's no way to count them all. During Zhao Yucheng's recent trips into the mountains, he heard gunshots more than once, but he couldn't see anyone. There are many people who go into the mountains here, but this mountain is much bigger, with countless resources and treasures that support many families nearby. Within a dozen miles, there is a trading market specifically for trading wild animals and mountain goods, a spontaneously formed market. Of course, it is a clandestine trading market. Chapter 10 The story of the old wolf. Xiaokang drank a few mouthfuls of wine and poured out his half a lifetime of hunting experiences to Zhao Yucheng like beans spilling from a bamboo tube. "Grandson, I don't know why, but I just want to share some of my past hunting stories with you. I think you'll definitely love to hear them." Zhao Yucheng nodded eagerly and replied with a silly smile, "I love hearing them." Xiaokang squinted his eyes as if immersed in past memories. "Do you know what the most common prey that hunters deal with is? It's wolves. What everyone often calls Jingpizi green-skinned ones. I don't know about your process of hunting those 2 Jingpizi last night, but I guess you must have experienced their cunning." Zhao Yucheng nodded repeatedly, indeed. He almost fell for the trick of the Jingpizi at first. Fortunately, he noticed something was off as soon as he entered the forest. Xiaokang continued. "Many people don't believe it, thinking it should be roe deer, wild boars, or the black bears in the mountain. But it's none of those. For Jingpizi, those animals leave traces during the hunting process because they all have their own habits, so as long as you catch their weaknesses, they are easy to hunt. But for Jingpizi, if you want to hunt them, you have to make them come to you. If you chase them, you'll just be running around the fields and mountains. And you might not even catch them. Let me tell you a story of my own experience, and you'll understand. Chapter 11. The Rules of Mountain Runners. Zhao Yucheng listened with great interest to the old mountain runner stories, thinking that in Xiaokang's words, even an ordinary prey became so spirited. Xiaokang smiled and then raised his glass for another drink. After savoring the taste, he slowly continued, later on. I didn't see that old Qingpizi for a long time. One day, I took a pot of wine to work at the riverbank. After working hard for a while, I got tired and sat down on the grass by the edge of the field to drink some wine. The sun was warm, and I dozed off without realizing it. I felt warmer and warmer as I slept, and I sensed something was off. When I reached out my hand, I felt something furry. This was even more suspicious. I opened my eyes and saw it was dark. I jumped up, and when I did, the creature in front of me was so startled that it jumped far away. I looked closely and, oh, isn't that the old Qingpizi? The old Qingpizi was not far away, baring its teeth and staring at me. I immediately figured it out. That big Qingpizi probably saw me sleeping by the edge of the field and came to protect me. It had been lying there with me for half a day. When the old Qingpizi saw I was awake, it wagged its tail and turned to disappear into the forest. Chapter 12. Tanning the hides. Once the skin is scratched even a little, the entire hide loses its original value. Zhao Yucheng spent the entire afternoon scraping the fat off the two hides. Meng Xiaolan looked at the hides, now cleaned of fat, and was very happy. Son, you really work well. As she spoke, she took out 2 pieces of wood that had been used before and placed the hides on them. What is this for? Zhao Yucheng asked. Meng Xiaolan explained while setting the wolf skin, to fully stretch the hides. Is that enough after stretching? Zhao Yucheng asked. Although he was a special forces soldier in his previous life, he had never hunted wolves or handled hides, so he was completely a novice. Meng Xiaolan shook her head and laughed. Not yet, it needs to be softened again, and then it has to be smoked. The next day, Zhao Yucheng learned how the second softening was done. Meng Xiaolan got up before dawn and put the 2 wolf heads in a pot to boil. Zhao Yucheng thought it was breakfast and quickly said, Mom, we can't eat this. Meng Xiaolan pointed to another pot and said, that's breakfast, take it inside. Then she called Junjun to get up and have breakfast together. The boiled wolf heads weren't for eating, Mom has her uses for them. Chapter 13. The salesgirl at the supply and marketing cooperative. They soon arrived at the supply and marketing cooperative. At the village entrance, there was a mud-walled house with the words Zhao Family Village Supply and Marketing Department written on the sign, along with a slogan about developing the economy and ensuring supply. Upon entering, Junjun was eager to get down and tiptoed to look at the items on the counter. This was Zhao Yucheng's first real look at the supply and marketing cooperative. Inside, there was a row of shelves on the counter with wash basins, towels, thermos flasks, and other daily necessities, as well as various seasonings like soy sauce and vinegar, even pesticides, fertilizers, and kerosene lamps. Behind the counter stood a young salesgirl in her 20s. When she saw Meng Xiaolan and Zhao Yucheng walk in, she glanced up, but didn't say anything, busying herself with a glass bottle in her hand. Meng Xiaolan, feeling a bit shy, said, Comrade, we came to sell some hides. Only then did the salesgirl raise her eyes to take a look at the 2 hides Meng Xiaolan was holding and casually said, 41 for 1. Meng Xiaolan quietly asked, isn't that a bit cheap? The salesgirl replied curtly, that's the price, if you want to sell, leave them, if not, take them back. Zhao Yucheng, hearing this, felt his temper rising and stepped forward to question the salesgirl's attitude. Chapter 14. The Mountain Goods Market. After leaving the village, the 2 of them caught a tractor to the county town. They had to stop several times along the way. What was originally a 2-hour trip took over 3 hours to complete. Upon arriving at the county town, a bustling scene appeared before their eyes. There were 4-story buildings lining the streets, along with state-run hotels, meat shops, mountain goods stores, and various other shops. Xiaokang looked at Zhao Yucheng, who was wide-eyed with curiosity, and smiled. It's your first time here, taking in the sights. Zhao Yucheng nodded. It was indeed his first time. But this first time carried a different meaning. He came from another era. Therefore, he had never seen the scenery of this backward era, this time. He had the chance to experience such scenes authentically, which was truly a sight to behold. Xiaokang pointed to a street ahead and said, "Let us go over there. At the end, turn north, and we'll reach the mountain goods market." Sure enough, before they reached the mountain goods market that Xiaokang mentioned, they saw many people carrying baskets and bags heading that way. Arriving at the entrance of the market, they saw a crowd bustling with activity, filled with people. Many had already set up stalls, displaying their mountain goods. Xiaokang casually said, "Grandson, look at the lingji, ginseng, earthworm, that howling thing, astragalus, monkey head mushroom, and others. They are all pure wild, guaranteed to be genuine." Chapter 15, The Mysterious Receiver Here, Little Brother. Xiaokang walked up to the man in sunglasses and slapped the bag down on the scale. The man in sunglasses pulled out a large cigarette and handed it to Xiaokang, saying nonchalantly, "Brother, you're not being fair, making me wait here for so long." Xiaokang took the cigarette from the man's mouth, took a puff, and lit his own. As the smoke rose, the two exchanged a few pleasantries. Yucheng stood behind Xiaokang, observing the two men and catching a hint of something unusual. The man in sunglasses looked at the bewildered Yucheng and asked, "Why did you bring a little brother today?" Xiaokang squinted, took a puff of his cigarette, and replied, "This is the son of an old partner. The partner is gone, and he has some goods to sell, so I brought him along. Let me see what you've got." The man in sunglasses walked up to Yucheng, took the bag from his hands, opened it, and glanced inside, saying, "Not too rare, brother." Xiaokang sighed, "Yes. I know, but you have an eye for quality, you should appreciate this." Yucheng quickly took out both pieces of fur and opened them for the man in sunglasses to examine closely. Chapter 16, A Chance Encounter with a Flexible Raccoon. For many people, badgers, hog badgers, wolf badgers, and raccoons are hard to distinguish. However, Yucheng could easily identify a raccoon based on Meng Xiaolan's description of its appearance. He wasn't sure if his luck was good or bad. Today, he did not take the same route into the mountains as in the previous days, but chose a different path. Unexpectedly, after climbing less than 200 meters, Yucheng encountered a raccoon, one that was climbing a tree. At that moment, he stood in a dense forest, surveying the surroundings for clues. Just a casual glance, and he locked eyes with the raccoon. A second later, both sides reacted. Before Yucheng had a chance to draw his gun, the raccoon instantly leaped down from the tree and quickly burrowed into a nearby hole. Although he already knew raccoons were agile, he didn't expect them to be this quick. Even with just a glance, the raccoon's fur was indeed striking, with some black mixed in with the back fur. Raccoon fur has a strong ability to resist cold and looks more attractive, making it more popular in the fur trading market, with a higher purchase price. Chapter 17, Shall we move again and see? Meng Xiaolan took the frozen mushrooms Yucheng brought back and set them aside, then fetched a coat from the inner room, saying, "Son, come here for a moment." Yucheng obediently walked over and saw that Meng Xiaolan was holding a coat made of rabbit fur. He took off his old, worn-out jacket and put on the rabbit fur coat, which was indeed softer and warmer than the old cotton jacket. This was a genuine coat made of rabbit fur. Plus, it had a stand-up collar. Yucheng liked it very much. It was clear that Meng Xiaolan had neatly trimmed the fur, which shone under the light, rivaling that of farmed rabbit fur. Since ancient times, fur has been highly valued. The wild rabbit fur that Yucheng was wearing would still be worth thousands in today's market. Meng Xiaolan helped Yucheng straighten his coat and remarked, "I noticed you seem to have grown a bit taller recently. It looks a bit small on you." Yucheng chuckled a few times, thinking to himself that the original owner always hunched his neck, slouched his shoulders, and bent over. He had gotten used to standing tall and straight, so it was natural that he appeared a bit taller than before. Meng Xiaolan continued, in a few days, I'll make you a hat, otherwise. The wind and snow are too strong, and could easily freeze your ears and face. Chapter 18, A Fool. But also a madman. Domestic violence only has 0 times or countless times. Zhao Yucheng was a soldier with a strong sense of justice. Seeing Zheng Baojin not only abusing the elderly, but also domestic violence against his sister, he could no longer tolerate it. He didn't actually shoot at Zheng Baojin, but merely fired at the water tank behind him. Without waiting for anyone to react, he put away his gun, grabbed Zheng Baojin by the collar, and dragged him out the door. The bold onlookers followed him to the street corner, watching as Zhao Yucheng dragged Zheng Baojin out of the village and headed toward the mountains. The old Zheng couple were in tears. While Meng Xiaolan knew her son was sensible now, and was not worried about Zheng Baojin's life. Xiaoa, come back home with your mother, Meng Xiaolan said, holding Junjun's hand. Zheng's old man was still grappling with his wife, and when he saw his mother-in-law wanting to take away his daughter-in-law and grandson, he quickly abandoned his wife to block her. Mother-in-law, this won't do. Meng Xiaolan smiled bitterly, if I hadn't come today, my hard-raised daughter might have died at the hands of your Zheng family. At this moment, Zheng's mother finally regained consciousness and began to cry in the courtyard. Why is my fate so cruel? I raised a wolf cub. My poor son, shot dead by someone. I can't live anymore. I might as well die. Chapter 19, He is not human. He is a living king of hell. Zheng Baojin lay on the ground, realizing he was not dead and had not been shot, and began to wail. As he cried, he cursed, Zhao Yucheng, you bastard. You madman. You fool. I didn't say a word, and you're trying to kill me. You're not human. Woo woo woo. Zhao Yucheng ignored him and walked step by step toward him. Seeing Zhao Yucheng's expressionless face, Zheng Baojin thought that his earlier rant had provoked this living king of hell. He quickly apologized, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to curse you. I was just scared. He lay on the ground, raising his hands and repeatedly apologizing. However, when Zhao Yucheng reached his side, he didn't even glance at him and simply walked past. When Zheng Baojin saw that Zhao Yucheng didn't go mad again, he felt a sense of relief. However, when he got up and looked back, he screamed in terror. Ah! A wolf! Zheng Baojin's shrieks echoed through the mountains. Shut up! Zhao Yucheng roared, unable to endure it any longer. Zheng Baojin covered his mouth tightly with both hands, afraid to let out another sound. Chapter 20, I will never hit Xiao again. After Zhao Yucheng applied some hemostatic herbal juice to Zheng Baojin's wound, he stopped paying attention to him. He hurried to free the raccoon caught in the trap. He lifted the raccoon and examined it closely. The raccoon's body was stiff. It seemed to have been trapped for a long time, likely since yesterday. When he slipped over to the second raccoon caught in the trap, the scene before him confirmed his suspicion. The second trap caught a raccoon, with only a small part of its body remaining, surrounded by a pool of blood. This reminded me of the green-skinned creature I shot in the eye earlier. It seemed the wolf had left this behind. It was likely that the green-skinned creature was hungry and wanted to eat the remaining half of the raccoon. Just as Zhao Yucheng arrived to collect the traps, on the way down the mountain, Zheng Baojin took the initiative to carry the raccoon. Although that half raccoon looked a bit shocking, it was still friendlier than the green-skinned creature with its exploded eye. Before they had even descended the mountain, night had already fallen. Zhao Yucheng, carrying the green-skinned creature and holding the hunting rifle, strode ahead, while Zheng Baojin gasped for breath behind him. The wind had picked up in the mountains, the icy breeze mixed with Zheng Baojin's heavy breathing, which made Zhao Yucheng feel a bit disdainful. At that moment, Zheng Baojin couldn't think too much. He just wanted to hurry home for a big meal, then sleep soundly. Chapter 21, You coward, if you're scared. Just roll away, stupid Cheng. Are you going hunting? Dongzi looked at Zhao Yucheng with the hunting rifle on his back, still not believing this fool would go hunting. Zheng Baojin, although unreliable, stood firmly on Zhao Yucheng's side at this moment. He saw Dongzi mocking Zhao Yucheng and immediately retorted, "My brother is awesome. You can go squat wherever it's cooler." Dongzi shot Zheng Baojin a glance and said with a fake smile, "You're just talking nonsense. With someone like him, picking up a rabbit would be lucky. If he tries to shoot a green-skinned creature, he might just get eaten instead." Zheng Baojin stepped forward, defiantly arguing, "You're just making things up. I saw my brother shoot a big green-skinned creature yesterday." Dongzi immediately laughed. "What relationship do you have with him that you can talk like this? The way you say it makes it sound like you saw it with your own eyes." Zheng Baojin raised his head and said proudly, "I really did see it with my own eyes, so what? Just because you didn't see it doesn't mean he doesn't have the ability." Zhao Yucheng watched Zheng Baojin defend him and thought that this guy wasn't completely useless. At least he knew how to say a few harmless words in support of his family. Dongzi still didn't believe it, in his mind. Zhao Yucheng was just a fool without any brains, who wouldn't know east from west, let alone north and south. Chapter 22, Whoever runs is a grandson. When Dongzi heard this, his anger shot up. "Who are you talking about? I've lived for over 20 years and don't even know how to write, coward." He cursed and was about to run over to tear Zheng Baojin apart. Daong quickly grabbed him and quietly reminded, "That's not how you say it. You should say that cowardice even in your dictionary." Dongzi shrugged off Daong impatiently, "Isn't that the same thing? If the word isn't in the dictionary, how would I know how to pronounce it?" On the other side, Zheng Baojin immediately fired back. "If you don't know how to write, coward, it's because you're dumb and didn't study well. You illiterate. You're so stupid that even the teacher couldn't teach you." Neither of them was willing to back down, and they immediately started fighting. Daong saw this and hurried to break it up. As a result, he not only failed to separate the two, but ended up taking a few punches himself. He stepped back, grinning in pain. At that moment, he saw Zhao Yucheng casually wandering around, seemingly looking for something. "Stupid Dacheng, come help," Daong urged. Zhao Yucheng didn't even turn around. Just waved his hand behind him and said, "Fighting won't kill anyone." Chapter 23, Wild Boar Encounter 1. Zheng Baojin turned pale with fear and asked shakily, "Brother, what should we do?" Zhao Yucheng tightly gripped his weapon and excitedly said, "This is perfect timing." He checked the wind direction and listened to the approaching sounds before decisively saying, "Let's go that way." Wild boars have keen noses, and if he remained upwind, he would quickly become their target. So, Zhao Yucheng turned and walked to the side. Zheng Baojin had lost his ability to think and followed Zhao Yucheng. They reached a concealed spot on the left, hidden well, and waited quietly for the wild boar to appear. Meanwhile, Dongzi and Daong, seeing nothing in the woods, wandered to the edge of the forest. The edge of the forest happened to be a ridge with sparse trees and a meadow. Below the meadow was a depression. "The wind was too strong up top, making my head buzz, so let's go down to avoid the wind," Dongzi said, hugging his collar and shivering. Daong muttered, "Did we not agree to hunt together?" Dongzi kicked him and cursed, "Are you letting that fool infect you? Stupid Dacheng has a weapon, while we are empty-handed. How do we hunt a wild boar? If you just charge in, you'll just end up waiting to be gored by the boar." Chapter 24, Wild Boar Encounter 2. Zhao Yucheng prepared to head down to the depression to look for Dongzi, but he was also wary of Daong and the wild boar. He looked towards the woods and waited for a while, finally spotting Zheng Baojin coming out of the woods, looking mournful, as if he were attending a funeral. "What happened?" he asked. Zheng Baojin wiped his eyes and asked pitifully, "You ran too fast, why didn't you wait for me?" Zhao Yucheng replied, "Why should I wait for you? Are you a wild boar or a green-skinned creature?" Zheng Baojin pointed to the person and the pig lying on the ground and said, "Watch this. I am going down to find Dongzi." When Zheng Baojin saw the wild boar lying silently on the ground, blood gushing from its head where the bullet had struck, staining the surrounding grass red, he instantly felt his head buzzing. This scene reminded him of the moment when Zhao Yucheng's gun exploded above his head yesterday. If Zhao Yucheng's aim had been off, he would have met the same fate as this wild boar. He then saw the dazed Daong, who clutched his chest and took a while to nod in agreement. However, he didn't dare to approach the wild boar closely. Standing about 10 meters away, and staring fixedly at both the person and the pig. Chapter 25. The rules of harmonious coexistence in the countryside after everyone worked together to carry Dongzi and the wild boar back to the village. They each went their separate ways. The wild boar was taken back to Zhao Yucheng's house, while Dongzi was directly carried home. Dongzi's parents immediately scolded him, blaming his reckless behavior for his broken leg. Why didn't you die on the mountain? Dongzi's wife, Ma Xiaozue, saw her husband in such a state and immediately began to cry, pleading softly, Dad, Mom, he's like this now, please stop scolding him and take him to the hospital. Dongzi's father, Li Dazhu, stamped his feet and cursed, does going to the hospital not cost money? When has he ever earned a dime for the family? The family was in chaos, but ultimately, they couldn't bear to see their son in such a tragic state. Li Dazhu took out his money pouch, and had someone carry his son onto a tractor to go to the town hospital. Daong didn't have any major issues besides being in a daze, so everyone let him go home alone. It is said that after getting home, he lay down and remained there for half a month, until finally, his mother found someone who practiced shamanism. It was much better originally. But when Zhao Yucheng sent over a pig's tail and a large piece of wild boar meat, he collapsed again. When the sun was nice, he would go out to bask in the sun, but whenever he saw someone, he would say there were frightening things in the mountains. Chapter 26. Surrounding the wild boar herd. 1. Your tanning skills are truly amazing. He praised sincerely. Hearing her son's recognition and praise, Meng Xiaolan felt very happy. She asked, should this skin be sold along with the pig fat? Zhao Yucheng nodded. It was just right that they had wild boar meat at home to treat guests. And now they needed to quickly exchange it for some money to buy materials for repairing the house. He planned to continue going into the mountains the next day to gather things and sell them together. That day, while hunting wild boars in the mountains, he realized the shortcomings of the shotgun and felt it necessary to make a spear for close-range attacks on wild boars. In ancient times, the spear was known as the king of weapons. Based on his experience in hunting wild boars, it would definitely be very practical. He first found a thick locust tree about 1.8 meters long, then dug out a somewhat rusty dagger from the storage room. The dagger was 20 centimeters long, had decent thickness, but was covered in rust. He found a whetstone and polished the dagger to remove the rust, restoring its original shine. Only then did he begin making the spear. He first shaved off a section from one end, then fixed the dagger in place, and finally secured it tightly to the locust wood with hemp rope. Chapter 27. Surrounding the wild boar herd. 2. Shu Wanqing laughed heartily as he patted Zhao Yucheng on the back and said in a strong voice, everyone, rest assured. I can guarantee this kid won't retreat or kick back. He might even be a great help. Hearing Shu Wanqing's words, Chen Hongyan felt a bit relieved and didn't say anything further, as he knew Shu Wanqing quite well. He wouldn't speak so confidently about something he wasn't sure about. Let's wait and see how this silly kid performs. Meanwhile, a tall, thin man holding a hunting dog and carrying a shotgun was also eyeing Zhao Yucheng. Zhao Yucheng sensed the scrutiny, but didn't pay it much mind. Once everyone had gathered, they headed into the mountains, with him obediently following beside Shu Wanqing. He noticed that 3 people had close relationships with Shu Wanqing, 2 from Zhao and another from the neighboring village. Among them was a man named Li, known as the gun god, who specialized in hunting wild boars in these deep mountains, and had a direct feud with giant wild boars for over 10 years. It was said that he had hunted no less than 50 wild boars in those years. Li brought along a good companion, a hunting dog named Huzi. Huzi lived up to his name, being large and powerful, with sharp eyes constantly sniffing the air for scents ahead. Chapter 28. surrounding the wild boar herd. 3. Bang! Another gunshot rang out, and Zhao Yucheng hit the wild boar in the heart and lung area. Blood gushed from the wild boar. But it still couldn't stop its charge towards the three men. Zhao Yucheng quickly calculated, at the speed the wild boar was running, 50 meters was just the blink of an eye. Everyone was holding old-fashioned shotguns and couldn't change bullets in time to shoot again. He immediately dropped his shotgun, gripping the spear tightly with both hands, waiting for the wild boar to charge. Xiaokang had just loaded a shell and hadn't had time to pull the trigger when the wild boar was already within 10 meters. "Old Shu, be careful!" Chen Hongyan shouted to Xiaokang. With a thrust, he stabbed the spear into the wild boar just as it charged towards Xiaokang, hitting it right in the heart and lung area. This stab effectively stopped the wild boar's attack and gave Xiaokang a chance to dodge. Because the wild boar was so large and forceful, the spear almost slipped from his hands. The wild boar staggered back, trying to attack him again. He pulled back the spear with all his strength and thrust it again at the wild boar's throat. Finally, the wild boar collapsed in a pool of blood. Chapter 29. There's a person over there, Marsana replied without turning his head. I can't see, I can't see. Is that good enough? Just as he finished speaking, a scream rang out. Ah! My foot! Xiaokang and the others hurried over to check, discovering that Marsan had stepped into a trap, right on his good leg. Now he was thoroughly angry, cursing incessantly. Xiaokang quickly stepped forward to remove the snare from his ankle. Although Marsan was wearing thick pants, it still left marks and blood. After all, it was a trap that could catch wild boars. While Xiaokang checked his injuries, he shook his head and laughed, saying you're a stubborn donkey is not wrong at all. Luckily, you're not as fierce as a wild boar, otherwise, you'd be in trouble with that good leg of yours. Marsan cursed, you guys are all up to no good, you just don't want me to go. Xiaokang continued to calmly reassure him, what are you talking about? Not letting you go is for your own good. Marsan retorted, you just want to hunt a few more yourself, afraid I'll share your spoils. Hearing this, Xiaokang's expression darkened. He paused for a moment before saying, Marsana, don't go too far with your words. Think carefully. Have we ever treated any of our brothers unfairly over the years? Chapter 30. You're not human, you're a god. Marsan, with one hand on his shotgun and the other on another gun, was squatting in the grass nearby. Hearing Zhao Yucheng's words, he casually replied, so what if there's someone? At this time, anyone still in the mountains, even Chengju, is an old mountain runner. Under the dim moonlight, the vision was quite blurry. Zhao Yucheng took a closer look and shook his head. Doesn't look like it. He doesn't seem to be carrying anything. Marsan comforted him, it's fine. We'll go take a look later, maybe we'll recognize him. Zhao Yucheng shook his head again, forget it. At this hour in the mountains, it's better to avoid trouble. Besides, I have an injured person with me, it's best to return to the village quickly. Marsan finally slowly pulled up his pants and tied his belt. Zhao Yucheng hurriedly moved on, preparing to continue their journey. But Marsan asked, where's the person you mentioned? Zhao Yucheng whispered. About 150 meters to the left. Marsan squinted and looked but didn't see clearly, saying, it's all dark, there's no one there. Zhao Yucheng then remembered that his night vision was somewhat better than average, saying, he's still there. After walking a few dozen meters forward, Marsan finally saw clearly. Chapter 31. Returning wounded. Zhao Yucheng finally relaxed his brow, satisfied, as he took out a rope to tie up the green skin. Marsan was in a dilemma. What to do? Zhao Yucheng asked in confusion, what do you mean, what to do? Marsan pointed at the green skin and said, you carry it. What am I supposed to do? Zhao Yucheng thought for a moment, picked up the broken spear, and handed it to Marsan, saying, you hold this. Marsan thought Zhao Yucheng wanted him to use the spear as a cane to walk. But it's so short that it can't be used as a crutch, can it? He said in a low voice, feeling wronged, my foot can't. Before he could finish speaking, he saw a back appear in front of him. He was stunned. It turned out he had misunderstood Zhao Yucheng. Marsana felt guilty and quickly said, "I'll carry the green skin." Zhao Yucheng ignored him and picked up the bundle of green skin. He carried Marsana on his back and held the green skin, continuing to walk briskly towards the village. Marsana was extremely confused. Is he really the village guardian everyone talks about? Why does he seem completely different from how he appears? But how could anyone be so foolish? When others asked him to take them back, he just silently carried them away. Chapter 32, Custom-made wild boar spear. When Zhao Yucheng returned home, he saw Meng Xiaolan already starting to process the black wolf. Noticing that only Junjun and Yuxiu were in the yard, he knew Zheng Baojin was still sleeping in. Zhao Yucheng strode into the storage room and pulled Zheng Baojin out of bed. Hey, let go, I can walk myself," Zheng Baojin cried out, holding his ears in pain. Zhao Yucheng showed no mercy. After Zheng Baojin hurriedly put on his clothes, he was dragged out to the yard. Zheng Baojin looked at the big black wolf hanging in the yard and suddenly felt like he was under Zhao Yucheng's control for life, and that he would never have a good day again. Resigned, he rolled up his sleeves and helped Meng Xiaolan work. Zheng Baojin didn't dare look at the wolf he was processing, but under Zhao Yucheng's oppressive authority, he forced himself to do it. At first, Meng Xiaolan felt a bit sorry for Zheng Baojin when she saw him, but when she thought of her daughter's life, she felt her son was right. So, she supervised Zheng Baojin's work from the side, pointing out when he did it wrong and instructing him on how to do it properly. Zhao Yuxiu noticed her older brother's current authoritative demeanor and didn't dare plead for Zheng Baojin, pretending not to see and sitting in the sun doing needlework. Chapter 33, Repairing the house for winter. Meng Xiaolan glanced at the wild boar on the ground, which was the one Zhao Yucheng had personally hunted. She exclaimed in shock, "Such a big wild boar." Xu Wanqing laughed heartily, "Sister-in-law, this was personally taken down by my nephew. Although he came down early, there was a reason for it, and we agreed to give him one in advance, so we brought it over." Meng Xiaolan repeatedly waved her hands, "This is too much." Seeing her reaction, Xu Wanqing explained, "Just accept it," we all agreed. Meng Xiaolan insisted she couldn't accept such a large pig. She had heard that the group of wild boars was only 5 or 6 in total, and even if they all got caught, it wouldn't be possible to divide it evenly among 10 people. If a family took such a big one, they would surely be talked about. Zhao Yucheng looked at the smaller pig being carried behind, which weighed about 100 pounds, and stepped forward a couple of steps, saying to Xu Wanqing, "Uncle Xu, how about giving the smaller one? It's just right for hosting guests, and the meat of this big pig has a strong smell and won't taste good." Xu Wanqing asked, "You have something to do at home?" Meng Xiaolan nodded and smiled, "Yes, it's getting cold, and we are planning to have the house repaired." Xu Wanqing quickly smiled and said, "That's a good thing. In that case, let us give you the smaller one. Is that enough?" Chapter 34, The Grey Dog Stealing Food. Playing with Junjun. Several children shouted out answers. He was bitten by the big dog. A large grey dog snatched food from his hand. Zheng Baojin looked around but didn't see any dogs. So he quickly called for Zhao Yucheng to come help. When Zhao Yucheng saw Junjun's right hand covered in blood, his pupils shrank sharply. The wound on Junjun looked somewhat like the one on his own arm, and he couldn't help but feel a flicker of doubt. At that moment, a slightly older child said, "I don't think it was a dog that stole his pigtail, it looked a bit like a green skin." Zhao Yucheng's heart trembled. Logically, there were many small animals to eat in the mountains during this season, and greenskins generally wouldn't come into the village looking for food. So he asked, "Which way did it run after biting?" The children all pointed towards the big mountain in the west of the village. He nodded, his gaze towards the mountain becoming slightly cold. Holding the crying Junjun, Zhao Yucheng silently vowed to go into the mountains to find that wolf and avenge his little nephew. The most important thing now was to quickly clean and bandage Junjun's wound. Aunt Jiang quickly asked Jiang Xiaoshan to bring their bicycle so that Zheng Baojin could take Junjun to the clinic. Chapter 35, Night Exploration of the Wolf Den. 1. In the evening, the wind picked up, and the moon rose, casting a pale light that made everything feel even colder. Standing at the foot of the mountain, unable to see the top, they heard howls echoing from the mountains. Xu Wanqing's mind was half awake from the wind. Looking at the towering forest, he felt a bit uncertain, as there were only 3 of them going deep into the mountains at night, which could be dangerous if they encountered a pack of wolves. However, Guo Shurenkuan was the same whether he was drinking or sober, cursing at the mountain, "Damn it. Keep howling and I'll take down your den." After cursing, he turned to his big black dog and said, "Son, perform well tonight. And I'll get you a big pig leg when we get home." The big black barked a few times in agreement, then wagged its tail, and was about to run towards the forest. Zhao Yucheng looked at the dark forest and said to Xu Wanqing and Guo Shurenkuan, "I'll go in." How many people who hunt in the mountains have a cowardly temperament? Upon hearing Zhao Yucheng say this, Xu Wanqing hurriedly stopped him. "You little brat. We came all this way, how can we let you go in alone?" Guo Shurenkuan echoed, "Exactly. Are you just going in alone? Wouldn't that just be a joke if it gets out?" Chapter 36, Night Exploration of the Wolf Den. 2. Zhao Yucheng calmly looked at the menacing green skin, and said to Guo Shurenkuan, "Uncle Guo, let the big black go." Guo Shurenkuan immediately got anxious and shouted, "You little brat, that thing looks fierce. Do you want my big black to go in and die?" Zhao Yucheng stared intently at the large wolf confronting the big black, his tone firm as he said, "It won't, trust me." Guo Shurenkuan only knew Zhao Yucheng was a fool, and was reluctant to believe his words. He still held his gun, ordering the big black to stay by his side, and not to act recklessly. Xu Wanqing had personally seen Zhao Yucheng battle a wild boar, and was somewhat looking forward to his performance tonight, so he said to Guo Shurenkuan, "Old Guo, let him try." Guo Shurenkuan cursed, "He's a fool, and you are too. You want my big black to be a snack for that green skin." Xu Wanqing was a bit at a loss for words, after being scolded by Guo Shurenkuan, since hunting dogs are important partners for hunters. Zhao Yucheng felt anxious, but he knew that the more urgent the situation, the calmer he needed to be. His mind raced. At this moment, the distance between his position and the green-skinned creature exceeded the range of the shotgun, and because they were in a dense forest with some trees in between, even with perfect aim, he couldn't hit it. Chapter 37, Apology. Jun Jun suddenly said excitedly, "Sister told you to go change the medicine today." Zhao Yucheng finally understood which Sister Jun Jun was talking about and remembered that he had forgotten to go to the clinic to change the medicine yesterday, because he was too busy. He took Jun Jun's small hand and asked, "Does it still hurt?" Jun Jun shook his little head and said, "Sister wants Jun Jun to be strong. Jun Jun has to be as strong as uncle and not cry." Zhao Yucheng couldn't help but smile at Jun Jun's words, patting his head and said, "All right. Let's be strong men. Today, uncle will take you to change the medicine." Jun Jun nodded repeatedly, "Uncle can't cry either." At this moment, Meng Xiaolan came back from outside with a piece of tofu in a bowl, smiling as she said, "Dacheng, your Aunt Jiang's pig gave birth to a litter of piglets last night, a full 10 of them." Zhao Yucheng laughed, "That's really great." Meng Xiaolan asked, "Have you had enough sleep? Mom saved you some food, it's been warming in the pot." "MHM." Zhao Yucheng said, as he went to the yard to fetch a basin of cold water to wash his face. Meng Xiaolan hurriedly stopped him, saying, "It's cold now. Don't wash your face with cold water, there's hot water on the stove." Zhao Yucheng shook his head, "It's not cold," he said, scooping up the cold water to wash his face, then used a cloth to clean his face. Chapter 38, Does it concern you? Zhao Yucheng followed Jun Jun's small hand, and saw a girl carrying a load of firewood coming from the west. It was Feng Shanshan. Feng Shanshan waved to Jun Jun with a smile, saying, "Hello, little guy." Jun Jun slid down from Zhao Yucheng and ran to Feng Shanshan. familiar enough to grab her hand, proudly saying, "Sister, I didn't cry when changing the medicine today." Feng Shanshan put down the firewood on her shoulder, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and praised, "You are really great." Jun Jun blinked his eyes and said somewhat disappointed, "But my uncle hasn't bought me candy yet." Feng Shanshan was taken aback and then awkwardly looked at Zhao Yucheng, explaining with a smile, "Sorry, I mentioned this to him yesterday." Zhao Yucheng nodded slightly and said blandly, "Got it." Feng Shanshan didn't quite understand what Zhao Yucheng meant, and was momentarily at a loss. Jun Jun held onto Feng Shanshan's hand without letting go. Zhao Yucheng felt a bit of a headache and had to step forward a few paces, saying, "Let's go home." Jun Jun still wouldn't let go, shaking Feng Shanshan's hand and saying, "Uncle buys me fluff, sister buys me candy." Zhao Yucheng felt even more of a headache last time. He had trouble asking Feng Shanshan to run errands to buy malt sugar at the supply and marketing cooperative. Chapter 39, You Wait for Me. Leng was lying on the ground, chewing on dirt. Hearing this, the anger in his heart flared up again, and despite the pain, he got up to fight again. Feng Shanshan grabbed him and shouted, "Leng, are you out of your mind? Even if I have something with him, what does it have to do with you?" As soon as she said this, she was taken aback herself. Leng was stunned by Feng Shanshan's words. "What did you just say?" "Feng Shanshan, you know I have feelings for you, yet you like a fool." Feng Shanshan frowned at him and angrily said, "Leng, stop talking nonsense. I was just speaking hypothetically. Besides, I never promised you anything." Leng, however, was unwilling to back down, brushing the dirt off his jacket, spitting on the ground, and glaring at Zhao Yucheng, who was standing 5 meters away, very angrily. "It's all because of this fool that Goddess Shanshan has changed her mind." He glared at Zhao Yucheng, making Feng Shanshan feel uneasy. She was worried that if the two continued to fight, the neighbors would all come over to watch the excitement. Just then, Leng said fiercely to Zhao Yucheng, "You wait for me." After saying that, he turned and walked away. Jun Jun clapped his hands and cheered, "Wow. Uncle chased the bad guy away." Chapter 40, The green-skinned creature delivered to your door. Zhao Yucheng lowered his head, busy, while replying, "Tools for catching the green-skinned creature." Jiang Xiaoshan looked at the tool he made, which was not sturdy at all, and doubted whether such a thing could catch a green-skinned creature. However, he also felt that since the person came to help, it was a good intention, and it wouldn't be nice to dismantle it. Forget it. Let's observe the tool Zhao Yucheng made first. If it doesn't work, he would think of another way and find someone stronger to help. Zhao Yucheng pinned a series of 10-centimeter triangular stakes to a wooden circle, needing to be secured carefully with 2 circles. After making 3, Zhao Yucheng got up and found 3 places around the pig pen and wall to set them. "Uncle, you can sleep soundly tonight," Zhao Yucheng said after placing the traps. "Can it really work?" Jiang Xiaoshan asked, not really believing. Zhao Yucheng nodded, "Just listen for any noise tonight. I guarantee it won't be able to escape if it comes." At night, Jiang Xiaoshan brought the piglets inside, carefully listening to the sounds outside. However, until dawn, there was no noise. He murmured to his wife, "Why didn't we catch the green-skinned creature? Did it not come?" Chapter 41, The Persistent Wild Boar. 1. Hey. This guy is intentionally trying to fool me. Zhao Yucheng thought for a moment and then took out the trap he brought, following the elusive creature ahead. The entire afternoon, he did nothing but squat nearby to observe the red-haired creature's activity range. When it got dark, he set 5 or 6 traps in a grassy area. Then he swaggered home. The next morning, Zhao Yucheng took a stroll around that area, but found nothing and wandered around nearby for a while. He didn't know what was going on, he hadn't encountered a single animal. Feeling a bit discouraged, he wondered if he needed to change hunting spots. Around noon, he went back to the place where he had set the traps. Holding the gun barrel, he rummaged through the withered grass. Suddenly noticing that one of the traps had changed shape, as if something had bumped into it. He hurriedly went to check the nearby traps. Sure enough, it didn't disappoint. He had finally caught the creature. Seeing the red-haired creature that had stopped moving, Zhao Yucheng didn't approach immediately, but first threw a stone to test it. Confirming that the creature was dead, he then went forward to check what it really was. Chapter 42, The Persistent Wild Boar. 2. Zhao Yucheng was still thinking about the 2 wild boars that had surrounded him yesterday afternoon. If he didn't catch those 2, especially the cunning one, he wouldn't feel right. As for upgrading his equipment, he planned to sell the goods and get the money before thinking about it. In his life's dictionary, there was no such word as retreat. Knowing there were tigers in the mountains, he still headed toward the tiger's den. After making up his mind, he took the wild boar spear and a pickaxe, setting off toward the mountains. Yesterday, when he was in the tree, he wasn't just idly wasting time with the wild boar, he observed the path the wild boar took back and forth. Since he didn't have a hunting rifle, he decided to use a new hunting method, traps. After arriving at the old spot where he had encountered the wild boar yesterday, he chose 2 places to set traps. However, before digging the traps, he first set a few snares around, planning to catch a rabbit for lunch. After setting the snares, he took a stroll and then selected the spots for the traps. He went to a nearby willow pond to chop some thick branches. Then he cut them into 15 centimeters long pieces and sharpened them with a knife, making about 30 or 40, setting them aside for later use. Chapter 43, Even Fools Have Lovers. Meng Xiaolan never expected to hear gossip about her son one day. She couldn't care less about the work she was doing and asked eagerly, didn't Dacheng say who he fought with? Jiang Xiushan's wife, Li Maifang, replied. I only heard that the day before yesterday someone saw him fighting with someone in Lao Feng's alley, and Feng's girl was standing by trying to break it up. Upon hearing this, Meng Xiaolan was so excited that she could hardly wait to pull her son over and ask him for details. However, fearing that it might upset him, she had to hold back. Li Maifang was an inquisitive person who liked to dig for information and play matchmaker. Last time, she enthusiastically introduced a daughter-in-law to Meng Xiaolan, but was turned down, which left her a bit unhappy. Now hearing about Zhao Yucheng and Feng's girl, she naturally felt eager to try again. Sister-in-law, I noticed Dacheng seems more spirited than before. Has he opened his eyes? If he really likes Feng's girl, should I ask him? Li Maifang asked. Meng Xiaolan was startled and hurriedly waved her hand, saying softly, don't rush. Feng's girl is not someone we can think about. Besides, I still don't know what Dacheng thinks. Chapter 44, Entering the city last time, Erling was knocked down by Zhao Yucheng and left behind the words wait for me. Unexpectedly. It took several days for him to come back. Useless. Zhao Yucheng cursed in his heart. The corner of his mouth slightly curled up as he said softly. Just you two. Erling was taken aback and then proudly crossed his arms, saying, what, scared? How about this, you call me grandpa a few times, and we can negotiate our matters. Tai Kui also stood by, waiting to see Zhao Yucheng's reaction. Zhao Yucheng casually asked, negotiate how? Erling thought Zhao Yucheng was really scared and said cheerfully, you call me grandpa 3 times, and I won't tell anyone about you and the widow. Zhao Yucheng, however, lost his smile and coldly said, get out of the way. Erling tilted his head, still waiting for Zhao Yucheng to call him grandpa. Seeing Zhao Yucheng not calling, he angrily said, you fool, I told you to call me grandpa. Zhao Yucheng stepped forward, squinted his eyes, and asked, if I call, will you dare to agree? Looking at Zhao Yucheng's expression, Erling suddenly felt a bit uneasy. He swallowed hard, glanced at Tai Kui, and then bravely mocked. Chapter 45, Surrounded in a dead end, Zhao Yucheng carried a bag containing 3 wolf skins, a raccoon skin, a red fox skin, and also brought 4 buckets of lard. The passenger bus from the countryside wobbled along the bumpy road, approaching from afar and stopping by the roadside. The ticket seller shouted, Zhao Jiatun has arrived, get off quickly. A few people got off the bus with bags, and only then did Zhao Yucheng get on with his bag. The bus was crowded, and he found an empty seat only in the back row. As soon as he sat down, the ticket seller came over. Where to get off? County town. Buy a ticket, $1.50. Zhao Yucheng fished out $1.50 from his pocket and handed it over. The ticket seller tore a ticket and handed it to him. The bus continued on, and the people on it quickly started chatting away. Zhao Yucheng noticed that everyone here seemed naturally friendly and could chat with anyone. He sat quietly to the side. But the people in front and beside him started talking to him. "Little brother, what are you doing in the city?" asked an older man next to him. Zhao Yucheng casually replied, "I got some stuff to sell." The person in front turned back to look at what he brought and asked, "Are you a mountain runner?" Little brother. Chapter 46, Returning Goods or Paying Compensation. When Zhao Yucheng arrived at the mountain goods market, it was already 2 in the afternoon. The various mountain goods at the market were mostly fresh items picked from the mountains that day. Some people were hustling to sell their goods, while others were haggling with customers. He walked around and, indeed, did not see that some glass-wearing man from last time. Only 2 herbal medicine collectors were there. He wandered around with his bag, thinking about how to sell his goods and get a good price. Suddenly, he heard the sounds of a quarrel and turned to see an old lady tugging with a customer. It seemed the customer was trying to force a sale, and the old lady was reluctant to sell. In the struggle, the old lady was overpowered, and a piece of astragalus as thick as her wrist was snatched from her hands by the customer, who then tossed a handful of change and tried to leave. Being out in public, Zhao Yucheng didn't want to meddle, but casually glanced and felt the old lady looked somewhat familiar. Suddenly, he remembered that this old lady was the warm-hearted one next to his stall the last time he came to the market. He hurriedly stepped forward to help her up. The old lady seemed to recognize him too, anxiously pointing at the customer and shouting, "Those bandits! They stole my stuff!" Chapter 47, Night Investigation of the Mysterious Black Market. 1. After helping the old lady get her money, Zhao Yucheng finally let go of Huang Wanjin's arm and told him to scram. The onlookers, having seen the excitement, quickly dispersed in small groups. The old lady expressed her gratitude to Zhao Yucheng, insisting on giving him 10 yuan. Zhao Yucheng comforted her, saying, "Granny, you helped me sell things last time, and I haven't had the chance to thank you yet. Shouldn't I make it up to you first?" Upon hearing this, the old lady laughed and said, "Good child. That's not what I meant. To be honest, I lost out today without your help, otherwise, I would have wasted such a big piece of astragalus." Zhao Yucheng looked at the sky and reminded her, "You should hurry home, or it will get dark." The old lady looked at the bag he was carrying and asked with concern, "Child, are you here to sell mountain goods too? Haven't you sold them yet?" Zhao Yucheng nodded, "Yeah, I brought some skins." Hearing he had skins, the old lady looked worried and said, "There are very few places that buy skins here. Why don't you go to the livestock company and ask?" Zhao Yucheng shook his head and said, "I've been there, they offered a bit too low." The old lady asked, "Can I take a look at your skins?" Zhao Yucheng didn't mind others seeing what he had, so he opened the bag. Chapter 48, Night Exploration of the Mysterious Black Market. 2. Zhao Yucheng knew that Meng Xiulan's skills in tanning leather were exceptional, and the pure black wolf skin and firefox skin he had were particularly rare, which is why he was unwilling to sell them to the recycling station at a low price. Seeing Huang Wanjin's stunned expression, he knew he couldn't rush into a deal. After a while, Huang Wanjin finally regained his composure and whispered, "Brother, wait here. I'll have someone go get the money." He took a couple of steps, but suddenly said hurriedly, "Forget it, just come with me to the store. It'll be faster that way." Upon hearing that Huang Wanjin wanted to take him somewhere else, Zhao Yucheng's first reaction was that it was a trap. So, he shook his head and said, "No. Just bring the money to exchange. If there's no money, I'll sell it to someone else." Huang Wanjin, seeing that Zhao Yucheng refused to go with him, felt a bit disappointed and had to stomp his foot and leave in a hurry with his little brother. Zhao Yucheng stood at the stall watching as more and more people filled the alley. Those selling cigarettes and alcohol were the easiest to trade with, while very few people came to inquire about his goods, almost just taking a glance before walking away. Finally, an older person approached. After looking at the leather on the ground, he shook his head and asked, "Do you have any others?" Chapter 49, You Can Get This Too. Sister Qian threw Huang Wanjin a disdainful glance and said, "What a loser." Then she turned to Zhao Yucheng and said, "I'll take these few pieces of leather." Zhao Yucheng thought he had misheard. He stared at Sister Qian for a while before stammering, "Huh? You want them all?" Sister Qian nodded. Pointing at the firefox skin and raccoon skin, "These two are good, 500 for both, and then give me that piece of leather." Zhao Yucheng saw that she was referring to the ordinary wolf skin, which was worth only a few dozen yuan. The raccoon skin and firefox skin were both over 200 each, which was already quite substantial. Adding that piece of leather wouldn't be a loss for him at all. He immediately nodded in agreement. His goods were indeed good. And the other party knew their worth, so they weren't being taken advantage of. Being able to smoothly sell all his goods was not just luck. It was the result of his efforts, having acquired good quality skins, with Meng Xiulan's high tanning skills, and now happening to meet a well-off customer tonight. As the saying goes, timing, location, and interpersonal relationships are all essential. He happily packed the leather into a bag and handed it over to her. Chapter 50, Dangerous Journey by Bus. 1. The square-faced man was taken aback for a moment. But he quickly nodded and said, "Of course." Purpose? Zhao Yucheng simply replied, "Hunting." The square-faced man pondered for a moment and said, "A 56 half should be enough." Zhao Yucheng nodded, thinking this guy was all right, recommending a good one for him, though the price was quite considerable. He asked, "How much?" The square-faced man looked him up and down and said regretfully, "This is a bit expensive. Why don't you consider getting a hanging tube?" Zhao Yucheng shook his head, insisting that the 56 half was much more enjoyable to use. It could be set up for continuous fire, with a capacity of 10 rounds, plus 1 in the chamber, making it 11. Coupled with his marksmanship, he would hit the target every time, and even the tigers in the mountains would tremble at the sight of him. Seeing that Zhao Yucheng was adamant about the 56 half, the square-faced man thought for a moment and said, "Would you accept a second-hand one?" Zhao Yucheng contemplated for a moment and said, "As long as it doesn't affect performance and has a warranty." That was for sure. And if the price could be more than half cheaper, that would be a good deal. The man then held up 2 fingers. Chapter 51, Dangerous Journey by Bus. 2. The robber holding the driver hostage looked at Zhao Yucheng with a sinister gaze for a moment. Zhao Yucheng innocently asked, "Is your friend sick?" As he spoke, he glanced at the driver, hoping for a moment of understanding. The robber glared at him for a while, just as he was about to say something, but suddenly the driver grabbed his wrist. The robber reacted quickly, and immediately turned to wrestle with the driver. Zhao Yucheng saw that the robber in front had some skills and realized the driver was at a disadvantage, and that trouble was about to happen. At this point, the driver was already struggling, and the robber had once again seized the knife. The passengers in the front had turned into turtles, not daring to move as they watched the fight between the driver and the robber. He swiftly kicked the fallen robber hard and then used him as a stepping stone, taking a few quick steps to reach the driver's seat. Just as the robber's knife was less than a fist's distance from the driver's abdomen, he threw a punch at the robber's head. "Ah!" The robber screamed in pain. The driver took the opportunity to escape from the robber's grasp, opened the door, and jumped out seeking help. Taking advantage of the robber's dizziness, Zhao Yucheng seized his left hand, trying to wrest the knife from him. Chapter 52, You Little Brat Are Really Hungry. Zhong Jinhua looked at Zhao Yucheng's earnest gaze and felt something strange in her heart, as she held the pumpkin seeds. "You little brat. I'm talking about you and Xiaokang's mother, why are you dragging me into this?" Zhong Jinhua scolded. Zhao Yucheng innocently replied, Auntie. You said that as you get older, you become more caring. Since you're older, you must be even more caring. Zhong Jinhua looked at him with a "you make me sick" expression and earnestly said, You silly child, Auntie has your Uncle Liuzi, so don't think about it. Besides, Auntie just turned 40, where's the age? After saying that, she cast a resentful glance at Zhao Yucheng. Zhao Yucheng felt disgusted again. Since that was the case, he wouldn't hold back anymore. He looked at Zhong Jinhua with an innocent and pure expression and relentlessly said, Uncle Liuzi is foolish, always scolding Auntie and even hitting her. Auntie's care for him is in vain. Why not let Auntie find someone else to care for her? Zhong Jinhua couldn't help but shiver at Zhao Yucheng's words and scolded, You little brat, are you really hungry? Oh no. I need to quickly find your mother to take care of you. If you keep this up, all the women in our village won't have peace. Chapter 53, Found a Big Haul. Zhao Yucheng walked along the well-trodden path in the woods, climbing as he went. After walking for about 10 miles, he found nothing. He looked up at the sun. It was already noon, so he decided to sit down next to a large tree to rest. He took out his water bottle and drank a few gulps, then looked around and noticed many linden trees nearby. Suddenly, a phrase popped into his mind, 3 leaves. 5 leaves, back to the sun facing the shade, seeking me, searching for linden trees. He remembered these words from Meng Xiaolan, and upon seeing the linden trees, it all came back to him. The phrase meant that ginseng liked to grow alongside linden trees. Thinking of this, he felt a stir in his heart. Zhao Yucheng stood up and looked around, estimating that he was currently at an altitude of about 800 meters. The place he was in was formed by 3 layers of vegetation, grass, low shrubs, and tall trees, creating a 3-dimensional environment that provided shade while allowing light to filter through, dense yet not closed off. He scraped away the layer of humus beneath his feet, and took out a dagger, to dig into the soil below, which indeed turned out to be yellow earth. Relatively hard. This was correct. Such soil was not ventilated, and rats could not burrow through it. Chapter 54, Want to take advantage of me? You're asking for death. Little brother, how old is this mountain ginseng? A man in his 30s wearing glasses approached to ask. Before Zhao Yucheng could respond, the onlookers chimed in. At least 20 years old. Can't you count the nodes on it? Those nodes are its growth rings. 1 node equals 1 year. A woman shook her head and said, Only 20 years, not worth much. An older man excitedly retorted, You say that so easily. I haven't seen ginseng of this age at the mountain goods fair for quite a while. Immediately, someone echoed, Right. The goods that have come out recently are at most 14 or 15 years old. These 2 are already considered big goods. The man with glasses shook his head and said, Thank you all, but I want to buy something a bit more valuable. A woman wearing a yellow scarf, upon hearing this, quickly grabbed him and said, Young man, you don't think this 20-year-old ginseng is worth looking at? It's worth quite a bit. The glasses man shyly smiled and replied, Auntie, I'm buying it as a gift, money isn't an issue, but the item must be of good quality. The woman in the yellow scarf quickly said, Young man, do you find this item of mine appealing? Chapter 55, Want to take advantage of me? You're asking for death. 2. The thin black man's gaze revealed a hint of annoyance and hostility. Huang Wanjin covered his injured forehead and quickly replied, Brother Kun. This is someone I met a few days ago, who runs the mountain, called. At this point, Huang Wanjin realized he did not know Zhao Yucheng's name. He quickly turned to Zhao Yucheng and asked, What is your name again? Zhao Yucheng replied indifferently, Zhao Yucheng. Huang Wanjin hurriedly told Brother Kun, Yes, yes. His name is Zhao Yucheng. Then he quickly informed Zhao Yucheng, This is our boss, just call him Brother Kun. Zhao Yucheng nodded at the man with triangular eyes, but did not call him Brother Kun. He did not want to casually refer to someone else as brother, making himself seem like a subordinate without status. Brother Kun looked Zhao Yucheng over again, with his triangular eyes, noticing that aside from carrying a long box on his back, he appeared simple and unremarkable. He sat down in the boss chair behind the counter and asked, "What is he here for?" He looked at Huang Wanjin instead of directly asking Zhao Yucheng. Zhao Yucheng stood quietly to the side, not speaking. Huang Wanjin was momentarily at a loss for words because he only remembered what Sister Qian had instructed a few days ago, to invite Zhao Yucheng in as soon as he saw him, without asking his intentions. Chapter 56. Want to take advantage of me? You're asking for death. 3. After Zhao Yucheng entered the inner room, Brother Kun followed and casually closed the door, blocking Song Qian outside. Then he enthusiastically gestured, Come, little brother, this is the Da Hong Pao I just made. Give it a try." As he spoke, he picked up a tea canister and began to brew tea. Zhao Yucheng sat down casually, propping his gun beside him. Watching Brother Kun's enthusiastic demeanor, Zhao Yucheng secretly scoffed while maintaining a calm expression. After brewing the tea, Brother Kun poured a cup and handed it to Zhao Yucheng. Zhao Yucheng did not refuse. Feeling thirsty, he graciously accepted the teacup and drank along with Brother Kun. While tilting his head back to drink the tea, he used his peripheral vision to observe Brother Kun. Suddenly, he noticed Brother Kun's hand reaching behind him, as if he was feeling for something. Just as Brother Kun pulled out a handgun from his bag, before he could raise it, the gun's muzzle was pressed against his forehead. His action of drawing the gun froze in mid-air. Soon, he returned to a smiling face and said, "Little brother, why are you so nervous? I just want you to see how my piece works. Which one is better, yours or mine?" Zhao Yucheng stood up, walked over, grabbed the gun from his hand, and turned back to his seat. Chapter 57. Shopping in a department store. Zhao Yucheng walked into the Hongxing department store, where a banner hung on the wall proclaiming customer first, credibility first. The layout of the store in this era was different from that of modern stores. It consisted of rows of counters filled with various goods, including thermoses, umbrellas, soap, toothpaste, and other daily necessities, as well as coats, pants, shoes, and hats. On the other side, there were black and white televisions and radios. Perhaps because it was nearing the end of the year, there were many shoppers circulating at various counters. Remembering that the soap at home was almost used up, Zhao Yucheng first went to the counter selling daily necessities, spending 40 cents on a bar of soap. Then bought a set of toothpaste, toothbrush, and razor. Thinking of Meng Xiaolan's somewhat aged and wrinkled face, he spent $3 on a jar of cream. He then wandered over to the snack counter, remembering that his little nephew Junjun had only eaten malt sugar and no other snacks, so he decided to buy some snacks. The counter offered crispy fried dough twists, assorted candies, fruit candies, and salted jujubes, and Zhao Yucheng decided to buy a bit of everything. Seeing that Zhao Yucheng was purchasing a variety of items and not haggling over the price, the salesperson enthusiastically weighed and packaged everything. A large bag of snacks only cost a total of 2 yuan, and Zhao Yucheng marveled at the low prices. Chapter 58. Accidentally showing off wealth in the end. Little Nan nodded. He had his eye on another item that would arrive next week and planned to sell the 3 he had in hand before adding a bit more money to switch. Zhao Yucheng pulled out 300 yuan bills from his bag and handed them to him, then leisurely put on the watch on his wrist. Little Nan watched Zhao Yucheng's carefree departing figure, feeling a bit pained. Little Nan comforted him, "Brother, if you're out, just let it be. Buying so many watches and keeping them in hand isn't a solution." Little Nan shook his head and said, "Look at how he's dressed. I didn't expect him to know so much about goods." Little Nan nodded. "Why did you quote such a high price at the beginning? I could tell from his expression that you were quoting too high. I was just trying it out, letting you bring the watch over for him to see. I didn't expect he could actually afford such an expensive watch." After buying the watch, Zhao Yucheng also spent 60 yuan to buy Meng Xiaolan a cotton coat. After leaving the department store, he looked at the watch on his wrist, and it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Winter came early here, and it quickly turned dark. By the time he took a bus back to the village, it was already dark outside. Meng Xiaolan hurried to cook when she saw her son return safely. Chapter 59. Solo Journey to Wild Boar Ridge. 1. Feng Shanshan thought that Zhao Yucheng was not very bright, and was afraid he still wouldn't understand what she was saying. So she had to speak plainly. Just now, I saw Daong talking to you. He and Dongzi are notorious for being street loafers, idlers, and not doing proper work. Zhao Yucheng was sure that Feng Shanshan was concerned about him, and he felt warm inside, saying, "Thank you." The two fell silent. Feng Shanshan had to find something to say to ease the awkwardness, so she asked, "How's Junjun's hand?" Zhao Yucheng nodded and replied, "Much better." When Feng Shanshan saw Zhao Yucheng's sincere and handsome smile, her vision blurred for a moment. "I am going to be late for work, I have to go." After Feng Shanshan finished speaking, her ears turned red, as she rode away in a hurry. Zhao Yucheng smiled as he watched Feng Shanshan ride away. The girls in the village mostly liked to braid their hair into pigtails, while Feng Shanshan had a high ponytail and wore a white scarf, making her look quite unique. Thus, she was more likely to attract the attention of some young men. Wolf King Feng Shijing was also troubled and had often scolded his disobedient daughter. However, Feng Shanshan had her own ideas and principles, and so she became the most eye-catching girl in Zhao Jiatuan. Chapter 60. Solo Journey to Wild Boar Ridge. 2. A group of wild boars burst out from the dense forest, heading straight for the stream. The leading wild boar had 2 long tusks, while another large wild boar had no tusks at all. Zhao Yucheng confirmed that this was a wild boar couple. One of the following wild boars had already grown 2 long tusks, and was likely an adult. There were also 2 smaller ones behind, weighing probably less than 100 pounds, indicating they were juvenile wild boars. The larger one and the 3 smaller ones stopped behind. From a distance, Zhao Yucheng saw that as they approached the stream, the leading wild boar suddenly stopped. Indeed, the leading wild boar was showing its long tusks, constantly shaking its long nose, sniffing the air around it. Zhao Yucheng thought to himself that it seemed he hadn't completely masked his scent, alerting the wild boar. Holding his fully loaded Type 56 semi-automatic rifle, he patiently waited. He chose this model of gun because, although it had only a 10-round capacity, for a skilled shooter like him, reloading 3 10-round magazines was faster than loading 1 AK magazine. At the same time, the longer barrel of the Type 56 provided better accuracy. Chapter 61. Solo Journey to Wild Boar Ridge. 3. You silly child. Just praised you and you did something foolish again. Old Pao Shan laughed, even your Uncle Feng doesn't recognize you, huh? Zhao Yucheng suddenly realized that the tall, lean man with bronze skin and a smile in front of him was the famous Wolf King, Feng Shijing, who was also Feng Shanshan's father. It turned out that he recognized this face from Feng Shanshan's features, which is why it seemed familiar. However, Feng Shijing had spent most of his time either hunting in the mountains or running business, and the original owner was rather foolish and didn't recognize people. Besides wandering around with a few rascals, he rarely interacted with others. He scratched the back of his head, chuckled foolishly, and said, "Sorry. I haven't seen you much and didn't recognize you at first." Feng Shijing waved his hand and nodded with a smile, saying, "What's the big deal? But your shooting skills are quite good, how did you practice?" Zhao Yucheng didn't dare to tell the truth and quickly humbly replied, "I just shoot randomly. If I miss once, I shoot again, I don't believe I can't hit anything." Feng Shijing observed Zhao Yucheng carefully, and knew he was trying to play it down. From Zhao Yucheng's gun-holding posture, gaze, and accuracy earlier, it was clear that he was not just shooting aimlessly. Chapter 62. Solo Journey to Wild Boar Ridge. 4. Zhao Yucheng successfully caught 8 fish the size of his palm. Then took out his dagger by the river to process the fish, and then strung them up with grass to bring to the place where Feng Shijing was starting a fire. Feng Shijing chose a spacious place to make the fire, with no weeds around, and the nearest trees were 10 meters away, also very close to the water source. "Uncle, the fish is ready," Zhao Yucheng said as he handed over the fish. You kid are quite capable, working efficiently, Feng Shijing praised as he saw the processed fish. He genuinely complimented him. Completely not expecting Zhao Yucheng to take the initiative to process the fish after catching them. Feng Shijing had already prepared the sticks for grilling fish. And he took the fish from Zhao Yucheng and expertly placed them on the sticks, grilling them over the fire. Since the fish were relatively small, they were almost done in just a few minutes. Zhao Yucheng took out a packet of seasoning from his bag. Feng Shijing looked at the tightly sealed paper packet and asked, "What is this?" Zhao Yucheng opened the packet and said, "A bit of seasoning I prepared. It'll taste better." Feng Shijing handed the grilled fish back to him, laughing heartily. "You kid are quite thorough in your preparations. Even your uncle here doesn't go to such lengths." Chapter 63, Encircling the Wild Boar Ridge 1, At this time. The man named Zhao who was collecting the pigs came over and said to Feng Shijing, "Brother Feng, little brother, I'm short on goods over here. If you catch more mountain goods, think of me first." Feng Shijing nodded in agreement. "You've said it, of course, I'll prioritize you." On the way back to the village, Feng Shijing suddenly asked, "Kid, tomorrow some of our buddies are planning to go encircling wild boar at Wild Boar Ridge. Do you want to join? Hunting wild boar?" "Yes. I'm in." Experienced hunters know that when hunting in the mountains, there are various methods for different animals. Some people might stubbornly insist that just catch whatever you can, but that's not entirely right. How much one person can do is uncertain. That's why hunting in groups, or encircling, is a good way. Wild Boar Ridge doesn't only have wild boars, but is named so because of their relatively high population. As the weather gets colder, wild boars frequently invade the surrounding farmland and even run into the village, causing harm to livestock. Hunters often take advantage of this season to hunt more game for money, aiming for a prosperous year. This encircling of Wild Boar Ridge was also discussed by several seasoned hunters from Zhao Jiatuan. Chapter 64, Encircling the Wild Boar Ridge 2. Zhao Yucheng knew that yesterday he had taken down 4 wild boars alone, mainly because of favorable surrounding conditions: the stone cliffs for hiding, the stream, and the loosely spaced trees nearby. However, the area they were going to today was a dense forest, making accurate shooting at running wild boars in such an environment challenging. Thus, hunting in groups was a good approach. He followed behind Feng Shijing, observing the animal tracks on the ground. He looked at the faintly discernible traces and deduced that wild boars had recently been active in this area. And the number matched what Feng Shijing had mentioned, about 5 or 6. Feng Shijing also observed the traces in the forest and agreed with Zhao Yucheng, saying, "Let's head west and take a look." Zhao Yucheng tightened his grip on the gun and followed. In the thickly leaf-strewn forest, the two walked for about half an hour and finally spotted the silhouette of a wild boar in a hollow. "Look, it's right there." Feng Shijing pointed at the wild boar, grinning with pride. Zhao Yucheng also saw the wild boar at the same time. There were a total of 6 pigs, 3 large ones and 3 smaller ones, with the largest weighing over 400 pounds and the smallest still over 100 pounds. Chapter 65, Returning loaded. Zhao Yucheng knocked down 2 large wild boars along the way, while Feng Shijing dashed down the mountain at an angle, just in time to catch up with the wild boar that had slipped away from Marsana. Bang! Bang! After 2 gunshots, the wild boar slowly fell to the ground. The hunting dogs in the dense forest barked incessantly, and several more gunshots rang out. Da was the first to burst out of the woods, surprisingly carrying a piglet in its mouth. Xu Wanqing and Li Baoliang followed closely behind, both with guns slung over their shoulders, laughing heartily as they approached Ma San with a large wild boar. The 2 of them threw the wild boar down next to the one that Ma San had shot. Xu Wanqing clapped his hands and said, "Look at this bunch, just 2 piglets, and both of these weigh over 300 pounds. I wonder how those 2 are doing over there." Marsana glanced towards the direction of the gunshots and nodded in reply, "I heard several shots over there. We should at least be able to grab one." Li Baoliang looked at the distant shadow and said, "Is that Brother Feng over there?" Let's go take a look. Xiaokang nodded and asked Ma Sana to stay put with the dead wild boar, while he and Li Baoliang walked towards Feng Shijing. From a distance, Xiaokang could clearly see Feng Shijing and shouted, "Big brother, how's it going over there?" Chapter 66, Striking It Rich, Happy New Year. On the first day of the new year, I wish everyone a happy new year. Small disclaimer, the following text is not just filler, I simply want to send all my best wishes to each of you. I hope everyone has a better year. Checks for updates every day, gives 5-star ratings for every review, and earns over 1 million each month. Happy New Year. May the year of the snake bring you good fortune. As the dusk fades and the fireworks light up the sky, I wish you, I wish us, a path beneath our feet and light in the distance. From now on, wherever we tread, may it be a smooth road. In 2025, may there be joy, smoothness, abundance, and peace. As the fireworks rise, illuminating the world, may joy be boundless, and let us raise a glass to this year. As we bid farewell to the old year with wine and songs, the stars and fireworks intoxicate the world. Happy New Year. Fireworks burst forth, another year, as they fall. A new year begins. I wish that you and I are both well, that all we achieve is what we desire, and that we have no regrets in our actions. May we have joy year after year, and may everything go smoothly. I wish us, year after year, prosperity year after year. Roses. On auspicious days, may there be great fortune. When the car door closes, may there be safe travels. When the engine starts, may there be riches. As the wheels turn, may there be thousands upon thousands. As we shift gears and set off, may we become wealthy year after year. Chapter 67, Selling Pigs in the City. 1. The winter in northeast China comes particularly early and fiercely. After a night of swirling snowflakes, by the next morning, there was a thick layer covering rooftops and fields, turning everything into a white expanse. Meng Xiaolan got up early to shovel snow, and found that the snow had already been cleared. Seeing Zhao Yucheng come back from outside wearing only a thin jacket, she hurriedly said, "Daocheng, the snow was really thick last night, it's very cold today. You should wear something thicker when you go out." Zhao Yucheng rubbed his ears and replied, "It's fine, not too cold." As Meng Xiaolan cooked and tended to the fire, she chatted on, "When you were young, you didn't know to dress warmly, insisting you weren't afraid of the cold. Now that you're older, you'll understand how much suffering that brings." Zhao Yucheng just smiled and listened, not arguing. During his time on the border carrying out missions, the snow and wind were far worse than this. After Meng Xiaolan rambled for a while without hearing her son retort, she glanced over and found Zhao Yucheng drawing a basin of cold water from the water tank to wash his face and brush his teeth. She hurried over to stop him. "Wait a minute, there's hot water here, quick, mix it in before you use it." As she spoke, Meng Xiaolan quickly poured half of the cold water out of the basin, and added some hot water, finally letting Zhao Yucheng wash his face. Chapter 68, Selling Pigs in the City. 2. Feng Shijing and Xiaokang had never been inside such a store. For one, they thought the things inside were expensive. And for another, being a place associated with the military gave it an inexplicable air of authority that made them feel unwelcome. Xiaokang parked the tractor nearby, stopping quite a distance from the store entrance. Zhao Yucheng asked, "Uncle Xiu, why don't you drive a bit closer?" Xiaokang scratched the back of his head, feeling a bit embarrassed as he said, If I drive up to their door, won't they chase me away?" Zhao Yucheng shook his head and said, "No. It won't matter, it doesn't hinder their business." Xiaokang drove the tractor a few more meters forward, but in the end, he still parked it 20 meters away. Zhao Yucheng supported himself against the side of the trailer and lightly leaped down to the ground. Feng Shijing jumped down from the tire and called out, "Daocheng, you go in first, and we'll follow you." As Zhao Yucheng walked into the store, his posture suddenly became much more upright than usual. Pushing the door open, he was greeted by the sight of a middle-aged man with a square face, who was cleaning a handgun in his hand. The square-faced man casually glanced over And when he saw that it was Zhao Yucheng, he paused in surprise. Seeing that Zhao Yucheng was followed by two others, he stood up and asked, "You're here?" Chapter 69. The blind date went awry after successfully selling a truckload of 5 large wild boars. Each person received 258 yuan. Zhao Yucheng felt that hunting this way was not as profitable as hunting alone. However, considering it from a different angle, hunting with others meant he didn't have to worry about many things, he just needed to focus on hunting. After more than a month of hunting, Zhao Yucheng also concluded that hunting wild boars was not very cost-effective, as they could only sell the meat, and it was inconvenient to transport. It was better to hunt some animals that could be sold for their fur, as they had a higher cost performance. Winter had already set in, and after the first snowfall, the second one wouldn't be far behind. Zhao Yucheng took advantage of the time before heavy snow blocked the mountains and hurried to gather some firewood for cooking and heating during winter. One morning, Meng Xiaolan went out for something and hadn't returned for a long time, so Zhao Yucheng was chopping wood in the yard. The sound of wood cracking echoed in the yard. Zhao Yucheng swung the axe with his strong arms, and under the sunlight, the axe gleamed with a silver light. Bang! Crack! The 15th birch tree split in half, revealing the white wood core. Soon, the pile of firewood against the wall was slowly being stacked up again. Just as he was chopping the last piece of wood, someone pushed the door open and entered. Chapter 70. Hunting roe deer. Meng Xiaolan exclaimed blankly, "No way. That girl looks like a reliable and capable person. Human hearts are all greedy." Meng Xiaolan looked at her son with a puzzled expression, unable to say a single word in rebuttal. The matchmaking situation had thus fallen through once again. As a result, Li Maifang hadn't come to their door for several days. Meng Xiaolan knew that Li Maifang was genuinely angry. After all, that girl was her niece from her maternal side. That night, it snowed again, and the snowfall was heavier than the last. Taking advantage of the fact that the heavy snow had not yet closed off the mountains, Zhao Yucheng set off early in the morning with his hunting gun. His military boots crunched on the snow, leaving a clear trail of footprints behind him. However, before he could walk far, 2 people appeared behind him. Zhao Yucheng turned around to find it was Daong and Dongzi. The two were looking down and whispering to each other, unsure of what they were mumbling about. Dongzi had recovered quite quickly, and was actually walking again, though he still leaned on a crutch and relied on Daong to walk more steadily. When he saw that Zhao Yucheng had noticed them, Dongzi quickly raised his head and greeted him enthusiastically, "Big fool Cheng, are you going hunting again?" Zhao Yucheng grunted in response and continued to walk briskly ahead. Chapter 71. If you are unkind, then I shall be unprincipled. Zhao Yucheng had completely realized one fact: the saying that humans are inherently good only applies to a portion of people. Dongzi and Daong, 2 individuals with malicious thoughts, perhaps had no goodness in their genes at all. Recalling the last time they followed him into the mountains, they only wanted to take advantage of him, but were unfortunate enough to be dealt with by a wild animal, and he, with a motherly heart, had saved them. Now, how long had it been? They had once again revealed their ugly faces. It seemed he had been too merciful toward them. "Since you are unkind, then I shall be unprincipled." With this thought, Zhao Yucheng put away his gun, surveyed his surroundings, and saw that the other side of the roe deer was also blanketed in white snow, and below was a recently frozen ice hole. There were fresh marks on several hollow willows nearby, marks that only those who had been together would understand the meaning of. They were traps they had set. He turned back and waved to the 2 behind him, indicating that there were roe deer. The 2 excitedly rushed over to Zhao Yucheng's side, speaking in hushed voices. Zhao Yucheng pointed to a direction where 2 roe deer were lying in the snow, seemingly searching for food beneath the snow. He instructed the 2, "You 2. Drive the deer this way along that grassy area, don't let them run east." Chapter 72. Do you want to watch him die? Just as Dongzi was about to faint from pain, he saw Zhao Yucheng ignoring him and began to curse, "You care about him, think of a way to save me." Zhao Yucheng turned sharply, glaring at Dongzi and scolding, "Shut up." Daong fell into the ice hole. "Do you want to just watch him die?" Dongzi was stunned into silence, staring blankly at Zhao Yucheng. He found Zhao Yucheng terrifying, almost like an enraged lion, so frightened that he forgot about his pain. He thought Zhao Yucheng was genuinely worried about Daong's safety, but in reality, Zhao Yucheng simply did not want to save him. Seeing that Dongzi had stopped his raving, Zhao Yucheng shot him a cold glance and strode toward where Daong had disappeared. He casually broke off a thick branch from a nearby tree, cautiously testing the ice beneath his feet as he moved forward. However, he soon stopped, standing at a distance to observe the place where Daong had fallen. Ice shards mixed with snow floated on the water's surface, without a ripple. He let out a gentle sigh. When he turned back to Dongzi, he found Dongzi was already in so much pain that he was losing consciousness. Zhao Yucheng stood over him, looking down and said, "Wait here. I'll go back to the village and call for help." Chapter 73, Capturing the Foolish Roe Deer. Zhao Yucheng crouched behind a fallen tree, staring unblinkingly at the roe deer not far away. He clenched his fists and silently counted, 2 steps forward, another 2 steps, 1 step. The roe deer slowly stepped forward, inching closer to Zhao Yucheng. Just as the deer's front hooves stepped into the snow pit he had prepared, Zhao Yucheng suddenly leaped from behind the fallen tree, swinging his arms to execute a throat-lock maneuver on the deer. The roe deer was caught precisely at the carotid artery by Zhao Yucheng's tactical move. Zhao Yucheng quickly took off the hemp rope from his body and tied the roe deer to a birch tree not far behind him. Then he returned to his original position to wait for the second roe deer to take the bait. The roe deer in the distance continued to frolic peacefully, completely unaware that it had lost a companion. Zhao Yucheng reached up and pulled down an icicle from the tree, took out his dagger, and began to scrape it vigorously. The sharp blade scraped across the icicle, producing a piercing sound. The distant roe deer perked up its ears and twitched a few times before returning to its previous state. He continued to make noise, and after a while, the second roe deer finally approached, drawn by the sound. Zhao Yucheng skillfully controlled the sound frequency of the dagger scraping the icicle. Chapter 74, Borrowing Money, 1. The next day, Zhao Yucheng and Meng Xiulan were processing the roe deer in the yard. Among the roe deer Zhao Yucheng hunted, one had antlers while the other 2 did not. This meant 1 male and 2 females. Generally speaking, roe deer often appeared in pairs, but during winter, one male would accompany multiple females to huddle together for warmth and collectively resist predators like the Siberian tiger, leopard, and wolves. Unfortunately for this group of roe deer, they encountered Zhao Yucheng, a foraging predator, and nearly got caught in one go. As Zhao Yucheng processed the roe deer, he asked Meng Xiulan, "The roe deer don't look foolish, so why do people call them foolish roe deer?" Meng Xiulan laughed and said, "They are not foolish at all. If they were, they would have been hunted to extinction long ago. People say they are foolish just because they look a bit daft. For example, when hunters chase them, they stop and look back, sometimes even turning back. They might even bury their heads in the snow." Zhao Yucheng nodded, saying, "That seems true. When I was hunting roe deer yesterday, I felt that their eyes were full of curiosity, and they really did look a bit silly." Meng Xiulan explained, "This saying is not wrong, but it doesn't mean they are truly foolish." Chapter 75, Borrowing Money, 2. What he meant was, "You have such good information. Yet our family has been struggling for the past 2 years, and you haven't come to help at all. Not even a word of concern has been offered. Regarding money matters, not only do you inquire accurately, but you also seem quite diligent." Meng Xiulan sensed this, and Zhao Shizing must have sensed it too. When Zhao Yucheng's father had an accident while hunting in the mountains, Meng Xiulan had to struggle alone to raise a mentally challenged son. And they not only did not lend a hand, but also took the opportunity to split the family, leaving her with nothing, a single carrying pole or basket. Meng Xiulan had tried to reach out to them several times, but after being deeply hurt, she quietly lived with her son. Over the past 2 years, she had endured countless hardships and grievances that no one could empathize with, only she knew the bitterness of it all. Zhao Shizing, however, pretended to be confused while knowing full well what was going on. Leaning on his age, he lectured Zhao Yucheng, saying, "You little brat, what are you talking about? No matter what, I am still your grandfather. Back in the day, your father insisted on going into the mountains to hunt. Throughout the year, whatever he caught was used for the family first. Of course, he didn't earn much from hunting, and when your grandmother fell ill, he couldn't spare much for household expenses. Not only did he work hard for nothing, but in the end, he even lost his life in the mountains." Chapter 76, Borrowing Money, 3. Zhao Yucheng was busy skinning the second roe deer in the yard when he heard a wailing sound coming from outside the gate. "Oh my son. You're dead, and they don't see your father or mother anymore. Are we not considered human? My life is so miserable. My husband and I can still dig in the fields a bit, but we are already treated like we are not human. When we die, they won't even bother to throw a handful of dirt on us." Meng Xiaolan rushed out of the house in a panic, repeatedly saying, "What should we do? I was afraid they would come to this." Zhao Yucheng strode towards the gate. Meng Xiaolan thought her son was about to go out to fight. Ever since he woke up from drowning, although he still didn't talk much, his temper had changed. He was more easily agitated, especially his eyes, which usually looked calm, but now had an unfamiliar fierceness that made even his mother feel strange. She hurriedly stepped forward to stop him, saying, "Son, don't be impulsive. Let us think about what to do first." Zhao Yucheng explained, "It's fine, I'm not going out." As he spoke, he walked to the gate and locked it from the inside. Meng Xiaolan breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. If her son had rushed out, she really wouldn't have been able to stop him. Chapter 77, Written Evidence, 1. Zhao Yucheng quickly turned around and caught the small shoe that Ma Shi threw at him. He sighed helplessly, walked up to Ma Shi, gently placed the shoe beside him, and said, "At your age, you should consider your dignity. If you want to borrow money, just ask properly. It's not like we can't negotiate. Don't you think so?" His voice wasn't loud, but Ma Shi's face turned red and pale in turns. After a while, seeing that Zhao Yucheng didn't seem angry, Ma Shi hurriedly put on the shoes, and, looking at his face, cautiously asked, "Are you really going to give me money?" Zhao Yucheng smiled slightly and corrected her, "It's borrowing money, not giving money." Ma Shi pointed her 2 fingers at Zhao Yucheng's face and said, 200, not a penny less." The people around them whispered, some pointing at Ma Shi, others at Zhao Yucheng. Could Cheng really lend money? Once it's lent out, it won't come back. He really dares to ask for it. Starting with 200. That's half a year's wages for a worker. Zhao Yucheng smiled faintly and then stood up to Ma Shi, saying, 200, no problem. Upon hearing this, Ma Shi was so delighted that she jumped up from the ground and reached out to Zhao Yucheng, saying, "Hurry up and give it to me." Chapter 78, Written Evidence, 2. Zhao Shizing hadn't thought this through and stammered without saying anything. Zhao Jiaxing smiled and said, "Uncle, 200 yuan. That little brat Yufu can earn it back in a year of hard work. Can I write a 1-year deadline?" Zhao Shizing casually nodded. Zhao Jiaxing asked Zhao Yucheng if he had any objections, and Zhao Yucheng shook his head, so he wrote a usage time of 1 year. After Zhao Jiaxing finished writing, he took out the ink pad and said with a smile, "It's done, come over and put your fingerprints." Zhao Yucheng walked over to take a look and suddenly said, "Village head, if it's not paid back by the deadline, we've already agreed to use physical goods as collateral, please write that down too." Zhao Jiaxing was taken aback. He hadn't expected Zhao Yucheng to clarify this so clearly, and he looked uncertainly at Zhao Shizing. Zhao Shizing's brows furrowed like a complex terrain. But thinking of his grandson's bicycle, he finally nodded decisively. After Zhao Jiaxing supplemented this clause, both parties put their fingerprints under the supervision of the village head. Zhao Yucheng took out a wad of cash from his pocket, counted it, and handed it to Zhao Shizing, saying, 200 exactly, take it. Zhao Shizing received the money with a dark face, counted it, and felt his heart tremble. It was the first time he held so much money. And it felt like this. Chapter 79, Invitation. After Meng Xiaolan learned that Zhao Yucheng proposed to take turns caring for the elderly in the brigade, she was finally able to shake off the reputation of being unfilial, and was very happy. But thinking that the old couple didn't like her, she couldn't help but worry. Cheng, I wonder if your grandparents are willing to come to our house. Zhao Yucheng comforted her. Whether they come or not is up to them, the village head knows about this, and we took the initiative to propose it, so no one can say anything. Meng Xiaolan felt this made sense. It didn't matter whether they came or not, what was most important was to do well with what was in front of them. While Meng Xiaolan was busy mashing the cooked roe deer liver, and mixing it with warm water, and the juice of ulu grass, she evenly applied it to the dried roe deer skin. While working, she said, Cheng, the weather is getting colder, you shouldn't go into the mountains anymore. Zhao Yucheng helped pull the deer skin and smiled, saying, winter lasts for several months, it's too boring to stay at home for so long. Meng Xiaolan knew that her son no longer listened to her, feeling distressed, it's too cold on the mountain, once these 3 skins are tanned. I'll sew you a leather jacket to wear when you go into the mountains. Zhao Yucheng shook his head and said, no need. I haven't even worn the rabbit fur vest you made yet. And that wolf fur coat is still sitting idle. I'll take them to the city to sell together later. Chapter 80, What You Fear Comes True Before Going to Bed. Meng Xiaolan took a flashlight to check the door latch in the yard again, ensuring it was locked before returning to the house. She added another handful of firewood to the stove, felt the warm king bed, and called out to Zhao Yucheng, Cheng. It's too cold in the east room at night, you should come sleep on this side. Zhao Yucheng refused, saying, I'm fine, I'm not cold. Meng Xiaolan didn't understand why her son had become so stubborn, refusing to sleep on the warm kang with her. She didn't insist further, but brought a heated quilt into Zhao Yucheng's east room, saying, the wind has picked up again. Make sure to cover yourself with the quilt at night. I'll go fill a bottle with hot water for you. Zhao Yucheng wanted to stop Meng Xiaolan, but the words got stuck in his throat. He wasn't used to sleeping on the same kang with others. So he set up a wooden bed in the east room. Meng Xiaolan was genuinely afraid her silly son would get cold. So she let her fill a glass bottle for him. The glass bottle was the round kind used for medicine at the health station. Filled with water that wasn't too hot, then wrapped in a thick cloth and tucked into the quilt, it was indeed warm. Seeing her son accept her care, Meng Xiaolan felt very comforted, casually turned off the light for him, and went back to her own room to sleep. Chapter 81, Who You Follow Determines Your Future. When Zhao Yucheng climbed back over the wall, Leng was completely dumbfounded, becoming a truer Leng. Just a moment ago, when Zhao Yucheng jumped down from the wall, Leng thought he had fallen and got beaten up by his own gang. Unexpectedly, it was his own gang that got beaten up by Zhao Yucheng. The wall was so high that he flipped over in one go, and then flipped back in another. This is not a fool, but a monkey, all right. If Leng wasn't tied up, he would have long since prostrated himself and begged to learn the craft. At this moment, he looked at Zhao Yucheng, recalling the 2 kicks he received from Zhao Yucheng last time, along with tonight's experience. And fear began to spread in his heart. Do you have anything to say? Zhao Yucheng asked lightly. Leng nodded, then hurriedly shook his head. Zhao Yucheng pulled him into his room and casually closed the door. He sat down on a worn wooden chair and scrutinized Leng. Leng felt his skin crawl under Zhao Yucheng's gaze. Finally, Zhao Yucheng spoke, burglary, do you want to go to the police station? Leng quickly shook his head. As fast as a rattle drum. Zhao Yucheng asked again, did you call him, or did he call you, or did you discuss it together? Chapter 82, Arriving as promised. After agreeing with Captain Lin to enter the mountains together 3 days later, the next day, he went to the savings office to deposit his money, then took a detour to Jiang Taozi's place. In the original owner's memory, there was an old mulberry tree on the north side of the village, near Jiang Taozi. It was said that decades ago, a group of people who ventured eastward brought water and soil, as well as 2 mulberry saplings, to settle here. Decades later, the mulberry tree had grown into a large tree, and the place had become a bustling village. He walked around Jiang Taozi and easily found the 2 old mulberry trees. The best material for making a curved bow is mulberry wood, black locust, and hickory. They all have great elasticity, are more durable, and the bow arms made from them have better draw strength. Since there was suitable wood nearby, he naturally wouldn't go far to look for black locust or hickory. Zhao Yucheng climbed up the tree in a few moves and quickly found a branch as thick as his arm. After carrying the branch home, he began to process the mulberry wood. Because it was fresh wood with moisture, he peeled it and then used fire to set its shape. Meng Xiaolan watched her son fiddling with a branch and asked, "Dacheng, that branch is a bit fresh, it won't hinder the fire. You can throw it in the stove, and it can burn without drying." Chapter 83. Entering the mountains in the snow. The 2 first walked along the mountain path, then crossed the grass pond and entered the forest, gradually losing all traces of humanity. The strong wind slowly died down, and the weather became increasingly dark. Before noon, it started to snow. Initially, the snowflakes drifted down lightly, but within half an hour, they began to fall heavily. "Shall we not go today?" Zhao Yucheng was somewhat worried since it was the new companion's first time in the mountains. Lin Guodong rubbed his frozen red fingertips and boldly waved his hand, saying, "What are you afraid of? The heavier the snow, the more valuable the prey." Zhao Yucheng nodded. "Yeah, the early winter snow shouldn't be too heavy." So, the 2 braved the wind and snow as they navigated through the forest. The fallen snow quickly covered the animal trails on the ground, making it impossible to find traces of prey, yet the 2 were not in a hurry at all. As noon approached, they discovered a small wooden cabin in a relatively sparse area of trees. "Look, there's a small cabin over there," Zhao Yucheng exclaimed happily. Lin Guodong nodded. "Let's go over there and rest for a bit, shelter from the snow." Upon getting closer, Zhao Yucheng pushed open the door and found the cabin very clean, with a bunch of hanging noodles on the roof and a small iron pot on a small wooden table in the corner. Chapter 84. Prey delivered to the door. Zhao Yucheng carefully examined the footprints in the snow and confidently said, "These footprints belong to wild boars. There are big ones and small ones, 3 in total. But there are also other animals, which the wild boars have disturbed, making it hard to determine what they are." Upon hearing this, Lin Guodong became excited and immediately said, "Who cares what it is, let's go for it." Zhao Yucheng finally found traces of prey, and didn't have to worry about having come in vain. He nodded. They headed south. "Let's go." The 2 gripped their guns and took their bows and arrows, following the messy trail of footprints south into the forest. They followed the trail for about 7 or 8 miles, exiting the dense forest and arriving at a ridge. Zhao Yucheng pointed quietly at the distance and said, "Those guys should be hiding in the bottom of the gully ahead. How about we split up and circle from both sides?" Lin Guodong immediately understood Zhao Yucheng's intention, that no matter what came out later, they would just shoot one to the death. The more they shot, the better. The 2 quietly moved forward. Before they could reach the bottom of the gully, a wild boar suddenly burst out from the snow pile, quite large, weighing over 200 pounds. The wild boar saw someone approaching and took off running, and 2 smaller wild boars also emerged from the snow pile, following suit. Chapter 85. Night battle with wolves. Not long after falling asleep, Zhao Yucheng suddenly heard rustling noises near his ear. Although the sound was very quiet, it was rhythmic and persistent. He suddenly opened his eyes. In the dim light, he found Lin Guodong was also awake. The 2 exchanged a knowing nod, indicating they were aware something was coming close to the cabin. Through the cabin, they could hear clear breathing sounds, which didn't sound like a human, because the breathing was slightly faster. He inadvertently glanced at the wild boar in the corner of the cabin. and a pool of blood was oozing out from under it through the door crack. Could it be wolves? The smell of roasted meat near the cabin and the blood of the wild boar must have attracted the wolves. Zhao Yucheng instantly became alert and looked at Lin Guodong, noticing the excitement flickering in his eyes. Wolves are coming, and you look so excited, Zhao Yucheng teased, while others would be scared and run away upon seeing wolves. This guy seemed to be looking forward to it. Lin Guodong nodded proudly, his expression seemingly saying, "I've been waiting for them." Zhao Yucheng whispered, "Wolves are not easy to deal with, 1 or 2 is manageable, but if a pack comes, it could be troublesome." Lin Guodong picked up the gun beside him, and his expression instantly became serious. Chapter 86. Trouble has arisen. The next day, the early rising sun shone through the cracks of the cabin, waking the 2 people sleeping in the haystack. Zhao Yucheng and Lin Guodong crawled out of the hay and opened the wooden door, stretching lazily. The snow had stopped. The wind had calmed, and the bright sunshine filtered through the sparse branches in the forest, warming them up. Lin Guodong felt completely relaxed. "It's really nice here. Much better than in the shop," he said while stretching. Zhao Yucheng responded, "Indeed, it's quite pleasant." Lin Guodong suddenly asked, "We should look for that wolf from last night, right? It ran off with 2 of your arrows." Zhao Yucheng nodded, "I'll go find it now, you wait here." Zhao Yucheng took the hunting rifle and followed the blood trail left by the wild wolf from last night. After tracking for about 7 or 8 miles, he found the wolf near a thicket. The surrounding snow and the grass buried in the snow were all in disarray, indicating how fiercely the wolf had struggled before dying. At this moment, the wild wolf's body had long since stiffened, with 2 arrows still embedded in it. Zhao Yucheng stepped forward cautiously to pull out the 2 arrows, carefully cleaned the blood off them in the snow, and stored them away. Chapter 87. The words of the aunt do not sound like human words. Jia Honghua looked at Zhao Yucheng with some confusion. If it were an ordinary person who heard her words, they would have disagreed immediately, even jumping up and cursing. Meng Xiaolan, that useless person, had been scolded by her to the point of being speechless, standing to the side with pursed lips. Yet this silly nephew in front of her actually smiled, showing no signs of anger. She was somewhat perplexed and curiously asked, "What are you laughing about?" Zhao Yucheng looked at her with a puzzled expression and asked earnestly, "I may not be smart, but what you said, aunt, doesn't sound like human words." Upon hearing Zhao Yucheng insult her, Jia Honghua spat on the ground and cursed. "You little brat, how dare you speak like that?" Zhao Yucheng was not angry. He thrust the wild boar spear down a few times on the ground and replied slowly, "It was you who didn't speak properly first. If it was someone else, I would have jabbed his mouth with this spear long ago." As soon as he finished speaking, he spun the wild boar spear a few times in his hand, stopping with the spearhead pointing directly at Jia Honghua. The crowd was frightened by the spear and hurriedly stepped back, creating a circle around him. Although the spearhead only hovered in front of Jia Honghua for 2 or 3 seconds, she clearly saw some dried blood on it, so frightened that she didn't dare to breathe. Chapter 88. Why doesn't your brain turn? Wanting to quickly sell the wild boar, Zhao Yucheng didn't want to make an extra trip, so he began processing the hunted game that night. No matter how Meng Xiaolan urged him to rest first, he wouldn't listen, and not wanting her son to be busy alone in the yard at night, she stayed to help him. Zhao Yucheng had become adept at processing the game, quickly bleeding them, skinning them, and removing the entrails. Soon, he had processed 2 wolves and continued with the roe deer. He worked until dawn, took a short nap, and then continued processing the game the next morning. The badger, commonly known as the earth pig, is short and fat, generally about the size of a medium to large dog. They usually operate close to farmland, so it was rare for Zhao Yucheng to catch one in the woods. These creatures are super experts at destroying farmland because they eat anything, excepting all crops, fruits, and vegetables. Although they look ugly, they are valuable all over, with thick fat for oil, and their skin and meat can be sold for money. Since it was winter, The badger had stored a thick layer of fat for the winter, so after Zhao Yucheng skinned the badger, he revealed the thick fat underneath. Meng Xiaolan put chunks of fat into an iron pot to render the oil, which could treat frostbite, and the badger's skin could be made into leather clothing. Warm and durable. Chapter 89, Delivering Badger Oil. Zhao Yucheng borrowed a tricycle a day in advance. Since tractors are not fast enough and bumpy, he borrowed a tricycle this time. Early the next morning, Zhao Yucheng loaded the prepared game onto the vehicle, covered it with plastic, and set off for the county town. Ever since he got in touch with Lin Guodong, Zhao Yucheng was determined to sell goods at the meat processing plant. The staff at the meat processing plant already recognized him, and when they saw he had brought another load, they laughed and said, "Some people go hunting in the mountains. But you are wholesale." Zhao Yucheng quickly offered a cigarette, humbly saying, "How could I catch so much myself?" Half of this was caught by brother Lin. When Liu, the weight-taker, heard that Lin Guodong had gone hunting with this young man, he thought their relationship was special. So the price and weight on the scale would naturally be generous. Zhao Yucheng was also savvy, and reserved 2 pieces of meat for Liu and another staff member weighing the goods. He also had Meng Xiaolan pack a portion of badger oil separately, with a piece of meat reserved for Lin Guodong. When he arrived at the shop, however, Lin Guodong was not there, and a woman in her 30s was inside. Chapter 90, A quarrel. Seeing that Guo Chunmai did not seem welcoming, Zhao Yucheng quickly explained, "Aunt, I don't have anything important, I'll head back first." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a shadow running out of the yard. Pulling the door open and running out, Zhao Yucheng immediately recognized it was Feng Shanshan, who had run out with tears. Guo Chunmai couldn't stop her in time and shouted anxiously, "Shanshan, where are you going in the middle of the night?" Before she could chase after her, she saw Feng Shijing rushing out of the house in a hurry. "Why didn't you stop the girl?" Feng Shijing complained. Seeing this, Zhao Yucheng quickly said, "Uncle, aunt, don't worry, I'll bring her back. You wait at home." He said this without waiting for Feng Shijing and his wife to respond, quickly turning to chase after Feng Shanshan. After Feng Shanshan cried and ran out of the alley, she didn't dare to walk outside the village. Standing under a big tree at the village entrance, feeling miserable, Zhao Yucheng quickly caught up with her. Hearing her sobs against the tree, he was afraid of startling the girl, so he called out softly first. Feng Shanshan ignored him. He stood about 10 meters away, keeping her company. Chapter 91, Discussing a matter. Sana, the old rule, you can't walk easily, so just stay nearby to keep watch while we go drive the roe deer. If any come this way, make sure they don't escape. Feng Shijing arranged for Ma Sana, and then said to Shu Wanqing and Guo Shuankuan, "You two go to either side and circle this way." Finally, he pointed at Zhao Yucheng and said, "You, kid, are light on your feet. Come with me to that side, the terrain is a bit complicated, and we'll go there to drive." After saying this, he asked, "What do you all think of this arrangement?" Everyone had no objections. No matter which place they were assigned to, the goal was to catch the roe deer. Thus, the 5 of them set off in their respective directions. Zhao Yucheng carried his gun and walked a few steps behind Feng Shijing, suddenly saying, "Uncle Feng, I want to discuss something with you." Feng Shijing turned to look at him, thinking Zhao Yucheng didn't want to go with him, laughed and said, "It's rare for you to take the initiative to speak, what is it?" Zhao Yucheng replied, "You just said you want to catch 5 roe deer. If I can assist you in catching an extra one today, can you promise me a request?" Feng Shijing was taken aback and curiously asked, "I see 5 roe deer. How are you going to catch 6? Chapter 92, You really are something. Feng Shijing looked at the pile of roe deer on the ground, in a good mood, and asked everyone, "As for the extra one, let us kill it and drink, how about that?" Ma Sana was the first to agree, "Good. It's been a while since we've had a drink, let us have a few today." Shu Wanqing nodded, "Great. Let us go to old Feng's house, and let the old sister work hard to fry a couple of dishes." The group lifted the roe deer. chatting and laughing as they returned to the village. Once back in the village, everyone went home for a bit. Feng Shijing called out to Zhao Yucheng, "Dacheng, you come over later, let us have a drink." Zhao Yucheng quickly agreed, "All right, I'll go home and tell my mother, then I'll come." He still had things to discuss with Feng Shijing and couldn't let the old man back out. When he got home, he threw the roe deer on the ground. Then quickly skinned and gutted it. "Mother, I'll come back later to clean up. Uncle Feng has called me to his house for dinner, you can eat by yourself tonight," Zhao Yucheng said to Meng Xiaolan. Hearing this, Meng Xiaolan excitedly ran to the yard and asked, "You're going to his house for dinner? Let me prepare something for you to take along." Soon, she brought out a plate of food from the house. "This is the braised meat strips I just made. Take it with you." Chapter 93, treating her like a sister. Seeing this, Zhao Yucheng seized the opportunity. Shanshan has already taken a step out. Can you bear to let all her efforts go to waste? Now she has the chance to go out and improve herself, why don't you support her? Is it just because she's a girl? Even if she's a girl, she's still your own flesh and blood. If she succeeds, it brings you honor too, doesn't it? While saying this, he observed Feng Shijing's expression. Feng Shijing did not get angry upon hearing his words, instead, he was deep in thought. When Zhao Yucheng questioned whether the lack of support was due to Shanshan being a girl, it was indeed the reason. Feng Shijing sighed and said, "No matter how hard she tries, she'll still end up marrying someone. Her two brothers spent less on education than she has." Marsana, listening nearby, nodded in agreement. Exactly. What is the point of a girl learning so much? In the end, she'll just be cooking and raising kids at home. Zhao Yucheng shook his head and said seriously, in the future society, information is the most valuable. With that, he didn't want to say more, after all. People's views couldn't be changed by just a few of his words. He smiled and raised his wine cup, saying, "Thank you, uncle and all the uncles for your care. I toast to everyone." Chapter 94, inquiring about the way Zhao Yucheng thought for a moment and realized that hunting in the cold winter months indeed required warm clothing. So he said, "Then let's save some for making leather clothes, the rest I'll take to the city." "All right, I'll get it for you," Meng Xiaolan said. Then went to divide the roe deer skin. The next day, Zhao Yucheng deliberately dressed in a fine outfit, carrying a roe deer skin, as he boarded the bus to the county town. He first went to the mountain goods market, but still couldn't find the sunglasses man from last time. Seeing that the two people collecting mountain goods nearby weren't busy, he approached them and offered them a couple of cigarettes to strike up a conversation. From their words, he learned that the sunglasses man rarely came to collect goods here. But since they were in the same line of work, they had a bit of an impression of him. However, Zhao Yucheng didn't gain much insight into the mysterious identity of the sunglasses man from their brief exchanges. He left the market and headed straight to the alley in the black market, certain that he would find the information he needed there. Across from the Hongxing Hotel on Xingli Street, the Zhangji grocery store had its door tightly shut, and a crooked sign beside it read, "Buying all kinds of mountain goods and furs." Zhao Yucheng didn't care whether it was business hours or not. He went up and knocked on the door, bang, bang, bang. "Who is it? Knocking during the day, are you here to deliver bad news?" A grumpy voice came from inside, getting closer. Chapter 95, the old hunter of the Awenki Huang Wanjin carefully felt the roe deer skin in Zhao Yucheng's hand, confirming that it was indeed well tanned, and defended himself. "I was just considering what price would be suitable for you." When Zhao Yucheng came out of the Zhangji grocery store, he had an extra 200 yuan in his bag. Huang Wanjin watched Zhao Yucheng's back, feeling both angry and helpless. Huang Mao and the fat man stood by silently. Once Zhao Yucheng was out of sight, Huang Wanjin spat on the ground in frustration, as if that would vent his pent-up anger. He muttered under his breath, "What a living yama! Why are we so unlucky to have crossed paths with him?" The fat man whispered, "Boss, his skills are too impressive. What are we going to do in the future? We can't keep losing like this, can we?" Huang Mao added, he really is skilled. It seems even San Yi is a bit afraid of him. But to be fair, his goods are indeed good. Last time, Sister Song made 3 times the profit selling the furs she got from him in Beijing. Huang Wanjin rubbed the roe deer skin in his hands, deep in thought. As if Zhao Yucheng wasn't too overbearing after all. As long as they didn't touch his sore spot, he was fair in his dealings. He thought about sending this skin to San Yi in Beijing. It would be a profitable business, with higher profits than collecting herbs himself. Chapter 96. Don't go to Nanlin. Sitting nearby, Meng Xiulan listened to Zhao Yucheng's words and instantly turned pale with fear. Dropping the meat skewers in her hand onto the table, she looked at her son nervously and said, Daocheng, we can't go to Nanlin, you mustn't go hunting there. Zhao Yucheng saw Meng Xiulan's unusual expression and asked in surprise, Mother, what's wrong? Meng Xiulan kept repeating that he shouldn't go hunting in Nanlin. He then turned to Wei Shangyan and asked, Grandpa Wei, you just said that ordinary people don't go there, why is that? Wei Shangyan glanced at Meng Xiulan, sighed, and explained, there are black bears over there. Zhao Yucheng nodded, I know, I just want to see if I can catch a black bear. At this moment, he was even more puzzled. He was specifically going to hunt black bears. Although they seemed frightening, they weren't too scary if one was well prepared. After all, people had hunted black bears before. Was there a problem with him going after them? Wei Shangyan looked at him intently, as if trying to see through him. Zhao Yucheng let him scrutinize. After a while, Wei Shangyan asked again, do you still remember how your father passed away? Zhao Yucheng flipped through the remnants of the original owner's memories and shook his head. Chapter 97. Setting traps for roe deer. Zhao Yucheng walked 7 or 8 miles and arrived at the edge of the river. Then walked a bit further into a naturally growing birch forest, which also had some hollow willows. Because these trees grew naturally, they weren't in neat rows. The birch trees were fine since their trunks were straight, making the area look less chaotic, but some of the hollow willows grew crookedly. With some as thick as thighs and others as thick as arms, with smaller saplings. There was no wind in the forest, just a layer of unmelted snow. However, today Zhao Yucheng's plan was to catch a few live roe deer to raise, so he needed to set traps. As for bringing the hunting rifle, it was mainly to guard against encountering wild beasts. Zhao Yucheng first searched for the traces left by the roe deer in the forest before deciding where to set the traps. He carefully examined his surroundings. Since the weather was good, many places had melted and exposed the ground. Suddenly, he noticed some hoof prints on the ground 10 steps away. He crouched down, extended his finger, and gently brushed along the star-shaped depressions in the snow, feeling the dampness of melted snow under his fingertip, confirming that it was fresh tracks. It was a group of young fawns that had recently broken away from their nests. He clapped his hands and laughed, puffing out white mist. After confirming the activity range of the fawns, he took out some hemp rope from his canvas bag. Chapter 98. 10-year contract. Zhao Yucheng thought for a moment. If he raised more in the future, the space would indeed be a problem. He recalled that there was an abandoned kill factory on the back mountain, which would be quite suitable to enclose as a breeding farm. Meng Xiulan said that place requires money, and whether to give it to someone for personal use needs to be asked from the village head. Zhao Yucheng nodded, saying that the venue doesn't seem too big, and he would ask the village head later. It shouldn't cost much. He took out a pen wrapped in tape and sketched a rough drawing of a pen for the barn on the back of his notebook, saying, Mom, the county supply and marketing cooperative has a new procurement catalogue. A complete roe deer skin can be exchanged for 12 pounds of salt. And the price for live ones has tripled. In the next few days, I'll catch a few roe deer, raise them for a few months, and let them give birth to fawns, so the number of roe deer will keep increasing. When spring comes and the thaw happens, we can build a barn over there specifically for raising roe deer. At this point, he looked up at Meng Xiulan and said, then I won't have to run all over the mountains to hunt roe deer anymore. What do you think about this? After hearing her son's words, Meng Xiaolan repeatedly said, "That's great. Hunting in the mountains is both hard and dangerous. If we can make money without going into the mountains, that would be just perfect." Chapter 99. Reaching the home of the black bear, Lin Guodong walked over with big strides, saying, "You invited me, so of course I came." Zhao Yucheng quickly asked, "You didn't tell my mom about going to hunt the black bears, did you?" Lin Guodong shook his head, saying he hadn't mentioned it. "What's wrong?" Zhao Yucheng looked around and lowered his voice, saying to Lin Guodong, "My mom knows I'm going to hunt black bears in the mountains, but for some reason she absolutely won't let me go, and doesn't say why." Lin Guodong thought for a moment and asked, "Maybe she's just worried about you getting hurt." After all, hunting black bears is indeed very dangerous. Zhao Yucheng nodded, "That should be it. But I've already made plans. Besides, I called you over, and if I back out now, what would that mean?" After saying this, Zhao Yucheng asked Lin Guodong, "Are you scared?" Lin Guodong laughed heartily, saying, "Scared? If I was scared, I wouldn't be here today." Zhao Yucheng fell silent for a moment, as if making a significant decision, then said firmly, "Okay, since that's the case, let's go quietly, how about that?" Lin Guodong nodded and leaned into whisper, "When are we going? How will you explain to Aunt?" Chapter 100. The tough black bear. Lin Guodong leaned over and examined the surroundings, whispering, "The black bear isn't home." Zhao Yucheng nodded and made a shushing gesture. He had considered that there might still be black bears hiding, but he was still quite surprised when he actually encountered one. The two gestured to each other and ambushed behind some bushes about 20 meters from the cave entrance. Zhao Yucheng took out some food from his bag, which was corn cakes made by his mother, now frozen and hard. He broke half off for Lin Guodong and slowly chewed on his half, keeping his eyes fixed on the cave entrance. After a while, Zhao Yucheng checked his watch. The hands pointed to 3 in the afternoon. The forest quickly darkened. Suddenly, Lin Guodong nudged his arm. The bushes in the distance started to sway, and snowflakes fell. A massive black shadow slowly appeared, and its heavy breathing was particularly clear in the silent woods. The moment Zhao Yucheng saw the black bear, he felt his heart racing, as if it would leap out of his chest. He gripped his rifle tightly, his palms sweaty. The black bear seemed to sense something, stopping at the cave entrance and moving its large head side to side. Zhao Yucheng could clearly see the white frost on its nose and the crescent-shaped white fur on its chest. Chapter 101. Want to be a bachelor for life. Lin Guodong shook his head, saying, "No matter who it is, we need to deal with this bear quickly." Zhao Yucheng nodded and quickened his movements. "Dacheng!" A shout startled Zhao Yucheng, causing him to tremble with the knife in his hand, nearly cutting the bear's paw incorrectly. He nervously said, "It's really my mom who found us. I'm definitely going to get scolded now." Lin Guodong pressed his lips together and hurriedly helped pack the bear's paw into a bag. Soon, Meng Xiaolan and a group of people followed the light from their flashlights and came over. "Dacheng! It's really you." Meng Xiaolan hurried over to Zhao Yucheng. Due to worry and fear, her steps were a bit unsteady. Zhao Yucheng raised his hand to wipe his forehead, nervously chuckling, "Mom, it's me." Meng Xiaolan only saw the blood on her son's face and his goofy smile, completely ignoring the black bear on the ground. Seeing her son's blooded face and his silly grin made her furious. She stepped forward and slapped his arm twice, scolding, "Why are you so disobedient? Sneaking off to the southern woods. What would I do if something happened to you, huh?" Her voice was tinged with a clear hint of tears. Chapter 102. I invested in this project the next day. At dawn, Zhao Yucheng borrowed the tricycle from Jiang Xiushan's family again. The bear meat was packed in burlap bags with some ice inside, while the bear bile and deer antlers were wrapped in oil paper and placed in a canvas bag. He went to the county town with Lin Guodong. He didn't know that his story of hunting black bears had spread throughout the village, and he had become a famous bear hunting hero. When they arrived at the recycling station, it was just 8 o'clock, and many people were already standing outside. Some were carrying bags filled with medicinal materials, others had baskets covered with blue cloth, the contents unknown. Lin Guodong skillfully guided Zhao Yucheng to park the tricycle at the side door of the recycling station and shouted inside, "Little Liu." The Liu clerk who had weighed for Zhao Yucheng last time came over, wearing a Zhongshan suit and with a pen tucked in his front pocket. Upon seeing Lin Guodong and Zhao Yucheng, he was surprised, saying, "Captain Lin, what brings you here?" Lin Guodong jokingly scolded, "I'm a big free man. What I have the most of is time." Little Liu looked at the bulging canvas bag in the tricycle and the large burlap bag in the cart. His eyes brightening as he turned to Zhao Yucheng, asking, "What good stuff do you have this time?" Chapter 103. I don't care who you are. Zhao Yucheng happened to be a bit short on cash himself and had originally thought about taking out a loan. Since Lin Guodong had this intention, he happily agreed. So, he raised his glass with a smile, saying, "All right, since Brother Lin believes in me, let's drink to that. Here's to the successful launch of our breeding project and to abundant wealth." The glasses clinked with a crisp sound. After a few rounds of drinks, Zhao Yucheng put down his glass, citing the need to drive back home. Lin Guodong respected his decision and asked, "How about some sauerkraut dumplings?" Zhao Yucheng nodded. And while waiting for the dumplings to cook, he got up to go to the restroom. Just as he stepped out of the private room, he saw a familiar figure at the corner of the restroom. He intended to take a closer look, but the figure quickly turned the corner and disappeared. Zhao Yucheng thought about how he didn't have any acquaintances in town besides Lin Guodong, so he shook his head and didn't think much of it. After returning to the private room from the restroom, he felt a bit dizzy. He thought to himself, "I've only had a couple of drinks with old Wei at home. And I didn't feel dizzy then. Why am I feeling dizzy after just a couple of extra drinks today?" It seems that this body's alcohol tolerance is not as great as that of his previous life. He drank some more water, hoping it would ease the dizziness. Chapter 104. What happened with brother? Feng Shanshan leaned on Zhao Yucheng's shoulder and said with discomfort, "I feel so terrible, I want to go home." Zhao Yucheng had no place to take her, so he said, "Okay, I'll take you home right now." He helped Feng Shanshan onto the tricycle, took off his coat and draped it over her, then got on the vehicle himself, allowing Feng Shanshan to lean against his back. "If you dare to have any thoughts about her again, I'll kill you." Zhao Yucheng started the tricycle, throwing a harsh remark at the bald man before leaving. On this winter night, the wind was as sharp as a knife. Zhao Yucheng wore a sweater and a cotton jacket, but didn't feel very cold. He thought it was probably because he had drunk white liquor. Feng Shanshan sat behind him, feeling groggy and resting her head on his back. Her faint breath mingling with the smell of alcohol, lingering around his ears. After the tricycle left the county town, darkness enveloped the front, with only the headlights casting a little light on the road ahead. At this moment, Feng Shanshan seemed to have regained a bit of clarity. She leaned against his back and whispered, "Yucheng, I'm sorry for the trouble." Zhao Yucheng tightened his grip on the handlebars and replied, "Just close your eyes for a bit. We'll be home soon." He tried to drive as smoothly as possible, so Feng Shanshan could rest more comfortably against him. Chapter 105. What happened with brother? Zhao Yuxiu's eyes turned red, and tears streamed down her face. She choked back her sobs and said, "Brother, I can't live like this anymore." Woo-woo. Zhao Yucheng looked at her without speaking, waiting for her to finish. Zhao Yuxiu wiped her tears and said intermittently, "Junjun's dad, he goes out to gamble every day, doesn't take care of the child, and loses money every day, but he won't listen no matter what. All the money at home is gone, we can't celebrate the new year like this." Upon hearing the words gamble and lose money, Zhao Yucheng felt a surge of anger. It's said that 9 out of 10 gamblers lose. Once someone gets involved in gambling, it's hard to change. He looked at Junjun in his arms and comforted her. "I understand. You two come home with me first, mother has been worried about you." Zhao Yucheng carried Junjun and took Zhao Yuxiu back home. When Meng Xiulan saw her daughter's red eyes and the burden in her hands, It felt like a heavy stone pressing down on her heart. Sigh. Meng Xiaolan sighed heavily and said, Xiaoa, stay here with Junjun for now. Zhao Yuxiu nodded, returning to her mother's house, with her mother and brother there. She instantly felt a sense of security. Zhao Yucheng then turned around, grabbing a piece of rope and a wild boar spear, and walked quickly towards Zhengjiatun. Chapter 106, Let's Get Divorced. After a beating, Zheng Baojin had no injuries on his face, only on his body. He quickly curled up on the ground, not daring to move. Zhao Yucheng stepped forward, grabbed him by the back of his collar, and dragged him out of the hunchback's house. What are you doing? Zheng Baojin said weakly. Zhao Yucheng said nothing and quickly dragged him back to the Zheng family. With a thud, he threw him into the yard. Old man Zheng was so shocked that his smoking pipe fell to the ground. What happened to my eldest son? Zheng Baojin's mother hurriedly rushed to her younger son. Checking on him. Zhao Yucheng stood in the middle of the yard, arms crossed, and asked, How long has he been going over there to gamble? How much has he lost in total? Is there still money at home to live on? A series of questions left the old couple speechless. Old man Zheng sighed and squatted against the wall, holding his head and saying nothing. Zheng Baojin's mother lamented, We've spoiled this child, we tell him every day. Maybe he'll understand after a few days. Zhao Yucheng shook his head in disappointment and asked, Where are Yuxiu and Junjun? At this moment, the old couple realized that their daughter-in-law and grandson were not at home. Chapter 107, Stay and Help. Zhao Yucheng brought the two to the town government office. Suddenly, Zheng Baojin, who had been silent the whole way, knelt down on the ground, holding Zhao Yuxiu's leg, and cried out, Wife, I know I was wrong. I won't gamble anymore. Please don't divorce me, okay? Seeing her husband crying and repenting while holding on to her, the emotionally restrained Zhao Yuxiu immediately broke down, biting her lip as tears streamed down her face. Zhao Yucheng, seeing this, yelled at Zheng Baojin, Let go. Otherwise, I'll break your hand. Zhao Yuxiu, seeing her furious brother about to hit her husband, quickly turned to plead for him, Brother, don't hit him. I don't want a divorce. Zhao Yucheng, hearing this, looked at Zhao Yuxiu's sorrowful face, and was so angry he didn't want to speak. Clearly, he was doing this for his sister's good. But it felt like he was committing some heinous act. Zhao Yuxiu wiped her tears and pleaded, Brother, can you give him another chance? After all, he is Junjun's father. If we get divorced, they might not give Junjun to me, and then he won't have a father. Zhao Yucheng yanked Zheng Baojin up from the ground, gritting his teeth and scolding, You two are just getting divorced, it's not like he is dead. Chapter 108, Confronting the Wild Boar. Zhao Yucheng exited the birch and oak forest, walking another 2 or 3 miles to the meadow by the river. From a distance, he could see patches of bulrushes. The river had already started to freeze. He noticed 2 or 3 figures near the bulrushes, seemingly searching for something. Watching the sun shine warmly on the meadow, Zhao Yucheng decided to find a spot to lie down and soak up some sun. Unknowingly, he dozed off. He dreamed of fighting terrorists in a hail of bullets, and then of hunting wild boars and wolves. He didn't know how long he had been asleep, when suddenly a series of rustling sounds jolted him back to reality. Zhao Yucheng opened his eyes to the glaring sunlight, rubbed his eyes, and when he saw the surrounding bulrushes, he remembered where he was. The air above the meadow was warmed slightly by the sun. He raised his wrist to check the time. It was 2:35 p.m. In the distance, another series of rustling sounds echoed. He lay still, carefully listening for the source of the earlier sounds. Zhao Yucheng quickly pinpointed the source of the noise. About 100 meters to the southwest of his right hand. Chapter 109, Let us eat meat together. Zhao Yucheng looked at the 3 people with long faces and asked lightly, Do you want to eat meat? Ling's eyes instantly lit up, Really? Zhao Yucheng pointed at the wild boar on the ground and said, See this big pig? If you help me carry it back, we can eat as much as we want today, and each of you will get a few pounds of meat. How about it? Erling and the two companions looked at the wild boar, and couldn't help but drool. Erling rubbed his hands together, feeling a bit shy, and said, "This pig looks fat, it must be delicious. Da Wei, Da Nyo, how about we pitch in and help Brother Zhao carry it back?" Da Nyo quickly nodded in agreement, saying, "Brother Zhao, this pig looks like it weighs about 300 pounds, right?" Zhao Yucheng nodded. Danyu elbowed Dawei and said, "Are you up for it?" Dawei raised his chin and said confidently, "A man can't say he can't do it. Don't be fooled by how skinny I am, I've got plenty of strength. You have to understand that the three of them hardly eat meat throughout the year, so when they finally have a chance to feast today, they certainly can't miss it." Seeing that Zhao Yucheng only needed a little temptation to agree after 3 months, he quickly took out some hemp rope and deftly tied up the wild boar's 4 legs. Then went to the nearby woods to chop down 2 branches as thick as his arms. Chapter 110, Progress on the Farm Renovation. After finishing their meal, Zhao Yuxiu took her son to rest while Zhao Yucheng chatted with the 3 men. Erling heard Zhao Yucheng's words and said, "Boss, you're right. From now on, I'll work hard and strive for a better life." Danyu, feeling a bit discouraged, replied, "But we don't know how to do anything, and there's nothing we can do. How can we put in the effort?" Dawei, who was probably the most clever among the 3, glanced at Zhao Yucheng and said to Danyu, "Hey, you haven't even started trying, and you're already backing down. How can you achieve anything in life?" Since Brother Zhao said this, he must have some connections. Erling quickly asked, "Boss, what connections? Take us along." Zhao Yucheng thought that if his roe deer farm could get going, he would definitely need some manpower. And he could pull these guys in later. But since it was just starting, he didn't want to make it too obvious and simply said, "There are indeed some tasks. When the time comes, I'll call you. If you have time, come over and help." The 3 of them perked up, as if they could already see a bright future ahead, and quickly agreed. After filling their stomachs, they each took a large piece of meat and went back home. Chapter 111, Mother-in-law's plea. Meng Xiaolan wanted to say something, but Zhao Yucheng put down his bowl, looked at her, and asked, "Mother, do you know how much he lost playing cards?" Meng Xiaolan was stunned, with a bad feeling in her heart. Zhao Yucheng sighed and said, "In the days he was at home, he lost over 200 just playing cards. Can you trust someone like that to do things?" When Meng Xiaolan heard the number 200, her mouth dropped open in shock, unable to speak. Zhao Yucheng continued, "I want you Xiao to divorce him. But you all say breaking someone else's marriage is morally wrong. You Xiao can't bear to divorce him either. When I think of the things he's done, I just want to incapacitate him, so he won't go out and cause trouble anymore." Meng Xiaolan was scared and quickly waved her hands. "Daocheng, please don't act impulsively. No matter what, he is Junjun's father, we can't do that." Zhao Yucheng lowered his head and thought for a moment, then said, "Mother, I can arrange for him to work, but his character is already set. Even if he changes for a while, he won't change for a lifetime. You never know when he'll revert to his old ways." Meng Xiaolan thought of her daughter and Junjun, and couldn't bear it. After some discussion, she said, "Then keep a close eye on him. If he misbehaves again, we'll talk about it then. What do you think?" Chapter 112, Distributing Wages. Zhao Yucheng pulled out a stack of cash from his army green shoulder bag, with a cigarette in his mouth, counting the money quickly with his left hand while holding it in his right. Erling and the 3 stood beside him, their eyes wide open, excitedly rubbing their hands against their pants. "This is yours, Erling." Zhao Yucheng handed a stack to Erling. Erling carefully took the money, his face filled with surprise. Just now, he had been staring at the money in Zhao Yucheng's hand, counting 12 1-yuan bills. He had never held such a large sum of money before. "This is yours, Dawei. This is yours, Danyu." Zhao Yucheng counted out the wages for the 3 of them. Erling and the others counted it twice, their smiles blooming like flowers. "Brother Zhao, Is this too much money? Dawei said in disbelief. Daniel also felt a bit guilty, saying, yeah, Brother Zhao, we only worked for about 10 days and didn't do much. Why are we getting so much pay? Erling stuffed the money into his pocket and said with a grin, since the boss gave it to us. We should just take it with peace of mind. Daniel chuckled and said, 12 yuan is enough to buy 2 bags of flour. Chapter 113, Midnight Poisoner. 1. Since the roe deer were brought to the farm for feeding, Meng Xiaolan had more motivation. She spent 2 consecutive days gathering oak leaves and poplar branches from the woods, then brought them back to the farm to crush with a stone pillar, mixing in soybean meal and wheat bran to feed the roe deer. After less than a month of feeding the roe deer, Meng Xiaolan seemed to have figured out some feeding techniques. She brought a large bag of coarse salt from home and told Zhao Yucheng. I added a little salt to the feed and noticed they seemed to enjoy it more. Zhao Yucheng nodded, took a basin, added some soybean meal, mixed in double the bran, and carefully weighed out a bit of salt to add. After mixing it evenly, he tasted a little to check the saltiness. Found it a bit salty, and added more bran before giving it to the roe deer. The way Zhao Yucheng adjusted the feed's salt content was as precise as calibrating a weapon. 2 puppies were also brought to the farm, after running around the yard. They played around Zhao Yucheng's feet. After careful mixing, he finally created a suitable feed for the roe deer. Zhao Yucheng told Meng Xiaolan, Mother, for this basin of feed, just a small spoonful of salt is enough. If you put in too little, they won't eat it. If you add too much, it will be bad for their health. Chapter 114, Midnight Poisoner. 2. A dark figure slowly approached the farm and climbed over the wall to sneak in. However, within seconds, another dark figure followed in. The 2 puppies that had been playing in the yard were tied up by Zeng Baojin at the door of the roe deer pen, barking non-stop. However, the puppies were less than 2 months old, and their barks were not loud enough to wake the sleeping Zeng Baojin, who was curled up in his blanket. The first dark figure stealthily approached the deer pen, took out a bag, and started to sprinkle something into the stone trough for the roe deer. But before that person could sprinkle anything, there was a loud thud as a foot kicked the dark figure's wrist. The figure was then kicked away, letting out a scream. The 2 puppies saw their owner return and started barking even more excitedly. Zhao Yucheng turned on his flashlight, picked up the bag that had fallen to the ground, and opened it to find it contained some corn kernels. He took a few kernels and sniffed them, frowning tightly. Zhao Yucheng took a couple of steps forward, shining the flashlight on the face of the person lying on the ground, who was somewhat unfamiliar. He stepped on the person's wrist and asked, What do you want to do? The person cried out in pain as Zhao Yucheng stepped on their wrist. Chapter 115, Consulting the professional old hunter. A farce at the brigade took all morning to conclude. Zhao Yucheng watched Jia Hongmei dragging her son Zhao Yufu away and sighed. Zeng Baojin followed behind him, looking anxious. Zhao Yucheng didn't scold him, he simply said, Your alertness is too poor. If I hadn't arrived in time, all the roe deer would have been poisoned to death. Zeng Baojin whispered, Who knew someone could be so malicious? Coming out in the middle of the night to poison. At this point, he suddenly remembered, You were supposed to be on night duty, why are you here in the middle of the night? Zhao Yucheng glanced at him without answering, but his face clearly showed distrust. After this incident, Zhao Yucheng realized the importance of guarding the gate. So he immediately called over Erling, Daniu, and a few others to ask for their opinions. When Erling heard that there was a chance to follow Zhao Yucheng for a long time, he clapped his hands happily and said, Boss, I'll do whatever you arrange. Daniu and Dawei thought Erling was their benefactor, having come out with him and encountered Zhao Yucheng, this big fortune. Zhao Yucheng said, Let's do this. You 3 will take shifts, 1 person will be on duty for 8 hours, and besides guarding the gate, you'll also help with some miscellaneous work around the farm. Think about this for a while. Chapter 116. It's up to you to get rich. Wei Shangyan knocked the tip of his pipe against his shoe and squinted, saying, The place that roe deer love to go most is Sandao Gully. Since you ask, I estimate you must not have been there. So you don't know there is a grove of oak trees? Zhao Yucheng quickly clarified the route, and continued to ask for methods to trap roe deer. Grandpa Wei. I want to catch some live roe deer to bring back. I already have a male deer in my pen, and want to catch as many female deer as possible. Or half-grown roe deer would be even better. Wei Shangyan said, you will definitely see deer tracks. When setting traps, choose paths they often walk on, use fine steel wire, and tie a live knot about a foot off the ground. Zhao Yucheng reflected on his trapping experience, and made improvements based on Wei Shangyan's tips. Seeing Zhao Yucheng's serious demeanor, Wei Shangyan casually picked up a bundle of fine steel wire from the wall and said, how about this? Zhao Yucheng examined it and was surprised, saying, Grandpa Wei, I haven't seen this type of steel wire rope on the market. Did you make this yourself? Wei Shangyan nodded and smiled, yes, I specially made it. It's much sturdier than what's sold on the market. Zhao Yucheng tugged on one end of the wire and couldn't help but admire it, saying, Grandpa Wei, your skills. Chapter 117. Going to the city for advice. Zhao Yucheng went to Sandao Gully for 3 consecutive days to set traps for roe deer, catching a total of 4 roe deer. Now there were 8 roe deer in the pen, 2 males, 5 females, and 1 juvenile roe deer. Zhao Yucheng watched the 8 roe deer leisurely eating hay. Occasionally 2 would butt heads, making roaring sounds. Today Daniel was on duty, and he brought a bundle of poplar branches to give the roe deer extra food. Zhao Yucheng suddenly said, Daniel, come help me reinforce the pen on the east side. Daniel readily replied, sure, Zhao Ji. He stepped forward and helped Zhao Yucheng carry the wooden boards over. After reinforcing the east pen, Zhao Yucheng partitioned off a separate space and said, separate these 8 roe deer, especially the 2 males. At this point, Daniel realized, Zhao Ji thinks of everything. I noticed these 2 deer were always fighting. Separating them is a good idea. Zhao Yucheng smiled and nodded, that's right, in the wild. Although roe deer also move in groups, usually there's only 1 male in each group. Daniel chuckled, these things are just like tigers. 1 mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers. 1 pen cannot hold 2 male deer. Chapter 118. Meeting on the bus. Zhao Yucheng scratched the back of his head and awkwardly said, well, there are indeed other matters. Lin Guodong joked, go ahead, why are you so polite with me? Besides, I have a stake in this. Chen Ying rolled her eyes at Lin Guodong and pretended to be angry, saying, you go away. I haven't finished talking about the precautions for the breeding farm. Lin Guodong quickly said with a smile, okay, it's noon. I'll go make some dishes, and we can eat here. Chen Ying said, it's rare for Xiao Zhao to come. This isn't very good, is it? Zhao Yucheng quickly waved his hand, sister-in-law, I'm fine with anything, no need to fuss over it. Look, I came empty-handed this time. Zhao Yucheng then remembered that he had come too hastily, and forgot to bring something. Lin Guodong and Chen Ying laughed. You go fry 2 dishes and bring them back. I'll tell Xiao Zhao about the remaining precautions. Chen Ying urged Lin Guodong to prepare lunch. Zhao Yucheng took notes seriously. When Lin Guodong returned with 4 dishes, Chen Ying had just finished explaining. Xiao Zhao, don't rush, later, I'll find a book on this topic for you to look at. You'll definitely need our people to go and guide you then, Chen Ying reassured. Chapter 119. Going home together. Looking at the clear and organized notes in her notebook, Feng Shanshan sighed, Brother Dacheng, this knowledge is very professional. It seems your friend is quite remarkable. Zhao Yucheng nodded, yes, she works in the Animal Husbandry Bureau. Feng Shanshan suddenly felt that Zhao Yucheng was no longer the honest and clueless person she had thought, but a diligent, practical person who dares to think and act. Suddenly, the bus took a sharp turn, and Zhao Yucheng instinctively steadied himself. Feng Shanshan, unable to steady herself, suddenly leaned towards Zhao Yucheng. He reached out his hands and caught her just in time. The girl's hair brushed against his chin, leaving a faint fragrance in the air. It was the scent of jasmine. Thank you. Feng Shanshan whispered a thank you, blushing as she quickly sat up straight, nervously intertwining her hands. Complaints erupted from other passengers in the bus. The driver cursed, "Damn it, a wild dog suddenly came out." The bus continued to shake as it moved forward. Feng Shanshan lowered her head, busy fiddling with her white scarf. Zhao Yucheng noticed her awkwardness and consciously stopped talking. Chapter 120. Hope Breeding Farm. Erling had long admired Feng Shanshan, and probably everyone in the village knew. But at that moment, seeing Feng Shanshan standing together with Zhao Yucheng, he felt both heartbroken and envious. Heartbroken because he had pursued Feng Shanshan for over a year, yet she had no feelings for him and gave no response. Envious because the two in front of him were so well matched, whether in appearance or ability. Zhao Yucheng and Feng Shanshan were a tall, striking figure and a petite, lovely girl, resembling the model couple in a promotional poster. Watching them stand together, chatting and laughing, Erling felt a lump in his chest. After feeding a handful of feed, Feng Shanshan turned her side profile towards Zhao Yucheng and asked, "By the way, when I came in just now, I saw the breeding farm didn't have a sign yet. Have you decided on a name?" Zhao Yucheng shook his head. "Not yet. Do you have any good suggestions?" Feng Shanshan tilted her head and thought for a moment before suddenly excitedly saying, "Hope." "What do you think of Hope Breeding Farm?" Zhao Yucheng repeated. "Hope has a very good meaning." Feng Shanshan nodded. "Yes, the future is full of hope, and your business will get better and better." Chapter 121. This trip wasn't in vain. After Zhao Yucheng set up the new rules and regulations, the three people on duty became noticeably more serious. Zheng Baojin, perhaps feeling embarrassed after having been idle at home for too long, frequently ran to the breeding farm to help out. Once it entered the 12th lunar month. Time flew by, and before they knew it, it was mid-month with the festive atmosphere in the village growing stronger. One day, when Zhao Yucheng went to the breeding farm, he ran into Ma Sen carrying a hunting rifle while heading out. "Uncle Ma, are you going into the mountains?" Zhao Yucheng greeted him. Ma Sen nodded, "Yes. I am going to check out Dog Head Mountain to the west." Hearing the mention of Dog Head Mountain, Zhao Yucheng frowned slightly. "Uncle Ma, are you going by yourself?" Ma Sen grimaced, "Yes, it's almost New Year's, and there's not a single thing at home. So I need to hurry and hunt a pig, or a hare to celebrate." Zhao Yucheng nodded and reminded him, "All right, Uncle Ma. It looks like it's going to snow soon, you should go early and come back early. If you catch a big wild boar or a roe deer, let me know when you're cleaning it up, and I'll come help." Ma Sen laughed heartily, "You're getting better at talking. All right. Wait for good news from your Uncle Ma." Watching Ma Sen's uneven steps, Zhao Yucheng couldn't help but feel a bit worried. Chapter 122. Don't worry. I'll drive. Zhao Yucheng saw that Ma Sen was in decent condition, so he didn't want to discourage him and just said, "Uncle Ma, just lie there and don't move. I'll make a stretcher for you to lie on, let's hurry down the mountain." Ma Sen shyly replied, "Then I'll trouble you." Zhao Yucheng quickly gathered materials, cut some branches, and made a long stretcher nearly 2 meters long and over 80 centimeters wide. Then he thought for a moment, found some more branches to raise the edges a bit, and filled the inside with thick dry grass. He first laid Ma Sen flat on the stretcher and then placed the hare next to him, saying, "If you get cold, hug the hare to warm up." Ma Sen was amused by Zhao Yucheng's words and patted the hare next to him, saying, "I must say, this stretcher you made is almost as comfortable as my bed at home." Zhao Yucheng took out some rope from his bag, tied it to the stretcher, looked at the time, and saw it was already 3 in the afternoon. He hurriedly dragged the stretcher down the mountain. Before he had gone halfway, snowflakes began to fall from the sky. Seeing this, Zhao Yucheng took off his coat and covered Ma Sen with it. Ma Sen quickly declined, "No, no. You hurry and put it on, don't get cold. If you catch a cold, then no one will help me back home." Chapter 123. The poor child grows up fast. When Zhao Yucheng and Feng Shanshan brought Ma Sen home, his 2 daughters were doing homework, and the food was already warming in the pot. The eldest daughter, Ma Xiaoling, was 12 years old and remained calm in emergencies. Seeing Ma San come back in an unusual state, she hurried over to help him. Big brother Dacheng, sister Shanshan, you're here. Ma Xiaoling carefully approached to take Ma San from their hands. Dad, what happened to you? Ma San waved his hand casually. I'm fine, just fell a bit. She carefully helped Ma San sit on the edge of the kang and then asked her sister to bring a few cups of hot water for Zhao Yucheng and Feng Shanshan. Finally giving her father one. Ma Xiaoling looked at her father with some disbelief, then turned to Zhao Yucheng for confirmation. Zhao Yucheng, fearing the two children would worry, said, Uncle Ma had a little accident in the mountains, so he needs to rest as much as possible. Ma Xiaoling nodded. Thank you, big brother Dacheng and sister Shanshan, for bringing my dad back so late. I've already made dinner, let us eat together, she said, sending her sister Ma Xiaohui to serve the dishes. Seeing her composure, Zhao Yucheng felt relieved. No, this is the medicine the doctor prescribed for your dad, you should put it away for now. You both should go to school tomorrow. And I'll come back to check on your dad later. Chapter 124, Have you all learned to be capable? Ma San pointed at Zhao Yucheng and laughed heartily, joking. Dacheng, you're not a kid anymore, why do you get embarrassed when we talk about finding a wife? How will you find one like that? Zhao Yucheng stopped in his tracks, went back to stack the blankets on the kang, then set the square table and arranged the dishes, explaining. I just feel there's nothing much to say about it. Isn't it all about fate with these things? Talking about it won't help. Ma San shook his head with a smile, no longer teasing him. Remembering it had snowed all night, and worried about the roe deer in the barn, Zhao Yucheng said, Uncle Ma, you eat first, I'll go check on those roe deer and come back. Ma San nodded naturally. No rush, you go do your thing first. We can chat when you get back. Zhao Yucheng hurriedly arrived at the breeding farm. Zhao Ji is here. Daniu greeted him, as he was cleaning the snow in the yard. I've already fed the roe deer. Zhao Yucheng nodded, seeing Daniu shoveling the snow in the yard. He said, with such a large yard, just clear a path first, the rest can be done slowly. He quickly went to the barn and saw that the roe deer had already eaten, and were wandering in their respective stalls. He checked the temperature in the warm room and felt it was indeed much warmer than outside, which put his mind at ease. Chapter 125, You're not humble at all. Zhao Yucheng smiled and said, I was very serious just now. I just wanted them to remember. Many times being gentle doesn't solve problems, you have to be strict. Zhao Yuxie nodded, seemingly understanding. After handling things at the breeding farm, Zhao Yucheng returned to Ma San's house. Ma San was sitting in the yard, soaking up the sun while watching Zhao Yucheng handle the hair. Suddenly he said, I say Dacheng, your technique looks even better than mine. I've been doing this for over 10 years. And you've only been at it for a few months, and are already so skilled. What is that word again? Zhao Yucheng chuckled and replied, skilled and adept. Ma San nodded eagerly, yes, that is the word. Zhao Yucheng, not being modest, stated directly, well, even though I started late, I'm a naturally gifted hunter. Not only do I have high intelligence, but I also progress quickly, so in such a short time, I've developed such proficient skills. Hearing this, Ma San burst out laughing. You're not humble at all. While chatting, Zhao Yucheng continued his work. Uncle Ma, how do you plan to handle this hide? He asked, placing the perfectly skinned hide aside. Chapter 126, The Year-End Market. Zhao Yucheng, upon hearing him say that, no longer pressed. At that moment, Ma Xiaoling and her sister returned from school, politely greeting big brother Dacheng. Zhao Yucheng noticed their maturity beyond their years and asked, can you handle the hides? Ma Xiaoling and her sister replied in unison, yes, we can. We learned last winter. Ma Xiaoling demonstrated, saying they would soak it in plant ash first and then beat it with a stick. Zhao Yucheng listened and couldn't help but praise, at such a young age. You're really impressive. The sisters, flattered, showed the shy expressions unique to children. Zhao Yucheng stood up and said, I'll head back now, you two keep busy. And call me if you need anything. Just as he left Marsan's house, he ran into Meng Xiaolan carrying a basin. Are Marsan's daughters back from school? Meng Xiaolan asked as she approached. Zhao Yucheng nodded, just back from school. Meng Xiaolan pointed to the dishes she was carrying, saying she would hurry and deliver them so they could eat quickly, telling him to go home first, as Xiaozeng had just returned home too. Zhao Yucheng nodded. When he got home and opened the door, he saw Zheng Baojin serving the dishes and sitting down at the table by the Kang. Chapter 127. Smartly capturing a pickpocket, the old man selling spices gathered his goods and quickly began to chant a catchy rhyme, speaking of Sichuan pepper. Oh, how fragrant it is! The taste of Sichuan pepper is famous far and wide. If you ask where it comes from, it's from Kaifeng in Henan. In some places, the Sichuan pepper doesn't smell as good as that from Henan. Sichuan pepper is very hot in nature, used to disperse cold and coolness day and night. Listening to the old man singing, the onlookers began to applaud and praise him. Zhao Yucheng thought to himself, the old man's shouting level is better than some rap artists' rhymes. Someone asked with interest, brother, your Sichuan pepper sounds so good, how much is it? 5 yuan a pound. The old man replied, extending his palm. His price instantly scared all the onlookers away. Zhao Yucheng, holding a half rack of ribs in one hand and hugging Junjun with the other, stood by watching for a while and asked Meng Xiaolan, do you want some? Meng Xiaolan quickly pulled him away. After walking a bit, Meng Xiaolan whispered, too expensive. Ribs are only 1 yuan 50 per pound, and he actually wants 5 yuan. Zhao Yucheng laughed. Sichuan pepper is a condiment, used not often. Buying a pound can last for several months, so it's not expensive when you think about it. Chapter 128. The bachelor's son finally enlightened. Everyone applauded and praised. Zhao Yucheng quickly waved his hand and said, I can only do this much. The rest is up to the police. Someone immediately went to report, and soon 2 police officers arrived to take the 2 pickpockets away. And those who lost money followed them to the police station. When the 2 pickpockets were taken away, they turned back and glared fiercely at Zhao Yucheng. Zhao Yucheng returned a bright smile. Once the crowd dispersed, Meng Xiaolan patted her chest and sighed, that was so scary, those people actually had knives and openly took money. Zhao Yucheng reassured her, they just pick places with a lot of people, making it hard to be noticed. One steals, the other takes the money. But their little tricks are easy to see through. Meng Xiaolan quickly moved her bag to the front and held it tightly to feel more secure. Zhao Yucheng held the ribs in one hand and held Junjun's hand with the other, continuing to walk through the market. Soon Meng Xiaolan found a clothing stall and stood in front of it selecting clothes for the kids. What do you think of this cotton coat? It's red. And when worn, it looks like a doll from a New Year painting. Meng Xiaolan picked it up and measured it against Junjun's height. Chapter 129. The trouble of Miss Shanshan. After Feng Shanshan and Xiaojun went to the market, Meng Xiaolan pulled her son to buy new clothes, and at that moment, she was completely unconcerned about the prices, only focusing on how the clothes looked on. Zhao Yucheng was amused and helpless at her reaction. Mom, it's just a meal. No need to be so formal. Meng Xiaolan sternly educated him. 2 beautiful girls are having dinner with you, if you don't make an effort, how can you sit across from them? Zhao Yucheng helplessly explained, but you don't need to buy special clothes, right? Meng Xiaolan, however, didn't listen to him anymore, and excitedly went to pick clothes at the men's clothing stall, even dragging Zhao Yucheng to the stall to compare sizes. The owner of the men's clothing store was a woman in her 30s with big waves in her hair. When she saw Zhao Yucheng, her eyes lit up. Auntie, your son is really handsome. He is tall and good-looking. This Zhongshan suit fits him, as if it was custom-made. Meng Xiaolan beamed with joy at the compliment for her son and immediately bought the suit for 45 yuan without even haggling. Chapter 130. Finding a needle in a haystack. Zhao Yucheng was not happy that his conversation with the 2 girls was interrupted and said with a straight face to Huang Wanjin, you guys go over there, I'll talk to you when I'm done. Huang Wanjin glanced at Feng Shanshan and Xiaojun, quickly nodded and apologized, sorry. We'll wait for you over there. After saying that, he hurriedly took Huang Mao and the fatty away. Feng Shanshan looked at the three who were leaving and quickly stood up, saying, Brother Dacheng, we're full, and it's almost time to go to work. We'll head back first. You take your time. With that, she pulled Xiaojun away. Seeing Feng Shanshan and her colleague leave, Zhao Yucheng lost his appetite. Pouring himself a cup of water and drinking slowly. Huang Wanjin, waiting on the side, saw Zhao Yucheng was done and quickly walked over with a smile, Brother Zhao. Have you finished? Zhao Yucheng nodded expressionlessly, pulled out a wad of money, and handed it over to pay. Huang Wanjin quickly returned the money, I interrupted your meal. This meal is on me, consider it an apology. He took out 2 big bills from his bag and instructed Huang Mao to go to the front desk to settle the bill. Zhao Yucheng leaned back in his chair, not looking at Huang Wanjin, and asked straightforwardly, what do you want from me? Chapter 131, Top Quality Leather. Zheng Baojin looked at the 3 strangers. One in his 40s with shiny hair gel and wearing sunglasses, and 2 young guys, one with yellow hair and one fat, each with their own vibe. However, they all had a common vibe of a carefree, second-rate persona. He quietly asked Zhao Yucheng, brother, they don't look like good people. They aren't here to make trouble, are they? Zhao Yucheng shook his head, I know them, they are in business. Zheng Baojin was stunned. Looking at his usually upright brother-in-law, unable to imagine he knew these 3 people with a second-rate vibe. Zhao Yucheng waved to Huang Wanjin, who quickly brought the 2 younger guys over, nodding and bowing. Brother Zhao, these roe deer are really well raised, their fur is shiny and bright. Is this your breeding farm? Huang Wanjin asked somewhat uncertainly. Zhao Yucheng nodded, Boss Huang, do you have any good suggestions? Huang Wanjin, seeing the roe deer in the pen, excitedly said, Isn't this the divine beast we talked about? Can this be raised? Zhao Yucheng didn't answer his silly question, but instead asked, what is the price for the skins? Chapter 132, The brother's price is too high. As Feng Shijing took out the 3rd skin, Huang Wanjin was shocked to the point he couldn't stand and fell back onto the chair. We'll take it. We'll take them all. Huang Wanjin threw his sunglasses aside, his hand shaking as he reached for his wallet. However, Feng Shijing suddenly put the skins back in the bag. Sizing up Huang Wanjin and leisurely said, if you don't offer a suitable price, I won't let you take the skins. Upon hearing Feng Shijing asking for a price, Huang Wanjin couldn't care less about posturing and quickly asked, brother, how much do you want? Feng Shijing had just opened his mouth and hadn't had time to quote a price when Zhao Yucheng suddenly said quickly, 280. Feng Shijing was taken aback, his eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at him. Huang Wanjin, hearing the quote, chuckled and said, Brother Zhao, although we have a friendship, business is business. Since you said 280, then you can't back out. As Huang Wanjin spoke, he took out a stack of money from his bag and counted out 280 yuan. Seeing this, Zhao Yucheng corrected him, you misunderstood. I meant 280 for 1 piece of leather. Huang Wanjin's hand that was handing over the money froze in midair. Feng Shijing's mouth dropped even wider. Chapter 133, Arrogant Director Zhu Gets Tamed. Zheng Baojin said softly, today I met someone who collects mountain goods. He said if I help him collect the goods, he'll give me 5 yuan for each piece of leather. Zhao Yuxia wasn't surprised by the 5 yuan, instead. She was puzzled, isn't it simple to collect leather? Why do they need to share money with you? Zheng Baojin proudly replied, you don't understand, do you? They are in a hurry to collect goods and aren't familiar with the area. We are locals, it's easy to find out who has leather. Of course, there's a benefit for running errands for them. After hearing him, Zhao Yuxia thought it made sense, but then she remembered her brother's breeding farm and hesitated. But what about my brother's place? Zheng Baojin had already thought of a solution. I'll go collect leather and make money, and you're just idle at home. So you can cover for me at the farm. That way, if my brother pays you, we'll earn a little extra. Zhao Yuxiu felt it was indeed feasible. Okay. Should we tell my brother? Zheng Baojin frowned in a disdainful expression. Are you silly? What if he disagrees? Tomorrow I'll go collect leather. And you just need to go to the breeding farm to switch shifts. We'll talk to my brother when he finds out. Chapter 134, Brother Yucheng, you're so good. Zhao Yucheng seemed to be asking for his opinion, but didn't he wait for a response. He then started raining punches on Director Zhu's big belly, which was as round as a drum. Because he was familiar with human anatomy, he avoided the vital organs in the abdominal cavity with every punch, yet made the pain unforgettable. Soon, Director Zhu stopped being stubborn. Zhao Yucheng paused and asked, "Still want to play?" Director Zhu weakly shook his head. Zhao Yucheng raised an eyebrow. "Oh, looks like you're softening up." Director Zhu quickly nodded. "Don't hit me anymore." "I yield, I really yield." Zhao Yucheng shook his head. "You should have said that earlier. Look at all the unnecessary suffering you've been through. Are you regretting it?" Director Zhu slumped on the ground, not wanting to say a word, just wishing for the terrifying man in front of him to disappear quickly. However, Zhao Yucheng didn't let him off easily. He pulled him up from the ground and pressed him onto a chair, asking, "Are you still giving the training quota to Feng Shanshan?" Director Zhu glanced at Feng Shanshan, who quickly hid behind Zhao Yucheng in fear. Seeing Zhao Yucheng staring at him, he knew that if he didn't agree, he might not be able to leave tonight. Chapter 135, We are the closest people. The midday sun shone down through the branches, making Zhao Yucheng feel warm and a bit drowsy. After an unknown amount of time, just as he was about to doze off, a crisp sound suddenly reached his ears. Trained from his previous life, he maintained a high level of alertness even while sleeping. And he immediately opened his eyes. Based on the direction of the sound, he determined it was from a trap. It seemed a prey had been caught. He quickly got up to check. From a distance, he saw a female roe deer struggling in the trap, and judging by her bulging belly, it was clear she was pregnant. Zhao Yucheng felt a surge of joy. Catching one meant he could get two. He slowly approached and gently said, "Don't move. I won't hurt you." He carefully got closer to the deer, softly calming the panicking animal. After a while, the deer sensed Zhao Yucheng meant no harm, and calmed down slightly. Zhao Yucheng cautiously reached out to touch the deer, finally soothing it completely. Seeing the red marks on the deer's legs from the thin ropes, he quickly crouched down to release it. After untangling the rope, Zhao Yucheng led the deer to his resting place, tied it to a tree, and piled some leaves beside it for the deer to eat while he continued to wait. Chapter 136, Grateful for finding the right support. Hearing Zhao Yuxiu asking about collecting leather, Zheng Baojin instantly turned into a smiling face. "The job I found is great. I easily made 15 yuan today." Upon hearing such a sum, Zhao Yuxiu looked at Zheng Baojin with admiration. "Are you serious?" Zheng Baojin pulled out a stack of money from his pocket, shook it, and looked at Zhao Yuxiu with pride. Zhao Yuxiu wanted to reach out to take it, but Zheng Baojin dodged. "What do you need so much money for? I'd better hold onto it myself. I don't trust you with it." Saying this, Zheng Baojin stuffed the money back into his pocket. Zhao Yuxiu only wanted to take a look and didn't intend to keep the money. But seeing him take it back left her feeling empty. "I didn't even ask you for money, you stingy," she said angrily as she turned to go inside. Zheng Baojin followed her, muttering, "I'm stingy. I'm just trying to make life better. If I don't get my act together, my brother will only look down on me more." Zhao Yuxiu retorted, "Don't you know what you're doing? Is this about being respected or not?" Zheng Baojin got angry too. "Zhao Yuxiu, why are you so aggressive with your words? If you don't want to see me, I'll leave right now." Chapter 137, Are you dating someone? Everyone at the dinner table looked at Zhao Yucheng, urging him to clarify whether he was in a relationship. Zhao Yucheng was stunned. Village chief, I'm not. When did you see me dating someone? Zhao Jiaxing took a sip of wine and pointed at Zhao Yucheng, laughing as he said. Still pretending with me. That night I saw you riding a bike with a girl. I couldn't see the girl clearly, but I could see who was riding the bike. Zhao Yucheng thought carefully and suddenly remembered that a few days ago, he did indeed ride a bike with a girl one night. However, that girl was none other than Feng Shanshan. But that wasn't dating. However, if he revealed Feng Shanshan's name, it might cause a bigger misunderstanding. Thinking of this, he casually said, "Oh, it was just a coincidence, I was just helping her out." The village chief shook his head upon hearing Zhao Yucheng's words and said to everyone, "That girl even had her arms around his waist. Do you believe what he said?" After that, Zhao Jiaxing burst out laughing. Everyone joined in teasing him. And Lin Guodong quickly asked, "If you really are dating, introduce her to us, then auntie won't be anxious anymore, right?" Chapter 139, The Place with Chinese Fur. Zhao Yucheng immediately took Lin Guodong to find Wei Shangyan, coincidentally running into him locking the door, as he prepared to go out. Zhao Yucheng hurriedly approached and asked, "Grandpa Wei, are you going out?" Wei Shangyan turned around, saw it was Zhao Yucheng, and laughed heartily, "You're here. Then I don't have to make this trip." Saying this, he unlocked the door and hung the lock aside, inviting the two into the house. Zhao Yucheng and Lin Guodong, both tall, ducked their heads to avoid the door frame as they entered the small room. Lin Guodong entered the room and sat down following Zhao Yucheng, curiously examining the items inside. Zhao Yucheng asked, "Grandpa Wei, do you need something from me?" Wei Shangyan nodded. "I mentioned I would take you out for a walk a few days ago. I didn't expect the new year would come so soon. Do you want to go to the mountains with me before the new year or after?" Zhao Yucheng immediately said, "What a coincidence. We came here for this matter." Wei Shangyan glanced at them and smiled, "I understand, you two can't wait to set off right now." Zhao Yucheng and Lin Guodong excitedly nodded repeatedly. Wei Shangyan thought for a moment, slapped his thigh, and said, "Since that's the case, let us prepare tonight and set off early tomorrow morning." Chapter 140, Riding into the Mountains. Wei Shangyan explained that the so-called Solan people are actually a unified term for the Evenki, Dor, and Orokan ethnic groups. Also known as the Three Solan clans, or the Three Solan tribes. Lin Guodong chimed in, "I know the Solan people love freedom, are brave in battle, and historically, the Solan soldiers were the elite troops of the Qing dynasty." Wei Shangyan looked at the two excited young men and smiled. "Tomorrow I'll take you to a horse farm, someone will be very happy to answer your questions." After a night of rest, the two got up early the next morning. By the time they arrived, their expectations for the trip had far exceeded their initial thoughts. They patiently waited for Wei Shangyan to wake up, had breakfast together at the hotel, and continued their journey. Wei Shangyan looked out the car window and sighed. In less than 30 years, so much has changed here. The car traveled along a somewhat rugged road, with the settlements of the Orokan people on both sides, where they built houses and set up sheds for farming. The car stopped in front of a row of bungalows, and Wei Shangyan got out and headed straight for the bungalows. Soon, a man of similar age to him came out, wearing a coat made of deer skin and a deer head hat. Chapter 141, Bonfire Party. By Liang rode a horse with Zhao Yucheng and Lin Guodong. While strolling through the forest and explaining some of his ethnic group's hunting customs. For example, during winter, they mainly hunt large animals with plenty of fat, like Siberian tigers, bears, and wild boars. Because the meat of these animals is thick and delicious, it helps keep warm during winter. In summer and autumn, they mainly catch wild chickens, roe deer, and hares, which are leaner. These game meats are of good quality, and go particularly well with fresh vegetables and fruits. Zhao Yucheng and Lin Guodong occasionally exchanged glances. This was more meaningful than going into the mountains to hunt wild boars. He said to Lin Guodong, The Orokan people are not only skilled horse riders and archers, but also deeply understand the habits and living patterns of various wild animals. They truly deserve to be called the hunting gods of the greater Xing'an range. Bai Liang, hearing Zhao Yucheng's words, said seriously, "A horse and a gun are our symbols of bravery. Our generations have relied on the mountains and forests for survival and also protect this area. Every once in a while, I take hunters up the mountain to hunt." Then he said to Zhao Yucheng and Lin Guodong, "Since you just arrived today, let us explore here for now. If you're interested, I can take you into the mountains tonight. How about that?" Chapter 142, Rescuing the Trapped Fire Fox. Bai Liang nodded and said, "Whenever we go hunting, we only catch 1 or 2 at most. But poachers can harm many wild animals with just one trap. Some of them set traps and leave them, even after the snow melts in spring, they don't care. Leaving them there, one trap can harm 10 or 8 animals. Tomorrow, I'll take you up the mountain to have a look, and you'll understand." Early the next morning, Bai Liang took the 2 into the mountains. The 3 of them entered the forest and traveled east for about 700 meters into a quiet birch forest. The snow in the birch forest barely reached their ankles, and was very soft underfoot. As they walked deeper into the mountains, there were many Chinese firs and other trees. "Look here, there's a trap," Bai Liang said, squatting down to dismantle the trap. "This trap, if you don't dismantle it, it could stay here for 100 years without breaking down, and it would harm many deer. This area is almost depleted of deer." Zhao Yucheng and Lin Guodong saw this and quickly went forward to help dismantle the trap. The 3 continued on, looking for traps set by poachers. Suddenly, Zhao Yucheng stopped and said, "It seems like there's some movement ahead." Chapter 143, Wei Shangyan's past. After hearing about Wei Shangyan's past, Zhao Yucheng and Lin Guodong sighed. Realizing how difficult his life had been, Zhao Yucheng still remembered the first time he met Wei Shangyan. The way Wei Shangyan looked at him was so kind. Yet he never expected that he had lost his own child. An elderly man who had lived alone all his life, now older and without family by his side, made one feel a pang of sadness. When they returned from the forest to the horse farm, Zhao Yucheng and Lin Guodong intentionally looked for Wei Shangyan. Wei Shangyan's house was not far from the horse farm. It was a simple house built of wood and yellow mud. And he was bending over sharpening a knife in the small yard. Zhao Yucheng called out from behind the wooden fence, "Grandpa Wei." Wei Shangyan looked up at him. His hair was a bit disheveled, but his eyes still held the kind gaze that Zhao Yucheng was familiar with. Wei Shangyan invited him and Lin Guodong inside. Once inside, Zhao Yucheng found it very simple as well. There was a firewall separating the space, with the kitchen and stove on one side and a large earthen bed serving as both living room and bedroom on the other. Various deer skins, bear skins, otter skins, and several hunting knives were hung on the wall. Zhao Yucheng was pleasantly surprised to find 2 hunting rifles of different lengths in the corner. One semi-automatic and the other a homemade gunpowder gun. Chapter 144, The Stranger Whistling for Deer. Wei Shangyan continued. "I saw that thing move and wanted to hurry back to the tent. When I looked up, 5 or 6 crows were staring at me from above, suddenly cawing loudly at me. I panicked, and the gun in my hand went off, hitting that glowing figure that hadn't run far." Zhao Yucheng and Lin Guodong widened their eyes in disbelief at this unexpected turn of events. What happened to that humanoid light figure in the end? Lin Guodong asked cautiously. Wei Shangyan's gaze seemed unfocused, as if he was still trapped in the past. He said softly, "It fell down at that moment, and I saw the light on it flickering, but I didn't dare to go closer. I waited a long time, but still didn't dare to approach. Finally, I saw that humanoid light figure crawl up from the ground and stagger away. I didn't dare to chase after it." Zhao Yucheng and Lin Guodong felt as if they were listening to a tall tale, having never heard such a bizarre story. Could it be a wild man? Zhao Yucheng guessed. Wei Shangyan frowned and thought for a moment before saying, "It's possible that it was a wild man, because later on, people nearby also said they saw that thing and guessed that there were wild men in the forest. Chapter 145, Deglehahai. Wei Shangyan looked at the horse tied nearby and said, "The roe deer blood we collected earlier must have quenched the horse's thirst." Zhao Yucheng hurriedly placed the still liquid roe deer blood beside the horse, and saw it lower its head to drink. This surprised Zhao Yucheng, as he believed horses were purely herbivorous animals. Zhao Yucheng broke off some willow branches and returned to the fire pit, where he saw Lin Guodong and Wei Shangyan had already cut a lot of small pieces of meat. He sharpened both ends of the willow branches with his dagger, then skewered the meat pieces on the branches and roasted them over the fire. At that moment, he saw two people walking towards him from a distance, looking somewhat like a father and son. "Grandpa Wei, look at him," he gestured. Wei Shangyan looked up and smiled. They were old acquaintances. He waved to the two, saying, "Hi, Anshuku." The other party smiled back and greeted Wei Shangyan. Wei Shangyan asked, "Why did you both come into the mountains?" Anshuku looked up at the sky and said, "I had nothing to do, so I came." "What a coincidence to run into you. Are you leaving after this?" Wei Shangyan shook his head. "I won't leave before the new year. We'll talk about it after the new year." The five of them sat together, enjoying the meat and wine, which tasted delicious. Chapter 146, The Betrayal of the Mysterious Receiver. The three looked up and saw they had shot a reindeer. When they carried the reindeer back and began to gut it, they were shocked to find a pile of animal skins nearby. They hadn't noticed it at first because it was covered with other things. The severed antlers were still bleeding, and the bright red blood on the pure white snow was particularly eye-catching. Seeing this, Zhao Yucheng tightened his grip on the gun. Watching the four people joking around in the distance, Wei Shangyan suddenly froze. He rubbed his eyes, shook his head in disbelief, and looked closely again. Zhao Yucheng noticed Wei Shangyan's unusual behavior and quickly asked, "What's wrong, Grandpa Wei?" Wei Shangyan frowned and said, "It seems there's someone familiar in there." Zhao Yucheng squinted to look closely and saw one person turning around, wearing sunglasses. How could he be here? Wei Shangyan shook his head. How could Xiaokang come here? When I chat with him, did I say too much? Upon hearing this, Zhao Yucheng understood. This Xiaokang had used information that Wei Shangyan had inadvertently revealed to determine this area, and had gathered three companions to poach. Chapter 147, Who is he really? The Sunglasses King angrily said, "I originally didn't collect skins, but that day old Wei insisted I help take your skins. I took them because of his face." Zhao Yucheng didn't find anything unusual about this and gestured for him to continue. However, the Sunglasses King became agitated at this point. "After I took your skin back, a friend of mine liked it and offered me double my purchase price." Zhao Yucheng nodded. "Isn't that good? You made money." The Sunglasses King jumped up excitedly and accused Zhao Yucheng. "It was because I took your skin that I discovered a more profitable route, which is why I came here." Zhao Yucheng looked at the spitting Sunglasses King and thought this person must be out of his mind, otherwise, he wouldn't be saying such illogical things. Clearly, he was greedy and had gone down a wrong path, yet he blamed others for it. After Zhao Yucheng finished speaking, he smiled helplessly and no longer paid attention to the Sunglasses King. The sky completely darkened, and the temperature in the woods dropped sharply. Zhao Yucheng and Lin Guodong kept watch over the four poachers, sitting around the campfire. Chapter 148, Reunion after 30 years. Is your name Wei Sen? Zhao Yucheng's voice trembled slightly. The wild man Wei Sen slowly nodded. Tears streamed down from beneath the mask, this time more and faster. Lin Guodong gasped. How is this possible? Zhao Yucheng cautiously stepped closer to the wild man and carefully extended his hand. Wei Sen did not shy away, allowing him to touch his arm. We will take you home, Zhao Yucheng said, to see your father. But Wei Sen took a step back and shook his head. He pointed to the cave ceiling and then to himself. What is he saying? Lin Guodong asked. Zhao Yucheng stared at Wei Sen's white fur and suddenly understood. He couldn't leave here. He might feel that he was no longer an ordinary person. Wei Sen nodded and shook his head. He pointed at Zhao Yucheng and then at the mountain below, making a gesture for them to wait. Are you saying we should go back first? Zhao Yucheng asked. Wei Sen nodded again, and then turned to walk deeper into the cave. No longer looking at Zhao Yucheng and Lin Guodong. Zhao Yucheng watched Wei Sen's back, thought for a long time, and said, in that case, you stay here and protect yourself. I'll leave some food and medicine for you. Chapter 149, Home for the New Year. When Zhao Yucheng and Lin Guodong arrived at Wei Shangyan's house, Wei Shangyan was cooking while leaning on a cane. Lin Guodong stepped forward to take the firewood and smiled. Uncle Wei, I can cook, let me do it. Zhao Yucheng placed a bag of items on the kang and said, Grandpa Wei. This is the fitted clothing and some supplies that Lin Ji and I bought in the city early this morning, for Uncle Wei. Wei Shangyan opened it to find 2 sets of clothes, toothpaste, a toothbrush, and a pair of clippers. Zhao Yucheng picked up the clippers and said, how about I help Uncle Wei trim his fur first? Wei Shangyan looked at his son curled up in the corner. The morning sunlight streamed through the wooden house's window, shining on his silver-white long fur. At that moment, Wei Sen was watching the clippers warily. Wei Shangyan looked a bit worried. Zhao Yucheng carefully approached with the clippers. Don't be afraid, it will be over soon. Wei Sen shrank back a little, but seeing Zhao Yucheng's gentle gaze, he slowly relaxed. Zhao Yucheng turned on the clippers in advance and moved them a bit to let Wei Sen get used to the sound. After a while, Zhao Yucheng cautiously moved closer and gently pushed a few strands of silvery hair. Noticing that Wei Sen didn't react violently, he patiently began to shave. Chapter 150. Something happened at the farm after eating a plate of dumplings. Zhao Yucheng asked Meng Xiaolan to pack a portion to take to the farm. Leng was in the duty room and quickly got up to greet Zhao Yucheng when he saw him return. Boss, you're back. Zhao Yucheng took out the dumplings and placed them on the table, saying, I brought you some dumplings, with sauerkraut and meat filling, eat them while they are hot. Leng quickly expressed his gratitude. Boss, you're so nice. You were thinking of me. Saying this, Leng started eating. Zhao Yucheng asked, while I was away? Nothing happened at the farm, right? Leng replied while eating, everything is fine, with me and Daniel here, you can rest assured. Zhao Yucheng nodded, you've worked hard. Both of you. After you finish eating, go home. I'll keep watch tonight. Leng hurriedly said, no need, boss, you just got back, rest at home. There's nothing busy tonight anyway. Zhao Yucheng smiled, it's true it's not busy, but long hours are tiring. It's the little new year today, go home. Seeing Zhao Yucheng insist, Leng happily finished his dumplings and went home. Zhao Yucheng took a flashlight and walked around the walls, not finding anything unusual. He returned to the duty room and lay down. Chapter 151. The scream from the second floor of the health clinic. The police station was very close to the town health clinic, and the officer quickly brought Zhao Yucheng there in a few minutes. The wound wasn't deep, and the doctor said while bandaging, but be careful not to get infected. Zhao Yucheng nodded, and just as he was about to get up after the bandaging, he suddenly heard a scream from the second floor. The doctor's hands visibly trembled, and his gaze shifted. What's going on? Zhao Yucheng narrowed his eyes. Nothing, the doctor stammered, it might be a patient having a nightmare. Zhao Yucheng didn't believe him. He trusted his intuition about unusual situations. No way. Saying that, he rushed out of the treatment room and headed straight for the second floor. The officer was taken aback and hurried to follow. Comrade, wait. In a hospital room at the end of the second floor corridor, muffled cries could be heard. Zhao Yucheng kicked the door open, and the sight before him filled him with rage. Director Zhu, bald and flustered, was pinning a girl down on the hospital bed, his hand already reaching inside her clothes. Stop it! Zhao Yucheng shouted. Director Zhu was startled and shivered. Upon seeing Zhao Yucheng, his face turned pale, and he stammered, Why you? Why are you here again? Chapter 152. Twist his hands off. Zhao Yucheng understood immediately and said, I'll go find a key witness. You check if there are any staff in the health clinic who have had similar experiences. Zhao Yucheng immediately took action. Thinking of the key witness, who was none other than Feng Shanshan, whom he had saved from danger. Knock, knock, knock. Zhao Yucheng decisively knocked on the door of Feng Shijing's house. Brother Yucheng. Feng Shanshan looked surprised at Zhao Yucheng standing at the door. Zhao Yucheng asked, Is it convenient? I want to discuss something with you. Seeing Zhao Yucheng's serious expression, her face flushed. After a moment, she lowered her head and said, Okay, wait a moment. She turned and went back inside, quickly coming out again with a scarf and gloves on. Zhao Yucheng and she stood under a tree outside the village. Feng Shanshan asked, Brother Yucheng, just say what you need to say. Zhao Yucheng recounted what happened the previous night, when he went to the health clinic to bandage his wound. Upon hearing that her good friend Xiaokang had almost been raped by Zhu Zihui, her face turned ashen. That bastard! I should have listened to your advice earlier. Refused the night shift, and told Xiaokang. She's timid and didn't he dare refuse, thinking she would be fine. I can't believe something almost happened so soon. Feng Shanshan trembled with anger. Chapter 153, New Year's celebration. Zhao Yucheng, holding 2 boxes of Da Qianmen cigarettes, knocked on the door of the police station's director's office. Come in, a deep voice responded from inside. Liu Xiaoguang looked up and was somewhat surprised to see Zhao Yucheng. You are Director Liu, I'm Zhao Yucheng. Zhao Yucheng smiled and handed him a cigarette. Thanks to you for dealing with those thieves the other day, and protecting our citizens' safety. Hearing Zhao Yucheng's words, Liu Xiaoguang took the cigarette, a smile appearing on his face. That's what we should do. Although he said this, he knew that Zhao Yucheng was flattering him. That group of thieves had actually been captured by this young man alone. Naturally, he was pleased to accept such praise for himself and his department. Zhao Yucheng took a seat. Director Liu, you don't know how rampant those people were, if it weren't for you. Liu Xiaoguang waved his hand. But his eyes were clearly smiling. It's all part of the job. They chatted for a while, and Zhao Yucheng took the opportunity to say goodbye. Before leaving, he specifically said, Director Liu, if you need any help in the future, just let me know. Liu Xiaoguang nodded, watching Zhao Yucheng leave. Then glanced at the 2 boxes of cigarettes on the table, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 154, The first hunt of the new year. As Zhao Yucheng walked toward the farm, he listened to the sound of firecrackers ringing out in the village. And in the distance, several other villagers were also celebrating with firecrackers. The children playing in the street made Zhao Yucheng smile. The farm was very quiet, with only the occasional faint cry of a roe deer. Sitting in the duty room, Zhao Yucheng listened to the distant firecracker sounds, planning for the upcoming year. During the Spring Festival, it was the most leisurely time for the people. After the second day of the Lunar New Year, they would return to their homes. And for the rest of the time, they would visit each other to drink and boast. It was the 4th day of the Lunar New Year. And Zhao Yucheng was called to Feng Shijing's house to drink with Shu Wanxing, Guo Shuankuan, and a few others. The dining table was set with braised pork knuckles, pine nut belly, chicken stewed with mushrooms, a plate of peanuts, and a dish of pickles. Feng Shijing laughed. Today, let us drink some high-quality liquor, Yuchuan Dak, and taste its flavor. As the group chatted, Zhao Yucheng, being the youngest, took the bottle, knocked the cap off against the table corner, and poured the liquor into a jug. He heated it in a bowl of warm water before serving everyone a shot of Yuchuan Dak. After a few drinks, the atmosphere became lively. Shu Wanxing recounted amusing stories from last year's hunting trip. That wild boar weighed at least 300 pounds. We chased it for 2 miles without hitting it. Chapter 155, Preparing for Spring Plowing after the 6th day of the Lunar New Year. Everyone was still at home eating the leftover New Year's goods. It wasn't until after the Lantern Festival on the 15th day of the first month that the New Year was considered over. The accumulated snow slowly melted, and the ground began to loosen. On the Jiangdao side, the ice layer had thinned and started to break up, and no one dared to walk on it. On this day, Zhao Yuxiu took Junjun back to her parents' home. Seeing her daughter in new clothes and Junjun also dressed in new attire, Meng Xiulan was very happy. As soon as Junjun entered the door and saw Meng Xiulan, she immediately knelt down and bowed, saying with a quick tongue, "Grandma, Happy New Year, wish you good health. And may you get rich. Give me a red envelope." Meng Xiulan, seeing her adorable granddaughter, was beaming with joy. She hugged Junjun and said, "My dear granddaughter has grown another year older and is a bit more sensible. Come here for a hug." After hugging Junjun for a while, she took out the lucky money she had prepared earlier and stuffed it into Junjun's pocket. Junjun flapped her little legs and said, "Thank you, Grandma. Where's my uncle?" Meng Xiulan smiled and put her down, replying, "Your uncle went to the breeding farm, he might be back soon. Just play with Grandma at home for now." Junjun shook her head seriously, "No, I want to wish my uncle a happy new year." After saying that, she waddled away, and Zhao Yuxiu, feeling uneasy, quickly followed her. After lunch, Zhao Yucheng stood up, put on his coat, and said, "Grandpa and Grandma, let us go to the brigade." Zhao Shizing hesitated, "You go first." "Your grandma doesn't need to go, I'll go later." Seeing this, Zhao Yucheng stared at Zhao Shizing for a moment before turning to leave. He first went to his uncle Zhao Mingqiu's house and found the door locked. Just as he turned around, he happened to see a neighbor and asked, "Auntie, where did my uncle go?" The aunt kindly pointed to the east and said, "They should have gone to work in the fields over there, you can go check." Zhao Yucheng thanked the aunt and went to the brigade. "Village chief, my grandparents will live with us this year. Could you please allocate their land to my family?" Zhao Jiaxing nodded, "Sure, I allocated land to others this morning. Since your grandparents agreed, I can allocate land to your family this afternoon." The village chief called over the accountant and said, "Yucheng, you need to call your uncle, let us go together to avoid any misunderstandings later." Zhao Yucheng nodded, "My uncle and the others are busy in the field over there, let us go there first." Upon hearing this, the village chief understood the situation and quickly said, "Okay, let us go to that field first." After Zhao Yucheng finished speaking, he added, "When the time comes, anything in the field that can't be dealt with in time, we'll treat it as waste, that should be fine, right?" Before Zhao Jiaxing could respond, Cao Honghua shouted, "If you ruin my family's manure, you'll have to pay." Zhao Yucheng thought for a moment and nodded to Cao Honghua, "Then I'll wait until your family hauls away the manure before I plant." Hearing this, Cao Honghua raised her chin high, haughtily snorting. Zhao Mingqiu felt he had grasped Zhao Yucheng and smugly waited for him to give up on this land. However, Zhao Yucheng was not angry and calmly said, "They say if a person wastes land for a day, the land will waste a person for a year. If this land is delayed in planting because of the manure not being cleared in time, then the losses for this year will have to be compensated by you." Zhao Mingqiu was stunned, pointing at Zhao Yucheng angrily, "You." Cao Honghua did not expect her own rogue to dig such a big pit for herself. Instantly furious, "Jiaxing, tell me how can he be like this? He is taking advantage of every situation." Zhao Jiaxing had long lost his patience and commanded the accountant, "Hurry up and measure the land, if we don't measure it now, it will be dark soon. After measuring this one, we still have to go to the west, there are 2 more pieces of land." After Zhao Yufu finished speaking, he turned to leave. Zhao Yucheng closed the door and turned back to see his grandparents still standing there, sighed, "Grandpa, Grandma, let us go inside." Zhao Shizing shook his head, and was helped by Ma Shi into the house. Ma Shi murmured softly, "Yucheng, don't argue with your brother." During dinner, Meng Xiulan said, "Daocheng, the roe deer manure we piled up before the new year, should be usable after turning it over again, right?" Zhao Yucheng nodded, "I'll check it tomorrow, it should be usable in a few days. The next morning, Zhao Yucheng went to the pile of manure outside the breeding farm, took a shovel to check the middle, and found that it would be almost ready in 2 days. Their own land was originally for 2 people, plus the land just allocated from Zhao Shizeng and his wife, totaling less than 6 acres. He planned to plant 2 of the plots first, which wouldn't require much fertilizer. He estimated the amount he needed and said to Erling and the other 2, "If anyone needs fertilizer, come and push a cart back." Erling hurriedly said, "Big brother, I'll go ask my dad if he needs it, I'll let you know." Daniel grinned and said, "Zhao Ji, my family's land is big, not enough fertilizer. Can I have a cart tomorrow?" Hearing this, Cao Honghua was so angry that she rushed up to tear that person apart. The person ran away while cursing, "Your family must have done something immoral to deserve this. This is just retribution." Some villagers around pulled Cao Honghua to calm her down, while others stood by pointing and whispering. Meng Xiaolan stood at the back of the crowd and watched for a while, wanting to comfort her sister-in-law, but seeing Honghua clawing at anyone she could catch, she quietly left. Zhao Mingqiu saw his wife making a scene and scolded with a dark face, "Hurry up and go home." The old couple pulled their son out of the sack and carried him home. The eldest daughter-in-law, Zhong Jinxia, was at home with a stiff face, staring at her freezing husband without saying a word. Mother-in-law Cao Honghua wiped her tears and cried, "Poor Fu, who did this to you?" Then she instructed her daughter-in-law, Zhong Jinxia, to fetch some hot water for her son to drink and to make a hot water bag to warm him up. Zhong Jinxia ignored her and turned to rummage through the cabinet to pack things. Seeing this, Cao Honghua was furious. What kind of life is this? Then she went to fetch water herself. When Cao Honghua returned, she saw her eldest daughter-in-law had packed a bundle and was dressing her grandson. After hearing this, Zhao Yucheng said, "I have some manure piled up at the breeding farm, I'll bring a cart over for you later." Saying this, he dumped all the manure from the cart. Zheng Yuiying hesitated, "I won't buy it anymore, I'll just use these." Zhao Yucheng replied without hesitation, "My manure is free, I can't use it all." Zheng Yuiying said softly, "Isn't that too much?" Zhao Yucheng decisively said, "There's nothing wrong with it, just spread it here first, I'll go get a cart right now," he said and pushed the cart away. Zheng Yuiying watched Zhao Yucheng's departing figure, feeling mixed emotions. Fortunately, at this time, there was no one in the field. If people from the village saw, who knows how they would twist the story. Sighing, she picked up the shovel and started spreading the manure. Soon, Zhao Yucheng returned with a full cart of raw deer manure. After he dumped the manure on the ground, Zheng Yuiying quickly urged, "Hurry up and get back to your own work, I can handle it here myself." Zhao Yucheng didn't say much and returned to his own field to continue working. Zheng Yuiying, while spreading fertilizer, couldn't help but glance at Zhao Yucheng. Chapter 161. Come with me. Zhao Yucheng hurried out of the bus station and rushed to the military supplies store, only to find a young girl he didn't recognize inside. The girl told him that Uncle Lin had gone out of town early that morning and wouldn't be back for a few days. He looked at his watch. It was already past 2 in the afternoon. Time was of the essence, and he needed to find a way to get to Jiadagacha quickly. He quickly walked to Zhong's grocery store on Victory Street. The store was open, and Huang Wanjin was chatting with Huang Mao and Fatty behind the counter, while Zheng Baojin sat in the corner, leisurely sipping tea. "Hey, Yucheng, brother!" Huang Wanjin exclaimed upon seeing Zhao Yucheng, immediately standing up. "What brings you here?" Huang Mao and Fatty also quickly stood up, grinning broadly. Only Zheng Baojin remained seated, holding his teacup without raising his eyelids. Zhao Yucheng didn't have time for pleasantries. He took out 50 yuan from his pocket and slapped it on the counter. "I'll take your van for a few days." Huang Wanjin was taken aback. Before he could finish his sentence, Zhao Yucheng had already grabbed the car keys from the table and turned to leave. "Hey, Yucheng, brother!" Huang Wanjin chased after him. "I just filled up the gas." I still need to haul a batch of goods tomorrow. What do you want me to do? Chapter 162. Night Raid in the West Mountain. Zhao Yucheng glanced around the small room, and noticed that the hunting knife hanging on the wall was missing. And there was still warmth in the bedding on the kang. However, even if Wei Sen had taken the hunting knife out, where could he have gone? The nearby mountains were vast. It would be difficult to find just one person, let alone a group, if they were unfamiliar with each other's whereabouts. Wei Sen had refused to go out when he was in Jiadagachi, so it was unlikely that he suddenly wanted to wander around. Moreover, he had just arrived here and was completely unfamiliar with the area, making it improbable for him to go out for no reason. Zhao Yucheng quickly ran through various speculations in his mind, and just when he was at a loss, he suddenly looked up and saw the map on the wall. He picked up the oil lamp and carefully examined the map, noticing that a certain place was circled with a fire stick. Zhao Yucheng's expression turned unusually serious as he stared at that location. He immediately put down the oil lamp, ran home, and without saying a word, grabbed the hunting rifle and headed straight for the West Mountain. Meng Xiaolan saw her son rush back and then rush out again, and quickly followed him. Dacheng, it's snowing. Where are you going? Zhao Yucheng replied without looking back. I'm going into the mountains. Chapter 163. The person disappeared again just as Zhao Yucheng finished speaking. He threw the torch he was holding towards the wolf pack. When the wolves saw the fire flying towards them, they immediately scattered in fear. Zhao Yucheng turned around and started climbing up the steep slope. Within a few leaps, he had climbed to a height of over 10 meters. Meanwhile, the wolf pack, seeing the extinguished torch, had gathered again at the cave's entrance, watching Zhao Yucheng as he climbed up and down. 2 wolves even started to climb up as well. Zhao Yucheng grasped the dry grass and protruding stones with his bare hands, continuously climbing upward. However, suddenly, a stone he was holding in his left hand slipped away, and he missed his grip, causing his body to sway violently. Wei Sen, who was above, saw this and nervously let out a cry. Fortunately, Zhao Yucheng quickly regained his balance and found another stone to hold on to. At that moment, 2 wolves had also managed to climb up a bit. Wei Sen quickly picked up several stones and hurled them at the wolves below. His aim was excellent, each stone hit a wolf's head. However, the wolves' heads were exceptionally hard, and none of the stones caused any harm. Instead, it only enraged the wolves, who bared their teeth at Zhao Yucheng above. Chapter 164. Don't cook too much when you're overstuffed. Wei Sen returned, followed by more than 10 roe deer. How is this possible? Leng stared in disbelief. Zhao Yucheng hurriedly stepped forward, excitedly asking, Uncle Wei, what happened? Wei Sen shyly smiled and said, they are all friends. Zhao Yucheng quickly instructed Leng to open the empty pen nearby, and brought food to lure the group of roe deer inside. Zhao Yucheng counted and found there were a total of 12 roe deer, some adults and some juveniles, with 2 male roe deer and more females. Seeing that the number of roe deer in the pen had nearly doubled, he immediately thought of one issue: the demand for feed would also double. Looking at the newly added roe deer in the pen, Zhao Yucheng quickly formulated a new breeding plan, including expanding the pen, increasing feed reserves, and optimizing breeding strategies. He hurriedly called in the mason, Old Ju, and his son, saying, Old Ju, the weather has warmed up, can you start working now? Old Ju nodded in agreement, saying, it's spring now, the air from below is rising, so we can begin. Zhao Yucheng quickly asked, then please check what materials we need to prepare for the construction of the new pen, and I'll call you over when I'm ready. Chapter 165. Sister-in-law. Wait a minute. Zheng Yuiying paused, feeling a mix of anticipation, surprise, and even more nervousness. She slowly turned to look at Zhao Yucheng, then quickly lowered her head and asked softly, what's wrong? Zhao Yucheng extinguished his cigarette and said, I've opened a roe deer farm. Zheng Yuiying nodded and replied softly, I know. Zhao Yucheng continued, now the farm needs manpower, and needs to find someone primarily responsible for feeding the deer. Once the work in the fields is done, If you want to come, just let me know. Upon hearing this, Zheng Yuing looked up in shock, unable to believe it, and asked, "Can I really do it?" Zhao Yucheng nodded, "You can come and take a look when you have time." Okay. Zheng Yuing suppressed her excitement and agreed, then left with her shovel. Zhao Yucheng watched her frail figure disappear, feeling somewhat complex. Despite having so much pressure himself, he still cared about others. He shook his head helplessly, extinguished the cigarette butt, and threw it into a pile of leftover snow at his feet. The next day, he arrived at the breeding farm early and saw that Wei Sen had already come. "Uncle Wei, have you eaten?" Zhao Yucheng greeted him. Wei Sen nodded, "I came to feed the roe deer." Chapter 166, If you can't pay back the money, we'll tear down your house. Zhao Yucheng decisively nodded, "Loan." The staff did not expect them to make a decision so quickly and said, "Since you have made up your mind, please fill out a form first, and then go prepare some materials. We will review them, and if there are no issues, we can give you the loan." Zhao Yucheng reached out to take the form and said, "I'll fill it out." The staff on the side guided him. "Do you want to apply for the loan under the farm's name or your personal name?" Zhao Yucheng asked, "Is there a difference between the two?" The staff explained, "The approval process for business loans is relatively complex, requiring the company to provide detailed business plans, financial statements, and other materials. Of course, the approval amount will also be higher." Zhao Yucheng thought for a moment, 10,000 yuan is enough, so I'll apply in my personal name. Lin Guodong asked from the side, "Do you need collateral or a guarantor?" The staff nodded, "Yes, it's necessary, you can choose one." Lin Guodong said directly, "Then let me be the guarantor." Zhao Yucheng nodded, "Okay, thank you, Brother Lin." He quickly filled out the application form, and Lin Guodong decisively signed his name in the guarantor section. Chapter 167, How will life go on from here in the inner room? Zhao Shizing and Ma Shi heard the conversation between their second daughter-in-law and their grandson, and suddenly felt uneasy. Zhao Shizing took a deep puff of his cigarette, and suddenly started coughing violently. The muffled coughing sound came one after another from the inner room. Zhao Yucheng frowned and patiently explained to Meng Xiaolan, "Mom, expanding the scale of the farm requires money. But I didn't mortgage the house. It's Brother Lin who is the guarantor." Meng Xiaolan was still not at ease. That won't do, borrowing money from the bank means high interest, and it has to be paid back on time. Zhao Yucheng continued to persuade Meng Xiaolan, "Mom, don't worry, I'm confident. Once this batch of roe deer is sold, I can recoup the funds." After he said this, he took the household register and prepared to leave. Meng Xiaolan hesitated for a moment, turned back into the house, and came out with 2 savings certificates. Chasing him to the door, "This is the money saved from last year, you take it and use it first, and try not to borrow money from the bank." Zhao Yucheng took the savings certificates, feeling warm inside. "Mom, keep this money." Meng Xiaolan waved her hand, saying that this money was earned by you last year. "You are my only son, who else can I help?" Zhao Yucheng shook his head, "Mom, this money is meant for home use, you keep it well. I have my own arrangements for the farm." Chapter 168, Our family is not short of this meal. Zhao Jiaxing looked at the more than 300 pounds of wild boar on the ground and nodded at Zhao Yucheng, praising him, "You kid are impressive. You worked the hardest, I'll decide to give you more meat. Does anyone have any objections?" The villagers all nodded in agreement, "We have no objections." Zhao Yucheng quickly said, "Thank you, village chief." After everyone divided the wild boar meat, they happily carried the meat home, and Zhao Yucheng took a large piece of meat back home as well. When Meng Xiaolan saw this, she was both surprised and delighted. "Dacheng, are you okay?" "I'm fine," Zhao Yucheng smiled and said, "Mom, tonight we're having wild boar meat." Meng Xiaolan looked at her son, her eyes full of pride. "You're really brave, kid." Zhao Yucheng put down the meat and wiped his hands. "Mom, you have to be brave to eat meat. It's just like borrowing money from the credit cooperative to do your own business. Meng Xiaolan laughed and scolded, "You have so many twisted arguments." Zhao Yucheng laughed and helped Meng Xiaolan cook. He never cared about the old couple Zhao Shizing and Ma Shi, who either waited to eat or sat on small stools chatting in the sun. However, the neighbors couldn't stand it. Liu Liuzi's wife, Zhong Jinhua, was the quickest to speak up, standing at the door. Leaning against the door frame with her hands in her sleeves, saying, "Second sister-in-law, you really can tolerate it. They wait every day just to eat. And you don't say anything." Chapter 169, Buying New Equipment. Zeng Yuiying saw him and said nervously, "Recently, there's no work in the fields. And I thought you said you were busy here, so I came to take a look." Zhao Yucheng nodded, just in time. He took Zeng Yuiying on a tour of the farm and briefly introduced the work tasks, mainly mixing feed, feeding the roe deer, and cleaning the pens. "Which can be left to Erlang and the others?" Zeng Yuiying quickly responded, "These tasks don't look too heavy. I feel it should be no problem." Zhao Yucheng handed her a basin and a spoon. "You can try." Zeng Yuiying took the tools and quickly started mixing the feed. She moved quickly, putting the fine feed and coarse feed in proportion into the basin, and mixing it evenly before pouring it into the feeding trough. The roe deer gathered around to eat. Zhao Yucheng saw that she grasped the essentials in no time, and was very satisfied. Zhao Yucheng then asked, "Can you read?" Zeng Yuiying felt a bit shy. "I went to school for a few years and can recognize some simple characters." Zhao Yucheng took out a stack of cards. These are cards that record the condition of the roe deer. After feeding the roe deer, you can take a look at the pregnant roe deer, and note the changes of the mother roe deer on these cards. Zeng Yuiying took the cards and looked at them seriously. "I understand." Chapter 170, Making Mom Worry to Death. Zhao Yucheng saw that the opportunity was almost right. So he said, "Brother Liu, I've been busy at the farm lately and don't have time to help others with plowing. Do you have time to do this?" Liu Lifeng looked up at him in disbelief and asked, "Really?" Zhao Yucheng nodded, "Is there any doubt? You have good hands-on skills. And I can see you like to mess with tractors, so I thought I'd ask if you'd like to drive a tractor to plow. I'd love that." Liu Lifeng nodded repeatedly, "But will this pay wages?" Liu Lifeng knew that Zhao Yucheng's farm pays people for work, and the wages are not low. He also vaguely hoped to earn some money. Zhao Yucheng nodded, "That's for sure. However, I don't plan to pay you by the day." Liu Lifeng asked curiously, "Then how is it calculated?" Zhao Yucheng said, "This work is quite tiring. I'll provide the vehicle and fuel. And you just need to provide the labor. I charge 5 yuan per mu of land and will give you 50 cents. How does that sound?" Liu Lifeng heard this and immediately started calculating in his mind, 5 cents per mu, if I plow 10 mu a day, that's 5 yuan. He quickly nodded, "Okay. That sounds great." Chapter 171, Divorce. Zhao Yucheng had a bad premonition in his heart. He thought for a moment and decided to go to Zhengjiatun to take a look. When he arrived at Zhengjiatun, he indeed saw his sister Zhao Yuxiu playing with Junjun in the yard. Zhao Yuxiu saw her brother and her eyes turned red. "Brother." Zhao Yucheng quickly walked over. "Yuxiu, what's going on?" Zhao Yuxiu wiped her tears. "Zeng Baojin went to the city, made some money, and got carried away. Staying out all day and completely ignoring us. I really had no choice, so I brought Junjun back." Zhao Yucheng clenched his fists in anger. "This bastard." He comforted his sister a few times and decided to go to the city to settle accounts with Zeng Baojin. Zhao Yucheng waited near the rental house for 3 days and finally caught Zeng Baojin. That afternoon, as the sun was setting, Zhao Yucheng was wandering in the alley when he suddenly saw a guy in a leather jacket hugging a gaudily dressed woman, swaggering this way. He took a closer look. Who else could it be but Zeng Baojin? Without saying a word, Zhao Yucheng rushed up and threw a punch. Zeng Baojin didn't even have time to react before he was knocked down to the ground. "Ah!" The gaudily dressed woman screamed in fright and turned to run. "Zeng Baojin!" Zhao Yucheng grabbed him by the collar. "Are you even human?" Chapter 172, the entangled Zheng family. Zheng Baojin said defiantly, "Dad, why do you speak to outsiders like that? Outsiders?" Old Zheng was so angry he slapped the table. "Yuxiu is your wife, Junjun is your son. You call them outsiders?" Zheng Baojin's mother quickly advised, "All right, let's all say a few less words. The situation is like this, we should hurry and think about what to do." Zheng Baojin stood up and stormed out. He secretly vowed in his heart, "Zhao Yucheng, just you wait." After the divorce, Zhao Yuxiu returned to Zhao with her son Junjun. At this time, divorces were quite rare, and the people in the village were privately discussing Zhao Yuxiu's divorce. Therefore, facing the immense pressure of public opinion, it's no wonder Zhao Yuxiu felt a lot of pressure and spent her days crying at home. Meng Xiulan watched this and felt heartbroken. "Yuxiu," Meng Xiulan advised, "don't just stay at home all the time, go out for a walk." Zhao Yuxiu shook her head. "Mom, I feel upset." Meng Xiulan sighed. "Your brother hasn't started a family yet, how are you going to live like this?" Junjun was still young and didn't understand the troubles of adults. Playing happily around Meng Xiulan's knees, much happier than when they were in the city. Chapter 173, Encountering a bad student in the city and blocking the teacher. When Zhao Yucheng bought the wheeled tractor, it was simply for convenience. Not wanting to dig the land with a hoe. He didn't expect that more and more people would come asking him to help plow their fields. One day, Zhao Yucheng drove the tractor to fill it up with fuel. Liu Lifeng exclaimed, "This tractor is like a tiger, it really drinks a lot of fuel." After handing over the tractor to Liu Lifeng, Zhao Yucheng said, "Brother Liu, if those families with a lot of fields are charged a little less, that would be fine." Liu Lifeng nodded, "Whatever you say is cheap, I'll charge that." Zhao Yucheng thought for a moment and said, "At first, we charged 5 yuan per mu. If it's 2 mu, we can charge 9 yuan, but it has to be for contiguous plots." Liu Lifeng nodded, "All right. I'll tell them this news. They'll definitely be very happy." Zhao Yucheng hurriedly added, "Your wages won't change, it'll be based on the number of mu." "Okay." Liu Lifeng knew Zhao Yucheng wasn't a stingy person, happily agreed, and drove off to get busy. Zhao Yucheng didn't skimp on wages from him, his work enthusiasm was high. Getting to work early in the morning, eating lunch at the field, and working until dark before finishing. Chapter 174, I want to learn to fight from you. Seeing this, Zhao Yucheng shouted, "Stop! What are you doing?" Regardless of whether it was the teacher's fault or not, the kids had gotten into a fight, which could cause even bigger trouble. He hoped that his shout would be enough to control a group of rebellious kids. However, the children turned to glance at him and angrily shouted back, "We advise you to mind your own business." After warning him, the boys turned back to continue attacking the bicycle and that female teacher. Zhao Yucheng realized that he couldn't stop the situation without taking action. He threw his coat on the ground, rushed up, and pulled the kids apart. Looking at the kids standing by with their rebellious expressions, he couldn't help but say, "You kids are just too impulsive and rebellious." After he finished, he noticed the bicycle lying on the side and the glasses that had fallen on the ground. Bent down to pick up the glasses and handed them to Teacher Wang, then went to support the bicycle. Just as he grasped the handlebars and straightened up, he suddenly heard Teacher Wang exclaiming from behind, "Be careful." Due to his soldier's keen intuition, Zhao Yucheng sensed a gust of wind coming from behind him at that moment, and he immediately sidestepped, narrowly avoiding it. Chapter 175, I have an idea. Zhao Yucheng firmly refused, "Sorry. I don't have the time or interest to teach you how to fight." Zheng Xianwei, however, did not easily give up. "No, I'll have my dad pay you." Upon hearing his son's words, Zheng's father quickly apologized to Zhao Yucheng. "I'm sorry, my son has been spoiled by me." Then he turned to his son and lectured. "Do you think everything can be solved with money? Hurry home and reflect. Once you've thought it through, go back to school." Zheng Xianwei clung to Zhao Yucheng's arm and pouted, "I want him to teach me." Seeing his son so persistent, Zheng's father thought it was not easy to find someone who could command his son's respect, and seeing Zhao Yucheng's upright demeanor, he was also moved. Just as he was about to speak up to ask Zhao Yucheng to help discipline his son, he saw Zhao Yucheng raise his hand and skillfully push Zheng Xianwei off his arm, saying seriously, "First, I don't teach people how to fight. Second, I really have something important to do right now. Third, you are wasting my time." Zheng's father quickly asked, "What important thing do you have to do? Let me see if I can help." Chapter 176. The conditions have been settled. Zhao Yucheng was immediately intrigued. Having a city household registration was very valuable now. And his sister could bring her nephew to the city for better education. As a former Special Forces soldier, he was most skilled at training individuals with strong personalities. He considered it for a moment and nodded, "No problem. But you know, your son is very rebellious right now. Moreover, I don't live in the city. So it's hard to guarantee results in a month, or 2, or even 3 or 4 months. Zheng Xianwen nodded, "I understand, there's no rush. He's about to turn 16. And as long as you can help me teach him well before he turns 18, I'll be satisfied." Zhao Yucheng nodded. 2 years was more than enough time. And he was confident he could see results in 6 months. He then asked, "What preparations should my sister make when I go back?" Zheng Wenxian's tone became serious as he said, "As I mentioned earlier, I can provide a spot. But whether he can get into the factory mainly depends on your sister's ability. Because the food factory requires a full assessment." Zhao Yucheng knew that he wasn't familiar with the other party, so he couldn't expect them to arrange a job for his sister just based on a word. So he asked, "What assessments are there?" Zheng Wenxian said, "I heard there will be cultural and skill tests. I'm not too clear on the specifics. But I'll check if there's any information later." Chapter 177. Are you trying to kill me? Zheng Xianwei held his waist with both hands, panting heavily, his face full of anger. Zhao Yucheng said seriously, "If you can't even do something this simple, you'll achieve nothing." Zheng Xianwei threatened, "If you can't teach me well, I won't let my dad arrange a job for me." Zhao Yucheng had a nonchalant expression. Seeing that his threat had no effect, Zheng Xianwei felt a bit defeated and sat down on the ground. Zhao Yucheng stood in front of him, looking down at him. "I'm just doing a basic physical fitness test on you to see your current physical condition. You took nearly 10 minutes to run 1,000 meters, which is clearly below standard." Zheng Xianwei was taken aback. "So you tricked me into running 1,000 meters just now?" Zhao Yucheng ignored him and continued, "As for the pull-ups, I don't think there's a need to test them. You'll definitely be below standard too." Zheng Xianwei, hearing Zhao Yucheng's disdainful words, was very unconvinced. He got up from the ground and rushed to the pull-up bar to start doing pull-ups immediately. Zhao Yucheng looked at his watch and silently counted. However, Zheng Xianwei only managed to do 5 before falling off the bar. Zheng Xianwei felt uncomfortable and said, "I'll do it again." Chapter 178. The roe deer is about to give birth. Zhao Yucheng arrived at the community on time the next day. However, Zheng Xianwei had not come over for a long time, so Zhao Yucheng had to go upstairs to call for him. Just as he reached the door, he heard Zheng Wenxian's roar from inside, "Get up quickly. It's already 7:30, and I've seen people waiting for you for half an hour." Hearing the commotion inside, Zhao Yucheng raised his hand and knocked on the door. Zheng Wenxian looked helpless. "Xiao, you're here. What should we do? I have to go out soon. And I don't have time to take care of him." Zhao Yucheng nodded to him, "I'll take care of it." After saying that, Zhao Yucheng walked into Zheng Xianwei's bedroom and directly pulled him up from the bed. Zheng Xianwei finally opened his eyes and, seeing Zhao Yucheng, hurriedly said, "Oh no. I haven't put on my clothes yet." Zhao Yucheng casually grabbed some clothes next to him and continued to walk out. Zheng Xianwei shouted with flailing arms, "Dad, save me. My socks. My shoes." Zheng Wenxian was dumbfounded, seeing Zhao Yucheng easily lift his son with one hand. Although his son was thin, he was over 1.7 meters tall and weighed at least 110 pounds, yet Zhao Yucheng lifted him as if he were a chick. Chapter 179. A smooth delivery. Zhao Yucheng also realized the seriousness of the situation and asked, "Should we call a veterinarian?" The second fool quickly said, "We don't have one in our village. We need to go to our village to ask." "I'll go." After he said that, he turned around to leave, but was pulled back by Wei Sen. "I'll go in and take a look." After Wei Sen finished speaking, he expressionlessly opened the fence and walked in. Zheng Yueying followed back to the breeding room. The mother roe deer was still lying in the grass nest, groaning. Wei Sen had been feeding her for over 3 months, and the roe deer did not reject him. He quickly walked to the roe deer, squatted down, and placed his hands on her abdomen, moving slowly. Soon, he frowned and said in a low voice, "The fetal position is incorrect." Zheng Yueying nervously asked, "What should we do?" Wei Sen did not answer, but began to act with his hands. His hands gradually increased in force. Zheng Yueying curiously asked, "Wei Ge, what are you doing?" Wei Sen did not look up and simply replied, "I'm adjusting the position." Zheng Yueying quickly asked, "Can I help?" Wei Sen shook his head and said, "Just wait a moment." After a few minutes, Wei Sen said to Zheng Yueying, "Turn her over." Zheng Yueying was stunned, but quickly reacted. She hurried forward, picked up the roe deer, and forcefully turned her over. Chapter 180. That job in the city is most suitable for your brother. Zhao Yucheng walked forward with big strides, not looking back, just waving his hand. Liu Lifeng saw this, smiled, and turned to continue working on the tractor. When Zhao Yucheng returned home, he saw Zhao Yuxiu sitting on the kang with her legs crossed, seriously writing. Zhao Yuxiu heard the noise, looked up, and saw her elder brother had returned. She quickly picked up her notebook and said, "Brother, you're back. I learned this character but forgot it again. Do you recognize it?" Zhao Yucheng took a look and saw 3 characters circled. He said in turn, "This character is pronounced Hui. 4th tone, meaning benefit, this one is pronounced Chu. 3rd tone, meaning store, this one is pronounced Cheng. 2nd tone, meaning acknowledge." Then he casually picked up a pen and marked the pinyin above. Zhao Yuxiu seriously read along twice. With a new goal, Zhao Yuxiu no longer felt down every day. She earnestly followed night school lessons in the evening and reviewed at home during the day. Seeing his sister studying so diligently made Zhao Yucheng very happy. And he secretly decided to check in the county for better learning opportunities. It rained a little that day, and everyone rushed to the fields to plant seeds. Taking advantage of the moisture, Zhao Yucheng also went with Meng Xiulan to plant soybeans and corn. Chapter 181. Unconscious favoritism. Zhao Yucheng couldn't understand it at all. Clearly, the original father's father and Zhao Mingqiu were both their own sons, the original and Zhao Yufu were their own grandsons, and Zhao Yuxiu was their own granddaughter. But why could their hearts be so biased? Is it true that parents' favoritism is unconscious, unrecognized, and unacknowledged? Clearly, they are all family. Why must all the good things be given to the uncle's family while their own family suffers and is poor? He felt a deep sense of powerlessness. This feeling of powerlessness was more frustrating than when he was a special soldier in his previous life, facing a group of enemy agents alone. He had completely lost patience to waste energy on such matters and directly interrupted Ma's words, "Impossible. If you have too much free time, go work in the fields. If you eat too well, starting from breakfast tomorrow, eat less. At your age, still calculating this and that. Be careful not to hurt your body and then put an unfilial hat on our family. We have no place to reason with that." After saying that, he turned around and slammed the door as he left. Zhao Shizeng thought that his usually silent little grandson was just casually saying something. But he didn't expect that what happened the next morning would make him furious. Chapter 182. Then let's go back to the uncle's house. Meng Xiulan was awakened and quickly turned on the light to check in the inner room. Ma was lying on the kang, curled up and sweating profusely. "What's wrong, Mom?" Meng Xiaolan hurriedly asked. Ma moaned repeatedly, saying her stomach hurt badly. Meng Xiaolan quickly said, "We need to hurry to the clinic." Zhao Shizeng, lying nearby, turned over and said irritably, "Don't worry about her. A little hot water will do." Upon hearing this, Meng Xiaolan realized from her father-in-law's words that he might know the reason for her mother-in-law's stomach pain. She quickly poured a bowl of hot water, helped Ma sit up, and drink it. Seeing that Ma was still not improving, Meng Xiaolan quickly asked, "Dad, what's wrong with Mom?" Zhao Shizeng recalled the pot of mixed grain porridge they had today and felt annoyed, replying sullenly, "You can ask her." Meng Xiaolan saw Ma still rolling on the kang and couldn't get any explanation, so she had to go to the next room to find her son for help. Meng Xiaolan anxiously said, "Daoqing, hurry. Your grandma's stomach hurts badly, take her to the clinic." Zhao Yucheng, having served in the military in his previous life and knowing a bit about medicine, helped Ma with a simple checkup. He pressed on her abdomen a few times and calmly said, "It should be abdominal pain caused by eating something cold. Apply a hot towel or hot water bottle to the abdomen." Chapter 183, Has it dropped to third last? Ma hurriedly supported her waist and groaned, not responding to Meng Xiaolan. However, she muttered to herself, "What a joke. If I go back to the old house, I'd have to watch my face, work hard, and still not get any meat. Only a fool would go back to the old house." At that moment, Zhao Shizeng finally spoke up, "What nonsense are you stirring up? If your back hurts, just roll back to the kang and lie down." Upon hearing this, Ma quickly got up, slung her bundle over her shoulder, supported her waist with one hand, and nimbly returned to the inner room. Seeing the farce finally come to an end, Zhao Yucheng silently sighed. "The complicated family matters are exhausting, and all I want is to get rich and provide a good life for my mother, sister, and Junjun. I must find a way to quickly escape this environment," Zhao Yucheng silently decided. "To escape this environment, I need to change my living place. The small town here currently has no real estate development projects and no commercial housing. If I remember correctly, the concept of housing commercialization was first proposed in 1979. And it would take several more years for it to be implemented here. For rural people like Zhao Yucheng, it is simply impossible to buy property in the city. If one wants to live in the city, they can only rent a flat or rely on relatives." That weekend, after completing training in the city with Zheng Xianwei, he went to find Lin Guodong. Chapter 184, The siblings go to the city to register. Zheng Wenxian nodded and said, "This statement is indeed profound upon reflection. In the past, both I and his mother were busy with work and overlooked this point. Xiao Zhao, I find you more impressive the more I get to know you." Zhao Yucheng hurriedly humbly replied, "Director Zheng, you flatter me. I just suddenly had an inspiration." Zheng Xianwei, feeling bored listening to the adults' conversation, said, "Dad, didn't you say you had something to tell my master?" Zheng Wenxian suddenly realized, right. I was so engrossed in this conversation that I almost forgot the main issue. He took a sip of tea and slowly said, "Xiao Zhao, I mentioned to you a while ago about the food factory hiring workers. And now they are starting to take registrations." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yucheng quickly nodded, "Oh, has there been progress with the factory?" Zheng Wenxian laughed and nodded, "Yes. The recruitment work will start tomorrow." Zhao Yucheng quickly asked, "What do I need to do?" Zheng Wenxian said, "I've already informed the office director over there. Tomorrow is Monday. You and your sister should go to the factory to register. Remember to bring your household registration book and a photo." Chapter 185, Going to the provincial city for research. Currently, the breeding farm has only 20 to 30 roe deer, and the yard is quite spacious. To save costs, Zhao Yucheng simply divided a section of the yard at the breeding farm, setting up 2 greenhouses, one for storing medicinal materials and the other for checking and weighing them. He also specifically went to the bookstore to buy a medicinal material atlas to study carefully. To be more cautious, He felt it was necessary to make a trip to the provincial city's medicinal material company to truly understand the specifics of the medicinal materials. Without further ado, early the next morning, Zhao Yucheng set off for the provincial city. He specifically wore a white shirt with a black jacket on top, making him look especially spirited and capable. Sitting on the bus, he imagined what the provincial city must look like now. After bouncing along the rugged mountain road for 4 hours, the scenery outside the window gradually changed from continuous mountains and forests to flat farmland. And then he saw towering chimneys and densely packed brick houses. There were also noticeably more cars on the road than in the county town. After the bus arrived at the provincial city bus station, Zhao Yucheng inquired and boarded a bus to the medicinal material company. The building of the medicinal material company was more impressive than he had imagined. The terrazzo floor was shining, and a red slogan hanging on the wall at the entrance promoted the development of the medicinal material industry and service for modernization. Chapter 186, Money Matters Are My Concern. Zhao Yucheng assigned a Leng to the quality inspection station, while Da Wei and Da Nyo were busy sorting the collected medicinal materials into burlap sacks. To facilitate classification and storage, he specifically purchased some burlap sacks and, overnight, carefully painted the names of the medicinal materials on the bags with red paint. Although Leng didn't recognize many characters, Zhao Yucheng taught him the tricks for identifying medicinal materials. For astragalus, you need to bite the cut to see the core, and for schisandra, you have to squeeze it open to see the seeds. He surprisingly did quite well. While bagging, Da Nyo noticed a detail and curiously asked, Zhao Ji, why do you put a leaf in the burlap sack? Zhao Yucheng picked up the leaf and explained, this is camphor leaf, it has insect-repelling effects. When we store the medicinal materials here, it's easy to attract insects in this season, so pest prevention is very important. After hearing this, Da Nyo and Da Wei understood that collecting medicinal materials, while seemingly simple, actually involves many intricacies, and is not as easy as feeding roe deer. Because medicinal material prices vary and weights differ, almost every transaction requires small change. Zhao Yucheng specifically exchanged some small change, and they were all brand new bills. Each time he handed a crisp bill to the herbal gatherers, it would elicit gasps and admiration from the onlookers. Chapter 187, Borrowing a vehicle to transport goods to the provincial city. However, after inquiring around, Zhao Yucheng found that there were no formal car rental companies at that time. He realized that he had only 2 options for transporting goods to the provincial city: either borrow the livestock carts, or tractors from fellow villagers, or find a connection. It was said that some drivers with connections would register their private trucks under collective units and secretly take jobs, but the risks were high. On the return bus to the village, Zhao Yucheng stared out at the dust being kicked up, his fingers unconsciously tapping on his knee. The response from the city transportation team still echoed in his ears: no introduction letter, no rental. He calculated the risks of using a tractor to transport medicinal materials. 500 pounds of dry goods could not withstand the rough mountain roads. If it rained, the efficacy would diminish, and the contract in the provincial city would fall through. Zhao Jiatun has arrived. The ticket seller's call interrupted his thoughts. As soon as Zhao Yucheng jumped off the bus, he was attracted by a strong smell of diesel. A Liberation CA-10B truck was parked by the roadside, emitting blue smoke. And a middle-aged man in a blue work uniform was crawling out from under the truck, his hands covered in grease. Comrade, the man stopped Zhao Yucheng. Is there a place nearby to fix cars? He spoke with a provincial city accent. Chapter 188. Collecting roe deer. Zhao Yucheng initially wanted to treat Xu Jianjun and Liu Weiguo to a meal, but was turned down by Xu Jianjun, brother Xiao Zhao. I have to hurry back to the team to return the vehicle. Let's meet another day. After returning home, Zhao Yucheng wrapped the contract from the medicinal material company in oil paper 3 times and placed it at the bottom of the drawer. He took the prepaid funds he received and divided them into 3 parts. One part was used to buy a second-hand scale to place at the entrance of the breeding farm. One part was exchanged for new 10 yuan bills and stuffed into a red envelope, and the remaining portion was locked in the credit union's safe, which was intended to be used for his sister to settle down in the city. Soon, it was time for the food factory's recruitment assessment. On the day of the exam, the whole family got up early. Meng Xiaolan specially made a bowl of sugar water with red paper, insisting that her daughter drink a few sips for good luck. Zhao Yuxue wore a polyester jacket, her hair styled into a braid, with a piece of floral handkerchief tied at the end of the braid. Junjun clung to his mother's leg, refusing to let go. "Mom, I want to go too. I want to go too." Meng Xiaolan tried to lift Junjun into her arms, but she couldn't pull her grandson away from her daughter. Zhao Yucheng took out a homemade slingshot and said, "Come on, Uncle will take you to catch sparrows, and when your mom comes back, she'll buy you milk candy." Chapter 189. A mistake in purchasing medicinal materials after the man walked away with the money. Wei Zhen came out from the pen and started observing the newly arrived roe deer. He opened the mouth of the female roe deer to check its teeth and smiled. "Look at these tooth marks, it must have chewed a lot of astragalus roots. After breeding, it will definitely produce good velvet." At this moment, the little roe deer bleated, its voice very tender. The soldiers found it amusing and began to mimic the sound nearby. Seeing this, Zhao Yucheng intentionally left a long piece of rope when he untied it, allowing the child to play with it. From that day on, people not only came to sell medicine, but also to sell roe deer. This was an unexpected gain for Zhao Yucheng. As business became busier, he adjusted the work positions. Erling and Dawei moved to help with the medicinal material procurement. Daniu and Wei Zeng stayed at the breeding farm to clean the pens, while Zheng Yuiying continued to feed the roe deer, and then hired 2 honest and hard-working women from the village to help with feeding. As May approached, mother roe deer began to give birth, and the medicinal material procurement business also became busy. One day, Zhao Yucheng randomly opened a burlap sack containing astragalus in the warehouse, grabbed a handful of astragalus roots, and noticed the greyish texture on the cut surface, causing his brows to furrow tightly. This was top-quality medicinal material. Yet it was mixed with mouldy inferior products, which made him realize there was a problem. Chapter 190. Scheduled vehicle time. Zhao Yucheng recalled the scene Erling had mentioned. And the iron hammer was that seemingly taciturn young man. "All right, let him come and give it a try tomorrow." Zhao Yucheng nodded. Iron Hammer showed up early the next morning for work. He had witnessed Zhao Yucheng's skills firsthand, knowing he could easily kick someone away. Therefore, when he saw Zhao Yucheng for the first time, he couldn't help but shiver and hurriedly got to work respectfully. Iron Hammer's serious demeanor surprised Erling. This guy had never been this obedient, even with their close relationship. He walked over, raised his hand to touch Iron Hammer's forehead, and asked, "Iron Hammer, are you feeling unwell?" Iron Hammer instantly dodged like he had been electrocuted, looking startled. "What are you doing?" "I'm working here." As he said this, he glanced at Zhao Yucheng. Seeing that Zhao Yucheng was unaware of what was happening, he breathed a sigh of relief. Erling was even more confused. "Why do you seem like a different person? Have you been possessed by a spirit?" Iron Hammer quietly retorted, "You're the one who is possessed. Focus on working. Let us chat after we finish." Chapter 191. The medicinal material procurement station reported the next morning, dew still hung on the weeds at the breeding farm's entrance. And Zhao Yucheng was already counting the medicinal material burlap sacks. He marked the special grade astragalus in red paint 3 times, next to the Hope medicinal material procurement station, on each sack. At 8 o'clock, Master Zhong from the provincial transport team's 2nd squad drove the truck along the rural gravel road into the yard of the medicinal material procurement station. Zhao Yucheng greeted him briefly, and Master Zhong backed the truck into the yard. Zhao Yucheng opened the large door of the procurement station and began loading the truck. He opened each bag's mouth, checked the goods again to ensure there were no issues, and marked each bag with product details and serial numbers before writing out a list. Driver Master Zhong stood by, smoking a cigarette, muttering, "You, as a boss, are more meticulous than any owner I've ever seen, haha. 3 days later, Zhao Yucheng went to the credit union to check on the funds, and indeed, the payment had arrived. The credit officer handed him the passbook, smiling, "Your business is thriving. It looks like you'll be able to pay off the loan before the end of the year." Zhao Yucheng thought for a moment and asked, "If I can pay it off early, can I borrow a bit more next time?" Chapter 192, I'm not serving anymore. The crowd in line began to stir. Someone recognized the sudden arrival of a group of people as the former director of the Commune Supply and Marketing Cooperative, who had been taken away in those blue uniforms for embezzlement. Zhao Yucheng calmly took out a permit framed in glass from the counter and said, "Comrades, I have a legitimate license. The prices are also referenced from the Provincial Medicinal Material Company. Less talk." The other party directly snatched the permit from his hand. Seeing their aggressive approach, Zhao Yucheng turned to Erling and shouted, "Go to the military service agency in the north of the city to find Lin Guodong." As soon as he finished speaking, 3 staff members shoved him into a vehicle. Seeing the permit thrown on the ground, the crowd grew worried. Erling watched the Santana drive away and rushed towards the county town without saying a word. Lin Guodong was wiping a military water bottle behind the counter when he saw Erling rush in, drenched in sweat, and paused his actions. Erling, out of breath, recounted the situation. Lin Guodong was shocked. "What? The market bureau took someone away?" Didn't he understand why Zhao Yucheng was suddenly being investigated? But he quickly realized that Zhao Yucheng had sent Erling to find him for help. However, after thinking it over, Lin Guodong realized that although he knew some people, they were mostly in the provincial capital, and not within the same system. Chapter 193, Get to know their background, Ma said defiantly. "We've already designated the land for your family, where do you want us to go?" Zhao Yucheng casually replied, "You can plant it yourselves, my business is getting busier. And I don't have time to help you farm anymore." Ma spoke with a tone of importance. "The land I have with your grandfather is nearly 4 acres of good land." Zhao Yucheng chuckled lightly, "What you value, others may not even see." Zhao Shizeng pulled Ma back, asking, "Haven't you committed a crime? How come they let you go?" Zhao Yucheng didn't explain, simply saying, "It'll be dark soon. If you've made up your mind to leave, don't waste time. Hurry up and pack your things." Meng Xiaolan also stood firm this time, not trying to retain her parents-in-law, and followed her son into the house. She examined her son from head to toe, relieved to see he was unharmed, and then began to chatter away. After reassuring Meng Xiaolan, Zhao Yucheng rushed off to the breeding farm without eating or resting. The people waiting to sell medicinal materials in the morning had left, and Erling and the others sat dejectedly. "Boss?" Erling was the first to spot him. Jumping up from the ground, his dark face filled with surprise. Chapter 194, Buying a car, 1 soon. An announcement was posted in the town stating that Zhao Yufu and Wang Dopeng were not only suspected of maliciously manipulating medicinal material prices, but also involved in tax evasion. With solid evidence, directly classified as a typical case during the crackdown period. The villagers discussed among themselves, "I said that Yucheng is not bad. I didn't expect Zhao Yufu to maliciously report his cousin." Now, during the crackdown period, their actions were simply defying the wind. Erling rushed back to the breeding farm, laughing heartily, "Boss, Zhao Yufu is in big trouble this time. I heard he'll be locked up for at least half a year." Zhao Yucheng smiled lightly. "You reap what you sow." This uproar lasted only a few days before the business at the Hope Medicinal Material Procurement Station quickly returned to its usual hustle and bustle. Soon it was time to deliver goods to the Provincial Medicinal Material Company again. The familiar sound of an engine grew closer. And last time Master Zhong drove up in the green truck as promised. He jumped out of the car, walked into the warehouse with a smile, and upon seeing the neatly stacked medicinal materials inside, exclaimed, "Wow! Comrade Zhao, your business is getting bigger and bigger. There's even more stock than last time." Zhao Yucheng smiled and handed over a cigarette. It's all because the villagers trust me and are willing to send good goods my way. Chapter 195, Buying a Car. 2. Zhao Yucheng stood at the office door holding some documents, adjusted his collar, and raised his hand to knock. Zheng Wenxian seemed used to Zhao Yucheng appearing in his office. He didn't ask for the purpose of the visit, but instead pointed to the sofa and said, "Xiao Zhao has arrived. Please sit down." Zhao Yucheng took a seat and placed the documents aside. Zheng Wenxian smiled as he came over and picked up the teapot to boil water. "Let's try this year's freshly picked Mingqian tea." Soon the water boiled, and Director Zheng poured him a cup of tea. The white porcelain cup had a few green tea leaves at the bottom, unfurling in the water as if they were coming to life. Steam wafted from the blue and white porcelain teacup on the table, and Zheng Wenxian suddenly spoke. "Recently, that kid Xianwei, he ranked in the top 20 in the monthly exam last week." When he said this, the smile lines at the corners of his eyes were fully stretched out. Zhao Yucheng nodded. "Xiao Wei is a smart kid, as long as he puts in the effort. His grades will definitely improve." Zheng Wenxian nodded, his tone incredulous. "You wouldn't believe it. It's the first time in 2 years that the homeroom teacher praised him at a parent-teacher meeting. For the past 2 months, every weekend, he has been taking Zheng Xianwei to exercise on the middle school playground, under the pretense of teaching him fighting skills, but in fact, it was to improve his physical fitness and enhance his personal qualities through physical training." Chapter 196, Buying a Car. 3. Zhao Yucheng smiled slightly. "I've touched it." He casually mentioned it, but it made old Ma realize, no wonder this young man always carries an indescribable sense of sharpness. After getting out of the car, Zhao Yucheng carefully inspected the vehicle. He squatted down to check the chassis, lightly tapping the steel plate with his fingers, and then examined the tire tread and the spare tire's fixation. Finally, he lifted the hood and carefully checked the engine condition. Old Ma nodded in approval. "An expert. This inspection is more professional than the ones our vehicle inspection staff do." "Boss, can I take the car today?" Zhao Yucheng asked as he patted the shiny car door. "Of course." Old Ma readily agreed. "I'll have the finance department issue you an invoice right away." He turned to the nearby sales clerk and shouted, "Xiao Zhong, bring over the new license plates we just got, pick a lucky number." While the invoice was being processed, Old Ma kindly briefed Zhao Yucheng on the follow-up procedures. "Take the invoice to the Public Security Bureau's Vehicle Management Office to register, and get the driving permit and the blue and white license plate. Your car is for commercial use, so you also need to go to the Transportation Bureau to get a road transport operating license." As he spoke, he took out a note from the drawer. "I've written down the process for you and included a few names of acquaintances. Mentioning me will help." Chapter 197, Visiting Mom in the city. An elderly man saw the situation and quickly stepped forward to mediate. "Do you two know each other? How about coming in for some tea?" Zheng Baojin suddenly changed his expression, pointing at Zhao Yucheng and shouting, "It's all because of you. If it weren't for your interference, how could Yu Xiao have divorced me? How could I have lost my job?" Zhao Yucheng clenched his fists and looked at him coldly. This reminded Zheng Baojin of the times he had been beaten by Zhao Yucheng. It was the same kind of gaze, not angry, yet it instilled fear deep within. Seeing this, Zheng Baojin felt a twinge of fear, involuntarily taking 2 steps back, and defiantly shouted, "What? Now you're afraid? I'm telling you, Zhao Yucheng, this matter isn't over." After saying that, he kicked the medicinal herbs on the ground angrily and turned to ride away on his tricycle. Watching Zheng Baojin's retreating figure, Zhao Yucheng knew that with Zheng Baojin's character, he would probably bring new trouble in the future. After collecting some mountain ginseng and astragalus, it was already getting late. So he wrapped things up and headed home. Ever since Zhao Yucheng made things clear last time, Zhao Shizeng and Ma Shi had completely settled down. At the dining table, the two were unusually silent, not picky about the food, and sometimes even showed concern for Junjun. Chapter 198, Visiting the state-run department store, Zhao Yucheng looked at Li Rui's expression just now, and recalled the scene, when he went to find him to smooth things over. Slightly frowning. After listening to Zhao Yuxiu's words, Zhao Yucheng said nothing, just nodded, and they went to the dormitory together. Meng Xiaolan saw the iron-framed bed, where her daughter slept in the dormitory, and touched the soft mattress, sighing, "You sleep here more comfortably than on our Kang back home." Zhao Yuxiu opened her lunchbox and said, "Mom, I'm doing well here, so don't worry. Look, our canteen had meat for lunch today. If I had known you were coming, I would have gotten an extra serving of vegetables for us to eat together." Meng Xiaolan looked at the fragrant braised pork in the lunchbox and smiled, "Just eat well yourself, we can cook at home, so there's no trouble." Junjun saw Zhao Yuxiu's lunchbox and was very curious, clamoring to eat the dishes inside. Zhao Yuxiu took out chopsticks and a piece of flatbread to feed Junjun. Meng Xiaolan rummaged through her bag and pulled out a bottle of pickled vegetables and a few pieces of clothing, saying, "The weather is warming up. These are your lighter clothes. I'll put them in the closet for you, you can wash them and wear them later." Zhao Yuxiu nodded in agreement. Zhao Yucheng looked at his sister's clothes and then at Meng Xiaolan's slightly faded jacket and said, "Mom, after we finish eating, let us go stroll around the county town." Chapter 199, stopped on the night journey. 1. When they came out of the department store, the sun was already setting. Junjun was tired from playing, tightly clutching the tin frog toy, and quickly fell asleep in Zhao Yuxiu's arms. Meng Xiaolan rubbed her sore back and smiled. Shopping is even more tiring than working in the fields. Zhao Yucheng looked at his watch. It was already past 4 in the afternoon. He took Junjun from his sister. "Yuxiu, you go back to the factory by yourself. Mom and I will take the bus home from here." Zhao Yuxiu nodded, hanging the newly bought clothes over her shoulder and said, "Mom, brother, take care on the way." Ever since moving to the second daughter-in-law's house, Zhao Shizing and Ma Shi had escaped the fate of working in the fields. At first, Ma Shi thought it was great. But over time, she felt uneasy. One day, she somehow brought back a pair of insoles and sat in the shade of the courtyard making them. Hearing noise at the front gate, Ma Shi looked up to see Zhao Yucheng and Meng Xiaolan returning from the city. She noticed the bag hanging on Meng Xiaolan's arm contained a new piece of clothing, and her eyelids immediately drooped. "Oh, going to the city is different." She tapped the shoe sole with a thimble. "We old bones wear patched clothes, while the young ones are dressed in gold and silver." Chapter 200, stopped on the night journey. 2. Zhao Yucheng sidestepped and struck the opponent's wrist with the wrench, making a crisp snap sound as the iron rod fell to the ground. The remaining 3 saw this and raised the hemp rope, trying to sneak attack from behind. Zhao Yucheng didn't even turn around. He kicked one person in the chest with a back kick, using the momentum to spin around and sweep the wrench, sending the other 2 clutching their ribs to the ground, howling. The entire process took less than 2 minutes. The scar-faced man lay on the ground, looking at the man before him in terror, his face showing no sign of panic at all. Zhao Yucheng lifted his foot and stepped on the scar-faced man's wrist. The scar-faced man immediately let out a piercing scream, "Spare me, Boss Zhao, spare me." Zhao Yucheng smiled as he leaned down, yanked open the other person's collar, and searched through his pockets, eventually pulling out a work ID from the Liuhe County Medicinal Materials Company. Li Xingwang's man. Zhao Yucheng sneered. He had seen the supplier list from the Provincial Medicinal Materials Company, and the representative of Liuhe County Medicinal Materials Company was this name. Moreover, at the dinner table tonight, Liu Weiguo had just mentioned that this company had recently been cut off from cooperation by the provincial company for passing off inferior goods as high quality. The scar-faced man was sweating profusely in pain. "Brother, we are just here to do our job for money." Zhao Yucheng took a stack of cash from his inner pocket and said softly, "Repair fees." Chapter 201, she must be in trouble. Zhao Yucheng's medicinal materials purchasing business gradually got on track, and a new batch of fawns in the breeding farm was growing day by day under the careful care of Wei Sen and Zheng Yuying. Wei Sen had fully integrated into his current life. Not only had he learned to cook, But he also got up at 5 or 6 in the morning to make rounds at the breeding farm, starting to mix feed early. One morning, after waking up early, Zhao Yucheng found it was drizzling outside, making it impossible to go out and purchase medicinal materials, so he simply went to the breeding farm. Wei Sen was mixing soybean meal and corn flour with a shovel. Upon seeing Zhao Yucheng approach, he glanced up and continued with his work. Zhao Yucheng greeted him and joined in. "Uncle Wei, you're here so early." Wei Sen spoke slowly. "Yeah, couldn't sleep, got used to it." Zhao Yucheng nodded. "Don't tire yourself out too much. Do you want to go somewhere? I can accompany you." Wei Sen shook his head. "This place is fine. It's too noisy outside." The two took the mixed feed to the newly birthed female roe deer to ensure their milk production. Looking at the fawns nursing in the pen, Zhao Yucheng asked, "Uncle Wei, how many fawns have been born recently?" Wei Sen counted and said, "About 40, and there are still a dozen that haven't given birth. It should be soon." Chapter 202. A rainy day, almost out of control. The person in bed heard the noise, groggily opened their eyes, and couldn't see who had come in, simply murmuring. Zhao Yucheng walked to the bedside, reached out to touch Zheng Yuiying's forehead, and was startled by its burning temperature. Whispering, "You have a fever." His voice hesitated for a few seconds due to the delicate sensation in his palm. It became hoarse because of the white skin revealed by her slightly opened collar. The coolness suddenly transmitted from Zheng Yuiying's burning forehead made her feel somewhat comfortable, and she couldn't help but murmur again. Hearing the voice, she finally opened her eyes, and upon seeing Zhao Yucheng's handsome face, instinctively shrank back under the covers. "Yucheng." After withdrawing his hand, Zhao Yucheng said, "You lie down, I'll get you some medicine." He turned to rummage through the drawer, quickly suppressing his slightly disordered breathing. Soon, he found some fever-reducing medicine and poured a cup of warm water from a thermos, returning to the bedside. Zheng Yuiying, feeling a bit dazed from the fever, was too weak to sit up. In her haze, she couldn't even distinguish whether the man who had suddenly appeared before her was an illusion or real. Chapter 203. The blind date arrangement. After Zheng Yuiying's fever subsided, she slowly sipped the millet porridge that Zhao Yucheng had cooked. The porridge, which contained red dates, sent a sweet warmth sliding down her throat into her stomach. The stir-fried eggs with chives sent by Meng Xiaolan were still steaming, with golden egg flowers sprinkled with green. At night, Zhao Yucheng lay tossing and turning on the kang. The sound of rain tapping against the window made him inexplicably irritable, as he felt a soft sensation in his palm. The next day, the rain intensified, making it impossible to go out and purchase medicinal materials. He simply went into the city to find Lin Guodong for drinks and chat. In the small tavern, Zhao Yucheng stared blankly at the swaying liquor in his cup. Lin Guodong filled his glass. "What's up? Is the medicinal materials business not going well?" "No," Zhao Yucheng replied, tilting his head back to down the fiery liquor, which couldn't extinguish the tangled feelings in his heart. "It's not about business. What else could be bothering me?" Lin Guodong threw a peanut into his mouth. Squinting at Zhao Yucheng, "You're not thinking about women, are you?" Zhao Yucheng's hand trembled, spilling a few drops of liquor on the table. He coughed twice to cover it up. "What nonsense." Lin Guodong laughed heartily, patting his shoulder. "You little rascal, I don't know. Busy with business all day. And you haven't even bothered to find a partner." Chapter 204. Have you started dating a girl? Just as Zhao Yucheng was about to decline, he caught a glimpse of Su Yunting standing at the door, her slender fingers unconsciously twisting the strap of her bag. The words of refusal turned around on his lips and finally transformed into, "Okay." Lin Guodong quickly pushed out a 28-inch bicycle from the storage room to give to him. Zhao Yucheng found a cloth to wipe off the thin layer of dust on the back seat. When he rolled the bike out, he noticed Su Yunting was waiting for him under the sycamore tree in the yard. The sunlight after the rain filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on her. "Let's go," he said, pushing the bike to her side. Initially, they walked side by side. Su Yunting's white leather shoes occasionally splashed into puddles, leaving mud stains on the surface. Zhao Yucheng noticed her slightly furrowed brows and suddenly stopped. "Get on, I'll give you a ride." Su Yunting was taken aback, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. She cautiously sat sideways on the back seat, her fingers gently gripping the springs under the cushion. "Hold on tight," Zhao Yucheng said as he pedaled, and the bicycle moved forward slowly. The small alley after the rain was particularly quiet. Only the sound of wheels rolling over the accumulated water could be heard. As they turned a corner, Su Yunting leaned slightly, instinctively grabbing the edge of Zhao Yucheng's shirt. Chapter 205. He steals his business. Zhao Yucheng moved several baskets of fresh grass off the bike, and Zheng Yuing hurriedly came forward to help. When she took the basket, her fingertips accidentally brushed against Zhao Yucheng's hand, and she quickly recoiled as if scalded. She secretly glanced up, but Zhao Yucheng seemed utterly unaware. After unloading the grass from the bike, Zhao Yucheng decided to go with Liu Lifeng to the mountain goods market to collect medicinal materials. The mountain goods market was bustling with noise. Farmers from various villages had already set up their stalls early, neatly stacking fresh medicinal materials. As soon as Zhao Yucheng and Liu Lifeng stabilized their bike, they heard a voice greeting them from the side. "Oh, isn't this little brother Zhao? You've got a new ride." Huang Wanjin, along with Huang Mao and Fatty, squeezed through the crowd, their three pairs of eyes fixated on the brand new Beijing 130. Huang Mao couldn't help but reach out to touch the car door, but Liu Lifeng blocked him with a sidestep. "Boss Huang," Zhao Yucheng nodded indifferently, locking the car door casually. "Business is booming." Huang Wanjin's face twitched. He had almost failed to complete the tasks assigned earlier this year, and had sought help from Zhao Yucheng, who had flatly refused to lend a hand. If it weren't for his luck, he would probably have been eating dirt in some corner after the new year. Chapter 206. Collecting medicinal materials in the rain. He cursed under his breath, and turned to the warehouse, dragging out a large roll of plastic sheeting. The rain had soaked through his shirt, clinging wetly to his back. Just as he was fumbling to pull the plastic sheet, a small, thin figure suddenly dashed out from the curtain of rain and grabbed the other corner of the plastic sheet without saying a word. "Sister-in-law." Zhao Yucheng was stunned, rainwater flowing down his brow and blurring his vision. "What are you doing here?" Zheng Yuing gasped for breath, her hair completely drenched, strands sticking to her pale cheeks. "The little swallows have eaten, and I was at home doing homework. I saw it was raining and thought about whether the herbs were packed up properly," she explained while helping Zhao Yucheng to unfold the plastic sheet, the heavy material becoming particularly difficult to manage in the rain. Zheng Yuing slipped, and Zhao Yucheng quickly moved forward to wrap his arms around her waist. Through the soaked fabric, they could clearly feel each other's warmth and heartbeat. "Be careful." His voice was a bit hoarse. The plastic sheet was finally covered, with the corners secured by bricks. Zhao Yucheng wiped the rainwater from his face, looking at the disarray of the drying yard in the downpour, and said, "Fortunately, most of the herbs were saved after all." Chapter 207. Finally, you have come. He scoffed coldly. The herbal market rectification notice issued by the county was written very clearly. The black-hearted money he swallowed would obediently be spat out. After saying this, he came up with a temporary idea in his mind. At 4:30 in the morning, as the sky began to lighten, the large iron gate of the breeding farm creaked open. "Are all the items counted?" Zhao Yucheng patted the side of the truck. Liu Lifeng was carefully checking the ropes on the truck, grinning as he said, 500 pounds of top-grade astragalus, 300 pounds of first-grade prickly ash, and 200 pounds of selected 5-flavor fruit, all accounted for. The engine roared to life, and Zhao Yucheng jumped into the passenger seat, as the truck left the rural path and slowly turned onto the highway. Liu Lifeng held the steering wheel, excitement written all over his face as he looked ahead. This was his first trip to the provincial city, and it was also his first time taking on such an important task alone. "Are you nervous?" Zhao Yucheng glanced at him. "Not at all." Liu Lifeng's voice suddenly rose. Then he lowered it shyly. Do you really trust me to deliver the goods alone in the future? Zhao Yucheng rolled down the window, letting the morning breeze with the scent of grass blow in. You've been with me through wind and rain for the past 3 months. And you've never made a mistake. Chapter 208, Reinspection of Goods. A truck marked with Qinghe County herbs was lining up to unload and inspect the goods, while a few people were sneaking glances around. It's rare for us to come here, we must have lunch together, Liu Weiguo said while brewing tea. It's a good time to discuss the supply plan for the next quarter. Director Liu, Zhao Yucheng suddenly lowered his voice. Actually, I came this time to report a situation. He glanced outside. Someone is trying to mess with my goods. Liu Weiguo's smile instantly vanished, following Zhao Yucheng's gaze. His brow furrowed tighter. It's them again. They were caught last month for adulteration, fined, yet they still don't learn their lesson. I'm worried they will pull tricks during the inspection. Zhao Yucheng's sharp gaze fell on that truck. I heard the people behind them are not simple. Liu Weiguo slammed his teacup heavily on the table, stood up, and pulled out a registry from the filing cabinet. What position is your cargo in? I'll arrange for priority inspection right away. That's not necessary. Zhao Yucheng smiled slightly. I have an idea. 10 minutes later, when Zhao Yucheng returned to the inspection area, Liu Lifeng stood guard by the truck like a gatekeeper, watching over the cargo while sipping soybean milk. Chapter 209, Boss Chen. Is there anything else you want to discuss? Chen Shikuan glanced at the tense Liu Lifeng in the driver's seat. Let this brother join too, Friendship Hotel. It's on me. Zhao Yucheng calmly shook off his arm. Boss Chen, your hospitality is appreciated. The Friendship Hotel is a well-known state-run restaurant in the provincial city, with all kinds of luxury cars parked outside. The waitstaff in crisp white uniforms led them to a private room on the second floor, where a round table was already set with Lao Lonko liquor and 4 types of cold dishes: pig's head meat, smashed cucumber, garlic pork, sweet tomatoes, and fried peanuts. Young Zhao is quite accomplished. Chen Shikuan personally poured drinks for the two, the glasses clinking together. I heard someone took a big fall today. Zhao Yucheng raised his glass and swirled it under his nose. They walked into the gun's mouth themselves. They have no one to blame. Well said. Chen Shikuan suddenly slammed the table, startling the server, who was serving dishes, causing them to nearly drop the plate. I appreciate a clear-headed person like you, young Zhao. When the steaming 3-flavor dumplings were served, Chen Shikuan finally got to the point. Actually, I came today to discuss a business deal with you. I heard you not only have a herb purchasing business, but also a breeding business, and I'm very interested. Chapter 210, This red thread, she has tied it. Zhao Yucheng squinted at the floral shirt in the distance, covering his face with an expression both aggrieved and fearful, looking like a beaten stray dog. Chen Shikuan took out a handkerchief to wipe his hands and disdainfully tossed it on the ground before turning to get into the car. They are actually in cahoots. Liu Lifeng gasped. Wait, wasn't he that person taken away? They are up to something. Zhao Yucheng patted his shoulder. Let us go back. After returning home, Zhao Yucheng plunged back into his busy work life. He squatted by the fence of the breeding farm, watching a group of fawned fawns that had just been weaned frolicking on the grass. These little creatures had shiny coats, and their slender legs made them look like they had springs when they ran, occasionally coming over curiously to sniff his rubber boots. Boss, these kids are really growing well. Leng walked over carrying a feed bucket, casually scattering some bean cake. They'll be weaned in about a month. Zhao Yucheng suddenly remembered that Lin Guodong had also invested when the breeding farm was established. By autumn, the deer could be sold, and they needed to discuss the follow-up development direction. I'm going to the city today, Zhao Yucheng said, brushing off the debris from his hands. He went home to grab a piece of dried wild boar meat from last year and headed into the city. Chapter 211, Are you my uncle's new friend? At this moment, a voice came from outside the office. Xiao Su, our unit advocates on-site service for farmers actively learning advanced breeding techniques. So you should go. Su Yunting's ears turned red, slightly annoyed as she said, Director Chen, although on-site service is encouraged, we still need to follow procedures and fill out an application form. Chen Ying walked in with a kettle of hot water, smiling. That's not a problem, I have the application form right here. As she spoke, she pulled out a stack of application forms from her desk, took one, and handed it to Zhao Yucheng. Zhao, fill one out. And I'll take it for approval. Zhao Yucheng took the on-site guidance service application form and quickly began to fill it out. No need to rush. Su Yunting hurriedly pressed down on his hand that was holding the pen, then quickly pulled her hand back, as if it had been burned. Zhao Yucheng smiled. Fill it out, it's a necessary process, this is called official business. Hearing his words, Su Yunting bit her lip, ultimately saying nothing. Zhao Yucheng didn't notice her struggle, and quickly finished filling out the application form, and handed it to Chen Ying. Chen Ying looked at the characters on the application form and praised, your handwriting is really good, better than many top students. Chapter 212, Injured Su Yunting turned to glance at Zhao Yucheng, who was smiling at her, then turned back, holding Junjun's little hand, and smiled as she said, yes. Your uncle and I are good friends. Junjun tilted his head and looked at Su Yunting, suddenly saying, Sister Shanshan is also my uncle's good friend. Junjun's innocent words were like a small stone, suddenly thrown into a calm lake. Su Yunting's smile froze for a moment, not expecting such a small child to suddenly mention another girl. She suppressed her thoughts and smiled as she asked, you must really like Sister Shanshan, right? Junjun nodded, She buys me candy. Su Yunting couldn't help but laugh, realizing how simple a child's thoughts are. A piece of candy can win a heart. She patted Junjun's head and smiled, I see. How about I bring you some candy next time? Different flavors of candy. Junjun curiously asked while counting on his little fingers. Pretty sister, what flavors are there? Su Yunting replied with a smile, orange flavor, apple flavor, and strawberry flavor. Zhao Yucheng, listening from the side, frowned and quickly interrupted, Junjun. Go check with your grandma to see if that little roe deer you like is full yet. Chapter 213, Visiting the Provincial Fur Company. Su Yunting hurriedly explained, Mom. This is Comrade Zhao Yucheng. I accidentally twisted my ankle while guiding in the countryside. Su's father came over upon hearing, his eyes slightly squinting behind his glasses. Zhao Yucheng stood straight and handed over 2 bags of fruit he bought on the way with both hands. Hello, uncle and aunt, I'm really sorry. I didn't take good care of technician Su. The elderly couple exchanged glances and politely let him into the house. Su's mother busily poured tea, while Su's father carefully examined his daughter's injury. Taking advantage of Zhao Yucheng's trip to the bathroom, Su's mother lowered her voice. This young man looks quite spirited, but his family. Mom? We are just work colleagues. Su Yunting anxiously covered her mother's mouth, but accidentally hurt her ankle. Gasping in pain, Zhao Yucheng came out of the bathroom, just in time to hear the last half of the sentence. He tactfully stood at the entrance and said, Uncle and aunt, I won't disturb you any longer. Before turning around, he seriously told Su Yunting, you should rest well, there's no rush with the farm matters. After Zhao Yucheng left and the door closed, Su's father pushed up his glasses and asked, he's from the countryside, but doesn't he have a formal job? He's living in the countryside, but now he's starting a farm and also buying. Chapter 214, A New Battlefield in This Life. Zhao Yucheng nodded in agreement, realizing Manager Zhong's reminder was indeed reasonable. The quality of furs in winter is noticeably better than in other seasons. After leaving the fur company, Lin Guodong drove while mysteriously saying, back then, I privately asked, if we supply goods, we can price them at top-grade fur levels. By the end of the year, we can directly deliver 200 pieces, what do you think? Zhao Yucheng almost choked on his own saliva. This price was a full 30% higher than the counter's purchasing station. Zhao Yucheng couldn't help but start speculating about Lin Guodong's identity. However, Lin Guodong never took the initiative to say, and he ultimately didn't ask. But he had already guessed quite a bit in his mind. Let us go. The director of the meat processing plant must be waiting anxiously. Lin Guodong glanced at his watch, sat in the driver's seat, and started the car. The provincial meat processing plant was even more impressive, as the electric iron gate slowly opened. Zhao Yucheng saw a plump old man in an apron standing in front of the office building, rubbing his hands and looking around. Little brat. The old man rushed over and punched Lin Guodong. You haven't come to see this old man for so long. Uncle Wang. Lin Guodong laughed while taking the hit. Isn't this bringing the god of wealth with me? Chapter 2:15. Is she still that shy widow who avoids people? Zhao Yucheng handed her a stack of documents. I believe in you. This is our breeding data and process. You're familiar with it, so there won't be any problems. The sample display area was quickly completed. Zhao Yucheng personally selected 6 roe deer at different growth stages, each wearing a brand new numbered tag around their necks. Zheng Yuiying used red paint to write clear explanatory text on the fence, her handwriting neat and almost like a printed type. Not bad. Zhao Yucheng stood behind her without her noticing. Zheng Yuiying's ears turned red, and she almost dropped the brush in the paint bucket. Before finishing work in the evening, Zhao Yucheng inspected the last feeding trough and found Zheng Yuiying still organizing documents in the office. Zhao Yucheng approached and said, Sister-in-law, it's late, don't work too hard. Hurry home. I'll be done soon. Zheng Yuiying replied without looking up. She carefully pasted each roe deer's growth curve chart on the display board. Then wiped the ink off her fingers. Zheng Yuiying looked around to see if anyone was there, hesitating whether to ask a long-held question from her heart. Seeing Zheng Yuiying's hesitance, Zhao Yucheng didn't think much of it. The incident of her getting caught in the rain and falling ill had been many days ago. And the two had returned to their usual interactions. Chapter 2:16. Successfully completing the reception task. The most impressive part was the sample display area. 6 roe deer at different growth stages were enclosed in numbered fences, each with comparison photos and detailed descriptions hanging up. Zheng Yuiying picked up a thin stick and pointed at the last plump adult roe deer, strength and fattening for 20 days, average daily weight gain of 0.6 pounds. Thickness of the hide increased. Amazing. The leaders from the provincial animal husbandry station couldn't help but applaud. The scientific breeding methods of your farm can definitely be promoted throughout the province. During lunch, the roe deer jerky brought out by Zheng Yuiying glistened with a shiny sauce color, mixed with wild vegetables and red chili strips, making it very appetizing. Director Li from the provincial meat processing plant picked up a piece and raised his eyebrows in surprise. This taste is even more authentic than the big restaurants in the provincial city. The others in the inspection group also gathered around the simple wooden table to taste and praised it endlessly. Zhao Yucheng saw her skillfully pouring tea for the leaders. Her demeanor even more gracious and appropriate than that of county officials. Zhao Yucheng responded calmly, occasionally steering the conversation towards Zhao Jiaxing. All of this is wild game from our mountains. Zhao Yucheng timely picked up the conversation, but wasn't in a hurry to take credit. Instead, he turned to Zhao Jiaxing. Sitting at the end, the village chief specially let me use this abandoned site to support the farm. Chapter 2:17. Application materials returned. However, after Zhao Yucheng decided to contract a mountain peak in the west, he urged Zhao Jiaxing to draft the contract and push forward the contracting procedures. Zhao Jiaxing was also inspired by Zhao Yucheng, igniting his inner ambition, and began to have the village committee start the contracting procedures for the western mountain peak. However, after a few days, there was no news from the village committee. Zhao Yucheng couldn't help but run over to ask, Village chief, can we sign the contract first? Zhao Jiaxing chuckled while puffing on his pipe, look at you, so anxious. What is the rush? The provincial approval hasn't come down yet, signing it would be pointless. Worried that someone might seize the project first, he asked, why is it taking so long? Is there a problem? Zhao Jiaxing replied, I was just about to tell you about this matter. The procedures are indeed very complicated. First, there needs to be a preliminary review by the township. and then a final review by the forestry department. The duration of the contract and your breeding license also need to be considered. Zhao Yucheng understood that the procedures were complicated, but he didn't expect them to be this complicated. All right, you tell me how to do it. And I'll get on it right away. Zhao Jiaxing took out a document and tossed it to him. You first need to apply for a wild animal breeding license, also. You need to provide a usage planning map for this piece of land. Chapter 218, Master looks cooler when he fights. After Zhao Yucheng returned to the village from the township, he hurried to the village committee to fill out another form. Once completed, he signed it, stamped it with his handprint, and handed it to Zhao Jiaxing, village head. Please stamp it again, and send it to the land office. Zhao Jiaxing was surprised. Is the matter resolved? Zhao Yucheng nodded. It should be resolved. Zhao Jiaxing was skeptical, but cooperatively stamped it. The next morning, he sent someone to deliver it to the land office. After 2 days, he sent someone to inquire about the progress. And they said the documents had already been submitted to the county. Zhao Jiaxing never expected Zhao Yucheng to have such strong public relations skills, and couldn't help but exclaim. You kid, you can achieve great things. Zhao Yucheng humbly replied, Village head, you're joking. But Zhao Jiaxing replied seriously, you work hard. And the village committee will give you the biggest support. Don't forget the villagers when you become successful. Zhao Yucheng quickly assured him, Village head, don't worry. I'm not someone who forgets my roots. Once I have the ability, I will definitely give back to our village. In the blink of an eye, it was another weekend. Although Zheng Xianwei had undergone a significant transformation, he had already decided to enlist after graduating from junior high. Chapter 219, Old Man, Help Me Out. Before Wang Zhixiang could say anything, Zhao Yucheng strode away. Zheng Xianwei watched his homeroom teacher's disappointed expression and chuckled, asking, Teacher Wang, do you think my master is cool? Wang Zhixiang shot him a glare and scolded, what kind of question is that for a kid? Focus on improving your grades, that's more important. Zheng Xianwei quickly nodded. You're right, Teacher Wang. I want to be a good student for you. Wang Zhixiang suddenly asked, by the way, why do you call him master? Zheng Xianwei proudly replied. Of course, it's because I became his disciple and learned martial arts from him. Wang Zhixiang recalled seeing Zhao Yucheng sparring with Zheng Xianwei and nodded. I could tell he seemed to know some martial arts. Zheng Xianwei became even prouder, of course. If you had come earlier, you could have seen my master perform a complete set of martial arts, it was so cool. Wang Zhixiang thought to herself that she had come over because she saw it, but she couldn't say much in front of her student. She reminded Zheng Xianwei to go home and study before leaving. When Zheng Xianwei got home, he found his master sitting in his house drinking tea. Chapter 220, Are you facing a competitor? After finishing a phone call, Lin Guodong said to Zhao Yucheng, No rush. I expect to get a reply this afternoon. Zhao Yucheng nodded, planning to wait for the reply before proceeding. Seeing Lin Guodong busy with his work again, he curiously asked, By the way, Lin Ge, I haven't asked you how you suddenly started working at the agricultural machinery station. Lin Guodong carefully tapped the front of a tractor with a wrench as he replied. You might laugh, but after I was discharged, I came to the county to settle down and marry Chen Ji. My family was very angry. They had arranged a job for me in the provincial capital, and didn't want me to come here, which caused a rift between us. Later, my family had no choice but to arrange a job for me at the agricultural machinery station, but I was still upset with them and didn't go. I opened a military supplies service station, and just stayed in the shop every day, not wanting to do anything. But after getting to know you, my mindset slowly changed. And I couldn't sit still anymore, so I came here. After saying that, he laughed heartily. Zhao Yucheng then understood that Lin Guodong had such an experience. He helped check and repair the machinery beside him and teased, I didn't expect you to be so sentimental, Lin Ji. Chen Ji has a good eye. Chapter 221, No one can surpass me right now, Shu Jianjun drove. taking Zhao Yucheng and Liu Weiguo through many twists and turns until they quickly arrived at an old restaurant owned by Liu. The restaurant's braised bones were incredibly delicious. And today I brought you two to try them, Xu Jianjun said while locking the car. The three of them got out and turned into an alley from the entrance. Soon arriving at the small restaurant he mentioned. The greasy glass door, with the faded words state-owned, was packed inside. Xu Jianjun skillfully lifted the curtain to the kitchen. Uncle Liu, the usual. The chubby chef waved his spatula without turning around. Second floor, small private room. The private room had only a round table with peeling paint. And an old, yellowed business license hung on the wall. Zhao Yucheng was the youngest among the three. So he let the two older men take the seats while he sat down. He picked up the thermos and poured tea while saying, "I apologize for bothering you two by inviting you out for a meal today." Xu Jianjun laughed, "Cut that out. A few days ago, I was just telling Uncle Liu to find an opportunity to get together, and you came at the right time." Liu Weiguo nodded, "Exactly. Although we haven't known each other for long, we get along well, right, Lao Shu?" Chapter 222. A chance encounter with a rival. Just as Liu Weiguo finished speaking, the door to the private room was pushed open, and a waiter came in to serve the dishes. He quickly stopped talking. Once the waiter left, he lowered his voice and quietly said, "The County Herbal Medicine Company's quality inspection records from last year were found to be falsified and were fined 3 times. Although they suppressed it." Zhao Yucheng leaned in closely to hear Liu Weiguo's words, his expression becoming more serious. After a satisfying meal, they each returned home. Upon returning to the village, Zhao Yucheng immediately went to check out the forest land that Wang Zhenxiang planned to contract. Wang Zhenxiang's contracted area not only included Zhao Yucheng's mountain, but also expanded nearly half of the area to the west. He discovered that some of the marks he had made on certain trees while measuring had been destroyed. Seeing the messy footprints on the ground, he knew that it was definitely the group of Wang Zhenxiang, who had come while he was in the provincial capital. However, noticing that there were no footprints around the western part of the forest, it seemed that the other party had not yet finished their inspection. The next morning, he dressed like a hunter and headed to the western mountain. He wandered around the western mountain, constantly observing the figures on the nearby road. Finally, around 10 a.m., an off-road vehicle slowly drove in from the county direction and stopped on the small road at the entrance of the western mountain. Chapter 223. Do you want to throw us here to feed wild boars? With a scream, Wang Qinggui and his nephew, who reached out to help him, rolled down the slope for about 5 or 6 meters before stopping against a tree. Ouch! This cursed place. Wang Qinggui struggled to get up, brushing off the dirt from his body, then tested his ankle, which was a bit sore. This made him even angrier. Looking at his nephew still lying on the ground without getting up, his face showed unmistakable disdain. "Why are you making such a fuss?" After he finished speaking, he reached out to pull Wang Zhenxiang up from the ground. Wang Zhenxiang, holding his arm that had been hurt by the tree, grimaced and said, "Uncle, this tree almost knocked me dead." After saying that, he angrily kicked the tree that was blocking their path a few times. He secretly complained that if he hadn't been holding onto his uncle, would he have fallen so painfully. What a good deed turned into a donkey's liver and lungs. Wang Qinggui felt a sharp pain in his back from the stone on the ground. He didn't even realize that life had become too comfortable. Just a little fall was enough to make him feel unbearable pain. Zhao Yucheng, hiding not far away, watched the unfortunate uncle and nephew fall and gleefully said, "If I had known earlier, I would have set a few traps to play with you." Chapter 224. Oh no, she got scalded by a bun. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yucheng casually replied, "There's really that possibility. The goats we raise at home often get taken by wolves, let alone raising them in the mountains." The two young men exchanged glances, but said nothing, both understanding each other's meaning. Zhao Yucheng glanced at the other end of the road and said, "The bus is coming soon, you don't have to worry. The two immediately stretched their necks to watch the direction the bus was coming from. Soon, a somewhat dilapidated bus swayed as it approached. Before getting on the bus, the two waved to Zhao Yucheng, Big Brother. We are from the County Urban Construction and Environmental Protection Bureau's survey team. Come find us to play in the city when you have time. Zhao Yucheng waved goodbye to the two. Watching the bus drive away, a smile curved at the corners of his mouth. I believe we will meet again soon. Zhao Yucheng leisurely returned to the village with a rabbit in hand. Meng Xiaolan looked at the rabbit her son brought back and curiously asked, Dacheng, you haven't gone hunting for a long time. Why did you think of hunting rabbits today? Zhao Yucheng smiled and explained. It's been a while since I went into the mountains, and my hands were a bit itchy. Also, it's good to change the taste of the vegetables at home. Meng Xiaolan laughed and said, you still act like a child. All right. Mom will make braised rabbit for you later. Chapter 225, You Are Too Boring. Zhao Yucheng saw a bitten bun rolling on the ground to the right of the girl. And she still had a piece of bun skin in her mouth. The old man selling buns, Lao Zhong, was so frightened that he dropped the tongs in his hand. Trembling as he said, I only sold her 2 buns, I didn't tea poison them. How much does she want to extort? The elderly men and women in line chimed in. She must have been scalded by the steam. I think the bun must have a problem. Zhao Yucheng pushed through the crowd and asked, what is going on? The woman pointed nervously at the girl on the ground and said, she cut in line to buy buns in front of me. Before I could say anything, she took a bite and said she got scalded to death. After just 1 bite, she suddenly went limp and fell straight back. The bun shop owner trembled and defended himself. Anyone knows that freshly steamed buns are very hot. You can't blame me for that. Zhao Yucheng stepped forward, knelt on one knee, and supported the back of the woman's head. When his fingertips touched the carotid artery, he frowned. The pulse was weak and rapid, and the skin was cool and damp, which was not a symptom of a burn. When he pried open her eyelids, he saw that her pupils were normal, but her eyelids were pale. Make way. Don't crowd around. He glanced around the crowd and turned to the bun shop owner, shouting, Lao Zhong, bring a stool over. Also, get a bowl of warm sugar water. Chapter 226, You don't need to make it difficult for me. Zhao Yucheng rummaged through his bag and took out a bun. Just as he was about to eat it to fill his stomach, when he heard someone chasing after him from behind. He turned to see a woman in her 50s, who resembled Juningning somewhat. He immediately understood what was going on. Juningning's mother walked up to Zhao Yucheng and stopped. Noticing the well-built young man in front of her, she had a good first impression. However, because she was an official's family member, she felt an unconscious sense of vigilance and tentatively said, Comrade, my daughter just said you saved her life today. Zhao Yucheng hurriedly explained, Auntie, Juningning just fainted from low blood sugar. It's not a life-saving situation. Juningning's mother saw that Zhao Yucheng had no intention of using his good deed to demand a favor, which added to her goodwill towards him. Seeing that Zhao Yucheng was still holding a bun, she smiled and said, Don't be polite. You must be from out of town. Come home for some water. It's a small gesture from Auntie. Our home isn't a dragon's den, or a tiger's lair. Why are you still so uncomfortable at your age? She turned to look at her daughter. Upon doing so, she found that her daughter, Juningning, had unexpectedly collapsed on the ground at some point. Chapter 227, Change Strategy. Juningning continued speaking, her tone carrying a hint of sadness. My parents want me to get married soon, so they often introduce me to boys with similar family backgrounds. Actually, I already have a boyfriend, but they don't approve of him. Juningning's voice was soft like a feather, yet each word fell clearly on Zhao Yucheng's ears. He has long hair and sings in the underpass of Liberation Road. My dad says he is a laybout, but he plays the guitar really well. Zhao Yucheng silently peeled an apple, the skin curling into a long strip. He thought of the unruly roe deer in his breeding farm that would only crash into the fence more when stopped, until they bled. Juningning, the only daughter of a bureaucratic family, had fallen in love with a yellow-haired boy who liked rock music, but her family thought it was unproductive. Which is why they strongly opposed it. Additionally, as expected, Juningning's father was indeed Zhu Binghuai from the resource department that Zhao Yucheng wanted to contact. He knew that Juningning was not really looking for advice or comfort, she just wanted to vent. Chapter 228, Share your thoughts. At the foot of the mountain, Zhao Yucheng saw a Passat parked by the roadside, with the words Public Affairs printed on it. He stepped up and walked towards the mountain. The West Mountain is a colloquial name among locals, while its name on the map is Yucheng. As the name suggests, there are many wild chickens on this mountain. Zhao Yucheng was quick on his feet and reached the summit in no time. Although it was just a hilltop, it covered a large area and was elevated. When measuring the topography, Zhao Yucheng spent 2 days, so when he reached the top, he did not quickly encounter his target. Standing at the highest point of the mountain, he observed the surroundings. Suddenly, a wild chicken flew up from the northwest corner. Zhao Yucheng pondered for a moment and immediately headed in that direction. Sure enough, after passing through a dense forest, he found a few people standing on a spacious meadow. The man in the middle was wearing a jacket and leather shoes. And there were 2 people surrounding him, discussing something while one held some blueprints. At a glance, Zhao Yucheng recognized the middle-aged man in his 40s as Juningning's father. Zhu Binghuai from the Provincial Resource Department, with the 2 beside him pointing at the blueprints and discussing something. Chapter 229, You seem like a hidden expert. After listening to Zhao Yucheng's words, Zhu Huaibing looked at him. Is this young man really just an ordinary hunter? He remained silent for a long time without speaking. Even his secretary beside him was puzzled and couldn't believe that someone living in the deep mountains and surviving by hunting could say such professionally sound words. Zhao Yucheng knew that his words had raised doubts from the other party, but he did not argue, waiting to see Zhu Huaibing's reaction. Finally, after a moment, Zhu Huaibing sighed deeply and laughed heartily, saying, You kid, if you have anything else to say, go ahead and say it. Hearing this, Zhao Yucheng smiled slightly and took out a backup of the planning map he had made from his bag and handed it to Zhu Huaibing. Zhu Huaibing, puzzled, reached out to take it and, upon opening it, was instantly surprised, asking, Where did you get this? Zhao Yucheng explained. This is the project planning map I want to apply for. Zhu Huaibing, even more confused, asked, You also have a project application? Zhao Yucheng said with a hint of regret, Yes, my project application was submitted earlier than another company's. It's just unfortunate that it got stuck at the county level during approval. Chapter 230, A Satisfying Lunch. Zhu Huaibing looked at Zhao Yucheng and asked for his opinion. Seeing the inexplicable anticipation in Zhu Huaibing's eyes, Zhao Yucheng nodded in agreement. Zhu Huaibing sat back in the car, and Secretary Liu followed him inside. Zhao Yucheng returned to the driver's seat, shifted gears, released the clutch, and stepped on the accelerator, his actions as smooth as breathing. The car slowly started. Navigating the unpaved dirt road, which had many potholes after a heavy rain a few days ago. Zhao Yucheng controlled the speed, avoiding the larger potholes, and gradually drove forward. Although it was still bumpy, the situation was much better than when Secretary Liu was driving. Zhu Huaibing finally relaxed his posture. Soon, the car slowly drove off the dirt road and turned onto the highway. Boss, there's a restaurant in the town that specializes in wild game. We can have them prepare it, and their dishes are quite good, Zhao Yucheng suggested to Zhu Huaibing. After a morning of interaction, Zhu Huaibing had preliminarily judged that Zhao Yucheng was a reliable person. He smiled and said, Since you say the taste is good, let's go try it. Zhao Yucheng skillfully led Zhu Huaibing and Secretary Liu to a restaurant in the town called Qianjia Old Restaurant. Chapter 231, Smoothly getting the approval after the 3 had their fill, Zhu Huaibing was very satisfied. I didn't expect this small farmhouse restaurant could serve such delicious dishes. Today, not only did I learn about this project in detail, but I also got to eat such good food, it was worth the trip. Zhao Yucheng stood up to settle the bill, but was told by old Qian that it had already been taken care of. Old Qian winked and gossipingly said, "Your friend has quite a high position." Zhao Yucheng smiled but said nothing. Before parting, Zhu Weibing left a message for Zhao Yucheng to wait for news at home. Sure enough, the next day, just after Zhao Yucheng and Liu Lifeng returned with a load of medicinal materials, he received a notification to go to the brigade. When he arrived at the brigade, the village head, Zhao Jiaxing, had a face full of melancholy. Zhao Yucheng asked, "Village head, what happened?" Zhao Jiaxing sighed deeply and handed him a document bag, saying, "Take a look, the application procedures have been returned." Zhao Yucheng took the document bag and, delighted, said, "So soon there's movement." Zhao Jiaxing asked in confusion, "The application materials have been returned, and you're still smiling?" Zhao Yucheng pulled out the documents and pointed to one of the pages, saying, "The problems are marked here. I'll make targeted adjustments and resubmit." Chapter 232, Project launch under attack. Recently, there hadn't been much farm work, and when people in the village heard the news from the loudspeaker, they all came out onto the street. Some asked, "What work is there in Shishan?" They all shook their heads, saying, "Not sure." Regardless of what work it was, they decided to sign up, even if it was just for a meal. It was better than sitting idly at home. Those with inside information quietly brought shovels to sign up at the brigade. Soon everyone knew that a project was to be developed on the mountain in the west, which offered a significant amount of work. Half an hour later, the brigade in Zhaojiatun was crowded with people signing up. And some even called relatives from neighboring villages to join. The bustling yard of the brigade was noisy. Someone from the village committee came out to maintain order, holding a loudspeaker and shouting, "The age for recruitment must be between 18 and 60. Those who do not meet the age requirement should not crowd in." It was $2 a day, with no meals provided at noon. Those who signed up needed to bring their own food. There were also latecomers who heard about the recruitment and rushed to line up. An old man with grey hair stood in the line, looking eagerly at the slowly moving queue, asking, "What work is there?" Someone nearby joked, "Old Dao, you came here without knowing what work it is." It was said that anyone over 60 should not apply. Chapter 233, Recruiting. The scarred man swung a wooden stick, startling the sparrows in the trees and making everyone retreat in fear. Zhao Yucheng, however, stepped forward instead, quickly closing the distance to the scarred man's chest, grabbing his wrist with his left hand and pushing it down while delivering a powerful elbow strike to the bridge of the man's nose. With a sharp crack, the scarred man cried out in pain and knelt on the ground, blood spraying from his nose. "Everyone, attack!" Wang Zhenxiang shouted from the back. The remaining 3 rushed in simultaneously, their sticks weaving a web. Wei Sen picked up a tree branch as thick as an arm and was about to charge forward when Zhao Yucheng shouted, "Don't come over." Before he finished speaking, he sidestepped a sweeping stick, countering with a knife hand strike to the assailant's throat. The man immediately crumpled like a deflated balloon, clutching his neck and collapsing. "Go to the police station. Call Director Liu." Zhao Yucheng yelled at the stunned Erleng. Only then did Erleng snap out of it, scrambling down the mountain. Ironhammer's hand holding the rake trembled. Although he had followed Erleng in the past, he had never seen such a scene. The remaining 2 thugs exchanged glances and suddenly changed tactics, attacking simultaneously from the left and right. Zhao Yucheng ducked under a sweeping stick, but was kicked in the lower back, stumbling against a tree trunk. Chapter 234, Sending a banner. Erleng took the man aside to fill out a form, and then a girl with glasses walked in behind him. Zhao Yucheng looked at her a little more closely. "Have you been to school?" "I graduated from junior high." "Why didn't you continue your studies?" The girl lowered her head, twisting the hem of her shirt. "My family can't afford it. I taught myself accounting." As she spoke, she took out a small notebook from her pocket. Zhao Yucheng took the notebook, opened it on the table, and saw neat handwriting mixed with some income and expenditure symbols. Zhao Yucheng nodded. "Your self-learning ability seems good. Let's give you a 1-month trial, and you can learn from Zheng Yuing first." During the lunch break, Zheng Yuiying quietly asked, "Do we really need to hire so many people? What about the expenses?" "Don't worry." Zhao Yucheng pointed to a truckload of medicinal materials to be sent to the provincial city. Liu Lifeng's return this time will cover a year's salary. 4 more people were hired in the end, 2 responsible for feeding the roe deer, and 2 for purchasing medicinal materials. In the evening when work was done, Director Liu Xiaokang suddenly came to find him. He took off his cap and fanned himself. Wang Zhenxiang has been released on bail. Zhao Yucheng was checking the new fence and just responded with a hem. His uncle, Wang Qinggui, has some connections in the county. Director Liu lowered his voice and said, "Be careful during this time." Chapter 235, To Get Rich, first build the road in order to expedite the construction of his new breeding farm. Zhao Yucheng took people up the mountain to work every day. Lin Guodong specially came to understand the project's construction situation. Seeing the bustling construction scene, Lin Guodong smiled and said, "Your business is getting bigger and bigger, soon we'll have to call you Boss Zhao." Zhao Yucheng smiled and punched his shoulder playfully. "To be honest, don't you want to do something as well?" Lin Guodong pondered for a moment and said, "Seeing your enthusiasm, I really want to do something, but I don't have a good idea yet." Zhao Yucheng turned to look down the mountain and said, "Isn't that a great opportunity?" Lin Guodong followed his gaze and asked in confusion, "What?" Zhao Yucheng looked toward the road in the distance and said, "To get rich, first build the road. The private economy will definitely develop rapidly in the future, and the demand for transportation convenience will also increase accordingly. Take my project as an example. Although it's breeding, it also relies on transportation." Upon hearing this, Lin Guodong's eyes lit up. "Brother, I have to say, you're thinking further ahead than I am." He pointed to the rugged mountain road below and said, "I looked at your project plan, you probably have other plans here, right?" Chapter 236, Can't tolerate a grain of sand in the eye. 3 days later, it was a sunny day. 2 machines were set up by the roadside, and the village head personally lit a string of firecrackers. With a deafening crackling sound, the 2 machines started, and the road construction project officially kicked off. The villagers who came to work were divided into 3 groups. The young men followed the machines to lay gravel, the women screened sand and mixed lime nearby, and the older folks were responsible for boiling water and delivering meals. The construction of the Wild Chicken Ridge Road attracted people from the surrounding villages to come and watch. Seeing the 2 machines working loudly on the construction site, they all gaped, "Wow! Those 2 machines are really powerful. 1 scoop is equivalent to how many times we would have to swing a hammer." Zhao Yufu also mixed in with the construction team. After working for a while, he ran to a big tree nearby to cool off, and when he saw the food was ready, he rushed to serve himself a large portion first. The others didn't say much because he was Zhao Yucheng's cousin. That noon, someone secretly approached Zhao Yucheng and said something. After listening, Zhao Yucheng immediately found the person responsible for recording the work hours and asked to see the notebook. When Zhao Yucheng asked about Zhao Yufu's work hours, the record keeper was speechless. Everyone came to work on the same day, but his work hours were the highest, even more than those who worked every day by 6 hours. If he wasn't mistaken, he hadn't come for 2 days during this time. What was going on? Chapter 237, The inauguration ceremony. Director Liu Xiaokang called Zhao Yucheng to the back room. According to the rules, he should be detained, but considering the circumstances, Zhao Yucheng said, "Let us handle it formally." Thus, Jia was locked up. Zhao Shizeng and Ma heard about it and shamelessly came to Zhao Yucheng to plead for leniency. Zhao Yucheng said coldly, "This is a public matter. If you have any objections, go to the police station to reflect." The next morning, Zhao Yufu came back to make up for work, looking dejected. He swung the pickaxe with a vengeance, as if he were digging the grave of a lifelong enemy. Erlang marked the lime line on the new roadbed, and, seeing Zhao Yufu's appearance, asked softly, "Boss, are you really not going to show any mercy this time? You reap what you sow." Repeatedly failing to reform, the road was damaged by them. Either pay for the repairs or come to fix it yourself. Zhao Yucheng replied firmly, as he stepped down to pack a shovel of soil. Half a month later, the road completion ceremony was held amid the thunderous sound of firecrackers. Under the eager gaze of the crowd, Zhao Yucheng climbed onto a truck loaded with goods. He took a deep breath, turned the key to start the engine. And the roar of the engine echoed in the valley. "Remember to look at the tire tracks." Zhao Yucheng leaned out of the window and shouted to Lin Guodong, who was waving by the roadside. Chapter 238. The Night Watchman of Wild Chicken Ridge. After the ecological breeding farm at Wild Chicken Ridge was completed, Zhao Yucheng quickly moved all the roe deer over. 2 hunting dogs had already been brought over, and he had been going to Wild Chicken Ridge alone for night shifts recently. However, he couldn't go every night, so it faced the need for someone to guard the mountain long term. The first person Zhao Yucheng thought of was Wei Sen. He had lived in the mountains for many years and was more familiar with certain situations in the forest than most people. Although Wei Sen didn't talk much, he had adapted to a normal living state. Every day he worked at the breeding farm during the day, and at night, except for guarding the farm, he would return to the small wooden house that Wei Shangyan lived in before to rest. Zhao Yucheng paid him 20 yuan a month as salary and also bought him clothes, shoes, and some daily necessities. When Wei Shangyan personally entrusted Wei Sen to him, he did his best to take care of him. Before Zhao Yucheng could actively ask Wei Sen about his attitude, Wei Sen approached him on his own. One day, after Zhao Yucheng finished packing a new batch of goods to be sent to the Provincial Medicinal Materials Company, and was about to lock up to go home, he saw Wei Sen walking towards him. Zhao Yucheng greeted him while locking the door. "Uncle Wei, are you done?" Wei Sen nodded. "I'm about to head back." Chapter 239. The midnight attacker. Wei Sen immediately raised the flashlight in his hand and clearly illuminated the distinct bite marks on the fence. He called Zhao Yucheng over and pointed to that section of the fence. "This piece is broken. It looks like it was gnawed by a wild boar." Zhao Yucheng squatted down, took out his dagger to clear a patch of bushes, and saw some footprints. The hoof prints were larger than his fist. He lowered his voice and said, "Let us temporarily reinforce this area first, then quickly check around the boundary line." Wei Sen nodded and hurriedly found some sturdy branches to patch up the broken section, reinforced it, and then said while patrolling, "I'll set some iron traps here tomorrow." The two of them circled the wooden fence for most of the night without finding any other damage. The next day, Wei Sen took the iron traps and set them in several places along the wooden fence. The following nights were calm and uneventful. One night, Wei Sen took a stroll around the breeding base and had just returned to lie down when suddenly, the hunting dog, Haizi, started barking incessantly, tearing apart the tranquility of Wild Chicken Ridge. Northwest corner. Wei Sen growled, grabbed the hunting rifle hanging by the bed, leashed Haizi, and immediately rushed out. Zhao Yucheng, in the next bed, quickly grabbed a flashlight in one hand and a hunting rifle in the other and dashed out. Chapter 240. Will you only rest easy after he kills your brother? Zhao Yucheng had a strong sense of alertness, and recalled the gunpowder smudged on Zheng Baojin's sleeves. Subconsciously feeling that the situation might be more serious and complex than it seemed, he asked Wei Sen, "Uncle, do you know if anyone nearby sells gunpowder?" Wei Sen shook his head. "Last night, Haizi was barking strangely, and I found it odd. I'll ask Zheng Yueying." Zhao Yucheng held him back. "Let us check the area nearby first." It had rained a few days ago, and with many trees on the mountain, the ground hadn't dried out yet, making it easy for Zhao Yucheng to spot footprints outside the fence. The fresh footprints clearly indicated that Zheng Baojin had broken the fence and slipped in from this spot last night. A trail of messy footprints led into the enclosure. Approximately size 40 shoes, definitely belonging to Zheng Baojin. However, there was also another set of footprints mixed in, slightly larger than Zheng Baojin's. Zhao Yucheng immediately followed the larger footprints, eventually discovering they turned off the northwest mountain path and went down to the east. Aside from those footprints, Zhao Yucheng found no other unusual traces. Unwilling to give up, he took Heiser for another round around the enclosure. Heiser's frantic barking was particularly jarring in the quiet mountain forest, as it scratched at the ground with its front paws, releasing a low, throaty whine. Chapter 241. Supporting free love after Zheng Baojin was sentenced, Zhao Yuxiu thought she would be sad for a long time. To Zhao Yucheng's surprise, she returned to the food factory to continue working after being upset at home for just half a day. Meng Xiaolan sighed, "Your sister has finally given up. She blames me and your father for finding her such a scoundrel to marry." Zhao Yucheng comforted her, "Mom, with me around, Yuxiu and Junjun's lives will get better and better, so you don't need to be sad." Meng Xiaolan looked at Zhao Yucheng and nodded appreciatively. Recalling how last year she was pleased to see her son helping out. "I didn't expect my son to be able to take on responsibilities too. I can just wait to enjoy my life." After saying this, she suddenly thought of something and looked at her son. "Dacheng, you've been busy lately. And I've been busy too, but I've forgotten about your marriage. You're already 27, and in our village, you're the only one still single at this age. This year, you really need to settle down." Zhao Yucheng quickly replied, "Mom, finding a wife isn't as simple as buying groceries. You can't just say you're going to find one." Meng Xiaolan nodded, "What you said makes sense. I've been introducing girls to you since last year, but none were suitable. I should ask Aunt Jiang to find a few more girls for you." Chapter 242. Personally delivering the newspaper. Standing in front of the Animal Husbandry Bureau's office building, Zheng Yuing took a deep breath. Seeing her nervousness, Zhao Yucheng reassured her, "Don't worry, when it's your turn to speak, just talk like you usually do when feeding the deer. It'll definitely be better than those who just talk on paper." Zheng Yuing followed Zhao Yucheng into the meeting room of the County Animal Husbandry Bureau. As soon as they opened the door, she was startled by the scene inside. The room was filled with people. The front row was occupied by county leaders, and behind them were representatives of farmers from various townships, along with several journalists holding notebooks. She instinctively tugged at Zhao Yucheng's sleeve and whispered, "Why are there so many people?" Just as Zhao Yucheng was about to comfort her, a clear female voice came from the side, "Zhao Yucheng, you guys are here." They turned to see Xiaokang, a technician from the Animal Husbandry Bureau. She was wearing a neat dark blue uniform, her hair braided into a shiny black braid, making her skin look exceptionally fair. She walked over with a smile, her eyes fixed on Zhao Yucheng. "The seats are all arranged for you, right in the front row." Zhao Yucheng nodded, "Thank you, Technician Su." Zheng Yuing stood aside, feeling a bit uneasy. She knew that Xiaokang was interested in Zhao Yucheng. They were introduced to each other by someone else. Chapter 243. That isn't the life I yearn for. Xiaokang noticed that although Zhao Yucheng was talking to her, he was busy with other things. So she didn't want to disturb him. After chatting for a bit, she went back to the city. Zhao Yucheng entered the room with the newspaper, casually placed it on the table, and then went out to get busy again. Erleng and Da Wei exchanged glances, and when they saw Zhao Yucheng come out, they quickly surrounded him and gossiped, "Boss, that girl came all the way here. Why didn't you offer her a drink?" Zhao Yucheng didn't look up. "We're so busy, how can I find time to chat with her over water? Besides, if she's late, she won't be able to go back to the city." Erleng joked, "If she can't go back, isn't that just perfect?" Zhao Yucheng sensed the insinuation in their words and kicked at Erleng, scolding, "Get back to work. If you keep chattering, I'll make you work overtime." Erleng laughed as he dodged Zhao Yucheng's kick, saying, "Boss, we're not saying anything bad about you, you're not getting any younger. It's time to get married. Look at Da Wei, he is 3 years younger than you, and he has already got a kid. Spending more time together." Da Wei was no longer as reserved as he was at first and joked, "Yes, Zhao Ji, if you don't hurry up and get married and have kids, the next generation might just have a different generation gap." Zhao Yucheng was startled. "What do you mean by a different generation gap?" Chapter 244. livestock farm reconstruction plan still feeling the effects of the alcohol, Zhao Yucheng was in high spirits, and noticing the atmosphere. Didn't he hesitate to take the microphone and laughed. All right, what should I sing? Anything. Let's do something lively. The lead singer patted his shoulder. Zhao Yucheng squinted his eyes. And a melody suddenly flashed through his mind. It was a song he loved in his past life, Kui Jian's Nothing at All. In this era, this song had yet to be born, but at this moment, it was vividly clear in his mind. He took a deep breath and suddenly shouted the first line. I once asked endlessly, when will you walk with me? His coarse and hoarse voice erupted instantly, leaving the three young people stunned. The lyrics, the melody, the explosive energy, they had never heard anything like it, but it seemed to strike at their souls. The more Zhao Yucheng sang, the more engrossed he became, waving his arms and tapping his feet, completely immersed in the music. The three young men quickly reacted. The drummer pounded the drums wildly, the bald young man strummed the guitar, and the lead singer joined in harmonizing. The originally quiet corner, under the overpass, instantly transformed into a small rock concert. But you always laugh at me, for having nothing. Passers-by gradually gathered around. Some stomped their feet to the rhythm, while others whistled in approval. Chapter 245, Investing in New Engineering Projects. Zhu the mason squatted at the wall's base, pulling out a crumpled blueprint from his canvas bag and gesturing to Zhao Yucheng. The foundation needs to be dug 3 feet down, stack the stones solidly and grout them. It'll definitely last 20 years without tilting. 4 young men, dressed only in vests, swung large hammers, their biceps bulging. Zhu the mason, with a pipe in his mouth, occasionally shouted, "Azoo," at a stone on that corner. Small stones, more diluted cement. Zhao Yucheng brought over a pot of cool tea. Zhu the mason took it, gulping down a couple of mouthfuls, wiping his mouth as he said, "At this rate, we can finish the foundation by noon. We can put up the columns in the afternoon." He pointed to the good quality red pine beams piled at the wall base, which he had specifically selected from the forest farm yesterday. Just then, Meng Xiaolan arrived with a basket, calling out from afar, "Everyone take a break and eat something before continuing." The basket contained freshly made cornmeal pancakes, still steaming. A few young men gathered around, not even washing their hands, just wiping them on their clothes before grabbing and eating, crumbs falling from their mouths. Zhu the mason took a bite of the pancake and suddenly seemed to remember something, turning to Zhao Yucheng. "By the way, where does the drainage ditch for the slaughterhouse lead? We need to leave it out in advance." Chapter 246, You've taken quite a big step. It was late at night, and the light in Zhao Yucheng's room was still on. The table was covered with ledgers and receipts, and the abacus beads were clicking as he worked. The ashtray was piled high with cigarette butts, and the room was filled with a heavy smell of tobacco. He never imagined that in this life, the hands that once held a gun to protect the country were now moving abacus beads. At 1 o'clock in the morning, he rubbed his tired eyes and noted the last few figures in his notebook. The herbal business had earned nearly 20,000 in the past 6 months. But the initial investment in the ecological farm had already cost over 8,000, and with the budget for the renovation of the slaughterhouse, there wasn't much money left to work with. "I need to find a way to increase revenue," Zhao Yucheng muttered to himself, lighting another cigarette. He opened another notebook filled with the procurement standards of the provincial herbal company. Ginseng must be over 5 years old, astragalus must be the thickness of a thumb, and schisandra must be bright in color. Those herbs that did not meet the standards had to be either sold at a low price to itinerant traders, or stacked in the warehouse to rot. A few barks from dogs outside broke the silence, and Zhao Yucheng stepped outside to get some fresh air. The night sky was dotted with stars, and the distant mountains were shrouded in a hazy outline under the moonlight. Chapter 247, The pharmaceutical factory is settled. Seeing this, Feng Shanshan quickly interjected, "Director Fang, my brother collects herbs in the countryside too, and he always asks a lot of questions when he sees them." Zhao Yucheng stood up and brushed the dust off his hands. "Director Fang, I'm just curious. Our county hospital is such a large institution. Yet the conditions for storing herbs are so poor. As he spoke, he pulled out a pack of Dakian men's cigarettes and handed it over. Director Fang took the cigarette. And his expression softened a bit. There's nothing we can do, the funding is tight. We can't even buy enough Western medicine, let alone fix the warehouse. He lowered his voice and said honestly, if these moldy ones had been a few years ago, they could still be used after drying. Now the inspections are strict. And they must be destroyed. Zhao Yucheng's eyes lit up, and he asked, then how are these expired herbs usually dealt with? According to regulations, they must be registered. But the director suddenly realized he was saying too much and waved his hand. This is all public business, you shouldn't inquire about it. Shan, take your brother somewhere else. Outsiders can't stay long in the warehouse. As they left the warehouse, Feng Shan nervously tugged at Zhao Yucheng's sleeve. Yucheng, what you asked just now? Zhao Yucheng gave her a reassuring look. It's fine, I'm just trying to understand the situation. Chapter 248. New breeding plans. Zhao Yucheng crouched down to carefully inspect the wound on the deer's leg. Fortunately, it was just a superficial injury. He stood up and took out a cigarette to disperse the smoke. Uncle Liu, I'll take this deer. It's more valuable than a roe deer. How about 3 times the price of a female roe deer? The surrounding hunters erupted in an uproar. Old Liu laughed and slapped his thigh. Deal. Zhao boss is straightforward. After the hunters happily left with their money, Zheng Yuing asked quietly, are the antlers of the Sika deer really that valuable? Zhao Yucheng gently stroked the deer velvet. Roe deer antlers are replaced every year, and only herbal merchants collect them to make medicine. But this Sika deer velvet. He lowered his voice. Last year, the purchase price at the provincial pharmacy was 80 yuan per pound for first-grade velvet. If processed into slices, the price could double. He remembered that there was an entry about deer velvet in the Chinese pharmacopoeia that Feng Shan had given him, Sika deer velvet. A vital medicine for kidney tonification and enhancing yang, with the best coming from northeast Tubar velvet. That night, Zhao Yucheng deliberately cleared out the most spacious pen, laid down dry straw, and instructed someone to boil anti-inflammatory herbal soup. This unexpectedly acquired Sika deer opened his eyes to greater business opportunities, if breeding was successful. The profits from just the deer velvet could be equivalent to half of the farm. Chapter 249. Watching a movie together. Zhao Yucheng was a man of action. Early the next morning, he rushed to the county to apply for a wild animal breeding license. He carried a bulging canvas bag filled with the farm's business license, roe deer breeding records, and a floor plan of the ecological breeding area. Arriving at the livestock bureau before 8, he registered at the reception desk and happened to bump into Su Yunting coming to work. Today, she had tied her hair into a neat ponytail and wore a blue floral suit dress with a matching solid color belt tied into a bow at her waist, making her look particularly attractive. Brother Zhao, why are you here so early? Su Yunting's eyes lit up as she walked over quickly. Zhao Yucheng smiled back. I'm here to apply for the Sika deer breeding license. Su Yunting informed the reception desk and then led Zhao Yucheng inside. Zhao Yucheng took out the materials from his bag. I don't know if it will be easy to handle. I've prepared all the documents. Su Yunting took them and flipped through them, suddenly bursting into laughter. With your materials so well prepared, it's definitely easy to handle for the roe deer breeding farm. But the leadership hasn't arrived yet. I'll take you to get the stamp first. With Su Yunting guiding him, the process went unusually smoothly. Chapter 250. While young. Find another man quickly. After opening the envelope, Zhao Yucheng saw the golden embossed words Key Protected Wild Animal Breeding License shining under the sunlight. Zheng Yuing leaned in to look at the document. So fast. I remember it took almost half a month to get the roe deer license last time. Zhao Yucheng carefully stored the document in a metal cabinet and smiled meaningfully. We have connections. It's easier to handle. Soon, it was time for him to go to Yanbian Deer Farm for training. Zhao Yucheng provided Zheng Yuing with round-trip travel expenses and living costs. Holding a wad of cash, Zheng Yuiying estimated it was about 50 yuan. She took out 2 large bills and handed them to Zhao Yucheng. This is too much. I want to use it all. Zhao Yucheng blocked the money back. Take it, consider it a travel allowance. It's tough to go out. Zheng Yuiying quickly said, what I learn from going out. I want to say anything about it. It's not right to take your money, and you're giving so much. Zhao Yucheng smiled. What you learn will all be applied to feeding the roe deer and sika deer. If they do well, I can earn more money. So I'm not losing out. Just take this money and use it comfortably. Chapter 251, Wei Sen's Thoughts. Zhao Yucheng finished breakfast amidst Meng Xiulan's chatter. Meng Xiulan knew that Zheng Yuiying had gone to Yanbian to learn deer-raising techniques, and since the wild chicken ridge breeding farm was short-staffed. She said after cleaning the dishes, I have nothing to do at home, and I've prepared your grandparents' meals, so I'll help out here today. She stayed to help feed the roe deer, while Junjun played beside her and Zhao Yucheng. Meng Xiulan skillfully mixed 3 buckets of feed. She rolled up her sleeves and quickly scattered the grass evenly into the feeding troughs, and the roe deer immediately gathered around, making crunching sounds as they chewed. Wei Sen. Take a break and have some tea, Meng Xiulan said, wiping her sweat as she saw Wei Sen repairing the fence. When Zhao Yucheng had just brought Wei Sen from his hometown here, Meng Xiulan had been taking care of him, and now, more than half a year later, he was already familiar with everything. Wei Sen grunted in response, but his hammer didn't stop. This 35 or 36-year-old bachelor never knew fatigue when working. His rough fingers were covered in calluses, and at that moment, he was skillfully nailing the pine wood strips together seamlessly. Meng Xiulan walked over with a tea jar and unceremoniously stuffed it into his hands, saying, why are you always so focused on work? Chapter 252, Personally visiting the deer farm under the dim light. Zhao Yucheng repeatedly flipped through Zheng Yuiying's notes. His finger stopped on a paragraph marked with a red star, mature male deer produce velvet, initial antler velvet 0. 5 caddies 1 caddy, 3-pronged velvet 1. 5 caddies 2 caddies, first class velvet purchase price 82 yuan per 2. This number made his heart race. He took out an abacus and started calculating. Based on the most conservative estimates, 6 deer will enter the peak production period in 3 years. And the annual income from deer velvet alone can reach over 5,000 yuan. This is just the income from deer velvet, not counting the byproducts like deer blood and deer fetus. He continued reading. Neat handwriting recording the deep processing experience of Yanbian Deer Farm. Deer velvet slices increase in value by 300. Deer blood wine, value added 15 yuan per pound. Deer fetus paste, requires compatibility with traditional Chinese medicine, effective for gynecology. Zhao Yucheng suddenly closed the notebook and paced back and forth in the room. The more than 100 roe deer currently at the farm can earn about 10,000 yuan after a year. If this deep processing can be established. Thinking of this, he grabbed a fountain pen and wrote a new plan in the account book. Within 1 year, build standardized deer barns, introduce 6 breeding deer. Plant deer hoof grass and other medicinal plants. Chapter 253, Introducing deer breeds. As soon as Jinyong arrived at the farm, he saw Zhao Yucheng waiting at the office door. Director Zhao, why are you here so early? Director Jin approached, opening the door while asking. Zhao Yucheng got straight to the point. Director Jin, I've decided to introduce deer breeds to our farm. Seeing his determined expression, Jinyong quickly let him into the office. Come, let's discuss this in detail. Once inside the office, Jinyong took out an agreement and said, take a look at this first. Zhao Yucheng took the agreement and began to read carefully. While he was looking at the contract, Jinyong boiled a pot of water. Before the water boiled, Zhao Yucheng decisively signed his name on the agreement. Director Jin, I've signed the agreement, please have a look. Jinyong checked the agreement and said, you want to introduce 6 breeding deer first. And then we need to provide regular feeding and care technical guidance. Zhao Yucheng nodded, yes, that's needed at the beginning. As he spoke, he took out a passbook from the pocket of his cotton shirt, This is the 680 yuan for the breeding fee, ready for transfer at any time. Director Jin looked at the neat signature on the agreement and couldn't help but exclaim, "Great. I like Director Zhao's decisive style." Chapter 254. Definitely not another day. The Wild Chicken Ridge Ecological Breeding Base is a primitive secondary forest, with over 50 hectares of fencing following the terrain, encompassing the entire area of oak trees and shrubs. The morning mist had not yet cleared, and 6 sika deer had already stepped into the forest, the mottled sunlight filtering through the oak leaves casting shifting shadows on them. In the newly built feed shed on the west side of the farm, Zheng Yuiying was mixing feed according to the formula provided by Yanbian Deer Farm. The iron barrel contained golden corn grits mixed with soybean meal, plus a spoonful of bone meal and 2 handfuls of crushed hawthorn. This is what it means to be treated well during confinement. She grabbed a handful of feed and sniffed it, turning to shout at Li Chansuan, who was inspecting the fence, "Xiao Li, look. Our feed is finer than the grains people eat." Li Chansuan nodded foolishly, "Sister-in-law, you're right. Sometimes I really envy these roe deer and sika deer. This semi-wild breeding method retains the animal's wild nature, while ensuring nutrition through scheduled supplementary feeding every evening." Wei Zhen specifically made a whistle, and when the whistle sounded, the deer herd would run back from all directions. Zhao Yucheng's desk was piled with books on sika deer breeding and velvet collection, and whenever he had time, he would sit down to read and learn. Chapter 255. Only such a man can provide a sense of security. Su Yunting turned around and found Zhao Yucheng had unknowingly cornered her in the bookshelf. His long arms were propped up on the bookshelf behind her, his tall figure casting a shadow over her. This sudden ambiguous posture made Su Yunting's heart race. She slightly tilted her head, her gaze inadvertently glancing at Zhao Yucheng. He had distinct brow bones, a high nose bridge, and a strong jawline. The sunlight streamed in through the bookstore window, landing on his wheat-colored skin, as if covered with a golden halo. From the first moment she saw Zhao Yucheng, Su Yunting was attracted by his unique aura. In her eyes, the young men in the city were either pale and weak or slick-tongued, lacking any masculinity, making it difficult to generate a desire for closeness. But Zhao Yucheng seemed to possess a natural charm that drew her near. Although Zhao Yucheng came from the countryside, he had no trace of rusticity. His demeanor was steady like the mountains and fields, with simple yet refined speech, possessing a unique quality that city dwellers lacked. Although her parents did not approve of her dating someone from the countryside, if she insisted, they would probably have no choice. Chapter 256. A new decision. Zhao Yucheng's hand holding the teacup paused slightly. He looked up at Su Yunting. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation and a hint of subtle nervousness. He instinctively glanced at his watch. It was only 2 in the afternoon, and it was indeed still early to go home. This thought just flashed through his mind when his mother's nagging about marriage echoed in his ears. "You're already 27. The kids in the village your age are already making soy sauce." Zhao Yucheng took a deep breath, and let his gaze fall back on Su Yunting's face. She was wearing a light blue dress today, making her skin look exceptionally fair. He knew that this city girl's affection for him had already become so obvious. He nodded gently, "Okay." Su Yunting's eyes instantly lit up, like stars falling into a lake. She happily looked towards the cinema. "I remember the last show is at 3:10, we can just make it if we head over now." Zhao Yucheng watched her excited demeanor, and a corner of his heart suddenly softened. He recalled the first time he saw Su Yunting at Lin Guodong's house. At that time, he never expected to have a scene like this today. "Wait a moment, I'll go settle the bill first." Zhao Yucheng stood up, his tall figure casting a shadow over Su Yunting. Chapter 257. Isn't it just eating commercial grain? Zhao Yucheng straightened his back and politely nodded. "Hello, uncle. I am Zhao Yucheng." Su's father's gaze lingered on Zhao Yucheng for a moment. He saw no trace of panic on his face. Then it moved to his daughter's flushed ears. He frowned slightly and said to Su Yunting, "Is he the one you mentioned last time who does breeding?" Su Yunting stepped forward, hugging her father's arm, blushing as she said, Dad, you've met him once." Her tone carried a hint of shyness and dissatisfaction. Seeing this, Zhao Yucheng replied, neither humble nor arrogant, "Yes, uncle, we have roe deer at our farm, and we recently introduced a batch of quality breeding deer from Yanbian." Sifu snorted lightly, his eyes becoming sharper. "Young man, raising livestock isn't easy, right? It seems your village still doesn't have running water. And not every household has electricity." The contempt in his words was unmistakable. Xiaokang anxiously tugged at her father's sleeve. "Dad." However, Zhao Yucheng's expression remained unchanged as he smiled slightly. "Uncle is right. Our village indeed has limited conditions at the moment." He paused, his gaze firm, "But I believe that through hard work, rural life will get better and better." Chapter 258. Eating next to Aunt Sui's delicious Zhong aping peeked inside, but didn't see Zhao Yucheng, so she deliberately raised her voice. "Yucheng, my piglets have stomach issues." Hearing this, Xiaokang looked up, stood up with a smile. "Yucheng raises roe deer and sika deer here, but since you mentioned your piglets having stomach issues, I have a solution." After saying that, she took out a paper bag from her backpack. "This is a new veterinary medicine from the Animal Husbandry Bureau, specifically for treating diarrhea in piglets." Wang Sifeng glanced at the medicine bag, saw the other party's smooth nails and fair hands, and quickly withdrew her rough hands, angrily saying, "Who dares to take your medicine? If you poison my piglets, you'll pay for it." Xiaokang was momentarily taken aback by her words. Jun, holding onto Xiaokang's leg, forgetful of the candy in his mouth, stuck out his tongue at Zhong aping, made a face, and shouted, "Uncle, come quickly. There are bad people." Before Zhao Yucheng could arrive, Zhong aping, with her basket, swayed her hips and left. What happened? When Zhao Yucheng reached the door, Zhong aping had already disappeared. Xiaokang shook her head. "Nothing, just a girl came and said some strange things." Zhao Yucheng glanced down the mountain, and saw a vaguely plump figure. Chapter 259, Poachers 1. A mother roe deer approached, her wet nose gently touching Zhao Yucheng's wrist, and then carefully brought her child back to her side. Zheng Yuiying wiped the sweat from her forehead, her smile tinged with fatigue. "Once this batch of young ones grows up, our roe deer population will double. Thank you for your hard work." Zhao Yucheng looked at the pitch-black night sky. "It's dark now. I'll walk you down the mountain." The night breeze brushed over the ridge, and Heiser led the way ahead, his tail held high. Time flew by, and soon the summer vacation ended, ushering in autumn. All the pregnant roe deer at the farm successfully gave birth, bringing the total to 252. Zhao Yucheng looked at the population data recorded on the worksheet. 78 newborns, 54 young roe deer aged 8 to 12 months, and 120 breeding roe deer. He picked up a pen and sketched in his notebook. "I was thinking, we could sell them in batches. First 30 that are 12 months old this October, and keep the 24 that develop the best for fattening until next spring, when the game prices will be a bit higher." Zheng Yuiying pondered for a moment and asked, "Are we selling in October?" Zhao Yucheng nodded. "That's my preliminary plan. Is there anything specific we should consider?" Chapter 260, Poachers 2. 3 roe deers with wet noses urgently approached Zhao Yucheng as soon as they saw him. A man in a duckbill cap suddenly shook and spoke up. "We are just craving meat." "Shut up." Zhao Yucheng kicked over a sack next to the truck, causing 7 or 8 iron traps with serrated edges to clatter out. Heiser suddenly pounced on the man in the blue shirt, pulling out a cloth bag from his lower back. Inside the opened bundle were 3 pairs of freshly cut deer antler slices, their cross-section color indicating they were just harvested. Zhao Yucheng's temples throbbed. It was clear that they had figured out the patrol routine of the farm and planned to commit crimes long-term. In the distance, a flashlight beam approached, and Zhao Yucheng turned to see Wei Sen coming over, clearly worried. At that moment, the man in the duckbill cap suddenly lunged to grab the gun. Seeing this, Zhao Yucheng decisively raised his hunting rifle and struck the man's collarbone with the stock. Before the man in the duckbill cap could scream, Heiser pounced on him. The man, knocked to the ground, cried out in terror, begging for mercy. While the blue-shirted accomplice nearby trembled in fear, completely losing the will to escape. Zhao Ji. Wei Zhen ran closer. I've sent Xiao Li to the police station to report. Chapter 261. New medicinal material acquisition varieties. I heard that soon the mountains will be closed for forest conservation, and these hunters will have a tough time then. Ma San previously injured his leg chasing a wild boar, and still limps when walking. Xu Wanqing's daughter-in-law just gave birth to twins and can't even gather enough money for formula. How will the payment be calculated? Guo Shuankuan squinted. Paid by the piece. Zhao Yucheng counted on his fingers. $5 for skinning a roe deer, and the meat is calculated separately. We'll provide lunch. And cash will be settled at the end of the month. Guo Shuankuan immediately nodded. No problem, we are all old hands at this. Processing a roe deer is a piece of cake. After receiving this news, he excitedly returned to the village, the first to find Ma San dragging his lame leg. Ma San shouted loudly, Old Guo, you kept this under wraps. Why didn't you tell me earlier? My daughters are starting school soon. Guo Shuankuan laughed and scolded. I just got this news and ran to find you, you guy. Ma San rubbed his hands, a rosy glow appearing on his dark face. He, tell Daichen, my skinning skills haven't dulled. I guarantee I won't ruin the good hides. Zhao Yucheng thought of the old buddies who went hunting with him last year, reminiscing about those days spent in the mountains. Chapter 262. Cultivating talent early. What are you afraid of? Zhao Yucheng patted her shoulder. No one is born knowing how to do this. Just understand the book first, and ask me if you don't understand anything. When you're ready, you can teach everyone. Wang Xinmai hesitated for a moment, then took a deep breath and nodded at Zhao Yucheng. Then I'll give it a try. Zhao Yucheng smiled with satisfaction. That's the spirit. Seeing Zhao Yucheng's encouraging gaze, Wang Xinmai finally showed a hint of confidence on her face. Don't worry, Zhao Ji, I will study hard. She reached out to take the thick Chinese pharmacopoeia, as if holding a treasure, gently opened it, her eyes landing on those unfamiliar medicinal material names. She knew this might be a step to change her fate. Wang Xinmai secretly made up her mind to do her best. In the next 3 days, Wang Xinmai used her free time to study diligently. After returning home, she specially asked her mother to help her identify the medicinal materials they dug up in the mountains. Finally, she made a set of notes to show Zhao Yucheng. When Zhao Yucheng saw her serious lecture notes, he was very pleased. I can see that you've put in a lot of effort. Receiving Zhao Yucheng's praise, Wang Xinmai felt that the 3 days of straining her eyes were well worth it. Chapter 263. Mountain Medicinal Material Classroom. By the end of the month, Zhao Yucheng went to the medicinal material acquisition station to settle accounts. Zhao Ji, I don't understand this part. Wang Xinmai mustered her courage and said softly. Zhao Yucheng looked up and saw Wang Xinmai wearing a faded blue plaid coat, one hand holding the Chinese pharmacopoeia, and the other holding a pen. Standing 2 meters away from him, Zhao Yucheng gently asked, What don't you understand? Let me take a look. The girl, just turned 18, had 2 braided pigtails hanging in front of her chest. She carefully rubbed her fingers over the unfamiliar terms on the pages, such as saponin content, identification of wild ginseng, and characteristics of forest ginseng. She took 2 steps forward, pointed at a segment of text with her pen, and timidly asked, What does 5 shapes and 6 bodies mean? Zhao Yucheng leaned over, staring at the professional description regarding the identification of wild ginseng, his Adam's apple involuntarily bobbing. He had never been involved in this field in his past life. He only started to understand it recently through the medicinal material purchasing business. How could he know such intricate details? So, he raised his hand and pointed at the book, saying, Write down everything you don't understand. I know a pharmacist at the county hospital. We can go to the city for advice. Chapter 264. Everyone has their own way of living. Look at how Feng Shanshan magically took a plant out of a tin box, its roots still wrapped in moist moss. The genuine North Buplurum has thick roots and hollow stems. The counterfeit Dai Buplurum has solid stems and is toxic, making it prohibited for medicinal use. After breaking the stem, she held it up to show everyone, eliciting gasps of wonder. Leng also took the opportunity to lean in for a closer look, secretly sniffing the soapy fragrance on Feng Shanshan. So, when purchasing Buplurum, you have to look at the cross-section. Feng Shanshan suddenly looked up. Leng, why don't you feel it? Leng, suddenly being called out, felt his ears turn red all the way to his neck, his outstretched fingers stiffer than a scale beam. However, Feng Shanshan naturally handed him the root of North Buplurum, allowing him to touch the texture of the medicinal material. Can you feel the granularity? This is high-quality North Buplurum. Leng's mind buzzed, feeling that the skin he touched was softer than sun-dried cotton. He remained in a daze, holding the root aloft until Feng Shanshan turned to explain the next herb, still in that pose. Everyone saw his silly expression and covered their faces, stifling laughter. When Feng Shanshan talked about the iron line pattern of ginseng, Zhao Yucheng, who had just finished at Yeji Ridge, came over. Chapter 265. Going to the city to inquire about housing. Jun was nearing school age, and it was unclear when the food factory would handle the household registration transfer. As for the allocation of a family compound, it wasn't that important. He could rent a house in the city for his sister to live in first. Education in the city was certainly better than in the village. Meng Xiaolan had worked hard for most of her life and deserved to enjoy life in the city now. Looking at the lights already lit in the house, a saying suddenly came to his mind: a man with broad shoulders must bear the burden. This was probably something the original owner's father used to say. Now, he had already taken on the entire family's responsibilities for the original owner. Zhao Yucheng pushed open the door and saw Meng Xiaolan busy at the stove, while Jun was sprawled on the table drawing. He tucked away his thoughts and put a smile on his face. "Mom, I'm back." Hearing the noise, she replied without turning her head back. "Wash your hands and eat. It smells so good. Did you stew meat today?" Zhao Yucheng took a deep breath, savoring the aroma of the farmhouse cooking. Seeing Zhao Yucheng return, Jun immediately jumped down from the bench, holding up a notebook filled with crooked lines. "Uncle, look. I drew a big tiger today." Chapter 266. A new entrepreneurship project. Zhao Yucheng waved his hand. "You go ahead and be busy. I'm going to take a walk in the city." Zhao Yuxia quickly nodded and then ran back. Zhao Yucheng stood in place, watching his sister's figure, his mind already made up. Leaving the food factory, Zhao Yucheng went straight to the county committee's family compound. The door to Director Zheng's courtyard was ajar, and he could hear the sounds of martial arts practice. Pushing the door open, he saw Zheng Xianwei practicing punches in the yard. It had been over a month since they last met. And this kid had grown taller by half a head, with the muscles on his arms beginning to show definition. He was shirtless, sweat glistening in the sunlight. And his movements already had some form. "Your horse stance isn't steady enough," Zhao Yucheng suddenly spoke. Zheng Xianwei turned around in surprise, exclaiming, "Master." He wiped his sweat hastily. "Do you see my progress? I've been getting up at 5 every day to practice during the summer." Zhao Yucheng nodded with a smile. "Not bad." He stepped forward and gently patted the boy's shoulder. "But the third move's turn needs to be faster, like this." He demonstrated a beautiful turn. "I told them the master is the best, the instructors are just for show, but they didn't believe it." Zheng Xianwei said angrily, "HMPH. One day, when I master it, I'll show them my strength." Chapter 267. The autumn harvest season. The golden waves of rice swayed in the autumn breeze, and the air was filled with the unique fragrance of rice. Zhao Yucheng stood on the ridge, watching several brand new combine harvesters working in the distance. The rumbling of machines startling a flock of sparrows. "Yucheng, look at that iron thing old Zhong bought." Liulifeng came over carrying a sickle, wiping his sweat. "It can harvest 20 acres a day. Should we get one too?" Zhao Yucheng shook his head, bent down to pick a handful of rice ears. Rubbing them between his fingers, the plump grains falling softly into his palm. No, let's not do that. Right now. The breeding farm and the medicinal material station are both overwhelmed. If we get distracted by farming machinery, we might mess up everything. He pointed at old Zhong, who was operating the combine in the distance. Look at old Zhong, working from dawn till dusk. It's tough for him. If you go out to purchase medicinal materials now, while it's not high-intensity labor, you can still earn just as much, mainly because we are long-term partners. Stable, right? Liu Lifeng nodded thoughtfully. As a key member of the medicinal material purchasing station, he understood that every day was spent waiting for farmers to deliver goods, inspecting them, weighing them, and keeping records. Although sometimes busy until sunset, it wasn't that exhausting. Moreover, Zhao Yucheng patted his old buddy's shoulder. Now we are doing technical work. Breeding requires disease prevention, and medicinal materials need identification, right? Chapter 268, Can this work? After Zhao Yucheng spoke, Zheng Yueying and Wei Sen both paused in surprise. However, Zheng Yueying knew Zhao Yucheng was not reckless, so she said, tourism. I don't know much about that, can you explain it in detail? Zhao Yucheng put down his chopsticks, picked up a twig, and started drawing on the ground. You see, he first drew a large circle. This is our breeding farm. Then he drew several wavy lines around it. This is the forest of Yeju Ridge. Wei Sen frowned and leaned closer, while Zheng Yueying thoughtfully rested her chin on her hand, watching the moving twig in Zhao Yucheng's hand. City folks now have money and leisure. Zhao Yucheng pointed to several dots inside the circle. We can let them spend money to see live sika deer, letting their kids feed the roe deer by hand. As for those looking for excitement, they can experience hunting. Of course, it's our free-range roe deer, with experienced guides for safety. Zheng Yueying's eyes gradually lit up. I heard there's a park in the city. Just like that park. But we have real wild animals. Yes? Zhao Yucheng nodded vigorously, and we can sell products like deer antler wine and deer blood cake. Zheng Yueying frowned and said, but we only have a few sika deer. Where would those products come from? Chapter 269, Project Improvement Suggestions. What's going on? Lin Guodong looked at the thin, dark young man and asked, Xiaobin, didn't you take 2 days off to harvest rice at home? The rice at home hasn't been harvested yet, and my father is sick and exhausted. The migrant worker named Xiaobin lowered his head and said, Lin Ji, I want to advance my wages. Lin Guodong didn't hesitate at all and immediately took out his wallet. I have 200 here, you can take it first. Seeing Xiaobin about to decline, he pressed the money into his hands, saying, consider it an advance on your wages. If it's not enough, let me know. Xiaobin left with red-rimmed eyes, holding the money. Zhao Yucheng felt heavy-hearted. Nowadays, the burden of medical expenses on the common people is very heavy. If they encounter serious illnesses, they simply don't have the money for treatment. Health is the greatest wealth for the people. It was then that Lin Guodong remembered Zhao Yucheng's situation and quickly asked, you want to start a new ecological tourism project? Are you in urgent need of money? Zhao Yucheng knew that the project Lin Guodong was handling had to be completed by mid-next month, before he could settle accounts and receive the money. Zhao Yucheng shook his head. The initial investment is not large, and I don't need it urgently. There were many matters at the construction site, both big and small, that required Lin Guodong's attention. He simply returned to the car, took a sheet of letter paper, and quickly wrote a letter to give to Zhao Yucheng. Chapter 270, Teaching to Write. Hand-in-hand. Director Wang pointed to Zhao Yucheng. This is Director Zhao from the Yijiling breeding farm. They are planning to start an ecological tourism project. Please provide an initial review opinion and a materials list for him to prepare. Director Liu adjusted his glasses, took Zhao Yucheng's planning document, flipped through it, and nodded. Soon, he returned to his office and prepared the materials Zhao Yucheng needed. Looking at the materials provided by Director Liu, Zhao Yucheng thought that indeed, having connections in the government makes things easier. If he had come to apply on his own, just figuring out the procedures would probably take a lot of effort. 40 minutes later, Zhao Yucheng walked out of the County Tourism Bureau with an initial review opinion and a materials checklist stamped with a red seal. After returning to the village from the city, Zhao Yucheng went straight to the village committee to ask Zhao Jiaxing for relevant materials to study. In Zhao Jiaxing's mind, Zhao Yucheng was now the most capable person in the village, so when Zhao Yucheng needed materials, he quickly contacted others to gather them for his reference. Zhao Yucheng simply studied the materials at Zhao Jiaxing's desk in the village committee. Zhao Jiaxing sat beside him drinking tea, and seeing Zhao Yucheng's focused demeanor, he couldn't help but sigh. "Yucheng, I didn't expect you to become more capable, I'm getting old." Chapter 271, Director Zhao is polite. Zeng Yueying directly guided him by moving his wrist to right. Wei Sen's strokes gradually became more recognizable. When he could finally write his full name independently, Wei Sen grinned, looking as happy as a student who scored full marks. Next, Zhao Yucheng prepared materials while also handling Wei Sen's household registration certificate. At the town police station, Liu Xiaokang was happily boiling water and making tea. Zhao Yucheng sat opposite Liu Xiaokang, drinking tea without any pretense. Liu Xiaokang asked, "Director Zhao, how do you have time to come here for tea?" Zhao Yucheng smiled and replied, "Every time I come here, it's never without a reason." Liu Xiaokang laughed heartily, "Then I'm very happy to see you. Whenever you come, I know there's a chance to achieve something, ha ha ha." Zhao Yucheng candidly said, "Actually, I do have something to trouble you with. I have a worker who is from the Yucheng nationality, not from here, and he's quite far away. I need to issue a household registration certificate. Is there a convenient way that doesn't require him to return to his hometown?" Liu Xiaokang thought for a moment and said, "There is a method. I can try it, but if it works, it may take some time." Chapter 272, The Slipped Note. Upon hearing this, Zeng Yueying slightly raised the corners of her mouth and said, "All right. I will find last year's immune records for the roe deer, and you can take them all tomorrow." She casually added, "By the way, Technician Su hasn't come by for a while. I wonder if she's busy at her unit. I remember she said last time that she wanted some fresh deer antlers. I've packed some for her, you can take them along." Zhao Yucheng replied with an because he was in a hurry to apply for the subsidy policy the next morning. Zhao Yucheng took the prepared materials and went to the county town to run around to various departments. He decided to first take the land use certificate issued by the village committee to get it stamped at the County Land Bureau. When the County Land Bureau just opened, a long line had already formed in front of the service window. Zhao Yucheng took out a cigarette and handed it to the security guard. "Old Zhong, hello, uncle. Is the director in today?" The security guard took the cigarette, lowered his voice, and said that the director had just returned from an inspection yesterday. He pointed to the second floor and told him to go to room 208. Director Wang was reviewing documents when he saw someone come in and looked up. Zhao Yucheng quickly explained his intention. Director Wang smiled and took the official seal from the drawer. "You're the director of the Yucheng breeding farm. Someone mentioned you to me, please bring your materials." Chapter 273, We all act according to the rules. Zhao Yucheng leaned in and asked, "Comrade, how much does it cost to make a phone call?" The girl at the window didn't look up. "Where to?" "Out of town is 30 cents, local is 30 cents. After thanking her, Zhao Yucheng thought for a moment, then walked to the steps at the door, took out a cigarette, lit it, and stood there smoking. It was only when the cigarette burned his fingers that he threw it to the ground, stepped on it to extinguish it, and turned to leave. By the time he returned to the breeding farm, it was already dark. The next day, Zeng Yueying hurriedly asked Zhao Yucheng, "Did everything get done?" "Just missing the stamp from the Forestry Bureau," Zhao Yucheng replied. "I'll go again the day after tomorrow, and it should be fine." Wei Sen poked his head out from the feed room. "Yucheng, when did Technician Su say she would come to our breeding farm to check on the situation with the sicker deer?" "I didn't see her at the Livestock Bureau yesterday." Zhao Yucheng was organizing materials and didn't notice their expressions. The quarantine certificate was issued by Chen Ji. Zheng Yuiying keenly sensed Zhao Yucheng's unusual behavior, but didn't want to directly ask, so she smiled and said, "As long as the certificate is issued, that is good. Is there any other information you need? Do you want me to go with you to the city tomorrow?" Zhao Yucheng didn't look up. "No need. Just the stamp from the Forestry Bureau is left. I'll go again the day after tomorrow." Chapter 274. Fixing cars is more effective than connections. As Zhao Yucheng walked out, he felt like a heavy stone was pressing down on him thinking about the business he just handled. In half a month, not to mention starting the ecological tourism project, it would at least be delayed until late September, and that subsidy policy would completely lose the chance to apply for it. Suddenly, a rapid engine sound interrupted his thoughts. The brand new black Santana in the yard sputtered like it had tuberculosis, only making a few weak coughs when starting, then falling completely silent. The young driver in the driver's seat was sweating profusely, and the door of the passenger seat was suddenly pushed open, with a portly deputy director climbing out of the car. "Xiaokang, what is going on?" The deputy director glanced anxiously at his watch, his brows furrowing. If they delayed any longer, they wouldn't make it to the meeting in the city. Zhao Yucheng squinted at the situation over there and quickly walked over. "Leader, the car broke down, let me take a look. I've learned how to fix cars." The deputy director assessed this suddenly appearing young man. Although he didn't look like a city person, there was a calmness in his eyes. He hesitated for a moment before nodding. The driver, Xiaokang, looked at Zhao Yucheng as if he saw a savior, and quickly explained the situation of the car to him. Chapter 275. Encounter. Zhao Yucheng stuffed the last document into a brown paper folder, took a long breath, and finally finished preparing all the materials before the deadline for the application for the tourism project subsidy policy. He patted the folder and said, "I'll take it to the Tourism Bureau first thing tomorrow morning." Just then, his younger sister Zhao Yuxiu's voice came from outside the courtyard. "Mom, brother, I'm back." Meng Xiulan hurriedly came out of the house, surprised, and asked, "Why did you come back suddenly? Doesn't it delay work at the venue?" Zhao Yuxiu shook her head. "I asked for leave from the leaders, it won't delay anything." After saying that, she pulled out a piece of paper from her cloth bag and said happily, "Where's my brother? I came back to tell him that the housing allocation list from our factory has been announced. My name is on it." At that moment, Zhao Yucheng also came out of the house, took the list, and saw Zhao Yuxiu's name. He noticed that her name was listed separately from a few others, with a note saying rural to urban, and asked, "What does this mean?" Zhao Yuxiu explained, "The logistics department said that as long as the household registration is changed to urban, we can be allocated a unit in the tube building." When Meng Xiulan heard this, the joy on her face dimmed. "I heard that changing from rural to urban requires several thousand yuan as urban construction fees." Chapter 276. Wishing you happiness. Xiaokang stood not far away, watching the interaction between the two, feeling a bit awkward and turning his face away, pretending to look at the scenery around. Zhao Yucheng listened to Xiaokang's words and suddenly felt like a dull knife was slowly stirring in his chest. He gently withdrew his hand that Xiaokang had grabbed. "Wishing you happiness," he said, his Adam's apple moving slightly. After finishing, he decisively turned around and continued walking. Behind him came Xiaokang's tearful voice, "You don't even ask a question, and just walk away like this." Zhao Yucheng didn't look back. The wind scattered the fragmented words behind him. After passing a corner, Zhao Yucheng took out a cigarette and struck 3 matches before lighting it. He took a deep breath, watching the smoke ring slowly dissipate in front of him. Finally, he decisively walked forward. Zhao Yucheng felt that he might be someone who is very dull in terms of emotions, because in his previous life, he was a person with a bland temperament. Love is something that should come naturally and be taken as it goes, rather than being forced. Therefore, he did not have any strong reaction to the end of his relationship with Xiaokang. In the following days, he focused entirely on the ecological tourism project. Chapter 277 Resuming old occupations. Zhao Yucheng looked at the smile on Zhao Yuxiu's face and asked her curiously, where did the money come from? Zhao Yuxiu said, the director of our labor and personnel department lent it to me voluntarily. Zhao Yucheng remembered the bespectacled director he had interacted with when arranging a position for his sister and felt even more puzzled. Why would he lend you money? Zhao Yuxiu, being naive, replied happily, he saw that I hadn't signed up for the housing allocation and asked if I didn't have enough money, so I told him the truth. Meng Xiaolan looked at her son with a puzzled expression. Zhao Yucheng understood his mother's concern. She was worried that his sister might be taken advantage of. Mom, you and my sister go to the dormitory and sit for a while. He then turned around and went straight to the labor and personnel department office. Zhao Yucheng didn't beat around the bush and directly asked, Director Li, I have a question. Why did you lend money to my sister? Director Zhao, please don't misunderstand. He said, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. This money really was lent to Comrade Yuxiu. Anyone in the factory who is in urgent need can. Before he could finish, Zhao Yucheng pressed the envelope containing the money on his desk and pointed to the employee code of conduct hanging on the wall. Director Li, my sister is naive and doesn't understand the ways of the world. Chapter 278 Hope in the Deep Mountains. Suddenly, an old man carrying a bamboo basket emerged from the bushes. Old son, Zhao Yucheng exclaimed in surprise. The old man was Sun, who often came to Zhao Yucheng's medicinal material purchasing station to sell herbs. Sun was even more surprised than Zhao Yucheng, looking at the wild boar on the ground and exclaiming, wow! I didn't expect Boss Zhao to be good at hunting too. Sun stared at the wild boar's tusks, smacking his lips. These tusks can make 2 good combs. Zhao Yucheng smiled and said, this is my skill for making a living. Sun took out a cloth bag from his basket. I just dug up some fresh ginseng. Is it enough to trade for a hind leg? Zhao Yucheng pointed at the wild boar and said, you can keep the ginseng for now. I need to take this wild boar to make some money. Sun laughed heartily. Boss Zhao, you still need money. Who doesn't know you are the richest and most capable person in our town? Zhao Yucheng chuckled and was about to speak when suddenly, a wolf howl came from the northern hillside, and his dog's hair bristled instantly. In the distance, the wolf howl dragged out a long echo. Looking at the forest that was about to darken, Zhao Yucheng smiled and said, old son, you flatter me. If I really had money, I wouldn't have to toil in this old forest. It's getting late, let's go down the mountain together. Chapter 279 The successful sale of golden threaded good. Zhao Yucheng took the freshly harvested wild ginseng to the city to sell. Arriving early at the mountain goods market in the city, the sounds of the bustling market were incessant during this season. Zhao Yucheng squatted on the ground, with a nylon bag spread out in front of him, and the golden threaded goods sitting alone on top. The ginseng roots were still covered in the black soil of Changbai Mountain, and the goods' golden threads coiled, glistening with an amber sheen in the morning light, making it clear to anyone that it was a rare good. Wow, how many years did this take to grow? An old man wearing a dogskin hat squatted down, staring at the wild ginseng in awe. Zhao Yucheng raised a finger and gestured, at least 80 years. He lifted the moss covering the ginseng roots, revealing dense pearl-like bumps. Look at these bumps, they can't be fake. More and more people gathered to watch, but few were willing to negotiate a price. Occasionally, someone gritted their teeth and offered 200 or 300, but Zhao Yucheng just shook his head. His sister still needed 780 for the household registration change. If he sold the ginseng for a low price, the matter would fall through. As the sun rose higher, Zhao Yucheng raised his hand to check his watch, only to find the hand stopped at 10:20. He frowned. He had worn this watch for less than a year, and it had always been accurate, never malfunctioning. Chapter 280 Going to the city to choose a house. Zhu Ida looked at his daughter with an expression of disappointment. A graduate of a reputable medical university, and she finds the job I arranged boring, insisting on coming here, saying it's the budding of a market economy. Xiaonan snorted. casually fiddling with an Omega watch on the counter. "Dad, you don't believe my judgment now. But in a few years, you'll see how foresighted I am." She then turned to Zhao Yucheng and said, "Brother Zhao, next time there's good stuff, come find me directly. My dad's classmates from Hong Kong and Macau love pure wild ones." Zhu Ida only shot his daughter a doting glare, and then didn't delay any longer, taking the ginseng and leaving by car. Zhao Yucheng successfully sold the goods he had today, and thanked Zhu Xiaonan before also walking out of the department store. He touched the cash in his inner pocket, and found that he had enough money to help his sister with her household registration and housing. With this major concern resolved, Zhao Yucheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. He suddenly felt that while he had been working hard at the farm, the outside world had changed drastically. He had spent too much time in the village, mostly indulging in a life similar to that of a utopia, immersed in a routine of having things to do and food to eat. Chapter 281, Hitchhiking Dacheng Ge. The car window rolled down, and Feng Shanshan leaned out. Zhao Yucheng immediately relaxed his guarded posture, and exclaimed in surprise, "Is that you, Shanshan?" Feng Shanshan beckoned, "Get in the car and talk." Zhao Yucheng opened the back door and sat down, noticing that the driver was a middle-aged man in his 40s. Once Zhao Yucheng was settled, the middle-aged man continued driving. Feng Shanshan, sitting in the passenger seat, turned to ask him, "Why are you here so late?" Zhao Yucheng briefly explained, "I was in the city today to help Yu Xiao with her housing paperwork. I got a bit busy and missed the last bus." Feng Shanshan nodded and said with a smile, "Good thing you ran into me, otherwise, how long would you have had to walk?" Zhao Yucheng smiled but didn't say much. This distance was nothing. In his past life, a 20-kilometer trek was a common occurrence. Feng Shanshan took the initiative to say, "I have a day off today. And since the seasons are changing, I went home to get some warm clothes." Zhao Yucheng nodded and glanced at the middle-aged man driving. The man kept his eyes on the road, firmly gripping the steering wheel. As if sensing Zhao Yucheng's gaze, he cleared his throat. Feng Shanshan suddenly remembered and said, "This is our hospital's leader. He knew I was going home and offered me a ride." Chapter 282, Setting up the new home. Zhao Yucheng used the spare key in his hand to unlock the door, and moved the table inside. He looked around and set the study desk firmly in front of the window, then placed the dining table against the west wall. Morning light streamed through the window onto the table, accompanied by the laughter of female workers who had just finished their shifts and were heading out to get water, as well as the chirping of sparrows in the sycamore tree. Junjun happily ran around the less than 20-square-meter empty house twice. Meng Xiaolan asked with a smile, "Junjun, after the new year, do you want to live here with your mom?" Junjun looked up at Meng Xiaolan and asked, "Grandma, is this the new house Mom is going to live in? It's so small." Meng Xiaolan patted his head and laughed. "Such a small house cost several thousand. Your uncle worked really hard to buy it." Junjun looked at Zhao Yucheng in confusion. "Uncle, why do we need to live here? I want to stay with Grandma. I have many good friends in the village." Zhao Yucheng squatted down and patted his head, patiently explaining, "Next year you will start school. And your uncle wants you to come here to study. You will have many new friends here too." Junjun pouted, looking displeased, "But there are no roe deer, no wild chickens, and no spotted deer here. It's not fun." Chapter 283, On high alert. Zhao Yucheng did not want to continue discussing Su Yunting's relationship. So he stood up with a smile and took Lin Guodong and Chen Ying to visit the newly constructed sightseeing project at the farm. Lin Guodong and Chen Ying nodded in appreciation. Chen Ying was immediately captivated by the arrangement in the area. "Director Zhao, your project's positioning is very unique, combining tourism and educational experiences. Seeing how it has come together, I believe this project will definitely become a hit locally." Zhao Yucheng felt a bit shy from the praise. "Thank you for the encouragement, Sister Chen. I also hope this project can take off." However, Lin Guodong was more interested in the hunting project. After touring the farming sightseeing project with Chen Ying, he pulled Zhao Yucheng to check out the hunting route. Walking side by side on the small path in the hunting area, Lin Guodong eagerly surveyed the surrounding mountains and forests. He rubbed his hands together excitedly. "Your farm is quite large." Zhao Yucheng pointed to a nearby area of oak trees. "Over there is the wild chicken release zone. We regularly provide corn and grass seeds to ensure the wild chickens have enough food." Lin Guodong suddenly stopped, squinting his eyes. "Wait, what is that?" Chapter 284. Arrival for inspection. The town mayor, surnamed Qian, was in his early 50s, slightly plump with a small belly. Upon seeing the visitor, Zhao Yucheng hurriedly stepped forward to greet him. Mayor Qian asked in an official tone, "Director Zhao, how is the reception preparation going?" Zhao Yucheng nodded. "Rest assured, Mayor Qian. We are all prepared. All staff at our Wild Chicken Ridge Ecological Farm are on high alert." Mayor Qian nodded. "I came in advance to check things out and ensure nothing goes wrong. After all, this project is currently the most focused on by our higher-ups." Zhao Yucheng replied. "I appreciate you coming to check in person, so our reception tomorrow won't have any issues." Mayor Qian nodded and followed Zhao Yucheng inside to start inspecting the farm. After taking a few steps, the mayor paused and asked, "Are the security arrangements for tomorrow in place?" Zhao Yucheng was taken aback and didn't respond immediately. Mayor Qian looked at Zhao Yucheng's expression and shook his head. "Forget it. I'll have someone call Director Liu to explain. Have him send a few people over tomorrow to maintain order." Zhao Yucheng couldn't help but exclaim, "The leadership really thinks ahead." Mayor Qian waved to the driver, "Xiaomang, go call Director Liu." Chapter 285. Welcoming the inspection team, Xiaokang walked out wearing a light blue shirt and dark blue trousers. Her hair cut short and neatly tucked behind her ears. She held a notebook and was speaking to a leader while lowering her head. A familiar light smile on her lips. Zhao Yucheng was momentarily taken aback. In a month, she seemed to have lost some weight. There were faint dark circles under her eyes, but her overall demeanor was more composed and capable. She looked up and scanned the surroundings, her gaze briefly pausing on Zhao Yucheng before moving away, as if he were a stranger. At that moment, Director Zhu smiled and shook Zhao Yucheng's hand. "When I first met you, Director Zhao, I said you would definitely succeed, and indeed, you are a promising young talent. The province values your tourism farming innovation model highly." Zhao Yucheng quickly replied, "Thank you for your concern, leader. Our Wild Chicken Ridge ecological farming project relies on government policies and the support of leaders like you." As they introduced the project, the inspection team began to move towards the farm, with Zhao Yucheng leading the way. "Director Zhao," Director Zhu asked while looking around. "I heard your sightseeing route is designed quite uniquely." Zhao Yucheng introduced from the side, "Yes. We designed a route where visitors can have close encounters with the deer and roe deer in the park and can hand-feed the animals. They will also learn about the harmonious coexistence of humans and the environment from a scientific perspective. Additionally, we have an educational route mainly targeting student groups." Chapter 286. The sudden dinner invitation. Once the reporters had dispersed, Zhao Yucheng hesitated for a moment, but still walked over to Xiaokang. Hesitation. This word was quite unfamiliar to him in his past life. But ever since he came here, especially when he was with the girl, it seemed he had developed this emotion. The view here was excellent. He stood next to her, deliberately maintaining an arm's distance. Xiaokang did not turn back. It's developing faster than I imagined. You're doing well." These simple words broke the month-long silence between them, along with the unspoken explanations and attempts to hold on. "Is there going to be a transfer at work?" He awkwardly searched for a topic. She replied softly, "At the latest by the end of the year." "That's fine." The two fell silent again. After a while, Xiaokang resumed her aloofness. "The unit's leadership has asked me to submit an evaluation report on your project next week. Is there anything specific I need to emphasize?" Zhao Yucheng replied, "Just write according to the actual situation. At that moment, a shout came from afar. The inspection team was preparing to return. Su Yunting tidied her hair that had been blown by the wind and said softly, "Goodbye." She turned and walked toward the convoy, with Zhao Yucheng closely following her. Chapter 287, Blueprint. Zhao Yucheng put down his teacup, thinking that Lin's father had already heard his report in the meeting and certainly wouldn't ask him to repeat it. Remembering this, he recalled what Lin Guodong had said to him a few days ago during his visit to the breeding farm. Zhao Yucheng glanced at Lin Guodong and then spoke eloquently, "Uncle, I do have an immature idea. First, to build a complete tourism industry chain. Now that tourists come to Yijiling, it's not just for sightseeing and recreation. We need to build themed hotels, a characteristic dining street, and even a hot spring resort area." His fingers sketched a diagram on the table. "I plan that after some time of development, once the funds circulate, we can expand the second phase of the project, incorporating the 3 neighboring villages into the plan to form a cluster of tourist towns." Lin Guodong's chopsticks hovered in mid-air. He had never heard Zhao Yucheng mention such a grand idea. At that moment, he exclaimed internally, "Wow, this is even bigger than my plans." However, Lin's father nodded lightly and asked, "I heard you also have a medicinal material project. Is there any plan for that?" Zhao Yucheng glanced at Lin Guodong again. Lin Guodong slightly shrank his neck and shot Zhao Yucheng a look that seemed to say, "Don't blame me." Chapter 288, Setting up a new home and the pressure of marriage. In the following time, Zhao Yucheng became even busier. After the medicinal material procurement returned the funds, his first task was to go to the city to help his sister buy all the furniture and set up the small house. With October approaching, the county's department store was packed with shoppers. Zhao Yucheng clutched a thick stack of money, sweating at the wooden furniture counter. A salesperson said that a man in his 40s actually recognized this Zhao boss from Yijiling. "Zhao boss, I've seen you in the newspaper," the salesperson exclaimed excitedly. Zhao Yucheng politely nodded and stated what he wanted to buy. The salesperson quickly brought out a beech-wood frame bed from the warehouse, excitedly introducing it, "Zhao boss, this is a hot item from Shanghai. The headboard is carved with lotus flowers, and it costs a full 180. Also this 3-door wardrobe." Zhao Yucheng pointed to the mirror version in the sample cabinet. "Does it have any defective items?" An old man mysteriously leaned over. "There is a slight transportation bump on one in the warehouse, but it's very minor. I'll give you a 30% discount. He suddenly lowered his voice, "Add $5, and I'll throw in an enamel basin rack." After paying, it was nearly noon, and Zhao Yucheng squatted at the back door of the department store to check the goods. Chapter 289, Building a talent team. The path layout, pavilion construction, installation of audio equipment and signs, as well as the hiring of safety guides and interpreters, were all completed. The ecological breeding farm in Yijiling was finally fully renovated into an ecological tourism park. Zhao Yucheng walked around the entire breeding farm to ensure there were no issues. Zheng Yuiying handed 8 files of documents to Zhao Yucheng's desk. The last personnel task before the opening of the Yijiling Ecological Tourism Park was finally in place, including 4 hunting safety guides and 4 tour guides. Among the 4 hunting safety guides, 2 were veterans recommended by the county's armed forces, named Wang Yuzhu and Liu Changfa. They had excellent physical fitness, good marksmanship, followed discipline, and could recognize the tracks of 30 types of wild birds. The other 2 were local old hunters Xu Wanxing and Li Shenxiang Li Xingshan. Zhao Yucheng had specifically talked to 2 people to ensure they would take the job to help locals find employment. Xu Wanxing had originally planned to go to the slaughterhouse, but compared to being a hunting safety guide, this job sounded more impressive, so he agreed. Li Shenxiang Li Xingshan was about 10 years younger than Xu Wanxing and also liked to wander in the mountains, so he chose to come to Yijiling as a hunting safety guide. Chapter 290, The first batch of invitation letters sent out. My niece from my maternal family is 17, and has been idle at home since finishing junior high, Zheng Yuiying said awkwardly. Zhao Yucheng was taken aback, and did not immediately understand what Zheng Yueying meant. Zheng Yueying then plucked up her courage and said, "You mentioned that we lack interpreters in our park, so I thought about letting her come and try. If she doesn't work out, she can leave. If the interview goes well, can she work here for a bit?" Only then did Zhao Yucheng understand what Zheng Yueying was referring to. He knew Zheng Yueying was a sensible person and nodded, "Okay, let her come and try." When Zheng Chunyi arrived, to be honest, her first impression was average. She stood behind Zheng Yueying, hesitant and not making eye contact with anyone. However, Zhao Yucheng saw that the young girl had decent appearance conditions, so he privately told Zheng Yueying, "Let's train her a bit and see." Zheng Yueying did not expect her niece to perform so well. After a few days of training, her speech and behavior changed significantly. Her appearance, which was already somewhat outstanding, now made her no different from others, so she naturally stayed. Zhao Yucheng shook his head, looking at the four beautiful and well-proportioned girls, and said, "Look at them standing together, they resemble a rainbow. It's such a waste of such good looks. Now that we are officially a tourist attraction, we need to have a uniform appearance." Chapter 291, Strolling in the Provincial City after arriving in the provincial capital. Lin Guodong took Zhao Yucheng directly to the military district guest house. Zhao Yucheng understood that the military district guest house, as an internal reception place for the military, had strict regulations for accommodation, regardless of the era. Seeing Zhao Yucheng's puzzled expression, Lin Guodong proactively explained, "Your accommodation has been prepared, don't worry." Lin Guodong parked the car, took out his military officer retirement certificate, and the introduction letter he had prepared early. He strode confidently to the reception desk. He pushed a brown paper envelope along with his military officer retirement certificate to the counter. "Comrade, here are our credentials and introduction letter." Zhao Yucheng stood aside, noticing the red slogan on the wall about keeping state secrets, next to an old-fashioned wall clock. This comrade is the staff member looked up and assessed Zhao Yucheng. "Oh right." Lin Guodong slapped his forehead and pulled out a note from his pocket. "My dad, Chief Lin, sent this guarantee letter with the guard." The staff unfolded the note, and Zhao Yucheng caught a glimpse of the flourishing characters and the bright red official seal. The staff's expression immediately became respectful. It turned out to be a guest of Chief Lin. "Rooms 302 and 303 are ready. Here are the keys and meal vouchers." Chapter 292, My Brother. Invited by the old man. Noticing Zhao Yucheng's slightly nervous demeanor, Zhao Yucheng smiled and said, "It's just a meal. Just that there are more people eating." Zhao Yucheng nodded, but he felt an inexplicable sense of tension in his heart, different from the tension of carrying out secret missions in his previous life. The two turned the corner of the stairs, where a bespectacled secretary was standing by the door of the banquet hall on the second floor. "You must be Chief Lin's son." The secretary greeted warmly. His gaze shifted to Zhao Yucheng, hesitantly sizing him up. Lin Guodong casually introduced, "My brother," invited by the old man. Upon hearing that it was a personal invitation from the leader, the secretary's attitude instantly became respectful. "Please come in, you two." Zhao Yucheng followed half a step behind Lin Guodong and pushed open the door to the banquet hall. The melody of the toast song echoed in the hall, with 9 round tables covered in snowy white tablecloths. Waiters were pouring wine into tall glasses, the clinking of glasses mingling with the sounds of conversation, creating a lively atmosphere. Zhao Yucheng followed Lin Guodong to the front seats. "Shaolin!" A loud voice came from behind. An elderly man with graying hair strode over, wearing a dark blue Zhongshan suit with a small national emblem badge on the left chest. Lin Guodong immediately stood up straight and saluted, "Uncle Yang, hello." Chapter 293, A Sinister Gaze. On stage, the director of the Provincial Township Enterprise Bureau spoke passionately, and thunderous applause erupted from the audience. After Director Wang stepped down, Lin Guodong raised his wine glass and stood up. Zhao Yucheng sat in his original position, sipping tea and observing the big shots present. The guests at such an occasion were all prominent figures, and he was truly gaining new insights here. However, His identity was too far apart from theirs. And he had no experience in such situations, not knowing how to engage in conversation with those figures. The banquet hall of the provincial military district guest house was brightly lit. And the aroma of wine was rich. As Zhao Yucheng held his wine glass, feeling somewhat bored, he suddenly sensed something unusual. He turned his head and collided with a sinister gaze. That sinister gaze cut through the crowd, fixating on him. Zhao Yucheng gently extended his wine glass in that direction, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. Chen Shikuan was leaning close to an elderly man with white hair, whispering something. But his peripheral vision was fixed on Zhao Yucheng. Little did he expect that Zhao Yucheng would instantly notice his presence. Not only did the other party not show any fear of him, but they even provoked him. This filled him with a strong sense of anger and humiliation. More intense than when a gun was pointed at his forehead earlier. Chapter 294, Visiting the Lin family. A gathering that had been years in the making lasted 3 hours before dispersing. By the time Zhao Yucheng and Lin Guodong returned to their room, it was almost midnight. Lin Guodong followed Zhao Yucheng to room 303, plopped down at the table, and curiously asked, "Does Uncle Jiao's adopted son have a grudge against you?" Zhao Yucheng washed his face and said vaguely while brushing his teeth, "Yeah, his intentions aren't right." Lin Guodong's curiosity was piqued, elaborate. After brushing his teeth, Zhao Yucheng took a towel and, while drying his hands, smiled and said, "Actually, it's nothing much. He just wants to take advantage of me and wants me to be taken down." Lin Guodong gave a thumbs up, "You're awesome. I noticed that guy always looks down at people, and his gaze is evasive. He kept staring at you tonight, his eyes seemed toxic. His adoptive father has a complicated background, you should be careful." Zhao Yucheng shook his head. "I'm just doing my business honestly. Why should I fear someone who acts like a rat in a sewer?" Lin Guodong shook his head disapprovingly. "It's not that simple. Especially for people like us in the business world, we always need to find a big tree to take shelter under." Zhao Yucheng rubbed the towel in his hands without saying anything. Chapter 295, Opening Day. On the opening day, early in the morning, Zhao Yucheng and all the staff arrived at the entrance of the ecological park. Zhao Yucheng brought 2 strings of firecrackers and hung them on a tree at the entrance. Then struck a match to light the fuse. Suddenly, a series of firecracker sounds erupted. And several young female tour guides covered their ears and laughed as they ran far away. Amidst the cracking sounds, the Wild Chicken Ridge Ecological Tourism Park officially opened. On the other side, Zheng Yuing took out a banner from her bag and called out, "Changsuan, you guys come help hang this banner at the entrance." Li Changsuan, Liu Changfa, and Wang Yuzhu hurriedly found a ladder to pull up the banner that read, "Warm welcome to the teachers and students of the County Central Primary School." The sound of firecrackers awakened the mountains for the day, and the bright red banner stood out vividly in the morning light. Heiser seemed to sense the unusual atmosphere as well, sitting seriously next to the ticket-checking area, its tail rhythmically thumping the ground. "Check the audio guides again." Zhao Yucheng instructed the tour guides. The 4 young women had changed into brand new dark blue uniforms, wearing work badges on their chests, all earnestly adjusting the amplification equipment. Chapter 296, Adding New Projects. What Zhao Yucheng did not expect was that the government of this era had a subsidy distribution format for township enterprises, totaling 40,000 yuan, of which 220,000 was directly allocated to the village committee's collective account through the County Finance Bureau, and 180,000 was distributed as subsidies in the form of work for relief. The distribution process was even more complicated, leaving him feeling overwhelmed. Although it seemed very complex, having this subsidy meant he could plan more work. Just as he reached the entrance, preparing to go to the village committee to handle the materials for extracting the subsidy, he suddenly heard a familiar horn sound at the entrance. "Director Zhao, are you going out?" Liu Xiaokang jumped down from a sidecar motorcycle next to the police station. Wearing a dark blue police uniform with a leather jacket over it, as 3 children aged 7 or 8 climbed out of the vehicle. The smallest boy was dressed in a replica police uniform, with a toy gun at his waist, looking just like a little policeman. Director Liu. Zhao Yucheng hurriedly greeted him, helping a little girl who almost fell. I was worried about causing you trouble with the opening yesterday, Liu Xiaokang said, patting the seat of the vehicle. This is my day off, so I brought the kids from the station to see the world. Chapter 297, Sudden Good Fortune. Zhao Yucheng decided to quickly build a wooden house for dining and accommodation next to the ecological tourism park, planning to apply for permits and investment to build a professional hotel next year. As soon as dawn broke the next day, Zhao Yucheng rushed to the county town. He had packed his application materials, which he had worked on overnight, along with the local specialty, astragalus honey. A long queue had already formed in front of the grey office building of the County Health Bureau. While Zhao Yucheng stood on the steps waiting in line, he took out the materials from his bag to review. Last night, Zheng Yueying had given him a compiled visitor feedback book, and he finally had time to look at it now. The suggestion book is filled with various opinions and suggestions. The wild game is delicious, but there are no places to eat. Hope there will be homestays to watch the stars. Is that Director Zhao? Someone recognized him. Zhao Yucheng looked up and saw a middle-aged man in a white coat, holding a briefcase, walking towards him. The man looked at Zhao Yucheng with confusion and smiled as he explained, "Aren't you Director Zhao from the Wild Chicken Ridge Ecotourism Park? I've seen you in the newspaper." Zhao Yucheng looked at the man's attire, extended his hand, and smiled, "It's my honor." The man looked at the materials in Zhao Yucheng's hand and enthusiastically asked, "Are you here for business?" Chapter 298, Repairing the Watch After Leaving the Health Bureau. Zhao Yucheng raised his arm to glance at his watch, wanting to check the time, but found that the watch's hands had stopped moving. He looked up at the sun and estimated it was around 11:30. He decided to take advantage of the department store still being open to quickly find Zhu Xiaonan and get his watch repaired. Zhao Yucheng walked into the glass door of the department store. In front of the watch counter, Zhu Xiaonan was on tiptoe, polishing a diamond brand clock in the display window, her blue work uniform sleeves rolled up, humming a tune while working. "Master Zhu." Zhao Yucheng tapped the glass counter and said, "This old fellow has gone on strike again." Zhu Xiaonan turned around, her eyes lighting up when she saw Zhao Yucheng. "Zhao Ji, I was just about to go for lunch, you came just in time." She quickly put on her glasses, and the watch cover tool spun gracefully between her fingers. "How come it's broken again so soon after being repaired?" Zhao Yucheng chuckled bitterly, "If it dares to break again, I'll let it retire." This time, Zhao Yucheng didn't try to fix it himself, but leaned on the counter, watching Zhu Xiaonan's nimble hands work tirelessly. "If you ask me, Zhao Ji, you're now a well-known entrepreneur in the town, wealthy enough to just buy a new one." Zhu Xiaonan joked. Chapter 299, The tour group arrives at the department store after the two finished lunch. Zhu Xiaonan didn't compete with Zhao Yucheng to pay the bill. After leaving the restaurant, Zhu Xiaonan bought 2 bottles of soda at a nearby store and handed one to Zhao Yucheng. "Thank you." Zhao Yucheng accepted the soda without being polite. Zhu Xiaonan twisted the cap of her soda bottle several times, but couldn't open it. She simply handed it to Zhao Yucheng. "Help me, I don't have enough strength." Zhao Yucheng smiled, took the soda bottle, and handed his bag to Zhu Xiaonan to free up his hands to twist the cap. He twisted the cap with his fingers, exerted a bit of force, and with a pop, the cap came off. Zhu Xiaonan's eyes widened, impressive, as she took a sip of her soda. She tilted her head and looked at Zhao Yucheng, saying, "I thought you were special when I first met you, but I couldn't quite say what was special about you. Now I finally know." Zhao Yucheng, seeing the cunning in her eyes, humorously asked, "What is special about me?" Zhu Xiaonan pointed her index finger seriously and replied, "You have a strong masculine presence." Zhao Yucheng was taken aback, then burst into laughter. "You little girl, what do you know about masculinity?" Zhu Xiaonan nodded seriously, "Of course I know. You've seen my brother, look at his laid-back attitude. I don't know what my sister-in-law saw in him. You're different, very manly. Yes, that's right, manly. Chapter 300, Zhu Xiaonan, afraid of dogs, and understanding Heisey arriving at the entrance of the park, Zhu Xiaonan asked, should we go back now? Or take a break and continue wandering in the afternoon? Everyone rubbed their legs and said, we are already very tired from walking today. Let's go back first and come another day. Zhu Xiaonan looked around, but still didn't see Zhao Yucheng, feeling a bit frustrated. You guys go back first. I'll take the next bus back to the city. She waved her hand to her colleagues. A colleague asked with concern, aren't you tired? You still want to continue wandering? Zhu Xiaonan smiled, well, let's take a break first. After seeing her colleagues down the hill, she turned to Zeng Yueying and said, Director Zeng, sorry to take up your time for half a day, you should go ahead and get busy. Zeng Yueying noticed that many tourists had come to the scenic area and said, all right, there's a rest area over there, you can go rest there. If you need anything, just go to that office. Zhu Xiaonan agreed, and after Zeng Yueying left, she got up to find the location for building the wooden house. As she made her way to the construction site, she was grateful she wore flat shoes today. Earlier in the ecological park, a silly deer had dirted the cuffs of her shirt, and the muddy ground in the wild chicken area had left yellow edges on her white socks. Chapter 301, I'll go home and discuss with my dad. Hearing the noise at the construction site, the workers quickly came to help push the wood aside. Zhao Yucheng, enduring the pain in his back, smiled and waved his hand, it's fine, you all go back to work. But Zhu Xiaonan clearly heard Zhao Yucheng's painful groan. She hurriedly helped him sit down nearby and cautiously asked, are you okay? Zhao Yucheng forced a smile, what if I say I'm not doing well? Zhu Xiaonan, feeling guilty, rubbed her fingers and apologized, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Zhao Yucheng laughed, what can we do about it? If I hadn't rushed in, you would have been the one hurt. Just think, if news spread that a tourist got hurt here, would my ecotourism park be able to keep running? Zhu Xiaonan felt even guiltier upon hearing this, and her eyes turned red, as she was about to cry. Seeing this, Zhao Yucheng panicked a bit. Knowing he wouldn't be able to comfort her, he had to resort to a less effective strategy. He quickly feigned pain, ouch, can you help me a bit? Sure enough. Zhu Xiaonan, forgetting her guilt, hurriedly helped Zhao Yucheng stand up carefully and slowly walk out of the construction site. Zhao Yucheng estimated from the weight of the wood and the pain in his back that he had probably sustained a serious injury. Chapter 302, Your uncle isn't having it easy. Zhu Xiaonan had already walked to the entrance with her bag when she heard Zhao Yucheng's words and stopped. She turned around to face Zhao Yucheng, her eyes shining like stars. I'm serious. Or is it that you have someone you like, so it's not possible? Zhao Yucheng quickly shook his head, of course not, I'm just a genuine single guy. Zhu Xiaonan smiled, that's good, you're unmarried, I'm unmarried. And we both have no one in our hearts, so there's nothing stopping us. Zhao Yucheng opened his mouth, but couldn't think of any other reasons to refute her. Zhu Xiaonan smiled and winked at Zhao Yucheng, you take care of your injury, wait for my news. Before her voice faded, her figure disappeared at the door. Zhao Yucheng felt that he had just made a joke that went too far, and regretted not keeping his mouth in check. Normally, he was quite tongue-tied. So how did he let a joke slip out today? Just because Zhu Xiaonan looked very cute, he casually made a joke. And it turned out the girl took it seriously. How could this end? Zhao Yucheng sat on the edge of the bed, holding his tea mug, sighing in distress. When Zeng Yueying knocked and entered, she saw this scene. What's going on? Zeng Yueying asked curiously. Chapter 303, We meet again. Zhao Yucheng saw Meng Xiulan, and did not have any intense reaction. Noticing that his mother did not seem to be in an unusual emotional state, he quietly breathed a sigh of relief. The mother and son both appeared nonchalant, unaware that they were both worried about each other. All right, you get busy. My mother will come to see you again tomorrow, Meng Xiulan said as she stood up. taking Junjun's hand to leave. Zhao Yucheng hurriedly saw them off. The weather is bad and the road is long, you shouldn't come here again. Meng Xiaolan smiled and said, Anyway, I have nothing to do at home. It's better to come here to bring you food than to stare at your grandparents all day. After sending off Meng Xiaolan, Zhao Yucheng finally relaxed. The next day, Meng Xiaolan indeed came again with Junjun, carrying a basket. Inside the basket was a ceramic pot that contained a stewed old hen. Meng Xiaolan was very pleased to see her son wearing the dark blue cotton jacket she had brought yesterday. Drink the soup while it's hot. I simmered it with astragalus all night, Meng Xiaolan said as she opened the pot lid, and steam immediately rose, revealing a layer of golden oil and some added astragalus. Junjun tiptoed to peek into the pot, but his grandmother slapped his hand. Little glutton, this is specially for your uncle's nourishment. In a moment, Grandma will add a chicken leg for you to gnaw on. Chapter 304. The barren land turns into a treasure. Zhao Yucheng listened to Zhu Yida's words. Although the other party's expression was calm, he felt a sharp momentum. He swallowed hard and smiled back. Professor Zhu, you are too polite, just call me Xiao Zhao. Zhu Yida did not continue with the pleasantries, but suddenly changed the subject, saying, Xiaonan told me that you were injured on your back while saving her. Before Zhao Yucheng could explain, Zhu Yida interrupted him. He took out a box of medicine from his briefcase. This is a new ointment developed by our institute. And I personally brought it to you. Listening to Zhu Yida's meaningful words, Zhao Yucheng suddenly felt a dull pain in his back. He instinctively touched his lower back and forced a smile. Professor Zhu, you are too kind. My injury is really nothing serious, it's just a scraped skin. Not worth your special trip. Before he finished speaking, Zhu Yida had already firmly placed the medicine in his hand. Zhao Yucheng looked down and saw that it was stamped with gold lettering from the Provincial Chinese Medicine Research Institute. Let's go, let's sit in your office, Zhu Yida said. Glancing at the wooden house being painted, this house is quite well done. The mortise and tenon joints are all traditional craftsmanship. Chapter 305. Being examined as a future son-in-law. Zhao Yucheng respectfully saw Zhu Yida to the door, watched him get in the car, and then stood at the entrance of the breeding farm. Watching the car go down the mountain until the black Hongqi sedan disappeared at the end of the mountain road, Zhao Yucheng remained tense. He took out a cigarette, put it in his mouth, and struck a match to light it. Smoke rings floated from his mouth and then dispersed into a cloud of smoke in front of him. Through the haze, he looked in the direction Zhu's father had left, tugged at the corners of his mouth, and self-deprecatingly said, Is it really that serious? In his previous life in the army, when he was called in for a talk by the old chief, he had never been this nervous. Zhao Yucheng thought for a while, but couldn't figure out why he was so anxious. Reflecting on the entire process of accompanying Zhu's father on the tour, the other party hadn't been confrontational at all. Even when he defended himself, the other party had only shown a moment of emotional agitation. But the more it was like this, the more uncertain he felt inside. Just then, he heard Zheng Yuing's voice, farm director. He came back to his senses, looked at the cigarette almost burning his fingers, quickly extinguished it, and walked back. Zheng Yuing followed him, saying, The wooden house area has been cleaned up. What should we do next? Zhao Yucheng thought for a moment and said, Let them finish their work, then let's hold a meeting to discuss together. Chapter 306. Inquiring about Zhu Xiaonan's news early that morning, after arranging his work, Zhao Yucheng got up and went to the newly built wooden house, looking for a piece of sandpaper to smooth out a rough edge on a door frame. Suddenly, Blackie perked up. The sound of a jeep engine came from the distant mountain road. They are here. Zhao Yucheng clapped his hands and walked to the front door. Seeing two official vehicles parked at the breeding farm's entrance, Zhao Yucheng directly instructed someone to open the gate and motioned for the drivers to drive into the park. A total of 5 people got out of the cars, a small leader from the construction bureau wearing thick glasses, the section chief from the health bureau, who had been on the 3rd floor during the last paperwork process, and 3 unfamiliar young people holding notepads. The accommodation area is over there, please follow me, Zhao Yucheng said as he led the way. The group followed him as they walked forward. And the leader from the construction bureau squinted his eyes, surveying the 2 rows of wooden houses ahead, saying, "Boss Zhao, your wooden houses look even more organized than on the blueprints." Upon arriving at the pine wood house, the inspectors took a square ruler to measure the mortise and tenon joints and surprisingly found no faults. Another inspector's testing device circled the kitchen and concluded that the grease concentration was within acceptable limits. The young people nodded in agreement. Ventilation meets standards. And fire separation distance is qualified. Chapter 307. An unexpected opportunity. Chen Ying liked to interact with small animals, so Lin Guodong accompanied her along the sightseeing route, feeding deer, watching golden pheasants, and petting sika deer. "Are you tired from walking? How about we stay here for a night and experience it?" Lin Guodong suggested while helping Chen Ying carry her bag and holding her hand. "Sure, since we came all this way, let's have some more fun." Chen Ying smiled and nodded. "Didn't you say you had something to discuss with your good brother?" Zhao Yucheng glanced at Lin Guodong, who slightly nodded in response. "Sister Chen, I'll have Director Zheng take you to the guest room to rest, and I'll talk with Brother Lin in the office for a bit," Zhao Yucheng arranged. Soon, Zheng Yuiying came over to take Chen Ying to the guest room. After Chen Ying walked away, Lin Guodong lit a cigarette and stood on the viewing platform halfway up the mountain, overlooking the entire Wild Chicken Ridge Ecological Park. In the distance, wisps of smoke rose from the newly built wooden house area, and tourists were playing in groups in the park. "I have to say, Zhao Laodi, I truly admire your capabilities," Lin Guodong said, blowing out a smoke ring and patting Zhao Yucheng on the shoulder. "What do you mean?" Zhao Yucheng asked with a smile. Lin Guodong replied, "In such a short time, you've really managed to build this place like this, it's impressive." Chapter 308. The Villager's Opinion. Zhao Yucheng rubbed his red, cold hands and sat down on the kang. Village head Zhao Jiaxing knocked his smoking pipe on the edge of the kang and jokingly said, "You've become quite the busy person. Haven't he been back to the village for several days?" Zhao Yucheng smiled. "It's only been a short time since the park opened. There are many things to do, so I have no choice." Zhao Jiaxing nodded. Didn't he expect our village to produce such a capable person? Who knows? Our folks might benefit from you and find more ways to make money." Zhao Yucheng continued, "I came today to discuss something with you and see what your opinion is." "I knew you weren't just here to see this old man," Zhao Jiaxing laughed. "So what is it?" Zhao Yucheng briefly talked about the plans for creating a tourism company and building hotels. After Zhao Yucheng finished speaking, Zhao Jiaxing didn't say a word. After a while, the old party secretary murmured while smoking, "If we go all out like this, what if we end up losing money?" Zhao Yucheng saw this and explained, "Uncle Village Head, we currently have an ecological breeding base, and the number of tourists is steadily increasing. By next year, when the hotel is built and with a few other recreational projects added, our income can at least triple." Chapter 309. Employee Tourism Special Event. The heavy snow had just stopped, and the entire Yucheng was covered in a silver blanket. Between the undulating mountains, the branches of pines and cypresses were weighed down by thick snow, glistening in the sunlight, resembling a fairy tale world. Leng, wrapped in an old coat, rubbed his hands and sighed, "Boss, this snow scenery is much better than that shabby ice sculpture exhibition in the county." Liu Lefeng beside him laughed and scolded, "Isn't that obvious? Ours is pure natural." Zhong Yuanliang exclaimed, "It's a pity that people from the city aren't here to see this view today. It's completely different from the usual scenery." Daniu, following behind, muttered, "We live in this mountain corner all year round, we don't care about this view. We can see it every year." Leng immediately retorted, "You see nothing. Without the boss, no, without Director Zhao, you wouldn't even see a roe deer's bottom." Everyone burst into laughter. At that moment, Wang Xinmai rushed over from the office and saw her partners at the medicinal herb procurement station were very excited. "Xiaomai, long time no see, you've changed a lot. Oleng and a few others praised Wang Xinmai, who was wearing the Yijiling work uniform. Wang Xinmai felt a bit shy from the compliments and smiled, really? I feel like I'm still the same. Chapter 310, the first batch of roe deer ready for market. Everyone was enjoying their meal. And Lin Guodong and Chen Ying came in uninvited upon hearing the commotion. The room was filled with laughter and joy. After the gathering ended, night fell. The snow reflected the moonlight as people walked back in groups. Someone started singing returning from target practice, and the rough voices echoed in the valley. Zhao Yucheng lagged behind. Looking at the warm yellow light coming from the wooden cabin in the distance, suddenly feeling that all the hard work was worth it. Zhao Yucheng realized that he seemed to have been busy all the time, just like in his past life, never having a moment of relaxation. Looking at the sincere smiles on everyone's faces, he found that this feeling was quite good. The next morning, Zhao Yucheng called for Zheng Yueying, Director Zheng. Today you take people to count the roe deer ready for market, pick out 20 to send to the slaughterhouse. Zheng Yueying agreed and was about to turn and get busy when Zhao Yucheng called her back. This time, let's keep some aside to make gift boxes. Our tourists have been complaining about not being able to buy game meat, so this is a good opportunity to test the waters. Zheng Yueying's eyes lit up. That's a good idea, I'll arrange it right away. The next day, the road to Yijiling was completely cleared of snow. Chapter 311, the bustling slaughterhouse. Zheng Yueying took a sip from her bowl and pointed at the mushrooms in the soup. Where did these hazelnuts come from? I picked them from the mountain yesterday. Ma San grinned. Mushrooms after the snow are the freshest. I brought them to stew today. Zhao Yucheng watched everyone devour their meals and couldn't help but recall the times he had meals with his comrades in the army in his past life. After everyone was full, they worked even harder in the afternoon. The slaughterhouse was bustling with activity. Feng Shijing sat on a small stool, squinting at the freshly sharpened knife edge, nodding in satisfaction. This edge could shave. Ma San had already started skinning, his knife gliding effortlessly under the roe deer's skin. Before long, with a gentle tug, the entire hide was removed intact. The helpers watching couldn't help but exclaim, Uncle Ma, you really are a master. Of course. Ma San grinned. When I was young, I could skin 3 roe deer in one night without even needing a light. On the other side, several young helpers were quickly cleaning the offal. Zheng Yueying looked at the pile of offal and bones and found Zhao Yucheng, Director. Should we send those to the provincial meat processing plant as well? Chapter 312, the will of the people. At this point, Feng Shijing didn't want to argue any longer. He waved his hand at his wife and said, all right, I see they don't seem like they are dating anymore. Shen Shen has her own ideas, let's just prepare her dowry. On Zhao Yucheng's side, looking at the net income of 10,800 in the account book, his eyes brightened. He concluded that the profit from roe deer farming was higher than expected. As long as there was space and feed prepared, they just had to wait for regular sales. With this in mind, a new plan quietly formed in his heart. He said to Zheng Yueying, how about we expand the scale of roe deer farming a bit next spring? Zheng Yueying pointed to the Yijiling layout map on the wall and said, the slope on the west side is relatively gentle, we could enclose another 20 acres. Xu Wanqing chimed in, that's easy, we can plant some alfalfa in the spring to save on feed. Zhao Yucheng nodded, that's a good idea, this way we can increase the free-range density by another 20%. I think we need to introduce high-quality roe deer breeds, just like with the Sika deer, Zhao Yucheng pondered. Chapter 313, Yijiling establishes a station. As the crowd dispersed, Zhao Yucheng stood in the village committee courtyard, reflecting on the eager expressions of the villagers just now. Deeply realizing his responsibility, as a township entrepreneur in this era, to lead the local people to prosperity. Zhao Yucheng looked towards the snow-covered Yijiling and gently said, next year is likely to be even busier. In the following days, news of the hotel being built in Yijiling spread like wildfire, and villagers from nearby villages frequently visited the farm. Some inquired about job openings. Others asked about the prices for mountain products, and some wanted to contract the supply of hotel goods, blocking the office door. This couldn't go on. After sending off another batch of villagers, Zheng Yueying rubbed her temples and suggested, "We need to set up a dedicated reception room, fixed days each month for visits, and record everyone's requests." Zhao Yucheng found this reasonable, immediately agreed, and posted a notice at the entrance of the farm, Yijiling Tourism Development Consultation Reception Days, every 5th, 15th, and 25th of the month from 9 to 11:30 a.m. Location, Room 3. Receptionist, Park Tour Guide. Zhao Yucheng asked Li Changsuan to tidy up an idle room to serve as the reception room, with a hotel rendering placed on the wooden long table. Chapter 3:14, Come. Let us finish the bottle, director. What's in this fancy gift box? It's so precious. Zhong Yuanliang asked while fastening his seatbelt. Zhao Yucheng smiled mysteriously. This is a special supply for the forestry department, including deer antler slices and medicinal meal boxes. Zhong Yuanliang expressed concern, but they are big leaders. Would they appreciate something from our mountain corner? Zhao Yucheng shook his head and said, "You don't need to worry about this. People of their status don't care about expensive food, they just want something rare. What we have here has all gone through quality testing and has proper inspection reports." Zhong Yuanliang then realized how much trivial work Zhao Yucheng had done on a daily basis. The first stop was the Provincial Medicinal Materials Company. Zhao Yucheng drove skillfully into the purchasing area and then went to the office building carrying gift boxes. As soon as Xu Jianjun saw the gift box with the words Wild Chicken Ridge printed on it, his eyes lit up. "Good lad. They are now doing fine packaging." He opened the box and took a deep breath. "This roe deer meat is smoked authentically, even more fragrant than that from my hometown in the Greater Xing'an Range." The young staff from the Quality Inspection Department rushed over. "What delicious food is this?" Zhao Yucheng took the opportunity to promote his products. "This is our specialty gift box from Wild Chicken Ridge." Seeing the real items, several people expressed their desire to order them for the new year, to give to relatives and friends. Chapter 3:15. A hero saves the beauty on a snowy night. By the end, after finishing the last of the liquor, it turned out that Zhao Yucheng had drunk the least, but was the only one who was drunk. Taking advantage of the fact that the alcohol hadn't fully hit him yet, Zhao Yucheng quickly got up to settle the bill at the bar. After finishing the payment while supporting himself on the counter, he turned around and stumbled slightly. Instinctively, he reached out to steady himself against the wall, but ended up touching a soft piece of clothing. "Sorry." He quickly withdrew his hand and apologized. But when he looked up, he met a pair of familiar eyes. Zhao Yucheng felt most of his drunkenness fade away. Su Yunting was wearing a beige wool coat, with a scarf loosely draped over her shoulders, silently watching him. The neon lights at the bar cast fragmented shadows under her eyelashes, as if a layer of snow had fallen. "Director Zhao," she gently spoke, her voice colder than he remembered, "you seem to have been drinking. You should be more careful outside." He opened his mouth, but didn't know how to respond, finally managing to squeeze out a thank you. Behind him, Zhong Yuanliang shouted with a slurred tongue, "Director, come back quickly, Shu Ji wants to go with you again." Su Yunting looked toward the private room following the voice. "Go ahead, I should be leaving too." A gust of cold wind swept in as the glass door of the restaurant opened and closed, and Zhao Yucheng stood frozen, watching Su Yunting's disappearing figure. Chapter 3:16. When did he become my brother-in-law? Zhu Xiaonan looked at her brother with a face full of disdain. "What do I have to blush about? He is not just anyone, he will soon be my man, which means he will be your brother-in-law." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yucheng lowered his head very low, wishing he could find a crack to hide in. Zhu Xiaodong, in the driver's seat, slammed the brakes and turned to look at the mortified Zhao Yucheng. His eyes wide. "When did he become my brother-in-law?" The co-pilot, Zhong Yuanliang, could no longer hold it in. "So, should I get out of the car?" Zhu Xiaodong waved his hand at him. "Don't rush, we'll talk about it later." However, Zhu Xiaonan tightly closed her mouth and ignored her foolish brother. "Just drive." "Where to?" Zhu Xiaodong was subdued by his sister and asked in a muffled voice. you don't want to take him home, do you? Zhu Xiaonan raised her chin and snorted. I do want to, but you guys won't allow it. Zhu Xiaodong finally breathed a sigh of relief. Looks like you still have some sense. After saying that, he released the brake and drove straight to the guest house. The jeep rolled over a thin layer of snow and slowly stopped in front of the guest house. Zhu Xiaonan got out of the car, unceremoniously holding Zhao Yucheng's arm and leading him inside, saying without looking back, "Brother, wait a moment, I'll help him settle in." Chapter 317. Inviting the wolf into the house. Zhao Yucheng nervously shrank his neck and urged Zhong Yuanliang to drive faster. "Director, aren't we being too ungrateful? That girl brought you chicken soup early in the morning." "Shut up, just drive." Zhao Yucheng rubbed his temples and said, "If you keep talking, I'll deduct half of your year-end bonus." Zhong Yuanliang shrank his neck and, holding back a laugh, stepped on the gas. The truck drove along the road, leaving the provincial city and heading straight for Wild Chicken Ridge. Zhao Yucheng really didn't want to go to Zhu Xiaonan's house. He felt that going there was like exploring a tiger's den, even more dangerous. No, it was more dangerous than exploring a tiger's den. Exploring a tiger's den tests skills, but going to Zhu's house involves much more complicated tests. Holding his head wrapped in gauze, thinking of Zhu Xiaonan's father's gaze made his head hurt even more. You don't know, her dad's eyes are like X-rays. When they sweep over you, it makes you feel uncomfortable all over. Zhao Yucheng said with a sense of melancholy, "If I really went to his house, I feel like I wouldn't be able to come out in one piece." Upon hearing this, Zhong Yuanliang burst out laughing. "Director, you're not afraid of wild boars or black bears, so why are you scared of your father-in-law?" Chapter 318. Encountering a blizzard on a long trip. Zhao Yucheng asked Zheng Yueying to help arrange Zhu Xiaonan's accommodation, while he went to handle a major task of investigating roe deer breeds. Zhu Xiaonan tugged at Zhao Yucheng's arm and asked, "Are you purposely avoiding me?" Zhao Yucheng quickly waved his hand, "Not at all. You can ask them if you don't believe me. This was arranged before we went to the provincial city." As he spoke, he cast a pleading glance at Shu Wanxing and Wei. Senator Shu Wanxing, holding back laughter, nodded, "Yeah. It was arranged early in the morning to buy a few new breeds of roe deer." Only then did Zhu Xiaonan release Zhao Yucheng's arm. Just as Zhao Yucheng sighed in relief, he was suddenly tugged by Zhu Xiaonan's sleeve again. Zhu Xiaonan pouted, "I'm going too." Zhao Yucheng quickly shook his head. "That's definitely not possible." "Why?" Zhao Yucheng explained, "Uncle Shu and I have to take a train for dozens of hours. And in this cold weather, it's really inconvenient to take you along. Just stay here obediently." Seeing that Zhao Yucheng didn't seem to be deliberately stopping her, Zhu Xiaonan nodded in cooperation. "All right then. There seems to be a big snow coming soon, so you should go early and come back early." Zhao Yucheng felt relieved that Zhu Xiaonan wasn't being too willful. He then personally carried Zhu Xiaonan's luggage and went to a wooden cabin to settle down. Chapter 319. Have you learned to care for others? Zhao Yucheng also knew that the road conditions really couldn't continue, so he went to the herdsman uncle's yurt together. The herdsman's wife brought out steaming salty milk tea, and Zhao Yucheng held the enamel bowl, feeling the warmth instantly spread from his fingertips to his heart. "Let the livestock drink some too." The herdsman's daughter brought over bundles of hay, soaked in milk tea to soften, which could help withstand the cold. Zhao Yucheng was deeply moved by the herdsman's pure feelings and wanted to take out some money to thank them, but Shu Wanxing quietly pressed his hand back. Shu Wanxing whispered, "If you give money, it feels too vulgar. Just bring some of our specialty products over later, it'll be more effective than anything." Zhao Yucheng felt this made sense and stuffed the money back into his bag. After the snow cleared and the weather improved 3 days later, the truck hurriedly hit the road. On the day they successfully returned to Wild Chicken Ridge, Zhu Xiaonan and Zheng Yueying stood at the gate of Wild Chicken Ridge, gazing down the mountain. When they saw the truck driving from the intersection, Zhu Xiaonan excitedly waved her hand, "They are back." When Zhao Yucheng jumped down from the truck, Zhu Xiaonan quickly walked up, tiptoed to look at the cracked corners of Zhao Yucheng's lips, and said with concern, "I shouldn't have jinxed it by saying there would be heavy snow." Chapter 320, Ma San's Job Hunt. "Is it good?" Zhu Xiaonan asked, clapping her gloved hands and tilting her head to look at Zhao Yucheng. Zhao Yucheng straightened up, looking at the sunlight spilling over her fluffy hat, making her little face look even more charming. He didn't answer but pretended to casually ask, "Is it warm?" Zhu Xiaonan suddenly stood on her tiptoes, cupping his face with her rabbit fur-gloved hands. "Feel it, it's warm." Zhao Yucheng couldn't help but curve his lips. In the distance, Zeng Yuiying, holding some fodder, saw this scene and smiled. Perhaps this little girl, Zhu Xiaonan, is really suitable for him. Wei Sen and Li Changsuan squatted next to the feed shed, pretending to sort out the burlap sacks, but secretly glancing this way. Li Changsuan stifled a laugh and nudged Wei Sen with his elbow. "Hey, Wei Shu. Do you think the director is under the thumb of his wife?" Wei Sen lowered his voice. "Sure. Don't talk nonsense. Be careful, the director hears and sends you to clean the deer pen." At noon, everyone sat around the large wooden table in the cafeteria. Xu Wanqing cleared his throat and intentionally elongated his tone. It's really warm today." Li Changsuan immediately chimed in, "Yeah, it's so warm I'm sweating." Everyone stifled their laughter, their eyes collectively glancing at Zhao Yucheng and Zhu Xiaonan. Chapter 321, Director, you're in the newspaper. You're famous. As the year-end approached, there were more and more miscellaneous tasks, and Zhu Xiaonan's addition clearly helped Zeng Yuiying share a large part of the work. That morning, Zhu Xiaonan and Zeng Yuiying were in the office drafting a new activity plan, while Zhao Yucheng was checking accounts nearby. Li Changsuan rushed in, holding that day's newspaper. "Director, you're in the newspaper. You're famous." Li Changsuan excitedly slapped the newspaper on the desk, and everyone crowded over to take a look. On the front page, there was a large photo of Zhao Yucheng drawing a bow and shooting an arrow, with the headline reading, "The sharpshooter of Yucheng leads villagers on the path to prosperity." Zeng Yuiying picked up the newspaper and laughed. "Wow, this photo is really good, it makes our director look so spirited." Zhu Xiaonan took the newspaper, looked at the photo, and joked, "So impressive, if I didn't know better, I'd think it was a martial arts film." Everyone burst into laughter. Soon, the county TV station also aired a recorded program. Unexpectedly, once the program aired, it quickly ignited the public's interest, and Zhao Yucheng instantly became an admired expert, with Yucheng becoming a coveted destination for city dwellers. Following that, various modes of transportation were parked outside the breeding farm every day. Visitors of different ages came, including retired grandpas and grandmas, young workers, and some students, especially Zheng Xianwei. Chapter 322, Help. I can't hold it any longer. Liu Changfa saw Li Changsuan doing odd jobs nearby and quickly called him over. "Xiao Li, hurry and find the director for help." Li Changsuan immediately ran to the office for backup. "Director, hurry. Hunting area, urgent." Zhao Yucheng was taken aback and asked, "What happened?" Li Changsuan held his stomach, gasping for breath. "The 4 old guys in the hunting area are about to collapse, they can't hold their pee any longer." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yucheng put down what he was doing and smiled helplessly at Zhu Xiaonan. "Well, I have to go be the living advertisement again." As soon as he entered the hunting area, cheers erupted. "Look! The director is here. Can the director sign my sleeve?" Zhao Yucheng swiftly picked up a bow. "Since everyone is interested, come look, I'll demonstrate for you." He drew the bow and aimed at the target 30 meters away, saying, "Push the bow with the tiger's mouth and hook the string with 3 fingers, whoosh." An arrow hit the bullseye, and the crowd erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers. Zhu Xiaonan had unknowingly followed him, and was now helping maintain order in the hunting area. Chapter 323, Do you think you're charming now? You're still smiling. Zhu Xiaonan was annoyed. "Do you think you're charming now?" Wrongly accused, I absolutely do not think that. Zhao Yucheng quickly raised his hand to clarify. Seeing that Zhu Xiaonan refused to talk to him, he hurriedly tossed the letter into the drawer, explaining, "You see, I didn't even look at it. When a girl gets jealous, it's not something that can be soothed with just a few words." Noticing that Zhu Xiaonan was still pouting, Zhao Yucheng found her adorable and couldn't help but want to tease her. He leaned in and pinched her puffy cheek. "You look just like a little squirrel guarding its food." "Who's guarding food?" Zhu Xiaonan swatted his hand away, but her eyes were red. "You can keep as many as you want. So many people like you, you must be thrilled." Seeing her like this, Zhao Yucheng suddenly felt soft-hearted. He grabbed Zhu Xiaonan's wrist and stammered, "Even though I'm a rough man and don't understand those intricate love affairs." He took a deep breath. "I swear to the heavens, I am definitely not that kind of person. You left behind a good life in the city to endure hardships here with me. If I wronged you, may the heavens." Chapter 324, Is this your proposal to me? Taking advantage of Zhao Yucheng's moment of distraction, Zhu Xiaonan flipped over and pinned him down, then said sternly, "Does this count as your agreement?" Zhao Yucheng nodded seriously, "Of course." Then, seeing Zhu Xiaonan's mischievous smile, he warily asked, "You're not just teasing me, are you?" Zhu Xiaonan giggled, "Silly. If those girls writing to you knew how dumb you are, they'd probably be disgusted. Only I like you." Zhao Yucheng didn't catch onto her joking tone and replied earnestly, "Yes, I also think I'm quite stupid, otherwise I wouldn't still be single at this age." Zhu Xiaonan couldn't help but laugh at his words. Her hand was tightly held by Zhao Yucheng, his palm rough and warm, as if he wanted to wrap her up completely. Suddenly, he looked straight into her eyes with his dark gaze, his voice low and serious, "Xiaonan, do you really want to be with me? The kind where we get a marriage certificate?" Zhu Xiaonan was taken aback, then blinked, her lips curling up as she deliberately teased him, "Zhao Yucheng, is this your proposal to me?" Zhao Yucheng was momentarily stunned, finally realizing the weight of his earlier words. Chapter 325, Is this a good sign? When Zhu Xiaonan came out of Zhao Yucheng's house, her cheeks were still flushed. Her heart felt like it was carrying a lively little deer. Zhao Yucheng held her hand, tucking it into his pocket to keep it warm. Zhu Xiaonan felt sweet inside, eager to rush home and share the good news of her romance with her family. Zhu Xiaonan raised her rosy, frozen face, her eyes full of excitement. "I want to go home and tell my parents this good news." Zhao Yucheng stopped, cupping her round face with both hands, his gaze focused and gentle. "I understand that you want to share your joy with your family right now." His voice was deep and firm. "But I want to prepare well and accompany you back to meet your parents, is that okay?" Zhu Xiaonan tilted her head and blinked. "Why do you have to come with me? You're so busy, isn't that delaying your work?" Zhao Yucheng sighed gently and reached out to adjust her slightly loose scarf. "Silly girl." His voice carried a tone of doting, "Of course we should go together. This shows that I'm serious about you." He paused, looking at her intently. "I want your parents to know that I genuinely want to spend my life with you." Chapter 326, The Nervous Prospective Son-in-Law. What's going on? Lin Guodong raised an eyebrow, and suddenly lowered his voice, leaning in closer. Could it be that? He glanced meaningfully at Zhao Yucheng's lower body. Is there something wrong? Zhao Yucheng's face darkened, and before he could explain, Lin Guodong patted his shoulder seriously. "Brother, we are all men, I understand you. You have a wife now, this matter can't be delayed. This issue must be taken seriously and resolved quickly. But don't worry. I'll introduce you to the best doctor in the provincial city. Lin Ji." Zhao Yucheng finally couldn't hold back, his ears turning red as he interrupted him. "I wanted to ask you." He looked around to confirm Zhu Xiaonan wasn't nearby, then lowered his voice, "When you pursued Sister Chen, what did you bring the first time you visited? What should I pay attention to?" Lin Guodong was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Laughing so hard he slapped his thigh. "Oh my silly brother. He wiped the corners of his eyes that hadn't yet shed tears from laughing. Pointing at Zhao Yucheng and chuckling, "Why didn't you say this earlier? You asked the right person." He pulled Zhao Yucheng to sit down and counted on his fingers. "First, you must bring 4 gifts: cigarettes, alcohol, candy, and tea. None of them can be missing. I remember I carried 2 bottles of the best local liquor, de dak. This liquor is a hard currency in our province, and also 2 big Qian men." Chapter 327, The Inescapable Test. 1. Zhao Yucheng walked out of the bus station with Zhu Xiaonan, linking arms. Outside the station, a military green jeep was parked by the roadside, and a young man in a wool coat was stamping his feet impatiently to keep warm. Upon seeing Zhu Xiaonan, he immediately waved, "Nan, over here." Zhu Xiaonan quickly pulled Zhao Yucheng's hand and walked over. "Big brother, have you been here long?" Zhu Xiaodong nodded, freezing. "Let us get in the car and go home." Saying that, he dove into the car. Zhao Yucheng followed Zhu Xiaonan into the back seat with several bags. Politely greeting, "Sorry for the trouble." Zhu Xiaodong was taken aback, turning his head to look at him up and down as if he were a monster. Nan. Is this guy always so refined? You're leagues ahead." Zhu Xiaonan shot her brother a glare and said, "Stop talking nonsense, let us get going." The jeep drove through the main road, slowly entering a courtyard in the west of the city. Zhao Yucheng looked at the armed police standing guard at the entrance of the community, and the military management-related slogans on the wall, his fingers unconsciously rubbing his knee. Zhu Xiaonan gently held his hand, comforting him. "Don't be nervous, my grandfather is retired from the military district and now lives in a rest home." He had long suspected that the Zhu family was not simple, but never expected it to be of this stature. Chapter 328, The Inescapable Test. 2. Zhao Yucheng knew that today's test was unavoidable. He took a deep breath, stood up, smiled reassuringly at Zhu Xiaonan, and then followed Zhu grandfather to the backyard. Zhu Xiaonan was so anxious that she stamped her feet. Turning to glare at her father and brother, "Why aren't you stopping him?" Zhu father shrugged helplessly, "You know your grandfather's temper." Zhu Xiaodong grinned and said, "Don't worry, grandpa has a sense of proportion. At most, he'll let him embarrass himself. Look at how worried you are." Zhu Xiaonan angrily grabbed a pillow and threw it at her brother. "You just bully him." At this moment, the voice of old man Zhu echoed from the backyard, "Right there. Do you see that bottle of liquor 50 meters away? Can you hit it?" Zhao Yucheng looked at the bottle not far away, weighed the gun in his hand, and replied calmly, "No problem." Zhu Xiaonan couldn't sit still anymore. She got up and ran towards the backyard. Zhu father and Zhu Xiaodong exchanged glances, and followed suit. In the kitchen, Zhu mother listened to the commotion outside, shook her head with a smile, and said to the maid, "Add another dish. It seems that today's meal will be lively." Zhao Yucheng steadily held up the gun, aimed at the liquor bottle, and with a bang, the gunshot rang crisply in the courtyard, and the glass bottle shattered in response. Chapter 329, The Inescapable Test. 3. It turned out that last time someone introduced a young man from the tax bureau to Zhu Xiaonan, and in the end, she returned the pen he gave her. Zhu mother sighed while wiping the edge of a bowl, saying, "Xiao Zhao is so practical, he looks handsome. And I see he has a good sense of propriety in his speech and actions. I heard that his breeding farm has helped several surrounding villages to get rich. Moreover," she suddenly lowered her voice, "even if they really have to live frugally in the future, we can quietly subsidize them a bit. It's better than our daughter marrying someone who is a match and having daily quarrels, right?" Zhu Ida sighed heavily again. Laughter from old man Zhu echoed in the living room, faintly mixed with Zhao Yucheng's calm responses. Zhu Ida leaned in to take a look. Old man Zhu was patting Zhao Yucheng's shoulder, gesturing about his experiences on the Korean battlefield, while Nan sat beside Zhao Yucheng, her eyes full of admiration for him. Smack! Zhu father suddenly slammed the rag on the counter, startling Zhu mother. He strode towards the sofa and kicked the drunken Zhu Xiaodong. "Get up. Don't embarrass yourself here." Zhu Xiaodong groggily opened his eyes and burped, "Dad. I'm just resting. Resting what? Zhu father glared at his son's wrinkled shirt, then glanced at Zhao Yucheng, who was neatly arranging his chopsticks. And got even angrier. Look at him. Then look at you. You're 30 years old and still. Chapter 330. Handing over some work. Professor Zhu smiled. I trust my daughter's judgment, so don't let me down. Zhao Yucheng nodded seriously. After returning to his room, he opened the envelope and saw it was filled with handwritten materials, some even with blue traces from carbon paper. He recalled Zhu father's words at the end of their conversation. Nan has always had her own ideas. We can't stop what she's determined to do. The next morning, after the family had breakfast, Zhu Xiaonan and Zhao Yucheng packed their things and returned to Yejiling. It was still Zhu Xiaodong driving the jeep to take the two to the long-distance bus station. As they drove out of the rest home, Zhu Xiaonan couldn't help but ask, "What did my dad say to you last night?" It was all mysterious. Zhao Yucheng glanced at Zhu father's figure in the rearview mirror and replied casually, "He talked about some future matters." Future? Zhu Xiaonan exclaimed excitedly. Looks like my dad has come around. Zhao Yucheng held her hand, and the two exchanged smiles. Zhu Xiaodong glanced at them in the rearview mirror and complained, "Enough already. Can't you two be a little less mushy in front of someone?" Zhu Xiaonan heard her brother's words and deliberately leaned closer to Zhao Yucheng. The day after returning to Yejiling, Zhao Yucheng plunged into the busy end-of-year work. Chapter 331, Catching Rabbits. Zhu Xiaonan was teaching Xiaokang math problems in the office, while Junjun played with a small toy made by Zhao Yucheng nearby. Suddenly, with a bang, the wooden door of the office was pushed open, and a chilling wind carrying snowflakes rushed in. Zhu Xiaonan, holding a pencil and teaching Xiaokang how to write vertically, looked up to see Zhao Yucheng standing at the door, a thin layer of snow on his hat and tiny ice crystals on his eyebrows. He was holding a plump wild rabbit in his left hand. Wow! A rabbit! Xiaokang jumped up, dropping her pencil. Junjun also rushed over to touch the big rabbit in Zhao Yucheng's hand and asked, "Uncle, did you catch this?" Zhu Xiaonan quickly walked over, her eyes sparkling as she stared at the rabbit. "In this cold weather, where did you catch it?" Zhao Yucheng hung the rabbit on the iron hook behind the door, and took off his gloves, exhaling a breath of warmth. "Over in the old pine forest on the back mountain." He rubbed his frozen red fingers and added, "I'll have the cafeteria steward for dinner tonight, so you can have some." The rabbit's hind legs were still twitching slightly, and Zhu Xiaonan leaned in to look, noticing that the wound was only the size of a coin, with very little blood. "Your shooting skills are too precise." Unable to resist, she reached out to touch the rabbit's ears, which were softer than the scarves sold in department stores. Chapter 332. The farm manager receives an honorary title. As Zhao Yucheng and Zhu Xiaonan walked towards the entrance of the breeding farm, stepping into the sunset, they saw Li Changsuan waving a piece of paper, stumbling down the slope with excitement, his cotton hat askew. "Manager! Good news! Tremendous good news!" Li Changsuan gasped for breath. His face red from the cold, but his excitement was evident. "The county just sent a notification that you have been awarded the title of Top 10 Outstanding Youth." "Ah?" Zhu Xiaonan exclaimed in surprise, then looked joyfully at Zhao Yucheng. Zhao Yucheng took the official document with the red stamp, which clearly stated his name, and included a notification to attend the award ceremony at the county hall in a week. "I told you our manager would definitely win." Li Changsuan rubbed his hands together, stamping his feet. "There are only 10 spots in the entire county, and I heard the county party secretary personally recommended you." The news spread like wildfire, reaching Zhao Jiatuan before dark. Village chief Zhao Jiaxing brought half a bottle of loose white liquor to the door, and as soon as he entered, he patted Zhao Yucheng on the shoulder. "Good lad. You've brought glory to our village." He took a swig of liquor and continued, "If your dad could see this." Suddenly, he choked on his words and quickly changed the subject. "Next spring, our village will have electricity." And the county will definitely prioritize our materials. Chapter 333. The technicians from the research institute arrived. Zhao Yucheng handed a jug of hot water to Liu Xiaokang and smiled. Do I get half the credit? What does your promotion have to do with me? Liu Xiaokang took the jug, slurped a sip of hot water, and replied seriously. I'm not just talking nonsense. Last year, you first caught a gang of thieves, and then you caught a group of poachers. Just based on these two cases, you've made a significant contribution. Zhao Yucheng naturally remembered those two incidents. The first gang had targeted his breeding farm, and was caught after he chased them for several miles in the early morning. The second gang had aimed for the roe deer on his wild chicken ridge. If it weren't for Heiser's help, the losses would have been significant. Fortunately, not only did he catch the criminals, but he also saved the deer and recovered a tricycle. After finishing, Liu Xiaokang took out a pack of cigarettes, tossed one to Zhao Yucheng, and said, Before I get transferred, I've discussed with the brothers at the Institute and applied for you to be recognized as a public security active contributor. Thank you, Zhao Yucheng smiled. He didn't care much for these titles. Liu Xiaokang suddenly lowered his voice, speaking mysteriously. There's one more thing I reported. Zhao Yucheng raised an eyebrow. Go on. Liu Xiaokang's face showed pride. I propose to set up a police duty point at Wild Chicken Ridge. Chapter 334. Limited edition gloves and hats. I knew it. Liu Niannian nodded, sighing. Honestly, if this liquor could be mass-produced, it would definitely be 100 times better than those blended products from the county distillery. After a hearty meal, heavy snow began to fall outside. Zhu Xiaonan linked arms with Liu Niannian, stepping carefully towards the wooden house. Zhao Yucheng led the way with a flashlight, occasionally turning back to check on them. Here we are. Zhao Yucheng pushed open the blue-painted wooden door, and a wave of pine fragrance mixed with warmth greeted them. He quickly added 2 pieces of birch wood to the kang, and the sparks crackled. The hot water is in the iron kettle. Just call me if you need more firewood. With that, he closed the door and stepped outside. Liu Niannian stood in the center of the room, and the warmth made her glasses fog up instantly. She took off her glasses to wipe them, finally seeing the whole picture: several strings of red peppers hanging on the natural wood-colored wall, a glass vase filled with wild daisies on the windowsill, and 2 neatly stacked floral cotton quilts at the foot of the kang. What surprised her the most was the dressing table in the corner, which even had a real full-length mirror. Wow! She plopped down onto the warm kang edge. This isn't a breeding farm dormitory, it's fancier than the county guest house. Chapter 335. The award ceremony. Soon, the day arrived for the award ceremony in the county. For this occasion, Zhu Xiaonan specifically took him to the department store in the city to buy a new outfit. Zhao Yucheng stood in front of the dressing room mirror, tugging at the collar of his dark blue Zhongshan suit. Don't fidget. Zhu Xiaonan swatted his hand away and helped smooth out the collar. Zhu Xiaonan looked up at the man in the mirror. The wool Zhongshan suit made him look even more upright, but his gaze seemed a bit distant. Zhao Yucheng gazed at his reflection, noticing that his features closely resembled those from his past life, though he lacked some of the sharpness he once had. He recalled the last time he wore formal attire was during a military commendation ceremony in his past life. What's wrong? Is it not fitting? Zhu Xiaonan tilted her head to look at him. Zhao Yucheng came back to his senses, held her hand, and smiled. No. It's just that I'm used to wearing casual clothes. Suddenly dressing so formally feels a bit unusual. On the 18th day of the 12th lunar month, the county auditorium was festooned with decorations, and a red banner read award ceremony for the top 10 outstanding youths of the county. Meng Xiulan and Zhu Xiaonan, along with Junjun, sat in the 3rd row of the audience. Meng Xiulan wore a new dark purple cotton jacket, fixated on the stage without blinking. Chapter 336. Little New Year's Eve. Zhao Yucheng was surrounded by a crowd, and when he looked up, he saw pairs of eager eyes. He scanned the room and solemnly said, as long as everyone thinks in the same direction and works together, I will do my utmost to lead everyone forward. Not far away, a hunched figure quietly turned to leave. In the village committee's meeting room, the charcoal fire was burning brightly, and sour cabbage and pork were bubbling in an iron pot. Zhao Jiaxing specially brought out his treasured sorghum liquor, filling a cup for each person present. Come. The old village chief raised his glass, his dark face glowing with excitement. This first cup is to toast the golden phoenix that has flown out of our village. Everyone laughed and clinked their glasses, but Zhao Yucheng noticed the map hanging on the wall. After glancing at the topographical map around Wild Chicken Ridge, he took a sip of liquor and suddenly spoke. Uncle Zhao, I want to contract the hill at Qinglong Mouth as well. Qinglong Mountain. Oldly the accountant's chopsticks hovered in mid-air. The ground was rocky, making it hard to grow corn, let alone any grain. Zhao Yucheng put down his wine cup and said, I had the soil tested for that piece of mountain. The soil on that hill is suitable for growing medicinal herbs. He traced his finger along the edge of the table and continued, based on the minimum yield, we can solve the employment for 30 long-term workers in the first year. And during the harvest season, we would need to hire another 70 or 80 temporary workers. Chapter 337, Collecting Debts. Dacheng, hurry and take that string of firecrackers outside. Meng Xiaolan shouted as she prepared dumplings. Zhao Yucheng quickly got up and brought a string of firecrackers to the yard, finding a long bamboo pole to hold them. Zhu Xiaonan and Junjun followed him outside. Nanan, come help, Zhao Yucheng said, holding the bamboo pole and handing her a match. Zhu Xiaonan quickly waved her hands. I can't light it. You coward, Zhao Yucheng chuckled, handing her the bamboo pole, just hold this, it's a bit heavy, be careful. Zhu Xiaonan nodded, gripping the pole tightly, while Junjun followed her closely, grinning and helping out. Zhao Yucheng struck a match, shielding the flame with his hand as he brought it closer to the fuse. As soon as the flame flickered up, Zhu Xiaonan squealed and shoved the bamboo pole into his arms. Zhao Yucheng rushed over, catching the pole with one hand and pulling her behind him with the other. Bang! Bang! The deafening sound of firecrackers erupted, red paper scraps scattered everywhere, accompanied by the laughter of Zhu Xiaonan and Junjun. Meng Xiaolan, listening to the lively sounds from inside, couldn't he help but smile widely. Dumplings are ready. Meng Xiaolan called out to the yard. Chapter 338. I can't consider hiring him again. Zhao Yucheng slammed the IOU down in front of him. What else is there? We agreed that it would be due in a year, and I have to wait for you to come to me to acknowledge this debt. Zhao Yufu's face instantly turned a deep shade of purple, as he pointed at Zhao Yucheng, trying to dodge responsibility. But my name isn't on it, why should I pay? Hearing Zhao Yufu's words, Zhao Jiaxing's face turned cold as he scolded, is that how you talk? Even though it's your grandfather's name on it. That money was actually for you to buy a bicycle, and everyone in the village knows it. Stop making excuses and just pay the money back. You two brothers need to sort this out properly. Zhao Yufu still stubbornly insisted that he didn't borrow the money himself, and that he couldn't be held responsible for paying it back. Zhao Jiaxing, furious, kicked over a nearby stool and said, the IOU states that if you can't pay back the money, you can settle it with goods. If you keep this attitude, as the village chief, I'll decide that your brother can take your bicycle first and then a bag of grain. Zhao Yufu panicked. Why should I have to give up grain? Zhao Jiaxing angrily replied, you've been riding that bicycle for a year, it's long lost its original value. You're 30 years old, don't you understand this? Chapter 339, Confrontation. Jia Honghua had been married into Zhao Jiatuan for over 30 years. Accustomed to being arrogant and domineering, never once having been scolded by Zhao Mingqiu. Today, suddenly slapped and berated, she erupted in anger. She lunged at her husband, her hands clawing at his face like eagle talons. Zhao Mingqiu was caught off guard and was scratched from his eyelid to his nose, instantly bleeding. It took him a moment to react. He kicked Jia Honghua to the ground, groaning and cursing her like a mad dog. The commotion at the Zhao household attracted the neighbors, and people gathered to watch. Those who enjoyed a good spectacle hurried over. including several women who often chatted at the street corner, who came to help Jia Honghua up from the ground. One woman with slanted eyes brushed the dirt off her while advising, "Brighten up, you've lived a long life. How come you still can't think straight?" Jia Honghua cried out heartbroken, first wiping her tears with her sleeve, then pinching her nose and throwing herself back to the ground, crying. "You all say I've been busy day and night for the old Zhao family all these years. Is this how they repay me, by throwing me away?" Chapter 340, Escalating Conflict. Meanwhile, Zhao Yucheng was indiscriminately cursing madly, while Zhao Mingqiu had just arrived at the wild chicken ridge, trying to see what work he could do. Suddenly, someone rushed over to report, "Old Zhao, your daughter is making a scene at your nephew's door, you better go back and check." Zhao Mingqiu's head felt like it exploded as he turned and sprinted back to the village, nearly twisting his ankle. Zhao Yucheng, hearing that his cousin, whom he hadn't met since he traveled back in time, was causing trouble at his home, hopped on his tricycle and sped toward the village. Seeing the tricycle rush past him, Zhao Mingqiu's face turned pale with anxiety. Zhao Yucheng arrived home in just over 10 minutes. But he found a crowd gathered at his door, making it impossible to ride in. This scene reminded him of last year, at this time, when the Ma family caused a stir over borrowing money from Zhao Yufu. He parked the tricycle outside the crowd, clenched his fists, and squeezed through the people. He quickly spotted his cousin Zhao Yufeng shouting at his mother. Zhao Yufeng was short, but had a sharp voice, continuously yelling insults like old hag and fool without stopping. Liu Liuzai's wife, Zhong Jinhua, struggled to hold her back to prevent her from hitting Meng Xiulan. Chapter 341, Paying wages and taking a holiday. Meng Xiulan hurriedly sent her son to find out what was going on. Zhao Yucheng went to the village committee to ask the village chief about his uncle's situation, but before he could enter, he heard Jia Honghua throwing a tantrum in the office. "If it weren't for your family demanding money from us, would Yufu's father have been forced to leave?" Jia Honghua cried. With only 4 or 5 days until the new year, he packed his bags and left. Where could he possibly go? "If my husband has a problem, I will fight him." As she cried and cursed, Zhao Jiaxing slammed the table. "Old sister-in-law, I'm not saying this to scold you, but at your age, can't you have some shame? Yesterday, you and your daughter made such a fuss, you've embarrassed yourselves. How can your husband hold his head up when he goes out?" Jia Honghua was taken aback, not expecting the village chief to be so direct. And her face flushed with embarrassment. "What do you mean, embarrassed? He can't hold his head up. Isn't it all because of that idiot Zhao Yucheng forcing him? Are you siding with him just because he is doing well in business?" Zhao Jiaxing retorted, "Nonsense. I've never helped family over reason. Yucheng's mind is on taking care of the elderly and making money. He doesn't have time to waste with you. You all are shameless and still have the audacity to say he is forcing you." Zhao Jiaxing was so enraged he trembled all over, his face turning bright red from anger. Chapter 342, Triple Wages. Shu Wanxing nodded repeatedly. "All right. I won't just wander around when work starts after the new year. I'll work hard." Everyone burst into laughter at Shu Wanxing's words. Next, Zhao Yucheng called out names, and Zhu Xiaonan distributed wages to everyone. After everyone received their pay and a bonus, they gathered to share this unexpected joy. Finally, when it came to Zeng Yueying, Zhao Yucheng said, "There is something that needs arranging." "What is it?" Zeng Yueying quickly asked. Zhao Yucheng looked outside and said, "We need to schedule shifts to take turns watching the gate, and also feed the roe deer and sicker deer." Zeng Yueying smiled as she took out her work notebook. "I did consider the duty schedule early on. I've already asked them about their availability. But there's a question I want to discuss with you." Zhao Yucheng took the schedule and asked with confusion, "What question?" Zeng Yueying glanced at the people outside and hesitated before speaking. "Is there a salary for the duty?" Zhao Yucheng laughed. "Of course, and it's triple pay." Zeng Yueying's eyes widened in surprise. "Triple?" Zhu Xiaonan, linking her arm with hers, explained, "According to international labor laws, working on statutory holidays must be paid triple." We are aligning ourselves with international standards and offering triple pay. Chapter 343. The energetic old lady Wei Sen gently ruffled Xiaokang's hair with a kind expression. It's bigger than the sika deer in our farm, and the reindeer's antlers look like tree branches. Xiaokang looked at her mother and shook her arms, saying, Mom, I want to see the reindeer's antlers. Zheng Yuiying nodded with a smile. Okay, let me discuss it with everyone first, then we'll pack up and set off. Zhao Yucheng didn't expect the situation to suddenly change and looked at Wei Sen. Uncle Wei, what do you think of sister-in-law's suggestion? Wei Sen blushed and said quietly, I'm just afraid of troubling her too much. Zhao Yucheng recalled that Wei Sen had previously hinted at feelings for Zheng Yuiying, but was afraid of being too abrupt, so he had remained silent. Now that Zheng Yuiying had proactively offered to accompany Wei Sen back to his hometown during the new year, it effectively indicated her stance. Seeing the opportunity, Zhao Yucheng quickly clarified the travel route and time. Then pulled out a wad of money from his pocket. Here is 100 yuan for you to use on the road. And please help me light some incense for Grandpa Wei. Wei Sen couldn't refuse and ultimately accepted the money. Zheng Yuiying softly assured, Don't worry. I will definitely bring everyone back safely, and then take good care of them. Chapter 344. My dad says your family is from the countryside. Night fell over Yucheng. The usual clamor gone, replaced only by the sound of the cold wind. Zhao Yucheng sat alone in the office. The coal fire in the stove casting a warm glow on his resolute profile. Marriage, buying a house, marriage, he kept pondering this issue. In his previous life, he never faced this dilemma, as he had devoted himself entirely to the army. Now, as an ordinary rural man, he had to confront the issues of marriage and children. Finally getting a chance to experience this kind of trouble. Zhu Xiaonan, being a pampered girl from the Zhu family, would certainly be reluctant to live a simple life in the countryside with him. A few days ago, he had reviewed the accounts. And the profits from last year's medicinal herb business and the farm were sufficient to purchase a house with a yard. However, the biggest challenge now was that private property transactions had not been fully relaxed. To buy a house in the city, he could only look for private properties, such as vacant houses from retired officials or returning intellectuals, as long as the transfer procedures were completed. This way, he could meet the expectations of the Zhu family and have a permanent residence after marriage. He could then hold a formal wedding in the city, inviting relatives from the Zhu family, county leaders, and a few people from the farm, making it seem official. Chapter 345. A golden nest or a silver nest is not as good as one's own grass nest. Meng Xiaolan was wiping Junjun's mouth when she paused. Glancing back and forth between her daughter and son for a moment, Mom wants to go back to the village for the new year. Your grandpa and grandma have returned to the old house, and I need to take care of things. Then she took Junjun's little hand and asked, Is it okay to go back with Grandma? Junjun squirmed and tried to snuggle into his mother's arms. No. I want to stay with Mommy. Zhao Xiaoxiu looked awkwardly at the calendar on the wall. The factory only has a holiday on New Year's Eve. Li Ruehe squatted down and smiled, pulling Junjun's hand. Let the child stay, he can play with Xiaodao and the others. No need. Meng Xiaolan interrupted, quickly picking up her bundle. Dacheng, wait a moment for your mom, I'll pack up and go back with you. As she spoke, she deftly wrapped a headscarf around her head and picked up Junjun. Let's go, we'll go back to the village to set off firecrackers. And let your uncle take you to buy some firecrackers. Junjun, who was about to cry with a wronged face, immediately brightened up at the mention of firecrackers. Zhao Yucheng silently took the bundle from Meng Xiaolan's hand and walked towards the door. Brother, Zhao Xiaoxiu hurriedly followed, pulling out 100 yuan from her pocket to give him for buying things for Junjun at the market. Chapter 346. It's been a while since I went into the mountains. I'm itching to go. Meng Xiaolan said this, as she put on a cotton coat, and got up to bring in the urine pot from the yard. Zhao Yucheng remembered what he had said to Shu Wanqing before leaving in the morning about returning before dark, and quickly said, I need to go to Yucheng. Uncle Shu and Uncle Li are probably still waiting for me there. Meng Xiaolan knew the importance of the Yijiling matter, and told him to dress warmly and hurry. Mom, you should rest early too, Zhao Yucheng said as he put on warm clothes and went out. When he arrived at Yijiling, it was already dark, and he could see a faint light on the mountain. As soon as he pushed open the wooden door of the office, a wave of warm air rushed towards him. Xu Wanxing was squatting by the stove roasting potatoes, while Li Zingshan was fiddling with a fire hook beside him, bored. Haizi, who had been napping by the stove, perked up at the sound and happily rushed to Zhao Yucheng's feet, wagging his tail excitedly. Director, you're finally back. Were you held up by something in the city? Xu Wanxing quickly stood up, almost dropping the roasted potato in his hand. Zhao Yucheng patted Haizi's head and replied, "It's nothing serious, it's late now. You should hurry home for dinner." Li Zingshan rubbed his frostbitten red hands with a simple smile. "It's fine to go home." Old Shu said to stay a little longer. Chapter 347, Hunting Knife for slaughtering wild boars. In the end, he still put down the gun. "Forget it. I'll let you go this time," Zhao Yucheng murmured softly. He stepped away to another place, stepping on a dry branch with a crack, startling the roe deer to jump away and disappear into the woods. At noon, he found a sheltered spot under a cliff to rest. Zhao Yucheng took out the roasted potato he had brought and shared half with Haizi. He twisted open the lid of the liquor flask and ate the cold dry rations with the liquor. Haizi lay at his feet, happily munching on the piece of roasted potato. Suddenly, it sprang up from its lying position, its back fur bristling, and it let out a low growl toward the bushes on the right. "Shh, be quiet," Zhao Yucheng rubbed Haizi's ears, thinking it had spotted a wild rabbit. But the next second, the bushes shook violently, and the sound of breaking dry branches rang out repeatedly. He quickly grabbed the hunting rifle leaning against the rock, the metallic sound of the bolt being pulled back echoing sharply in the silent mountain forest. Haizi was already standing protectively in front of him, baring its teeth and letting out a threatening whine. The bushes were violently pushed aside, and a wild boar weighing at least 300 pounds charged out. Its tusks gleamed like curved knives in the sunlight, and its tough bristles were covered in pine resin, with visible white vapor emanating from its nostrils. Chapter 348, Covering Fire. Li Changsuan looked at the bloodstains on Zhao Yucheng's clothes and said, "Director, in my opinion, it's better to find someone to help clean up tomorrow. You've been out all day, and with the journey back, you should rest up." Zhao Yucheng nodded, "All right. Let's leave it here for now. I need to change clothes." As he spoke, Zhao Yucheng walked towards the dormitory, and Li Changsuan shouted from behind, "Once the rabbit stew is ready, I'll join you for a drink." Zhao Yucheng didn't look back, but raised his hand in acknowledgement. Li Changsuan brought the rabbit to the kitchen and squatted at the door to process the wild rabbit. The young man skillfully skinned the rabbit, and the blood flowed down the bluestone slab into the drainage ditch. After changing clothes, Zhao Yucheng came to help. He started a fire and boiled a pot of hot water for later use. Smoke curled up from the chimney, carrying the aroma of Sichuan pepper in the air. As night fell over the mountains and fields, the lights in the farm began to light up one by one. Haizi lay by the stove, munching on the dog food Zhao Yucheng had mixed, when suddenly he barked towards the door. A woman wearing a green headscarf marched in angrily, wielding a firewood stick. "Oh no! My mother is here!" Li Changsuan quickly hid behind Zhao Yucheng. Chapter 349, Director Zhao brings New Year meat. Suddenly seeing the wild boar in the truck bed, Zhao Jiaxing almost dropped the enamel jar in his hand. "Yucheng, is this for everyone's New Year feast, under the name of the Wild Chicken Ridge Ecological Tourism Park?" Zhao Yucheng jumped out of the car and brushed off the snowflakes on his cotton gloves, saying, "Just save me half a rack of ribs. You can divide the rest as you see fit." After saying this, Zhao Yucheng rode his tricycle back to Wild Chicken Ridge. Zhao Jiaxing didn't even need to ring the gong. He grabbed a loudspeaker and shouted, "Hey everyone! Director Zhao from Wild Chicken Ridge has brought us New Year meat. Those who can handle wild game, grab your gear and meet at the village committee right away. Before the broadcast was finished, 2 butchers with bags on their backs jogged over. The older butcher Wang pulled out a bloodletting knife, while the younger butcher Li carried a whetstone. They circled the wild boar, smacking their lips. What a fine fellow, this fat is at least 4 fingers thick. Before long, a temporary table made of boards was set up in front of the village committee, with some sharpening knives and others busy preparing hot water to scald the pig's hair. Butcher Wang made an incision in the boar's hind leg and puffed air into it. Butcher Li swung a mallet, and the pig gradually swelled into a round ball. Chapter 350. Another year. Zhao Yucheng squatted down and untied the hemp rope on the cage. Heiser dashed out, shook his body, circled around Zhao Yucheng, wagging his tail non-stop, and whined as if complaining about being locked up all day. Sorry for the trouble, buddy. Zhao Yucheng smiled and scratched his chin, tossing him some meat. Eat up. And then come with me for a walk. Once Heiser finished the meat, Zhao Yucheng smiled and rubbed his head. All right, let us go for a stroll. He tightened his military coat, grabbed a flashlight, and took Heiser to patrol the farm for the last time this year. The night wind whipped tiny snowflakes into his face, and Heiser ran ahead, occasionally stopping to sniff the ground, lifting his hind leg to leave his mark in a corner. The newly pasted Spring Festival couplets at the gate shone brightly red under the moonlight. The upper line read, "Deer calls in the wild, spring arrives early," which Meng Xiaolan had bought red paper for, cut to size, borrowed a brush, and brought to Wild Chicken Ridge for Zhao Yucheng to write himself. Meng Xiaolan praised her son's handwriting as she looked at the completed couplets, saying repeatedly, "Look at how much better your writing has become. In the whole village, yours is the best." Meng Xiaolan proudly declared, "Just look at these characters. They look so good. Next year during the new year, let the other families in the village come to you for couplets." Chapter 351. What kind of love potion did you give my sister? Seeing her son talking to Feng Shanshan, Meng Xiaolan went home first. Feng Shanshan tidied her hair, blown messy by the wind, and slyly asked, "Yucheng, I heard you're seeing someone." Zhao Yucheng coughed lightly and nodded, "You're quite well informed. What about you?" Feng Shanshan held out her left hand, revealing a shiny silver ring on her ring finger. "I'm getting engaged too, to that guy who drove me home last time." Zhao Yucheng nodded. "Is he from your workplace?" "Quality inspector from the County Herbal Medicine Company," Feng Shanshan said, a hint of shyness on her face. "Congratulations. As long as you feel it's right, don't miss out," Zhao Yucheng sincerely wished her, looking at the smiling young girl. Zhao Yucheng recalled how last winter he was urged to marry, with his mother constantly mentioning that Shanshan was a good match. In a moment of desperation, he developed feelings for her. Now he realized his feelings for Shanshan were more like that of an older brother caring for a younger sister. This girl in her early 20s had advanced step by step, through her own efforts, from the town's health clinic to the county hospital, and now found a partner she liked. Though her face was youthful, she was already firmly grasping her own life. Chapter 352. Partners and comrades. Zhu Xiaodong nodded. "Then it depends on what you do. Although I, as your older brother, don't have much ability, if you do anything to hurt her." He paused and added, "I absolutely won't spare you." His tone was calm but extremely serious. Zhao Yucheng also wiped the smile off his face. Looking back at Zhu Xiaodong, "I'm not that kind of reckless person." "Then it depends on your actions." After Zhu Xiaodong finished speaking, he extinguished his cigarette and added, "Aren't you going to do some herbal planting this year? If you need farming machinery, just let me know anytime." "Thanks in advance. I'll contact you when I need it," Zhao Yucheng readily agreed. Since he decided to be with Zhu Xiaonan, it would be foolish not to take advantage of such good resources. At 4 in the afternoon, Zhu Xiaodong and his family of 3 prepared to return to the city. Zhao Yucheng took out the red envelope he had prepared earlier and handed it to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu sweetly said, "Thank you, uncle. Wishing you a prosperous new year." As the jeep drove away from Wild Chicken Ridge, Zhu Xiaonan pulled out a red envelope from her pocket. "This is from my brother," he said. "It's for us." She suddenly blushed. "It's for the wedding house expenses." Hearing this, Zhao Yucheng took her hand. Chapter 353. A good start to work at noon. The dining table was filled to the brim, with sour cabbage and ribs bubbling in a pot, and the chicken stew with mushrooms wafting an oily fragrance. Meng Xiaolan had also specially steamed a bowl of egg cake, with tender yellow egg custard topped with diced cured meat, a dish for entertaining esteemed guests. "Nan Nan. Eat this." Meng Xiaolan picked up a piece of trembling pig trotter. "I smoked it with cypress branches for 3 days. Auntie. I can't fit any more in the bowl." Zhu Xiaonan held her bowl and dodged, but it was still piled high. "If I eat more, I'll get fat." She secretly kicked Zhao Yucheng under the table, but he was focused on shoveling rice, his shoulders shaking. Meng Xiaolan insisted, "Being a bit chubby is good. A plump daughter-in-law brings fortune." Zhao Yucheng finally couldn't help but laugh. Zhu Xiaonan ate with a red face, and Meng Xiaolan stuffed her with a piece of fried rice cake. "Eat it while it's hot. It's filled with brown sugar and walnut kernels, very nourishing." While clearing the dishes, Meng Xiaolan mysteriously disappeared into the back room and returned holding a red cloth bundle. Layer by layer, a pair of insoles embroidered with intertwined lotuses is revealed, with tightly packed stitches. Holding them, the old lady grasped the insoles along with Zhu Xiaonan's hand, saying, "According to our village's customs, even a bride who hasn't entered the door should receive New Year's money." She pulled out a red paper package. The fresh banknotes still carrying the scent of the camphor chest. 66. A good omen for fortune. Chapter 354. Preparations for the resort hotel opening. Although it is already the beginning of spring, the weather in northeast China remains cold. After finishing the opening tasks, Zhao Yucheng thought it wouldn't be busy at the start of the year, and directly turned to the village committee. The coal stove in the village committee office was burning fiercely, and the iron chimney was slightly reddened by the heat. Zhao Jiaxing pinched a handful of high-quality loose tea leaves from an enamel jar and poured boiling water over it, instantly filling the room with the fragrance of tea. Zhao Yucheng pushed the door open and entered. "Yucheng is here." Zhao Jiaxing greeted. "It's cold outside, isn't it? Look at you, not even wearing a cotton-padded coat, truly impressive. Hurry and sit down, uncle will brew you a pot of tea." Zhao Yucheng sat by the stove, warming his hands, and replied, "A little cold is healthier." "Hey, you rascal. A good-looking person doesn't wear cotton, and if you freeze, you have no one to blame." Zhao Jiaxing laughed and scolded. "I heard you are starting work today. How come you have time to come here?" he said, taking out a new tea mug, adding a handful of tea leaves, and pouring boiling water from the kettle, the tea leaves immediately swirling up and slowly unfolding. "I was thinking that spring is coming, and the hotel will soon start construction. So I came to see how the hiring situation is." The old village head handed the tea mug to him and then pulled out a blue ledger from the back cabinet, noting that they had recruited 46 strong laborers, with bricklayers earning 2 yuan and 80 cents per day, and helpers earning 1 yuan and 60 cents. Chapter 355. Lantern Festival Activities. 1. After settling the police duty point, Zhao Yucheng returned to the office to gather all employees for a meeting. Zhao Yucheng pointed to the diagram hanging on the wall and said, "After we set up the police duty point here, the pressure for the night shift will be greatly reduced." He pointed out the location of the police duty room and continued, "If there are any emergencies, the police duty room can quickly come to assist." Xu Wanxing rubbed his hands excitedly. "From now on, we will have fewer cases of lost items here." Zhao Yucheng nodded, "Yes. Last year we even had incidents of lost feed. Such things will basically be impossible in the future." Just then, the postman arrived. "Director Zhao, are you in a meeting?" The postman, Old Wu, pulled out a letter from the green pouch on his bicycle's backseat. Zhao Yucheng took it and saw it was from Jiajidaki. Quickly thanking him, "Thank you, Uncle Wu." He opened the letter and glanced at it. It was in Zheng Yueying's handwriting. saying she would be back around the 10th day of the first lunar month, and that work matters would temporarily trouble everyone. Zhao Yucheng then felt relieved. As long as she could return safely. After reading the letter, he put it away and continued the meeting. Now that everyone has finished the new year, and is at home with nothing to do. The Lantern Festival is coming soon. Does anyone have new ideas for activities to attract tourists? Zhao Yucheng asked all staff members. Chapter 356, Lantern Festival Activities 2. On the return bus, 3 girls sat together, sharing the joys of their day's work. As the bus swayed, the 3 tired individuals gradually fell asleep. After an unknown amount of time, the conductor's rough voice woke them up. We have arrived at Yucheng. The 3 girls groggily stood up, with a few stray hairs sticking up from Zhu Xiaonan's forehead. As soon as they got off the bus, they were awakened by the sight before them. The entrance to the breeding farm was adorned with red lanterns, and bamboo lamp stands meandered along the stone-paved road, with every tree wrapped in colorful ribbons. Zhao Yucheng quickly brewed a pot of hot tea and poured 3 cups for the girls. You hard workers. The 3 were amused by Zhao Yucheng's words and burst into laughter. How was it? The promotion went smoothly, right? Zhao Yucheng asked with concern. Zhu Xiaonan recounted their work in the city, and the 3 girls chatted excitedly about their entire day's experiences, showing no signs of fatigue. Seeing the joy on everyone's faces, Zhao Yucheng hurriedly told them to go back and rest early. That night, Zhao Yucheng squatted in Zhu Xiaonan's small wooden house, mixing hot water into the foot basin. Zhu Xiaonan took off the cotton shoes she had worn all day and dipped her feet into the warm water. Chapter 357, Complaints from Tourists. However, Zhao Yucheng was well prepared. He had someone set up a temporary simple platform in the hunting area, erecting rows of colorful balloons, each inscribed with auspicious words like fortune, prosperity, longevity, and happiness. Tourists could shoot arrows or use air guns to hit the characters, and those who succeeded could receive corresponding prizes, such as peanut candy or bamboo-crafted small animals. This activity immediately attracted a large number of tourists. Young people from the city were eager to try drawing bows and aiming for good luck. Children who couldn't reach the bows insisted on their parents' help, determined to hit a character for happiness. A bespectacled young man hit 3 fortune characters in a row, drawing applause from those around him, and he was grinning from ear to ear, saying he would surely have great luck this year. As night fell, the lanterns in the park lit up one by one, but the tourists' enthusiasm showed no signs of waning. Originally scheduled to close at 8, by 9 o'clock, many people were still gathered in front of the archery platform, clamoring for one last round. Seeing everyone's enthusiasm, Zhao Yucheng had to temporarily decide to extend the operating hours, instructing staff to notify tourists that they must leave the park by 9:30 at the latest. Chapter 358, Standardizing Business Order. Zhao Yucheng smiled and said, therefore, if tourists are satisfied and there are more repeat customers, everyone's business can last long. Everyone nodded in agreement, feeling it made sense, and expressed their willingness to cooperate with this regulation. After the meeting, the villagers changed their usual lax attitudes and proactively went to the management office to complete registration procedures. Aunt Li carefully checked her business items and meticulously wrote on the registration form oil, tea and chive pockets. Old son, who sold walnuts, specifically asked his literate grandson for help with filling it out, fearing he would write something wrong. Even Wang Mazi, who usually was careless, seriously inquired where to classify his candid hawthorn. Watching everyone sign with such seriousness, Zhao Yucheng felt a warm current rise in his heart. After learning about the situation, the town government specially sent Xiaokang from the planning department to provide guidance. He used lime powder to mark a neat stall area on the right side of the park entrance, ensuring each stall had enough passage. Food vendors were concentrated at the east end, craft stalls were on the west side, and a rest area was left in between. Villagers selected their spots according to the lottery results, and there were no more disputes over territory. Zhao Yucheng informed everyone of the dates for their activities in advance, so they could prepare ingredients at home. Chapter 359, Looking for a house in the city under the moonlight, her eyes sparkled. I actually knew that since we want to set up a work point in the city, we really need a place to settle down. Zhao Yucheng tightened his grip on her hand, his voice trembling slightly. It's not just for work. Xiaonan, you don't know how much I want to marry you quickly. His gaze was intense, as if he wanted to embed Zhu Xiaonan into his heart. Zhu Xiaonan felt a warmth in her chest and gently kissed his cheek while standing on her tiptoes. I want to as well. The simple 3 words made Zhao Yucheng feel like all the azaleas on Yucheng had bloomed ahead of time. The morning on Yucheng was awakened by a series of mechanical rumbling sounds. Lin Guodong brought his engineering team officially into the site. With 4 heavy trucks lined up entering the park. The workers quickly set up 2-meter-high blue barriers around the construction area, and specifically placed several warning signs indicating that the area was a construction site, and that no unauthorized personnel were allowed. Zhao Yucheng called Lin Guodong to take a tour of the park. Brother Lin, I've prepared a wooden house for you, which will be convenient for your office and rest. He pointed to a red-roofed wooden house halfway up the mountain. The wooden house had a broad view, and opening the window allowed one to overlook the entire construction site. However, Lin Guodong waved his hand and smiled. Director Zhao, you're too kind. We in the engineering business feel more secure living right next to the construction site. Chapter 360. The red brick building fell through. This bookshelf is really nice, Zhao Yucheng said, stroking the bookshelf that covered an entire wall in the living room. Zhu Xiaonan was full of praise for the kitchen. The stove is so spacious, cooking must be very convenient. Zhao Yucheng knew that Zhu Xiaonan was not good at cooking. So he joked, it sounds like you can cook a full banquet. Zhu Xiaonan glared at him, you underestimate me. Once I learn some cooking skills, who knows? I might host a banquet someday. Zhao Yucheng indulgently nodded and replied, all right, future chef Zhu. The military dog excitedly ran up and down and discovered a small attic on the 2nd floor. Uncle, this can be my secret base. Zhao Yucheng went up to take a look and nodded, okay, I'll help you set this up as your secret base. Lin Guodong smiled and said, the old director said that all this furniture is reserved for the next tenant. If you like it, you can finalize it today. Zhao Yucheng and Zhu Xiaonan exchanged glances, and saw the same answer in each other's eyes. In the afternoon, they went to meet the old director. The elderly man was very kind and, upon hearing that they were getting married and needed a wedding house, even lowered the price a bit. When signing the agreement, the old man looked at Zhao Yucheng's name and scrutinized him for a long time. I can't shake the feeling that this young man looks very familiar. Have I seen him somewhere before? Chapter 361, Going to the city to handle the Qinglong Mountain contract before the housing issue was resolved. The matter of the Qinglong Mountain contract was also urgently awaiting progress. The spring sunlight streamed through the glass window onto the desk, where Zhao Yucheng stared at 2 open documents, his brow furrowed. One was the planning map for the Qinglong Mountain medicinal herb planting base prepared by Zhu Ida's side. And the other was the unapproved contract. The mountain peach blossoms outside the window had already begun to bud. But Zhao Yucheng realized he had been so busy with the wedding house that he had put the Qinglong Mountain contract on hold. Remembering the difficulties encountered with the Yucheng contract made him anxious. If he delayed any longer, they would miss the best time for spring plowing. Zhao Yucheng held Zhu Xiaonan's hand. Let's put the wedding house aside for now. We can't delay the Qinglong Mountain side any longer. I need to visit the forestry bureau tomorrow. Zhu Xiaonan rubbed his temples and asked, the wedding house can wait. After all, we haven't even gotten engaged yet. Zhao Yucheng softly replied, even if we are not in a hurry, your family must be anxious. I don't want you to feel wronged because of this. Zhu Xiaonan pouted, where have I felt wronged? You're being ridiculous. My parents haven't rushed me at all. Even if they do, I can explain it to them. Chapter 362. Going to the provincial government for a forum. Director Ma quickly caught onto this. Sure, feel free to ask any questions. This is what we do. Saying this, The two left the office and headed straight for the state-run restaurant. For this meal, Zhao Yucheng was not stingy at all. Ordering 2 bottles of wine and 4 dishes with a soup, eating from 11:30 a.m. until 2:30 p.m. When he sent Director Ma back to the unit, Director Ma's tongue was all twisted. Soon, the application procedures for the Qinglong Mountain Herbal Medicine Planting Project reached the provincial level. A couple of days later, he suddenly received a golden-edged envelope. Zhao Yucheng opened it to find that he was requested to attend a special forum for the Qinglong Mountain Herbal Medicine Planting Project in the provincial capital 3 days later. He held the notice stamped with the provincial government's red seal, feeling uncertain about what it meant. Zhu Xiaonan snatched the notice from him, glanced at it, and said, "Don't worry, I'll call my dad to find out what's going on." Since there was no telephone installed in Yucheng yet, Zhu Xiaonan specifically ran to the village committee to make the call. After dialing the number for Zhuida's unit, not long after, her father's voice came through, "Nan Nan. Don't worry, Dad knows about this. It's a good thing. The province wants to use your project as a model and has specifically organized this verification meeting." Chapter 363. Receiving the approval documents, he lowered his voice. "Professor Chen is very interested in your plans for planting Salvia miltioriza, Eleutherococcus, and Schizandra. You can discuss it more at the dinner table." In the private room of the state-run restaurant, the round table was already set with cold dishes. The waiter successively brought in steaming braised carp, sauced pork knuckles, and other dishes. Professor Chen happened to sit next to Zhao Yucheng, and the two engaged in a heated discussion about the harvest season for medicinal herbs. Director Li suggested on the project funding operations, "You might consider applying for the Provincial Spark Plan special loan." The afternoon sunlight streamed through the sheer curtains onto the dining table, with steam rising from the teacups. Zhao Yucheng looked at the harmonious scene before him and felt a moment of disorientation. Is this really him? In his past life, he had spent his days amidst gunfire. But in this life, he was drinking tea, attending meetings, and engaging in farming and planting. The laughter in the private room pulled his thoughts back to reality. The atmosphere of the 2-hour lunch was warm and harmonious. As the banquet concluded, before leaving, Director Wang patted his shoulder and said, "Xiao Zhao. This project is a good thing for the country and the people. Work hard and strive to achieve results." After returning to Yucheng, Zhao Yucheng began preparing for the seedling planting. He specifically wrote to researchers at the Agricultural Science Institute to inquire about some planting knowledge. Chapter 364. Experts from the provincial capital come to the countryside seeing that the villagers lacked professional planting techniques. Zhao Yucheng discussed it with everyone and invited technicians from the Provincial Agricultural Science Institute to guide the planting. On a morning in early spring, a white van marked with the words Provincial Traditional Chinese Medicine Research Institute drove into Yucheng. As the vehicle stopped in front of the village committee, Zhao Yucheng quickly walked up to greet them. The door opened, and 3 technicians wearing glasses stepped out, with the lead, Professor Zhong, appearing to be in his 50s. His grey hair meticulously styled. "Professor Zhong, you came in person." Zhao Yucheng warmly shook his hand. The open space in front of the village committee was already crowded with villagers. Aunt Wang was holding her little grandson, and had a sugar cake she had made in her hand. Old man Li squatted in the front row, his pipe making a popping sound against his shoe. When the experts approached, the crowd quieted down, and a few young wives even quietly shrank back. Professor Zhong began to explain the seedling technology for Schizandra. Looking at the vivid diagram drawn on the small blackboard, the villagers were left dumbfounded. When he had nearly finished speaking, Professor Zhong paused and asked, "Does anyone have any questions?" There was a moment of silence in the audience. Zhao Yucheng anxiously rubbed his hands. Chapter 365. Unexpected discovery on Qinglong Mountain. As March arrived, the frozen ground on Qinglong Mountain gradually softened under the warm sun. Zhao Yucheng, along with a dozen hired villagers, was cleaning the bushes halfway up the mountain in preparation for planting ginseng under the forest. Director Zhao, Come quick. Suddenly, Zhong Shiqiu, who was in charge of clearing the eastern slope, shouted, his voice tinged with unusual tension. Zhao Yucheng wiped the sweat from his brow and quickly walked over. He saw Zhong Shiqiu and Li Taizu from the same village squatting beside a newly dug pit, surrounding something. At the bottom of the pit lay a rusty iron lump. Its surface covered in soil, but the outline of the metal was faintly visible. Zhao Yucheng's heart tightened. That shape was all too familiar to him. It was a shell. In his previous life as a member of a special forces unit, he had carried out bomb disposal missions many times and was very familiar with such items. He immediately raised his hand to signal everyone to back off. Everyone, step back. Don't get close. The villagers didn't understand, but seeing his serious expression, they all took a few steps back. Zhao Yucheng crouched down, carefully brushing away the soil around the shell, revealing a corroded mortar shell, the fused part severely oxidized. But the overall structure still intact. This is a dud left over from the War of Resistance, he said in a deep voice. It might be unexploded ordnance abandoned by the Japanese army during their retreat. Chapter 366. Post-rain adventure. A rare spring rain came. The rain fell in a dense curtain, patting against the tin roof of the temporary office at the Holiday Hotel. Zhao Yucheng carried 2 bottles of local liquor and a pack of braised snacks wrapped in oil paper, trudging along the muddy dirt road. Lin Guodong was sitting with his legs crossed in a makeshift wooden room, pouring himself a drink from a plate of leftover chess pieces. Just in time. Lin Guodong's eyes lit up as he pulled over 2 wooden stools. In this lousy weather, the workers are all resting. And I was just worried about not having anyone to talk to. Zhao Yucheng shook the raindrops off his raincoat and took out some steaming beef jerky and fried peanuts from his pocket. Lin Guodong placed 2 coarse porcelain bowls on the table, and Zhao Yucheng opened the bottle cap, pouring the liquor into the bowls. This year feels like a headless fly bumping around. Zhao Yucheng took a sip of the liquor, the fiery sensation burning from his throat to his stomach. And finally felt like things were coming together. He counted on his fingers. The breeding farm has Zheng Yueying, an expert keeping an eye on it. The medicinal herb purchasing station is handed over to the clever Liu Lefeng. And even the most concerning Qinglong Mountain project is planned to be given to the ever-improving Erleng for training. Lin Guodong tossed a piece of beef jerky into his mouth, mumbling in response, "That's right. Last month, I called my cousin from my hometown to supervise. This kid may be young, but he has a knack for managing people." Chapter 367. Visiting the Ancient Tomb. 1. The 2 made their marks and descended the rugged mountain road. They got into the car, discussing as they headed back. Zhao Yucheng looked at Lin Guodong, who was covered in mud, and said, "Let's go wash up at my place and change clothes. Tomorrow, we should come back with the right tools to explore again." Lin Guodong was not shy. "All right, let us go into the mountains early tomorrow and bring some dry food." After returning to Yaja Ridge, Zhao Yucheng first went to the storeroom to find some tools before heading back to the dormitory to rest. Lin Guodong went straight to an empty wooden house at Yaja Ridge to take a shower and change clothes. Early the next morning, Zhao Yucheng went to call Lin Guodong. "So early?" Lin Guodong was surprised. If it's an ancient one, a day's work might not be enough. As Zhao Yucheng spoke, he placed the tools into the trunk. Lin Guodong rubbed his sleepy eyes and noticed some special equipment, a geological compass, military binoculars, tightly bound hemp rope, and 2 folding shovels used by the engineering troops. He picked up one of the shovels and weighed it in his hand, asking, "Where did you get these treasures?" Zhao Yucheng tightened his boot straps, a mysterious smile on his lips. "Since I started growing medicinal herbs, I've gotten into the habit of being prepared." Chapter 368. Visiting the Ancient Tomb. 2. After walking around, they discovered some exquisitely crafted jade mortars nearby. Lin Guodong rubbed his hands together. "Should we take some?" Zhao Yucheng hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded. "It's not easy to find, we must take some." He paused and added, "But taking everything seems a bit unfair." Lin Guodong pondered for a moment and suggested, How about we pick a few that we like or can use? The two exchanged glances, seeing the sparkle in each other's eyes, and smiled in agreement as they began selecting from the pile of burial goods. Zhao Yucheng first picked up a gilded copper box. This has a prescription in it, so I'll take it. I'll look into whether I can develop a new medicine. Lin Guodong, while picking, said, that prescription looks valuable for you. And that Celadon medicine jar from earlier seems to have some residue inside. You should take it back to study. Zhao Yucheng smiled and said, if we really develop a good prescription, it would be a contribution to the country and the people. He packed the copper box and the medicine jar into his military bag, planning to study the medicinal properties of the residue in the jar. Lin Guodong finally chose a bronze medicine furnace and a jade pendant. Chapter 369. Reporting to the Cultural Relics Bureau. The man looked Zhao Yucheng up and down again. Apart from being handsome, he looked like a country bumpkin in every way. Soon, he rolled his eyes and asked, what's your price? How much will you sell it for? Zhao Yucheng pondered for a moment and hesitated. If I take both, give me a discount, but if you lower it any more, I'll get scolded when I go home. As he spoke, he held up 3 fingers and then extended a hand. The bespectacled man stared at him for a few seconds and shook his head. Too expensive. How about 2,000 for both? Zhao Yucheng snatched the copper furnace from the man's hand, shaking his head repeatedly. Too little. I'll definitely get scolded when I go home. The bespectacled man frowned, looking at the foolish Zhao Yucheng, patiently negotiating. I dare say, today in this market, only I can afford that price. No one else can buy your items. Zhao Yucheng pretended to hesitate, finally shaking his head. If it doesn't work, I'll come back another day to try my luck. Seeing Zhao Yucheng not budging, the man had to raise his offer. 2005, no more. 3003. 2008. 3002. 3000. Zhao Yucheng reluctantly nodded in agreement, mainly because I need the money urgently. Chapter 370. Discovering quality medical hot springs. Zhao Yucheng looked at the scenery quickly retreating outside the car window, thinking about the several mountain peaks connected between Yaji Ridge and Qinglong Mountain. He gradually had a new idea in his heart: the Ancient Tomb Museum and the ecological tourism area at Yaji Ridge, along with the medicinal herb planting base at Qinglong Mountain, could complement each other and form a tourist group. He believed that in the near future, with careful planning and development, his project could truly embark on the path of integrating culture and tourism. After the commendation conference, Zhao Yucheng quickly immersed himself in the work of planting medicinal herbs on Qinglong Mountain and developing ecotourism in Yucheng. After lunch that day, he arrived at the southern slope of Qinglong Mountain from Yucheng. Erling was busy leading everyone in planting on Qinglong Mountain, and Zhao wanted to see if Erling's management skills had improved, as well as check on the village's medicinal herb planting situation and the leveling of the ginseng planting area. He drove his tricycle to the newly designated construction area in the southwest of Qinglong Mountain, where Erling was directing a dozen villagers in turning the soil and improving it. Seeing Zhao Yucheng approach, Erling hurried over, grinning and greeting him. Boss, here to inspect the work again. I guarantee no one is slacking off. Zhao Yucheng patted him on the shoulder. Work hard, this area's tasks will be handed over to you soon, don't let me down. Chapter 371. Why did the hotel construction stop? Zhao Yucheng handed a glass of water to the technician and asked, excuse me, how long will it take for the testing report to come out? The technician smiled and said, I'll work on the report as soon as I get back today, and I'll try to finish it as soon as possible. Sorry to trouble you. Zhao Yucheng shook his hand in thanks. After waiting for 3 days, Zhao Yucheng finally received the hot spring water testing report. He began to study the current regulations of the resources law, which stated that hot springs are classified as mineral resources and that ownership belongs to the state. He was clear about this. Currently, he held the land contract rights for Qinglong Mountain and had signed a 20-year contract at that time, but to develop the hot spring, a separate mining rights application was needed. As the contractor, Zhao Yucheng had priority in development. The next step was to quickly register with the County Mineral Management Bureau. He found Lin Guodong and shared his plan. Brother Lin, I'll go to the county to register, and then we can discuss the hot spring development project together. Lin Guodong's hotel construction project had just laid the foundation when hot springs were discovered, and he paused construction based on Zhao Yucheng's suggestion. Everyone was speculating, why did they suddenly stop? Is something wrong? Chapter 372, Project Promotion Work after sending off General Wang and Professor Li. Lin's father sat down to talk with Zhao Yucheng for a while. Zhao, I just mentioned that the logistics department of the military region is looking for partners to renovate the old sanatorium. What do you think? Lin's father asked directly. Zhao Yucheng replied half-jokingly, half-seriously, Uncle, you are the big tree behind me. I have already come to your doorstep. Lin's father laughed, you little rascal. Don't let Guodong become too slick. Zhao Yucheng sobered up. I discussed with Brother Lin about the resort hotel, we paused construction. If we are thinking about replanning, can we slightly modify the original hotel design to integrate it? Lin's father nodded, your approach is fine. Once the new planning is out, if changes are needed, we can have the Design Institute redesign it and see how to incorporate the hot spring. Lin Guodong chuckled, Dad, I think the idea of hot springs in the guest rooms mentioned by General Wang is great. Just imagine soaking in hot springs in the rooms, how pleasant. Lin's father shot his son a glare, but nodded slowly, this design is indeed good. Whether it's renovating the original hotel rooms, or designing new hot spring guest rooms, both are feasible. Chapter 373, Are they going to ask me to go back and feed the roe deer? Zhao Yucheng calmly responded, Director Chen, rest assured. We will spare no effort on this project. Director Chen nodded, I mentioned in the meeting that this project is a key project for our county this year. And it has been reported to the province. Provincial leaders will come to inspect it, so you can rest assured. Zhao Yucheng's gaze was firm, we will definitely make this project a model project for the whole county. The afternoon meeting continued until the lights were on outside the county government building. Director Chen rubbed his tired eyes and announced that the project promotion team would start operating officially tomorrow. In early May, Qinglong Mountain welcomed an unprecedented lively scene. With the last batch of provincial support funds arriving, the Project Construction Command Center held a simple yet grand groundbreaking ceremony at the foot of Qinglong Mountain. Zhao Yucheng specifically chose an auspicious day. In the early morning, 2 sets of firecrackers exploded in the valley, and red paper scraps fell like petals on the freshly turned soil. The Qinglong Mountain Hot Spring Health Center project officially began, with 2 rows of machinery entering the site simultaneously. The deafening roar of multiple excavators working together filled the air, and workers wearing safety helmets accurately dug the foundation according to the blueprints. Chapter 374, Erlang's Tension in early June. The Qinglong Mountain Hot Spring Health Project Promotion Team held its first joint meeting at the construction site. Director Chen brought department heads from the county to inspect the construction progress of the 2 projects. As soon as he got out of the car, he told the department heads, Today we won't look at report materials, we will focus on the actual progress of the project. Zhao Yucheng and the staff had been waiting for a long time. He had people hand out the safety helmets that had been prepared in advance to everyone on site. Leaders, please follow me, we will start from the core area of the hot spring. He led the way. At the construction site, machines roared in operation. An engineer introduced the construction progress to the visiting group. This location will be the main hot spring pool, and we are using the latest leak-proof technology. After visiting the construction site, Zhao Yucheng took everyone to the project office to explain the tourist visiting route design. Leaders, please take a look. This is the design of the visitor flow from the ancient tomb museum to the medicinal herb planting area, and then to the hot spring health area. Each project's distance is controlled within 10 minutes, allowing visitors to form a closed loop of cultural experience. Chapter 375, Starry Sky Camping Theme Activity 1 in the interview room. Zhao Yucheng sat in the middle as the main interviewer, with Zeng Yuing sitting beside him. Erling called the candidates in one by one and quietly sat down next to Zhao Yucheng. "Let's get started," Zhao Yucheng said in a calm voice. For the first few candidates, Erling quietly sat beside Zhao Yucheng, diligently taking notes on the key points of the interview. At the same time, he observed how the host used appropriate questions to assess the candidate's adaptability, and noted Zeng Yuing's keen observations on service details. After the fifth candidate left, Zhao Yucheng suddenly stood up. "Director Zeng, you take over." He gave a look to Erling, and Erling assisted. Zeng Yuing took over the main interviewer's position. And Erling took a deep breath and opened his notebook. When the next candidate entered, he took the initiative to introduce the job responsibilities. The service positions in the hot spring area operate on a 3-shift rotation system, with 4 days off each month. When these professional terms came out of his mouth, he realized he was surprisingly natural. Zhao Yucheng leaned against the window, watching Erling gradually get into the rhythm. A slight smile at the corner of his mouth. This once clumsy youth, who could hardly write his own name, was now using terms like performance evaluation and career advancement path to describe the development blueprint to the young people from the village. Chapter 376, Starry Sky Camping Theme Activity 2. Zhao Yucheng added notes to the plan as he spoke, saying, "Your idea is indeed brilliant." On the first morning after the plan was finalized, the office at Yucheng was filled with various supplies. Zhu Xiaonan, wearing a straw hat, was checking the items against the list. 20 military tents, 40 sleeping bags, 30 kerosene lamps, and 10 boxes of mosquito repellent were still needed. Li Xiaojun shouted from beside the medicine box. Li Changzai, busy nearby, said, "I'll go get them from the health station now." He rode a 28-inch bicycle quickly down to the health station. Yucheng had originally planned a medicinal herb garden, so they directly marked out a camping area on the grassland east of it. Several safety officers in the hunting area were enthusiastically setting up camp together. Even Erling, who was in charge of the Qinglong Mountain Hot Spring project, came to help. He changed out of the white shirt he wore during the day and put on a round-necked t-shirt, looking quite competent. Xu Wanxing, Li Xingshan, Wang Yuzhu, and Liu Changfa simply took off their shirts, exposing their arms, wielding hammers to secure the tent stakes. Sweat rolled down their bronze-colored skin, exuding a tough guy vibe. A little to the left. A little more to the left. Zeng Yuing directed from 3 meters away, "It needs to be aligned with that old elm tree. We'll hang lanterns on it tonight." Chapter 377, Future Small Town. Those tourists who brought their children were even happier, pointing at their kids and saying, "Last night." The kids didn't want to sleep, they kept counting the stars and wanted to remember the position of each star. The Beijing Professor Tour Group expressed their high satisfaction after spending 2 days at Yucheng. Before leaving, they specifically took a detour to visit the Qinglong Mountain Hot Spring Rehabilitation Center, which was under construction. Erling, who was following them, stepped forward to give a general introduction to the project. Professor Li, leading the group, was pleasantly surprised, saying, "Once this attraction is operational, we definitely want to come back for further exchanges and learning." Erling warmly welcomed the professor group on behalf of the scenic area and promised to send an invitation later. After seeing off the professor group, Zhao Yucheng flipped through a stack of reservation applications for the Starry Sky camping and found that all camping spots for the next 3 weeks were fully booked. Zhu Xiaonan and Li Xiaojun were excitedly discussing the new design for promotional flyers. Zeng Yuing watched the two with a smile and praised. This themed activity has even attracted reporters from the county evening newspaper, who want to interview us about this event. Zhu Xiaonan clapped her hands excitedly and said, "That's great. This is a free publicity opportunity for us." Chapter 378, My Uncle is Here to Pick Me Up. Zhao Yucheng took out the construction drawings for the Qinglong Mountain Hot Spring Rehabilitation Center and said, "That's perfect. the hot spring rehabilitation center project is also nearing completion. And you can seamlessly transition by moving the machinery over to continue working. Yes? Lin Guodong pointed to a spot on the drawings. The new project is not far from here, so I'll first set up the material stacking area at the current parking lot. As soon as the completion ceremony for the rehabilitation center is over, I'll immediately move. Zhao Yucheng silently found responsible personnel for various tasks in his hands and finally felt relaxed. The next step was to operate the Qinglong Mountain Hot Spring Rehabilitation Center after its completion, which he knew he would need to manage initially. As long as it ran smoothly, he could take it easy afterward. He thought about how he hadn't had the chance to visit the city to see Junjun since the school started after the new year. Only Meng Xiaolan had taken Junjun back to their hometown for a couple of days on weekends. One day, he finally found some free time. After arranging his work early in the morning, he took a bus to the city. When he arrived at the central primary school, it was only 11 o'clock. Not yet dismissal time, so he found a shady spot at the school gate to wait. Chapter 379, We're Getting Engaged, 1. Although he had never been stingy with money towards Zhu Xiaonan, he knew that what she wanted was not money. They had been discussing buying a house and getting married since before the new year, and then various activities at Yucheng kept coming one after another. After that, they started planning the Qinglong Mountain Hot Spring project. Therefore, their wedding plans had made no progress to date. I'm sorry, Zhao Yucheng said softly as he held Zhu Xiaonan's hand. Zhu Xiaonan was taken aback, sitting down beside him and asking, "Why are you suddenly saying this?" Zhao Yucheng asked, "Is your family urging us to get married?" Zhu Xiaonan paused for a moment, then understood. She clasped Zhao Yucheng's large hand in return. "Well, it's just that the house situation hasn't been settled." Although she spoke lightly, there was a hint of sadness in her eyes. Zhao Yucheng looked up and caught a glimpse of her fleeting disappointment. It was already late June, and the wedding house they agreed to buy at the beginning of the year was still only a verbal agreement. "How about we get engaged first?" he suddenly proposed. Zhu Xiaonan looked up in surprise, blinking at him, her eyelashes fluttering in the morning light. "Are you serious? I'll take you to buy new clothes now." Zhao Yucheng stood up, casually picking up the bag she had hung on the chair and locking the door. Chapter 380, We're Getting Engaged, 2. Zhao Yucheng lifted Junjun onto his shoulder, and the child's giggles attracted envious glances from passers-by. The three of them walked slowly along the tree-lined path, with Junjun animatedly recounting the arithmetic test from today. Passing by the supply and marketing cooperative, Zhu Xiaonan bought 3 cream popsicles. Junjun licked his popsicle and suddenly looked up, asking, "Uncle, will you come to pick me up with Aunt Zhu every day in the future?" Zhao Yucheng and Zhu Xiaonan exchanged smiles, the evening breeze brushing over their intertwined hands. "Uncle, can we go to the park?" Junjun raised his little face, his eyes sparkling. Zhong Xiaodao said his dad took him on the carousel last week. Zhao Yucheng glanced at his watch and then looked at Zhu Xiaonan. Zhu Xiaonan smiled slightly. If there's nothing important tomorrow, why not spend some time with Junjun? Zhao Yucheng thought for a moment and nodded immediately. Junjun happily bounced, "Let us go out and play." The People's Park was bustling with activity. Junjun held a cotton candy in one hand and tightly gripped the fingers of both adults with the other, afraid of getting lost. The colorful lights of the carousel flickered in the night, reflecting on the excited little face of the child. Zhu Xiaonan stood outside the fence, watching Zhao Yucheng lift Junjun onto the horse's back, suddenly remembering something and quickly pulled out her camera from her bag. Chapter 381, A clash of dates. On the last weekend of June, Meng Xiaolan was packing her bags to return to the village. She carefully put all the books for Junjun into his backpack, then took her own clothes and stuffed in a few packs of animal biscuits that could only be bought in the county town. "Yuxiu, remember to take a full day off on the day your brother gets engaged," the old lady said while folding clothes. "We need to go help out early." Zhao Yuxiu flipped through the duty roster and suddenly exclaimed, "Mom, July 1st is a Tuesday, and Junjun needs to prepare for his final exams. She pointed at the calendar on the wall, and I have an early shift that day, I can't change it. When Meng Xiaolan heard this, her heart sank. What should we do? Zhao Yuxiu tentatively suggested, how about we push it back a few days? After all, the summer vacation just started, and we have more time. Meng Xiaolan's heart was quite complicated. She was really looking forward to her son getting married soon. However, the two young people didn't take it seriously at all, saying that the engagement was just a formality, and didn't even check the date properly. Now it was just that Yuxiu's side wasn't very convenient, and others hadn't been notified yet. She held her bag and took Junjun's hand to catch the bus. You go to your work first. I'll go back and discuss it with your brother again. Chapter 382, Playing with Mud in July. The weather at Yejiling also heated up, with the noon sun scorching like a huge steamer. Zhao Yucheng went up the mountain every day before dawn and came down late at night, carrying the construction progress report for the hot spring therapy project and various trivial matters to handle. Once during a coordination meeting, Zheng Yuiying couldn't help but remind him, Director, you haven't been to the county office for a long time, right? Accountant Zhu looked a lot thinner the last time he brought the report. Zhao Yucheng smiled, thinking that Zhu Xiaonan was just as busy as he was, with no time to meet. Fortunately, once the hot spring therapy project was completed and successfully opened, the two could set a date for their engagement and then get married. Thinking of this, Zhao Yucheng returned to his busy work, even forgetting to ask about Junjun's final grades, until Meng Xiaolan proudly showed off the test papers with double 100 scores. And only then did Zhao Yucheng realize Junjun had done well. That day, it rained lightly, and Zhao Yucheng finally had a bit of free time. He returned to the village and saw Junjun playing happily with his friends in the rain. None of the children had umbrellas or raincoats, but were instead balancing plastic fertilizer bags on their heads. Watching the children, Zhao Yucheng stood quietly aside, showing a relaxed expression. Chapter 383, Reunion. Behind high walls. The walls of Zhu Xiaonan's office were covered with event planning sheets. Every time Li Xiaojun came to the site, she found that Zhu Xiaonan, who used to always leave work on time, was now often working late into the night. Once, when she went to deliver documents, she saw Zhu Xiaonan staring blankly at the phone. Aren't you going to call back? It's Director Zhao's call, Li Xiaojun asked softly. Zhu Xiaonan shook her head, picked up a pen, and started writing in her notebook. He's too busy, we'll talk when we meet, she said, flipping open a new planning document. The provincial TV station is coming to shoot a special report. I need to revise the script. Meanwhile, after successfully hosting the provincial tourism bureau leaders for an inspection, Zhao Yucheng bought train tickets to take Junjun to visit Zheng Baojin, who was serving time in prison. The prison where Zheng Baojin was laboring was not in the city, but in a neighboring city, requiring a train ride. On the day of departure, Junjun got up early, changed into a new outfit, and even wore a red scarf, obediently carrying his backpack, as he set off with Zhao Yucheng. The county train station at 5 in the morning was shrouded in mist, with a few early travelers scattered in the waiting hall. Junjun tightly held Zhao Yucheng's hand, his small backpack neatly packed with 2 perfect test papers and 2 certificates for being an excellent student. Chapter 384, The old lady goes to town to inquire about the future daughter-in-law's thoughts. On the way back to the village, Junjun hopped along chasing butterflies. Meng Xiaolan watched Junjun's joyful figure and thought of her son's indifferent attitude, feeling as if a stone weighed on her heart. As they passed the old locust tree at the village entrance, Meng Xiaolan suddenly saw a flash of bright red ahead. Upon getting closer, she saw Feng Shanshan wearing a brand new red dress, her hair styled in fashionable waves, walking home with a bag. Meng Xiaolan sized up the girl's festive appearance and asked, Shanshan, are you going to do something important? Feng Shanshan greeted her warmly, Auntie. What are you doing in this hot weather? Meng Xiaolan replied with a smile, I went up the mountain to bring food to your brother Dacheng. Are you getting married? Feng Shanshan's face flushed with 2 spots of red, and she pulled a handful of candy from her bag, giving some to Junjun and then to Meng Xiulan. Yes, auntie. I just got engaged and planned to get married during the National Day holiday. The candy wrappers were printed with golden double happiness characters, shining in the sunlight. Oh? This is a big happy event. Meng Xiulan rubbed the wedding candy in her hand, her voice involuntarily rising. Look at you, with a decent job. And now you're getting married, your parents can finally rest easy. You're really a good child. Chapter 385, Can You Eat With Me? The July rain came suddenly and fiercely. Large raindrops fell, and people playing at Yejiling quickly scattered to avoid the rain. Zhao Yucheng hurriedly organized staff to guide tourists to safety. Emphasizing the importance of ensuring safety measures, the tourists in the East District have been evacuated. In the West District, an elderly person needs a stretcher. As the rain poured down, when he ran to the Sikh viewing area, he saw a crowd gathered around a pavilion from a distance. Pushing through the crowd, a familiar figure froze him in place. Su Yunting was curled up on a bench, her blue dress soaked, biting her lip and rubbing her ankle. Director Zhao. A female colleague accompanying him recognized him. Yunting twisted her ankle. Su Yunting looked up abruptly, her wet bangs sticking to her forehead. Her gaze met Zhao Yucheng's and quickly shifted away, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her dress. It's nothing, just twisted it a bit. A flash of lightning split the sky, and the thunder made the pavilion hum. Zhao Yucheng glanced at her swollen ankle and without saying a word, bent down and picked her up horizontally. Su Yunting let out a surprised cry, almost dropping the umbrella in her hand. Everyone stay calm. Zhao Yucheng shouted. I'm taking this comrade to tend to her injury. Chapter 386, Misunderstanding. The rain outside intensified, with large raindrops pounding on the roof like countless tiny drums. Zhao Yucheng looked into those wet eyes, feeling a pang of guilt and annoyance at himself for having rejected her so bluntly earlier. Isn't it okay just to have a meal with an old friend? Su Yunting's voice was soft, yet it felt like a fine needle, precisely piercing the softest part of Zhao Yucheng's heart. He turned around and saw her eyes reddening, her wet lashes trembling slightly in the light like the wings of a butterfly soaked by rain. Zhao Yucheng swallowed hard and slowly pulled the chair back to sit down. Seeing Zhao Yucheng sit down across from her, Su Yunting's face visibly brightened with a smile. Do you still remember I don't eat cilantro? Su Yunting picked up a piece of shredded potato and placed it into his bowl, forcing a smile at the corner of her mouth. Thank you. The sour and spicy taste spread on his tongue, but Zhao Yucheng couldn't taste anything. After the meal, Zhao Yucheng quickly tidied up the lunch box. His movements neat, as if he were avoiding something. He helped Su Yunting lie down and tucked her in, but when he turned to leave, his sleeve was grabbed by a cold hand. Can you stay with me a little longer? Su Yunting's voice was nasal, just a little while. Chapter 387, Like a tireless machine. Lin Ge, I really want to settle down. Zhao Yucheng stared at the construction drawings, a hint of loneliness on his face. Getting married would allow him to focus on his career. Lin Guodong, with a cigarette between his lips, smiled meaningfully. Marriage is easy to say but hard to do. It just depends on whether you're willing to cut off those messy relationships. What messy relationships do I have? Zhao Yucheng forced a smile, if there really was. How could he still be single at almost 30? Just pretending. Lin Guodong poked him in the chest with a measuring tape. I saw it with my own eyes this morning. You made Xiaoju cry. She was crying all the way down the mountain, couldn't be stopped. Zhao Yucheng was taken aback. He hadn't seen Zhu Xiaonan for many days. How could he possibly make her cry early in the morning? He suddenly grabbed Lin Guodong's arm. When? Just a little after 8 o'clock. Before Lin Guodong could finish his sentence, Zhao Yucheng had already rushed out. On the mountain road, Zhao Yucheng walked quickly. The scene from the morning kept flashing in his mind. Su Yunting's staggering figure, his instinctive embrace. Could it be? In the county office, Li Xiaojun was engrossed in sorting out receipts when the suddenly opened door startled her. Chapter 388. Enthusiastic retired carters in September, with the autumn breeze. Ye Zhiling welcomed the liveliest scene of the year. Zhao Yucheng stood in front of the newly completed staff dormitory building, watching the workers install the last window. This row of light yellow two-story buildings was built against the mountain, with each dormitory equipped with an independent bathroom and balcony. Boss. There's a problem with the lock on room 202. Leng poked his head out from upstairs and shouted. He was now the logistics supervisor, wearing a brand new work badge on his chest. Zhao Yucheng hurried up the stairs in 3 steps, reminding him, I've said it many times, in the workplace. Call me President Zhao or Director Zhao. Leng scratched his head awkwardly and explained, I'm used to calling you that. Zhao Yucheng sighed slightly. I wanted you to be in charge of the entire Qinglong Mountain project from the start, but you refused. Leng revealed a simple smile. Now that you've let me manage, I can handle it, but I just don't want to do such a troublesome job. Then what do you want to do? You can't just be a handyman in logistics for your whole life. Zhao Yucheng was frustrated. Leng shook his head. Anything is fine. I recognized you as the boss from the beginning. I just want to be by your side, carry your bag, open the car door, do whatever. Chapter 389. New rural construction in Zhao. 1. After the resort hotel was put into use, the flow of visitors to the Ye Zhiling ecological tourism area doubled over the weekend. To improve work efficiency and make full use of existing human resources, Zhao Yucheng adjusted the staff. Every weekend, a temporary ticket window and a ticket-checking channel were added. Each animal observation area had 2 staff members responsible for feeding and managing the animals in the area, while also paying attention to some uncivilized behaviors of visitors, reminding and stopping them in time, and ensuring visitor safety. 3 staff members were responsible for receiving study groups in the science popularization area. The hunting experience area still had 4 staff members, mainly guiding visitors in the experience projects, enhancing the experience, while reminding visitors to pay attention to personal safety. Zhao Yucheng and Zheng Yuiying were responsible for overall park management, Wei Zhen assisted in management, and Li Changsuan was a mobile staff member. Meanwhile, in the county office, due to Zhu Xiaonan's departure and the opening of the Qinglong Mountain Hot Spring Rehabilitation Center, Li Xiaojuan's workload doubled. Li Xiaojun rubbed her temples, looking at the thick stack of and reviewed promotional plans on her desk. Just as she was about to take a sip of water, the phone next to her rang. Hello. The group reservation for the Qinglong Mountain Hot Spring Rehabilitation Center needs to be made 2 weeks in advance. And the professional staff in the medicinal bath area quickly answered the inquiries. Chapter 390. New rural construction in Zhao. 2. Zhao Yucheng felt a surge of heat rushing from his feet to the top of his head. How will the construction costs be covered? He asked a key question. Zhao Jiaxing excitedly said, the county allocated 30,000 yuan, the village committee matched 20,000. Plus some funds raised by the villagers. We're going to replace all the earthen houses in the entire village with brick houses. When will construction start? His voice trembled slightly. Just waiting for the village meeting. Zhao Jiaxing squinted his eyes, but there's one problem. How will the new house sites be distributed? Everyone wants a good location. Zhao Yucheng pondered for a moment. According to the old rules, draw lots, it's fair. At the village meeting 3 days later, more than 30 heads of households in the village crowded into the village committee courtyard. After Zhao Jiaxing read the counter's document, the discussion erupted like a boiling pot. Brick houses. How much will that cost? Electricity is good, but how will the electricity bill be calculated? My family's ancestral grave is still over here in the old village. When Zhao Yucheng stood up, the noise gradually subsided. Although he was not yet 30. With his practical work and intelligence, he had already become one of the most respected people in the village. Fellow villagers, Zhao Yucheng's voice echoed in the courtyard. Zhao Yucheng was once a hunter, relying on my ancestral skills to make a living. But everyone look at now. The Ye Zhiling Ecological Park is raising more than 200 sika deer and roe deer, and the medicinal herb base earned more than 8,000 last year. Chapter 391, the first television on the screen, Zhao Yucheng, dressed in a neat blue Zhongshan suit, with an outstanding youth medal pinned on his chest, was speaking eloquently into the microphone. Our Zhao new rural construction will synchronize the upgrading of houses and the electrification project, and once completed, it will become a more livable new countryside. Xiaokang stared blankly at the face on the television. After 2 months apart, his brow seemed to appear even more defined, and the movement of his Adam's apple while speaking was still so familiar. This isn't my father, Xiaokang, putting down the enamel basin, looking at the television screen and unconsciously asking his daughter beside him. Zhao Yucheng. Xiaokang softly responded. The television screen switched to brand new brick houses, and electric poles stood like sentinels on both sides of the village road. The reporter excitedly introduced, Zhao has become the first demonstration village in our county to complete new rural construction. Don't blame Dad for stopping you back then. Xiaokang suddenly spoke, tapping his fingers on the rattan chair armrest. Look at their living conditions. They need to be reported on television just to get electricity, which shows how backward they are. He glanced at his daughter's pale knuckles. Even if your current marriage doesn't work out, Dad will find you another suitable match. Chapter 392, moving into a new home. Soon, the television switched back to a drama, with Yucheng battling the Japanese, and everyone in the room held their breath. In less than half a month, the villagers of Zhao had become very familiar with the television program schedule. At mealtimes in the morning, the yard of Jiang Xiaoshan's house was filled with little kids holding rice bowls, all craning their necks waiting to watch the animated series Astro Boy. By around 9 o'clock, the elderly ladies came with their sewing baskets, watching opera while making shoe soles. The liveliest time was at 8 in the evening, when the old and young of the entire village squeezed in front of the television, munching on fried sunflower seeds while watching the Oolong Mountain Bandit Suppression. And cheers filled the room at exciting moments. That evening, Jiang Xiaoshan was squatting in the yard preparing dinner, when he suddenly heard the familiar theme song of a drama coming from next door. He peeked in and saw that Wang Laonian's family had also bought a television, and a crowd was gathered around watching. He rubbed his tired, bloodshot eyes and let out a long sigh. Now I can finally get a good night's sleep. Li Meifang came over from the backyard holding a pig feed bowl, and chuckled at the remark. Who was it that proudly placed the TV right in the middle of the living room back then? Now it's too annoying. Chapter 393, moving to a new home. At dawn, the last jar of sauerkraut from Meng Xiulan's family was also in place. Meng Xiulan stood in the yard, watching the fishbelly white appear in the east. The newly built stove still carried a hint of moisture, but as the flames leaped up, they rose with a whoosh. She scooped a ladle of well water into the iron pot, and the water droplets sizzled and spun around at the bottom of the pot. Then, she took a few pieces of pig leg bones and tossed them into the pot along with a handful of spices, starting to cook. The next afternoon, Zhao Yucheng set up 3 immortals tables in the yard of the new house. Meng Xiulan steamed a pot of sticky bean buns that shone golden under the sun. The neighbor's daughter-in-law from the Wang family brought over some vermicelli and chopped some pickled meat, throwing them all into the iron pot, where the flames roared and the pot bubbled. Li Meifang called out while kneading the dough. Wang's mom opened the pot lid. I am going to stick a circle of pancakes. The neighbor's daughter-in-law cheerfully responded, Okay, auntie. The men sat around the table, with only a few plates of pickles and peanuts on it, but that didn't dampen their enthusiasm for drinking. A dozen people chatted while drinking, while the women chatted about family matters and cooked. Junjun held a candied hawthorn and weaved through the crowd with some kids his age, occasionally receiving pieces of candy from this uncle or that aunt. Chapter 394, Rare Parent-Child Time. Junjun took a handful of tender leaves from the caregiver and demonstrated, Mom, you have to stretch your hand like this, and they won't be scared. Zhao Yuxiu carefully followed suit. When a fawn touched her palm with its wet nose, a ticklish feeling spread through her hand, making her laugh like a child. Junjun raised his little face and asked Zhao Yuxiu, "Mom, can we take a photo?" Zhao Yuxiu shook her head apologetically. "Junjun, Mom doesn't have a camera." Junjun quickly scanned the surroundings and locked his gaze on a couple about 50 years old not far away, who were holding a camera. Then he tossed a sentence to Zhao Yuxiu, "Mom, wait a moment," and ran over to the couple. "Hello, Grandpa and Grandma, my name is Zhao Minghui. I am 7 years old, and I live in Zhao. Junjun greeted politely. The middle-aged couple, seeing a suddenly appearing polite 6 or 7-year-old boy, felt very fond of him. "Hello, little friend." Junjun pointed to Zhao Yuxiu and sincerely asked, "That is my mom, I've never taken a photo with her. Can you help me take a picture with my mom? I'll pay you, I have pocket money." Chapter 395. Professor Zhu calls. Zhao Yucheng was already standing at the reception of the Hot Spring Health Center, flipping through a stack of resumes. Outside the glass door, a few early risers were stretching by the hot spring pool, and the rising steam shimmered golden in the morning sun. He rubbed his temples. With Zheng Yuiying in charge of the ecological park, and Liu Lifeng managing the medicinal material purchasing station, he felt quite at ease. But since the Hot Spring Health Center opened 3 months ago, the customer flow had doubled, and he really needed a capable assistant to manage it. "Mr. Zhao, everyone waiting for the interview is in the conference room." The front desk's Xiaokang quietly reminded him, handing over a cup of steaming wild ginseng tea. In the conference room sat 7 or 8 applicants, some dressed in suits with ties, while others were bespectacled scholars. However, Zhao Yucheng's gaze fell on a middle-aged man in a dark blue Zhongshan suit in the corner. This man looked about 37 or 38, and was focused on the health center's brochure in his hand, his well-defined fingers gently tapping the paper, as if memorizing something. "Chen Ji." Zhao Yucheng opened the resume, the front desk manager of a state-run hotel in the provincial capital. The middle-aged man stood up and nodded respectfully. Chapter 396. Our village will have a factory. A brand new black Santana was parked by the roadside, gleaming in the morning light. Zhao Yucheng stared at the car, as if speaking to Leng, or perhaps to himself. "Once the drug factory gets approved, we'll buy one like this." The bus traveled for over 2 hours, turning a corner, and the tall buildings of the provincial capital gradually came into view. Zhao Yucheng took a deep breath, temporarily suppressing the chaotic thoughts at the back of his mind. Now, he no longer had to worry about living. The matter of marriage was also put on hold. He could only devote all his energy to his career. Pushing open the glass doors of the Provincial Department of Agriculture, Zhao Yucheng strode out. The August sun shone blindingly on the steps, making it hard to open one's eyes. Leng, squatting under the sycamore tree at the entrance, quickly stood up when he saw them come out. "How did it go?" Leng asked anxiously. Zhao Yucheng shook his head. "We're still missing a few documents. The land use certificate for the drug factory, the environmental assessment report from the Environmental Protection Department, and so on." As he spoke, he pulled a stack of documents from his briefcase. "But I got a sample from the staff, and we just need to prepare it accordingly when we get back." Leng scratched his head, a puzzled expression on his sunburned face. "Is it that complicated? Do we have to make another trip?" Chapter 397. Preparing to build a drug factory. The August sun was scorching, and Zhao Yucheng stood at the selected factory site, holding the planning sketch he designed. He wiped the sweat from his brow, watching the surveying team drive wooden stakes into the ground, while white lime lines marked a boundary on the brown earth. The area within the boundary would be transformed into the prototype of Zhao first modern drug factory. Since deciding to build the drug factory, Zhao Yucheng had become a frequent visitor to various units in the county. Having already obtained land use certificates for 2 projects, this time, he was familiar with the process. He successfully completed the paperwork at the Land Bureau after just 2 trips. "Leng, I'll go to the city for a while. You keep an eye on things here." After Zhao Yucheng finished speaking, he changed into a neat jacket and went to the county seat. Arriving at the County Land Bureau, he pushed the door open. The staff member organizing files was a lady he had dealt with a few times before, so they were somewhat familiar with each other. Without waiting for Zhao Yucheng to speak, she smiled and opened a drawer. "Mr. Zhao, your drug factory's land use certificate has been approved. Thank you for your trouble." Zhao Yucheng accepted the documents with both hands and thanked her with a smile. He carefully checked everything from boundaries, land use nature, to usage period. And only after confirming everything was correct did he pack it into his bag. Chapter 398. Drink a bottle to refresh. Zhao Yucheng smiled and handed over the confirmation letter for key support projects, thanks to the department's support. We have been included in the Spark program demonstration site, and the Provincial Medicinal Material Company has also agreed to purchase 30 of the output. With the department's support, things are much easier. Section Chief Zheng's pen hovered over the approval form for a moment before finally coming down. After all the procedures were completed, they began to prepare for the construction work. Lin Guodong's construction team was busy with the 3 connections and leveling project in the neighboring county and couldn't take on any other projects. So Zhao Yucheng simply sought out the county construction and installation company. On the day of signing the contract, project manager Old Gong patted his chest and assured, "Don't worry, Mr. Zhao. We have built the inpatient department for the county hospital before, and the quality is absolutely reliable." He handed Zhao Yucheng a report from last year's acceptance of the county hospital's inpatient department, which included scores from provincial experts. Zhao Yucheng took the acceptance report and examined it carefully, seeing a score of 94. After flipping through the construction team's special operation certificates, which were all complete, he solemnly signed the contract. Before machinery could enter the site, the equipment had to be confirmed. And inspecting the equipment was a technical task. Zhao Yucheng decided to take Leng around for inspections. They spent a month traveling through 5 provinces and 8 cities, experiencing fully automatic slicing machines and learning steam drying technology. Chapter 399. Drowning sorrows in alcohol. The 2 of them staggered up the steps of the guest house. The front desk lady looked at them and shook her head, throwing the keys while specifically reminding them, "Look at you 2, how much have you drunk?" Zhao Yucheng struggled to maintain his balance and proudly replied, "Auntie, it's no big deal, we only had a bottle." The lady sighed and said, "A bottle and you 2 are like this. Hurry up and go rest." Zhao Yucheng took the keys and didn't forget to say thank you. Watching them walk upstairs, the lady worriedly reminded them, "The toilet in room 302 is clogged. If you need to throw up, go to the public restroom at the end of the hallway." After entering the guest room, Zhao Yucheng threw Leng onto the bed, sat down beside him, and pulled out a cigarette. It took 3 clicks of the lighter before a flame appeared to light it. As the smoke swirled around, he suddenly laughed out loud. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, Zhao Yucheng was awakened by the sounds of vendors outside. He rubbed his temples. The effects of last night's half a gin of white wine hadn't completely worn off, and his throat felt like it was stuffed with sand. Turning to look, he saw Leng still curled up in the blankets on the next bed, snoring loudly, with one foot sticking out from the corner of the blanket. "Get up!" Zhao Yucheng pulled back the curtains, and bright sunlight instantly flooded the room. Chapter 400. Visiting the pharmaceutical factory. Before Zhao Yucheng could say anything, Leng straightened his back and said, "What hunter? This is our Mr. Zhao. Wild Chicken Ridge Ecological Park and the Hot Spring Therapy Center are all our boss's businesses." He raised the briefcase in his hand, displaying the gold-embossed company logo. Huang Wanjin's eyes widened in disbelief, and the cigarette in his hand almost fell to the ground. "What? The one that was on TV?" He suddenly lowered his voice. "Brother, be honest with me, have you hooked up with some big leader?" Zhao Yucheng smiled but didn't respond. He remembered 2 years ago, when this person boasted to him about doing big business with Brother Kun. "Where are you going?" Zhao Yucheng changed the subject. "Oh, just following Brother Kun for business." Huang Wan took out a crumpled pack of Da Chien Men cigarettes, saying, I heard there's a new medicinal herb market opened in Linjiang County. Suddenly lowering his voice, he added, by the way, brother, now that you're doing so well, do you need more hands? My two brothers are very loyal, you know them, they've been with me all along and work quickly. Zhao Yucheng glanced at the two men he had once easily knocked down with a single move. The fat one flexed his biceps in cooperation, while the yellow-haired one grinned, showing off his gold-capped teeth. Chapter 401, The Woman Who Burst In at Midnight. Last year, during the Spring Festival, our factory organized a family gathering. And this is Master Liu's elderly mother, who is already 95 years old. We specifically sent a car to pick her up to participate together. Director Zhong slowly narrated the stories behind the photo album. Flipping through the album, there were neat photos of the dormitory buildings. Dual-income workers can apply for two-bedroom apartments. And singles also have apartments available. The kindergarten is right at the east gate of the factory, and the tuition for employees' children is fully waived. Employees getting married receive a big gift package prepared by the factory, and employees also receive benefits on their birthdays. She suddenly remembered something. Took out a beautifully bound booklet from the file cabinet, saying, "This is the employee story collection we compiled last year, documenting the struggles of our grassroots workers in the pharmaceutical factory." Zhao Yucheng took the booklet and carefully flipped through it. Every employee's face was adorned with a satisfied smile. As the tour concluded, the setting sun cast a golden edge on the factory's glass curtain walls. Zhongming escorted them to the door, and suddenly pulled out a paper box from his briefcase. "I heard you want to start a pharmaceutical factory. This is the operation specification compiled by our technical department, hoping it helps you." On the way back to the guest house, Leng hugged a stack of materials. However, Zhao Yucheng's mind kept flashing with details: the steaming thermos in the break room, the greenery placed at the entrance of the changing room, and even the incense regularly replaced in the restroom. Chapter 402, Boss, I'm here to save you. She had long inquired and knew that the man in front of her not only built the ecological park, but was also about to start a pharmaceutical factory. And even the county leaders looked at him with new respect. Such a man, how could she let go so easily? Now that Boss Zhao has become successful, does he look down on us small people? Song Qian deliberately elongated her tone, lightly twirling her curly hair with her fingers. Back when you were selling wolf skins, you weren't this cold. Zhao Yucheng had sold wolf skins to earn more money to improve his family's life. And the first big client was this woman in front of him. To be honest, he was still a bit grateful, as Song Qian had offered a higher price back then. Sister Song is quite generous, Zhao Yucheng replied in a flat tone. Song Qian threw him a flirtatious glance, saying, "I'm not this generous to just anyone." Her deliberately elongated tone sounded like a hook, and her freshly painted red nails tugged at her strap. Just then, there was a loud knock on the door. Leng anxiously shouted from outside, "Boss. Boss, are you okay? Hang in there, I'm here to save you." Song Qian was startled by the sudden commotion. Chapter 403, Let me have a look at you. As night fell, Zhao Yucheng was still sitting in the office reviewing the newly drafted safety production regulations. The newly built employee dormitory in the distance lit up with twinkling lights. Meng Xiaolan entered, carrying a thermos. "What time is it? Why aren't you eating?" She looked at her son, whose eye sockets were deeply sunken and whose chin sported a layer of stubble, and sighed with concern. This isn't being a boss, it's simply being a workaholic. Zhao Yucheng finally lifted his head from the documents, caught the familiar scent, and his stomach gurgled in response. He took the chopsticks his mother handed him, and popped a dumpling into his mouth. "Mom, it's not the weekend. How did you have time to come back to the village?" Zhao Yucheng asked while eating, his voice somewhat muffled. "Slow down." Meng Xiaolan poured a glass of water and placed it in front of him, then sat down on a nearby chair. "Your sister signed up for some exam at the factory a while back, and has been transferred to the office. It's just right for me to come back since I can pick up Junjun from school." She said this with a beaming smile. the fine lines at the corners of her eyes easing out a bit. Zhao Yucheng paused with his chopsticks, surprised that his sister had quietly changed positions. Chapter 404, You Need a Personal Assistant. At noon, Liu Lefeng had already packed his luggage and boarded the bus to the provincial medicine factory with the newly hired employees. He glanced back at the busy procurement station, where Xu Jianxi was busy inspecting some freshly received scutularia. Don't worry, Zhao Yucheng shouted from the back of the truck. I've got this with old Xu here. Amidst the roar of the tractor, Liu Lefeng waved his hand. Under the sunlight, the sign of the Zhao medicinal herb processing plant shone brightly at the entrance of the procurement station, where several herb farmers were waiting in line with burlap sacks. Xu Jianxi took the first bag of herbs, skillfully pinched a handful, rubbed it, and sniffed it, starting his temporary supervisor career. Zhao Yucheng stayed at the herb procurement station for half a day, saw that everything was running as usual, and then went to check around the medicine factory. Suddenly, he saw Erling rushing over in a panic. Boss, it's bad. Erling grabbed Zhao Yucheng's sleeve, his voice low, that woman is here. Zhao Yucheng asked in confusion, which one? That one. Erling stomped his feet anxiously, his face flushed, the one with lips painted like she ate a dead child, who barged into your room at midnight. Chapter 405, A Box of Dumplings. 10 days later, on an evening. Zhao Yucheng had just walked out of the office preparing to go home, when he saw Song Qian standing at the door with a travel bag. What do you want again? Zhao Yucheng's patience had run out. Song Qian pouted, looking wronged. The hot spring hotel is too expensive, I've run out of money. Go back where you came from. Zhao Yucheng turned to leave. She pointed to the darkening sky. There are no buses back at this hour. Zhao Yucheng sized her up and turned back to the office, pulled out a key from the drawer, and tossed it to her. Just stay for one night. Leave first thing in the morning. Thank you, President Zhao. Song Qian joyfully caught the key. No one expected that once the key was given, it would never be returned. The next morning, when Zhao Yucheng opened the office door, he saw Song Qian wiping the desk with a cloth. Upon seeing him, she naturally greeted, Good morning, President Zhao. I noticed the office hadn't been cleaned for several days, so I helped tidy it up. Zhao Yucheng frowned, reaching out to touch the desk, which was indeed cleaner than usual. He always wiped the desk himself, and although Erling worked beside him every day, he never thought about cleaning the office. Chapter 406, Heading south. Zhao Yucheng stood by the office window, looking at the bright light in the staff dormitory that shone late into the night. He didn't know what kind of waves that box of dumplings stirred in Song Qian's heart, but he felt inexplicably that she must be hiding some untold stories. The next morning, Song Qian pushed the door open. President Zhao, your tea. A familiar voice rang out. Zhao Yucheng turned around and saw Song Qian standing at the desk with a cup of tea in hand, wearing light makeup and a standard smile. As if the woman with red-rimmed eyes from last night had never existed. She efficiently reported today as schedule, her eyes and brows full of her usual spark. The only evidence of last night being her slightly swollen eyelids. Zhao Yucheng took the teacup. We need to inspect the new dryer at 10. Song Qian's voice broke his train of thought, and she smiled brightly. I've already contacted the technical department. Watching her busy figure, Zhao Yucheng suddenly realized that this woman had a tenacity like wild grass. No matter what she experienced, she could always quickly stand tall again. Just like the rhododendrons on the cliff, which could bloom brilliantly even after being battered by wind and rain. However, these thoughts were soon cast aside. He was not concerned with others' private matters, as all his thoughts were on the medicine factory. Chapter 407, Meeting an Old Friend. Is this your first time in Shenzhen? The driver assessed the neatly dressed northern man in the rearview mirror. Zhao Yucheng replied briefly, his gaze focused on the buildings outside the car window. One skyscraper after another shone with a cold light under the sun, and behind every glass window could be the familiar silhouette. He instinctively touched the crumpled letter in his inner pocket. The letter from Juningning had no address, only a general location of where the mail was sent from. Although the range was narrowed down, It was still like searching for a needle in a haystack. The taxi stopped at the red light. "Sir, we've arrived." The driver's reminder pulled him back to reality. Zhao Yucheng looked up and couldn't help but chuckle. It was clearly the hotel across the street from the bus station. Yet the driver had taken him in a big circle. The neon sign outside the window read Chunfeng Hotel, directly facing the train station square. "You really know how to take a detour." Zhao Yucheng took out 2 yuan and handed it over, a meaningful smile on his face. "This amount is enough for 10 trips to the county town back home." The driver awkwardly laughed as he gave change, but saw that this northern guest had already grabbed his luggage and was striding towards the hotel. Upon checking into the hotel, the front desk clerk handed him an electronic key card, which opened his eyes. Chapter 408. Running the market. Zhao Yucheng took out a piece of paper and said, "I've written down the salary and responsibilities, as well as accommodation issues. Please consider it, and let me know if there's anything you think is unsuitable, and we can discuss it further." Zhao Mingxue nodded again. "All right, whatever you say, we'll do it." "Uncle, you can't be as straightforward as me when doing business." Zhao Yucheng shook his head with a smile. "I'll offer you a salary according to the managerial level at our medicine factory, and the company will take care of accommodation." While saying this, Zhao Yucheng wrote down a series of numbers on the paper. "Take a look." Zhao Mingxue took the paper and carefully scanned each line. Base salary 120 yuan, performance commission calculated at 3% of the procurement amount, accommodation included. The old man's fingers trembled slightly. This amount was equivalent to the income of 2 strong laborers back home. This is too much," he stammered. Zhao Yucheng shook his head. "You need to hear me out first, you'll have plenty to do. I'll initially develop some clients here, but I'll need your assistance. Once the clients are developed, you'll mainly be responsible for maintaining them, regularly receiving our herbs from back home, and ensuring smooth handover and payment." Chapter 409. Hospitalized. After being hit. Seeing his uncle so insistent, Zhao Yucheng no longer opposed. He paid the deposit and turned to the nearby hardware store to buy iron frames and curtains for the partitions. On the way back, the two stopped by the second-hand market to find a nearly new office desk, and ordered a brass plaque for the Zhao medicinal herb office in Shenzhen. In the evening, Zhao Mingxue moved his luggage into the newly arranged shop and hung the shiny brass plaque at the door. Under the sunset, Zhao Mingxue carefully wiped the plaque with a cloth. "Uncle, should I send a message back home?" Zhao Yucheng fiddled with the newly bought fax machine, casually asking. Zhao Mingxue's hand, which was wiping the plaque, suddenly froze, his knuckles turning slightly white from the force. After a long time, he slowly shook his head. His voice a bit hoarse. "Let us talk about it later." "All right." Zhao Yucheng said no more, turning back to continue adjusting the fax machine. He roughly understood that his uncle probably didn't want to be burdened by tedious family affairs anymore, or perhaps he was too down and out to return home. "Uncle, let me teach you how to use this." Zhao Yucheng pulled over a stool and patiently demonstrated how to insert the paper, dial the number, and send the message. Zhao Mingxue was learning earnestly, like a primary school student, carefully pressing the buttons. Chapter 410. A familiar voice. Zhao Yucheng in the bed stiffened all over. That crisp female voice was like a sharp awl, piercing directly into his heart. He was all too familiar with this voice, which, even with a hint of a soft southern accent, was still that mischievous and lovely voice from his memories. "Uncle, could you please call this gentleman?" The female reporter's voice was filled with laughter. Zhao Mingxue excitedly tugged at the blanket and whispered, "The reporter is our fellow townsman, why don't you get up?" The blanket was tightly clutched by Zhao Yucheng, his knuckles turning white. He curled up in the darkness, his heart beat loud enough to seem like it would burst his eardrums. Clearly, he had come to Shenzhen to find her, but when she truly stood before him, he hid like a coward. "I'm sorry, my nephew is shy," Zhao Mingxue said apologetically. "All right then, uncle, let's go back first. Here's my business card and the address of our company. If convenient, You can come to be a guest on our show. The female reporter smiled and handed over a business card. Zhao Mingqiu excitedly shook as he took the card. Oh. Okay, fellow townsman. After the footsteps gradually faded away, Zhao Yucheng suddenly threw off the blanket and gasped for air. Chapter 4:11. A fracture not yet healed and an elbow strike. Mr. Zhao, President Song specifically instructed me to pick you up. The young man opened the car door, carefully using his hand to block the door frame. Zhao Mingqiu stood awkwardly to the side, looking down at his shiny leather shoes, and then touched his hair. Afraid of embarrassing his uncle. Uncle, get in the car. Zhao Yucheng gently supported his still slightly painful ribs, signaling for Zhao Mingqiu to get in first. The sedan drove smoothly on Shenzhen's wide roads, with the tall buildings on both sides quickly retreating. Zhao Mingqiu pressed against the car window, his eyes wide. Why are these buildings so tall? They are almost poking into the clouds. The driver smiled and explained, that is the International Trade Building. The tallest building in the country now. 20 minutes later, the car stopped in front of a magnificent hotel. Inside the revolving door, Lin Weiguo was talking to a middle-aged man with slicked back hair. As soon as they saw them arrive, both came out to greet them. Mr. Zhao. Lin Weiguo enthusiastically shook Zhao Yucheng's hand. Many owners from the pharmaceutical industry came today. I've already greeted them. And they are very interested in your authentic medicinal materials from Northeast China. He handed Zhao Yucheng a list. This is the important clients attending the meeting today. I've marked them. Chapter 4:12. A long-awaited reunion. Zhao Yucheng was stunned. Because I didn't finish the interview task the day before yesterday, I got scolded by the editor-in-chief. Today I accidentally bumped into you, a participant at the meeting. When I go back, I will definitely have to write a self-criticism. Her voice grew more urgent, tears welling in her eyes, but stubbornly refusing to fall. Zhao Yucheng was taken aback and quickly propped himself up. Don't worry. I will accept the interview now and help you make up for the last interview task. He endured the pain in his ribs. Reaching for the coat at the head of the bed, I can also explain to your leaders, today it was all my fault for accidentally bumping into you. It has nothing to do with you. Idiot. Zhu Xiaonan scolded again, but this time her tone softened. Zhao Yucheng was completely confused and looked at her blankly. So where did I go wrong? Zhu Xiaonan took a deep breath and finally couldn't help but say, I'm angry that you hurt yourself like this to save someone. What if you encounter someone ungrateful? You're all alone in a foreign place, with no one to take care of you. Her voice grew lower with each word, almost turning into a whisper. Only then did Zhao Yucheng realize. It turned out she wasn't angry about work, she was heartbroken for him. Chapter 4:13. Concern from 1,000 miles away. On the second day of Zhu Xiaonan's stay in the hospital, she personally cooked red date porridge and brought it to Zhao Yucheng, carefully feeding him. Zhao Yucheng felt distressed that Zhu Xiaonan had gotten up early to make the porridge. I can do it myself. Just as Zhao Yucheng reached out to take the bowl and spoon, he accidentally pulled on his rib injury, causing him to furrow his brow in pain. Don't move. Zhu Xiaonan pretended to scold him. It takes 100 days to heal from a muscle or bone injury. The doctor said, even if you're in good shape, you need to lie down for a week. This is a secondary injury. As she spoke, she firmly pressed Zhao Yucheng's hand back under the blanket. Feeling the warmth of Zhu Xiaonan's hand, Zhao Yucheng felt as if he had returned to the days they spent together at Yeju Ridge. Open your mouth, ah. Zhu Xiaonan said gently and patiently, like she was coaxing a child. Just as Zhao Yucheng opened his mouth, there was a gentle knock on the ward door. Song Yongqing was standing at the door with a bag, followed by the assistant from last time, carrying various packages, including a thermos. Mr. Zhao. Song Yongqing greeted with a smile. My father-in-law specifically made a tonic for you, he said, taking the thermos from the assistant's hand. Zhu Xiaonan recognized the visitor and exclaimed in surprise, President Song. Chapter 4:14. A date by the sea, he said softly. I heard that the sea in Shenzhen is different from the one in our hometown. Zhu Xiaonan's eyes suddenly turned red. She knew that this man, who had never seen the sea, was trying to make up for the lost time in his clumsy way. Thanks to Zhu Xiaonan's careful nursing and Nai Lao's herbal treatments, Zhao Yucheng was able to move slightly within half a month. Zhu Xiaonan worked during the day and came to the hospital to care for him at night. Zhao Yucheng felt distressed watching her, so he decided to leave the hospital as soon as possible. That morning, he lay in bed and gently moved his muscles. The dull pain in his ribs had lessened significantly. He threw off the blanket, sat up, and did a few stretches, shaking off the lethargy from lying in bed. Zhao Yucheng immediately decided to check out of the hospital and began packing his things. Bed 36, how are you feeling today? The nurse pushed the medication cart into the room. Seeing him dressed neatly, she was surprised. Are you checking out? Zhao Yucheng quickly filled out the discharge request. Yes. I'm checking out today. The nurse took the form, hesitated, and asked, Does your wife know? She reminded us yesterday to take good care of you. Hearing the nurse's words, Zhao Yucheng's mouth involuntarily turned up. Thank you for taking care of me these days. I have a lot of things waiting for me to handle. So I must check out. Chapter 4:15. I support you. Zhao Yucheng stared blankly at Zhu Xiaonan's animated expression, suddenly realizing that her coming here was the right choice. When they first met, Zhao Yucheng noticed that Zhu Xiaonan's thinking was very active, and now that she had entered this industry, it was very suitable for her long-term development. What are you thinking about? Zhu Xiaonan asked when she saw Zhao Yucheng lost in thought. Zhao Yucheng smiled indulgently. You're already helping me think about the company's packaging and promotion. It seems you really care about me. Zhu Xiaonan smiled playfully and said, Of course, I need to develop a few big clients first, so it's easier to open up the market. So, will you support my work when the time comes? I support you, Zhao Yucheng said, wrapping his arm around her slender waist, pressing his forehead against hers, and whispering, I'll do whatever you want. Zhu Xiaonan looked at the tall man in front of her, her eyes filled with affection, unable to resist her emotions. She climbed her hands around his neck, tilted her head, and kissed him. Zhao Yucheng's heart stirred, and he tightly embraced her, boldly responding, Who cares if there are people around? After all, they were in a foreign place where no one knew them. Moreover, just now, he saw many couples on the beach doing the same. Chapter 4:16. Returning home after hours of bumpy travel, the train slowly pulled into the station. Zhao Yucheng looked at the familiar scenery outside and sighed deeply. The long hours in hard seats left him feeling sore all over. As the train came to a stop, he had just stepped off with bags in hand when he heard a tearful call, Dacheng. Meng Xiaolan jogged over, her grey hair tousled by the wind. She grabbed her son's arm, carefully inspecting him from head to toe, her rough fingers gently brushing over his ribs. Where are you hurt? Does it still hurt? It's all better now. Zhao Yucheng turned around to show his mother, Look, I'm lively and bouncing. The old lady finally smiled through her tears and took the luggage from his hands. Come on, let's go home. I've made you ginseng chicken soup. As they pushed open the door to the house, the familiar smell of the earthen can greeted him. Zhao Yucheng took out a delicate box of pastries and a dark blue wool sweater from his suitcase. Mom, this is for you. Meng Xiaolan lovingly touched the soft fabric of the sweater. This is really nice. Why did you think to buy clothes for me? It was chosen by Xiaonan. Zhao Yucheng scratched his head shyly. The old lady's eyes brightened instantly. That girl. Chapter 4:17. Saving someone. After returning from Shenzhen, Zhao Yucheng's work became even busier. Fortunately, he had found capable assistants for each business, allowing him to focus on the big picture. Having gotten used to someone cleaning, serving tea, and distributing materials every day, he couldn't help but feel uneasy when he thought about Song Qian's previous identity. Leng, come with me to the county town, Zhao Yucheng said as he picked up his coat and headed out. Boss? Wait for me. Leng hurriedly followed. Why are we suddenly going to the county town? To find someone. It wouldn't be that woman with the bright red lipstick, would it? Yeah. The sounds of the bustling market in the county town could be heard 2 streets away. Zhao Yucheng squinted at the throng of people in the distance. Leng followed closely, glancing back at him from time to time. Boss, are we really going to look for that Song Qian? Leng scratched his sunburned neck. If you ask me, that woman has an unclear background. If she ran away, so be it. Who knows who she might get involved with? Shut up. Zhao Yucheng's voice wasn't loud, but it immediately silenced Leng. Follow me. The market was filled with the scent of various herbs, and Zhao Yucheng moved through the crowd, his gaze scanning each stall like a hawk. Chapter 4:18, investigating the other party's background. Before Leng could respond, Zhao Yucheng spoke to himself. Leng, remember. This is our territory, we need to protect it. We're not afraid of anyone. Leng suddenly shivered. For the first time, he realized that this Zhao Ji, who had been helping the villagers become prosperous, always hid something chilling in his eyes. Just like when he boldly challenged Zhao Yucheng back then. There was only disdain and calm in Zhao Yucheng's eyes, with no fear whatsoever. The bus jolted violently as it turned a corner. Song Qian woke up from her sleep. Her eyes filled with terror. Zhao Yucheng whispered to comfort her, "Don't be afraid, we'll be back soon." The lights of the hot spring therapy center glowed warmly in the autumn night. When Zhao Yucheng opened the dormitory door, Song Qian was curled up on the single bed. Hearing the noise, she suddenly looked up, her swollen eyes still showing some panic. "Take your medicine." Zhao Yucheng placed the pills he had just picked up from the clinic on the bedside, then grabbed a porcelain cup to pour some hot water. Just as he set the cup down and turned to leave, the corner of his clothing was tugged. Song Qian's fingers quickly retracted, her nails still bearing the remnants of chipped red polish. "Thank you." Chapter 4:19, reconciling with her past. At 12, her father died unexpectedly. At 14, her mother passed away. To take care of her younger siblings, she entered society at a young age and later became dependent on others for money. Eventually, she met Chen Shikuan, thinking he truly cared for her, but soon his brutal nature was exposed, and the police abused her. Later, when she couldn't bear the abuse any longer, she secretly escaped, taking a train to a foreign place, but was still caught and severely beaten. "You spent my money and still want to run?" Chen Shikuan threatened with his slanted eyes. "If you run again, I'll break your legs." The injuries on her body piled up, and now Chen Shikuan had branded her neck with a cigarette, but Zhao Yucheng listened quietly. After Song Qian finished telling her story, she sighed and self-mockingly smiled. "This is me, I'm such a woman. You've been wronged all these years." Zhao Yucheng looked at her face and said softly. The wall that Song Qian had built around her heart crumbled at that moment upon hearing those words. With red-rimmed eyes, she whispered, "Thank you. Why did you think of working with me?" Zhao Yucheng suddenly asked. Chapter 4:20, a new sales model today. She specially changed into a proper dark blue suit, her hair neatly styled in a bun, and around her neck was tied a subtle silk scarf, concealing the scars she preferred not to reveal. Zhao Yucheng wore a sharp dark grey suit, making his figure look tall, with stability and sharpness reflected in his brows and eyes. Holding a briefcase, he slightly nodded. "You got here early." "It's my first time on a business trip with President Zhao. I can't lag behind." Song Qian smiled, her tone tinged with a hint of nervousness and anticipation. Just then, Leng rushed over, his hair slicked back, wearing an obviously ill-fitting white shirt, awkwardly draped in a suit jacket, with a tie crookedly hanging around his neck. As soon as he saw Zhao Yucheng, he grinned widely. "Boss, how do I look? Is this outfit impressive enough?" Zhao Yucheng looked him up and down, his mouth twitching slightly. "Your tie is on backwards." Leng was taken aback, looked down and fumbled with it, mumbling, "This thing is harder to manage than dressing a wild boar." Unexpectedly, with a little grooming, Leng could look decent. Song Qian couldn't help but laugh. Leng immediately cleared his throat. "Please call me Comrade Liu Xiaoshui, or Mr. Liu." Chapter 421, Confrontation 1. After returning from the provincial capital trip, Zhao Yucheng quickly began preparing for the expansion of the pharmaceutical factory and the construction of sales channels. First, he ordered a batch of advanced production equipment from Shanghai based on the information he gathered during his recent inspection, and then had Song Qian start recruiting sales personnel in preparation for opening the first direct pharmacy in the provincial capital. However, the news quickly reached Chen Shikuan's ears. In a tea house in the county town, Chen Shikuan was listening to his subordinates report while holding a cigarette. "Brother Kun, that Zhao Yucheng is really arrogant now. I heard he wants to open a pharmacy in the provincial city and is even doing some kind of direct sales. Isn't that stealing our business?" Huang Mao said indignantly. Chen Shikuan sneered, crushing the cigarette, but between his fingers. "What is Zhao Yucheng? Just a country bumpkin from a mountain ditch, and he thinks he can play in business." Huang Wanjin leaned closer, lowering his voice. "Brother Kun, does he have some backing?" Chen Shikuan became interested and said, "Go on." "Although the policies have relaxed, the labels of speculation and the capitalist tail haven't been cleaned up yet," Huang Wanjin said ominously. "He's doing direct sales, which is just private economy, right? If we push a bit." Chapter 422, Confrontation 2, Comrade. The central document number 1 clearly encourages the development of commodity economy. My medicinal herb processing factory has solved employment for hundreds of people and contributes an estimated tax revenue of 100,000 a year. If you say this is capitalism, then what is socialism? The investigator was momentarily speechless, his face alternating between blue and white, and he angrily said, "If you don't cooperate with the investigation, don't blame us for being rude." Zhao Yucheng scoffed. Just then, a commotion suddenly erupted outside the door. A person hurriedly walked into the interrogation room and whispered a few words into the investigator's ear. The investigator's expression changed instantly. He quickly got up to leave, and saw Song Qian striding in with several people. One middle-aged man wearing glasses stepped forward, showing his work ID. "I am Director Liu from the Provincial Economic and Trade Commission. I heard someone here is questioning the legitimacy of the private economy." The section chief's face changed immediately. 3 hours later, Zhao Yucheng walked out of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau unharmed. It turned out that Lin Guodong, upon hearing about Zhao Yucheng's situation, immediately called his father. Lin's father was also quick to act and contacted connections in the province. Meanwhile, the situation reported by Su Yunting received high attention from Director Liu, who also immediately contacted Director Liu of the Economic and Trade Commission. Chapter 423, I am not worthy of you. The phoenix trees at the Provincial Academy of Agricultural Sciences began to turn yellow, and leaves fluttered down in the autumn breeze. Zhao Yucheng stood beside the newsstand opposite the research institute, occasionally glancing at the entrance of the unit. Finally, as the sun began to set, he looked at his watch. It was already 5:20 p.m., and Su Yunting should be getting off work soon. The glass door of the office building was pushed open, and several researchers in white lab coats walked out one after another. Su Yunting stepped out holding a stack of materials, the autumn sunset casting a soft outline around her. She raised her hand to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear, a familiar gesture that made Zhao Yucheng's heart skip a beat. He quickly crossed the road and arrived at the entrance. When Su Yunting stepped out, she was momentarily stunned. She saw a tall figure looking at her, the black trench coat fluttering slightly in the wind. After not seeing each other for a few months, the sharpness in his brow seemed even more pronounced than before. "Is everything okay?" Su Yunting walked up to him, a faint smile on her lips, but her voice was a bit tense. Zhao Yucheng nodded, "Thank you." Those 3 simple words felt heavy as 1,000 pounds. He noticed the faint dark circles under her eyes, knowing she had been running around for him. The two walked side by side on the tree-lined path, the fallen leaves crunching beneath their feet. Chapter 424, Chanting under the overpass, Xu Songbin's face instantly turned pale. He suddenly waved his hand, knocking a glass on the coffee table to the ground, shattering it. "Get out. You get out." Xiaokang said nothing more, turned and entered the bedroom, gently closing the door. Outside, a series of crashing sounds followed, and Xiaokang knew Xiaokang was smashing everything he could find. She sat down by the bed and sighed softly. This kind of marriage was not what she wanted at all. But she couldn't deceive her own heart. Every time she saw Zhao Yucheng, that fluttering feeling was as clear and intense as when they first met. Zhao Yucheng walked alone on the streets of the provincial city, the early autumn night breeze bringing a chill that seeped into his collar. Xiaokang's forced smile lingered in his mind, and it felt like a stone was pressing on his chest, making it hard to breathe. He didn't want to hurt anyone, but things just didn't go as he wished. Zhu Xiaonan's trust and Xiaokang's forbearance made him feel like a jerk. Without realizing it, he found himself under that familiar overpass. A few rock youth dressed in floral shirts with long hair were screaming a song he didn't know, the sound of electric guitars piercing through the night. A few passers-by stood below, shaking their heads and leaving. Chapter 425. Will you be with me tonight? What are you spacing out for? Zhao Yucheng quietly pulled her into his room, took out a blue velvet box from the drawer, and said, "I bought this in Shanghai, see if you like it." The silver necklace sparkled under the light. The pendant was a delicate feather. Zhu Xiaonan exclaimed in surprise, "How did you know I like feathers?" "Last year at Yeju Ridge. You picked up a basket of wild chicken feathers and said you wanted to use them as bookmarks," Zhao Yucheng said, moving behind her to fasten the necklace, his breath brushing against her ear. "At that time, I thought, how can this girl treat even a feather as a treasure?" Zhu Xiaonan turned around to punch him, but was pulled into his arms instead. Outside the window, dusk gradually enveloped the mountain village, and the sound of a spatula clashing in the kitchen mixed with Meng Xiulan's humming. Under the bright lights, the sauerkraut and pork on the dining table were steaming. Meng Xiulan placed a piece of fatty and lean pork into Zhu Xiaonan's bowl, smiling, "Eat more, look at this little face, so thin." "Thank you, Aunt." Zhu Xiaonan took a bite. The aroma of the fat burst in her mouth. "I can't find such authentic sauerkraut in Shenzhen, I've been craving it." "Quick! Tell Aunt what you've been doing in Shenzhen," Meng Xiulan said with bright eyes. "How did you end up meeting that silly boy Yucheng again?" Chapter 426. I want to marry her. The morning light streamed through the sheer curtains into the guest room, and Zhu Xiaonan lazily turned over, the silk quilt slipping off, revealing several ambiguous red marks, reminding her of the passionate entanglement from last night. The sound of running water came from the bathroom. It was Zhao Yucheng washing up. "Awake?" Zhao Yucheng came out, rubbing his hair, droplets of water falling onto his collarbone. He leaned down and kissed her forehead, asking, "Are you hungry?" Zhu Xiaonan sat up wrapped in the quilt, and the soreness in her waist made her wince. Zhao Yucheng quickly supported her, his eyes full of guilt. "Does it hurt a lot?" "It's all my fault for being too." "Shut up." Zhu Xiaonan blushed and quickly covered his mouth, but accidentally brushed against his newly grown stubble. Looking at the man before her, mature and steady yet somewhat adorable, she truly felt like she had struck gold. Zhao Yucheng watched Zhu Xiaonan lost in thought and gently held her small hand. "What are you thinking about?" Zhu Xiaonan tugged at the quilt and ordered, "You, go get me some clothes." "As you command." Zhao Yucheng laughed and got up, taking out a water-pink dress from the wardrobe. He helped her put on her sleeves as if he were taking care of a child, then squatted down to tie her shoelaces. The accidental touches between them both reminded them of last night's uncontrollable moment. Chapter 427. Buying a car no matter how reluctant. Zhu Xiaonan's holiday still came to an end. The airport announcement, with the sweet voice of the female announcer, urged passengers to board. Zhu Xiaonan tightly clutched the corner of Zhao Yucheng's shirt. "I don't want to leave you." Her voice was muffled against Zhao Yucheng's chest, tinged with a bit of choking. Zhao Yucheng stroked her thin back. "Hang in there, I will come to see you often." He stuffed a prepared brown paper bag into her backpack, containing hawthorn cake that she loved to eat, and Attention all passengers, the boarding announcement is repeating, interrupted his words. In their last embrace before parting, both of them wished they could meld into each other's bodies. It wasn't until the staff at the security check sent urging glances that Zhu Xiaonan turned around with red eyes, glancing back 3 times as she disappeared at the end of the corridor. After returning to their respective life tracks, late-night long-distance calls became their most cherished ritual. Sometimes Zhao Yucheng would be grading documents until dawn, hearing the clacking sound of Zhu Xiaonan typing on the typewriter in the receiver. Sometimes Zhu Xiaonan would be burning the midnight oil finishing her manuscript, with the sound of Zhao Yucheng flipping through account books in the background. This way, separated by thousands of miles, they shared each other's breaths amidst the static of the phone line. Chapter 428. Are you sick? All right, work is important, call when it's convenient. Zhao Yucheng's lips unconsciously softened. When you come back, I'll drive to pick you up. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Yucheng walked to the window, seeing the moonlight spilling over the shiny car roof. Thinking of Zhu Xiaonan's tired voice on the other end of the call, the hoarse tone like a thin thread. Zhao Yucheng felt uneasy. At the end of September, Zhao Yucheng entrusted the affairs of the pharmaceutical factory to Liu Lifeng, and boarded a southbound train. After more than 30 hours of bumpy hard-seat travel, the farmland outside the train window gradually transformed into factories, the golden scenery slowly turning lush green. The iron gate of the Shenzhen office was heated by the sun, and as he pushed the door open, he saw his uncle Zhao Mingqiu hunched over checking a shipping list, his reading glasses sliding down to the tip of his nose, suddenly looking up at the sound. Yucheng? He hurriedly stood up, almost spilling the chrysanthemum tea steeping in the enamel mug onto the order. Zhao Yucheng glanced around the less than 20 square meter room, sacks piled in the corner, walls covered with densely packed customer address notes, and a small bed squeezed into the furthest corner. His throat tightened. His uncle was taking orders, running freight, and collecting payments all alone in this cramped space. Chapter 429. Discussing marriage. He cupped her face, gently wiping away her tears, and comforted in a low voice, "You're not sick, it's..." "What?" Zhu Xiaonan looked at him in confusion. Zhao Yucheng took a deep breath and handed her the test results. Zhu Xiaonan froze, looking down at the report, her fingers lightly brushing over those few words, tears falling again, but this time, she was smiling. Zhao Yucheng embraced her, resting his chin on the top of her head, closing his eyes. Outside the window, the rain in Shenzhen finally fell, drizzling softly like a gentle whisper. And this time, he suddenly felt that the rain had a particularly warm flavor. Zhu Xiaonan looked down at the test result, her smile gradually fading. Zhao Yucheng noticed her silence and asked softly, "What's wrong?" Zhu Xiaonan looked up, her eyes slightly red, her voice a bit hoarse. "I originally planned to apply for further studies at the provincial station next year, and they had preliminarily agreed. I was going to learn something and then go back, but now..." She bit her lip, not continuing. Zhao Yucheng held her hand, understanding her reluctance. Zhu Xiaonan was not the type of woman content to depend on a man. She had her own ambitions, and wanted to make a name for herself in her career. Chapter 430. The concerns of a mother-in-law. Zhao Yucheng looked at the wrinkles on Meng Xiulan's face, thinking of the years she had worked hard, and couldn't help but feel soft-hearted. He squatted down in front of his mother. "Mom, Xiaonan is pregnant, and things are a bit urgent. I haven't had time to explain it to you in detail." Meng Xiulan was instantly stunned. "What did you say?" "Xiaonan, she..." Zhao Yucheng nodded, confirming the fact. Meng Xiulan first felt joy, but then became even angrier. She poked her son's scalp, scolding, "Why didn't you tell me right away? Xiaonan is over there alone and pregnant. How can you be at ease? Are you trying to make me worry myself to death?" "No, I have to go take care of them." As Meng Xiulan spoke, she got up to pack her luggage, but was grabbed by her son. Zhao Yucheng sighed. "Mom, you feel uncomfortable even after staying for 2 days in Yushu County. And every weekend you run back to the village like you're escaping. Besides, Shenzhen is such a far city, with high mountains and long roads. The way of eating and speaking there is completely different from here. What if you go there and Xiaonan ends up taking care of you? Nonsense. Meng Xiulan suddenly reddened her eyes. Am I that useless in your heart? Although she said this, she did feel a bit insecure inside. Chapter 431, The Wedding. Listening to Zhu's mother slapping the dough in the kitchen, Zhao Yucheng was silently peeling garlic outside. Still puzzled about what he had done wrong to annoy his future mother-in-law. Zhu Xiaonan was beside him, grinning with schadenfreude. When the dumplings came out of the pot, Zhu Xiaonan actually ate 5 in one go. Zhu's mother stared at her daughter's moving mouth, unable to help but nag, eat slowly, dip it in some vinegar to digest. Watching her daughter's gradually reddening cheeks, Zhu's mother suddenly felt that the over 2,000 kilometers from northeast to Shenzhen was just a bowl of soup's distance. Soon, the wedding day arrived. Is it okay to fly now? Zhao Yucheng asked softly. Zhu Xiaonan teased him, of course, I'm not a clay doll. Zhao Yucheng's hand rested on Zhu Xiaonan's abdomen, gently stroking as he said, in my heart now, you and the baby are more precious than pearls. Seeing his cautious demeanor, Zhu Xiaonan's face beamed with happiness. After confirming that Zhu Xiaonan was in good health, Zhao Yucheng booked a plane ticket and carefully took her back to his hometown. On November 6th, the hot spring resort hotel was festooned with decorations. The kitchen was bustling, busy preparing the wedding banquet dishes. Chapter 432. I never thought of this before. His actions brought Zhu Xiaonan back to her senses, her fingers restlessly tapping on his taut abdominal muscles. Does Mr. Zhao also have moments of hesitation? Zhao Yucheng caught her mischievous hand, his voice hoarse. Don't make trouble, the doctor emphasized the first 3 months. Before he could finish, the person in his arms burst into laughter. He helplessly turned off the lights, tightly holding the person in his arms, closing his eyes, trying to suppress the fire raging within him. After a while, the person in his arms began to breathe evenly. And Zhao Yucheng also closed his eyes and slowly drifted into sleep. In this life, the former lone soldier, who died in battle, finally had his own family. The day before the wedding, Meng Xiulan had the newly fluffed cotton quilt aired out to be soft and fluffy, covered with a red floral quilt cover. And the doors and windows of the house were plastered with happy characters. The thermos and ceramic basin were all replaced with brand new styles printed with happy characters. When Zhao Yucheng returned home with Zhu Xiaonan from the hot spring resort hotel, he saw a very festive home. As soon as Zhu Xiaonan got out of the car, her mother-in-law handed her a warm hot water bag. Upon entering the house, the kang in the main room was already warm and toasty. Zhao Yucheng held Zhu Xiaonan's hand and asked her if she wanted to eat something, but Meng Xiulan urged them to get on the kang to warm up quickly. Chapter 433, Cherishing a Lifetime Together. In the night, his voice was particularly serious. You are 6 years younger than me. And there are many things you still don't quite understand, but I have already determined that you are my only partner in this life. He gently stroked Zhu Xiaonan's cheek and said, you are not an object, but a person I will cherish for a lifetime. Zhu Xiaonan's eyes became slightly warm, and she used the night to hide the redness at the corners of her eyes. Zhao Yucheng restarted the car, and soon after, he saw in the rearview mirror that Zhu Xiaonan had curled up and fallen asleep in the back seat. He turned down the volume of the radio. The cold winter wind wrapped around the distant sound of a train whistle passing through the mountains and fields. And Zhao Yucheng suddenly remembered the last covert mission from his previous life, which was also in such an impenetrable darkness. But at this moment, the steady breathing from the back seat firmly anchored him in this mundane world. After Zhu Xiaonan's maternity leave ended, she returned to Shenzhen accompanied by her mother. Zhao Yucheng also threw himself into busy work. The first snow in November had just stopped, and Yeji Ridge was dressed in silver. Thick snow was piled on the pine branches, and the frost on the mountains and fields pressed the pine branches into a crystalline arc. Zhao Yucheng specifically opened a ski resort in the southeast of Yeji Ridge, and held the first ice and snow festival, which made the ecological tourism park's business much busier than last year. Chapter 434, the most lively advertisement to expand its capacity. The Hot Spring Rehabilitation Center quickly built 2 oval hot spring pools, with colorful swimming rings neatly arranged by the poolside. Mr. Zhao, the circulation system for pool No. 2 has been debugged, the head of the engineering department reported while jogging over. Before the hot spring pool project was launched, a batch of half-price experience tickets was released, attracting those who usually hesitated to spend money to come and try it out. With the opening of the hot spring pool, a more surprising project, the buffet, was also launched. The 2 busiest places in the entire hot spring rehabilitation center were the hot spring pool and the buffet restaurant. Through the floor-to-ceiling glass, one could see uniformed waitstaff replenishing dishes on the buffet, steaming braised ribs, golden crispy fried small yellow croakers, and vibrant seasonal greens. In the long line at the entrance, there were both fashionable city dwellers and nearby villagers carrying bamboo baskets. "Wow, can we really eat as we please?" a woman with a headscarf asked her companion in a low voice while clutching her ticket. Her floral cotton jacket was washed out, but clean and crisp. "Of course." Her companion excitedly pointed at the buffet table. "My daughter said they even have that thing called cream cake." Chapter 435. Changing the sales rules in the unloading area at the back door of the breeding farm. Workers were working in pairs to load the cut venison onto the refrigerated truck of the meat processing plant. The meat was still steaming slightly, glistening with a fresh dark red sheen in the morning light. "Brother, can I get 20 pounds of that hind leg meat?" A middle-aged man in a navy blue Zhongshan suit leaned over to the truck, holding an unlit cigarette. He was Boss Wang from the nearby Le Onion restaurant, who had been coming around every day for the past half-month. The unloading worker, old Zhong, didn't even look up while counting. "You need to talk to Director Feng about that, we just load the truck." Hearing this, Boss Wang glanced towards the slaughterhouse and leaned closer to the truck. "Look how meaty that hind leg is, it's perfect for making braised venison." Before he could finish, he was stopped by Feng Shijing, who had rushed over. "Boss Wang, this is your 3rd time here," Feng Shijing asked curiously. "Are you looking for our goods?" The other party nodded repeatedly. "I want 20 pounds of hind leg meat and 10 pounds of ribs." Feng Shijing frowned. "Is that all?" "That's not enough trouble." Boss Wang hurriedly handed him a cigarette. "I need these this time. I'll want more next week, and if business picks up later, I'll definitely increase the order." Chapter 436. Expanding business southward. Upon hearing Zhu Xiaonan's question, Zhao Yucheng continued peeling the fruit at a steady pace and slowly explained, "Song Qian was hired not long ago, but there is some connection between us." Zhao Yucheng shared a brief overview of the situation with Song Qian, concluding, "Her character is more resilient than most, and I think she is the most suitable for setting up a medicinal herb distribution point in Shenzhen." Zhu Xiaonan nodded. "From what you say, she seems like a wild grass that can thrive with a little sunlight." "Wild grass?" Zhao Yucheng paused with the fruit knife in his hand and then laughed. "My wife truly deserves to work in writing." Just a few words as a metaphor hit the nail on the head, he said, cutting the peeled apple into crescent-shaped pieces and arranging them carefully on a plate. "But if you ask me, she's more like a seedling of a pine tree in a crevice. It may not look impressive, but give it 10 years, and it might grow into a pillar." Zhu Xiaonan picked up a piece of apple, looking at Zhao Yucheng's sharply defined profile, the sweet and sour juice bursting on her tongue. They were joking together when Zhu's mother's voice came from the kitchen. "Dinner is ready." Zhao Yucheng quickly got up to help serve the dishes. At the dining table, Zhu's mother's signature dishes filled the table: steamed pomfret drizzled with soy sauce, garlic stir-fried greens glistening bright green, and in the center was Zhao Yucheng's favorite braised ribbon fish, with a few slices of shiitake mushrooms floating in the sauce. Chapter 437. Developing Special Effect Plasters. 1. In the evening, the lights of Shenzhen were just coming on when Zhao Yucheng opened the apartment door to find Zhu Xiaonan snuggled on the sofa, knitting a small yellow sweater. The TV was playing the evening news, the female anchor's clear voice mixing with the aroma of chicken soup wafting from the kitchen. slowly filling the room. "You're back." Zhu Xiaonan looked up with a smile, her pregnant belly casting a round shadow among the yarn needles. "Mom specially reminded you to drink 2 bowls of the bamboo fungus duck soup simmering on the stove." Zhao Yucheng loosened his tie and leaned down to kiss her forehead. Just as he was about to turn toward the kitchen, a breaking news alert flashed on the TV. "Our navy has strengthened patrols in the Nansha Islands." His movements froze, and memories from his past life surged back, the waves at Kaiguo Reef, the flag flying over the stilt house, and the battle wounds of his comrades turning pale from the seawater. Zhu Xiaonan quickly sensed her husband's unease and turned up the volume. The news had switched to the weather forecast, and Zhao Yucheng shook his head and sat down, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the armrest of the sofa. Seeing that Zhao Yucheng didn't speak, Zhu Xiaonan thought he was just tired from a busy day, and didn't press further. During dinner, Zhao Yucheng kept thinking about the breaking news he had seen on TV, and even Zhu's mother noticed something was off with him. Chapter 438, Developing Special Effect Plasters 2. Fortunately, in the current era, drug regulation is relatively lenient, especially for military supplies, allowing for the entire process from development to delivery to be completed within 12 months. Through connections with relevant parties, Zhao Yucheng directly liaised with the logistics department of the South Sea Fleet, bypassing commercial sales approvals, simplifying the process, and procuring materials directly through the military logistics department under the guise of military supplies. The benefit of doing this is that the drugs do not require market approval, which can greatly save the supply cycle. To this end, Zhao Yucheng formulated a 30-day extreme breakthrough plan. Day 17, father-in-law Zhu Ida's laboratory improved the formula. Day 815, 3 shifts to produce the first batch of samples. Day 1625, transported to Nansha for trial use and feedback. Day 2630, large-scale production, while simultaneously completing the procedures. The lights in the laboratory of the Provincial Institute of Traditional Chinese Medicine remained on until late at night for a week. 5 days later, an improved formula was sent to Zhao Yucheng. Zhu Ida specifically noted on the formula, this formula adds alginate, which can maintain efficacy in high humidity environments. Also added menthol to relieve soldiers' fatigue during duty. On this day, Zhao Yucheng was planning the production volume for the first batch, when he suddenly received a call from Lin Weiguo. Chapter 439, Completing Procedures and Expanding Production. The military supply special train arrived at its destination smoothly. A long queue had already formed in front of the warehouse of the logistics department of the South China Sea Fleet. Soldiers, dressed in navy shirts, held the specially made plasters they had just received, with the words Jiaojiatun Herbal Medicine Factory embossed in gold on the packaging, particularly eye-catching in the morning light. 3 days later, feedback was received. "This stuff is amazing. The plasters we used to apply would fall off after 2 hours in seawater, but this one actually lasted until the shift change." A dark-skinned sailor rolled up his pant leg to reveal a plaster that had been on his knee for 3 days, and was still firmly attached. Director Zhong of the logistics department took notes one by one to record the feedback, wanting to relay the soldiers' genuine usage and gratitude to that caring entrepreneur from northeast China. In an apartment in Shenzhen, Zhu Xiaonan was writing a special report titled Invisible Defense Line, remembering a private pharmaceutical company's support for the troops. She learned about Zhao Yucheng's military support deeds from an interview task at her unit, suddenly realizing the reason for his hurried return to Yejiling. The next day, the director's excited voice, "Xiaonan, your article has been transferred to the General Political Department's Propaganda Department and may be published in the PLA Daily." In the twilight of Shenzhen, as the neon lights just lit up, her thoughts drifted thousands of miles away. Chapter 440, Proposal. Zhao Yucheng had just put down the production line quality inspection report when the phone next to him rang. "Next time you do a good deed, don't hide it from me." Zhu Xiaonan's voice came through the receiver, carrying a hint of reproach, but unable to hide her laughter. In the background, the theme music of Shenzhen TV's noon news could be heard, indicating that she was probably calling him while having lunch. "You are pregnant and have to work. I don't want you to worry too much," he said softly, his gaze falling on the desk calendar. "I come from a military family. I'm not as delicate as you think." Zhu Xiaonan declared, "I hope we are not just a couple, but also comrades walking side by side." Hearing Zhu Xiaonan's words, Zhao Yucheng chuckled softly. "Then are we comrades in the same trench or comrades in the same bed?" Go. You just say a couple of words and lose your seriousness. I always thought you were upright." Zhu Xiaonan teased. She paused, then cheerfully said, "This morning. The director specifically praised my South China Sea report and sent you a copy. Did you see it?" "Yeah, I saw it. It was well written. I didn't know I was so outstanding." Zhao Yucheng picked up the newspaper next to him and looked at the text. Chapter 441, Busy Year-End, 1. The cold wind of the last month of the lunar calendar swept through the fine snowflakes, hitting the glass window. Zhao Yucheng stood in front of the office window, holding the letter just sent by Zhu Xiaonan. The elegant handwriting, the delicate stationery, carried a faint citrus scent. Although the two often talked on the phone, Zhu Xiaonan still liked to write letters to him. In the letter, she sometimes wrote about future work plans and life aspirations, as well as her anticipation for the unborn baby in her belly, but more importantly, she hoped to be reunited with Zhao Yucheng to celebrate the new year together. Zhao Yucheng originally planned to finish his work early before the new year, and then take Meng Xiulan and his sister, the whole family, to Shenzhen for the holiday. However, as the year-end approached, work became unexpectedly busy. The phone suddenly rang. It was Zhu Xiaonan calling from Shenzhen. "After I finish the year-end work, I will take my mother to Shenzhen to accompany you," he murmured softly, his fingertips unconsciously rubbing over the slightly raised pen marks on the letter. "Yucheng, my mother and I have discussed it," her voice came through the receiver. In the background, the sound of Zhu's mother busily working in the kitchen could be heard. "This year we are going back to northeast China for the new year, which is just right for my mother to see our new home." Zhao Yucheng's heart tightened, and his fingers unconsciously tapped the table. "No way, you are almost 5 months pregnant. How can you stand over 30 hours of bumpy train ride?" Chapter 442, Busy Year-End, 2. Zheng Yuiying's eyes suddenly brightened. "This idea is good. Let's have the beautiful girls in our park model, and take some photos for the tourists to see." After the plan for the ice and snow festival activities in Yejiling was finalized, the New Year's Eve event plan for the Qinglong Mountain Hot Spring Health Resort was also drafted. On the 20th of the last month of the lunar calendar, the Qinglong Mountain Hot Spring Resort had already set up a festive Happy New Year sign at the entrance. With 10 days left until the Spring Festival, the old carders who were recuperating were gradually checking out, but new orders were pouring in like snowflakes. "Mr. Zhao, here are the reservation statistics for the Spring Festival period." Manager Chen Ji handed over the report. From New Year's Eve to the 6th day of the new year, the room booking rate had already exceeded 70. And the reservations for the buffet restaurant were even booked until the Lantern Festival. Zhao Yucheng flipped through the report, frowning slightly. "Don't these tourists know that our hotel is closed for the holiday from New Year's Eve to the 7th day of the new year?" Chen Ji said with some frustration. "Our customer service communicated this detail to the tourists, but ever since we launched the hot spring buffet package last month, it has become a popular choice for families from surrounding cities for vacation. They strongly requested us to register them, and if we are open during the new year, we must inform them, so I compiled this table to estimate the expected number of visitors." Chapter 443, New Year arrives, 1. On the 28th day of the last month of the lunar calendar, the hot spring resort was filled with a strong New Year atmosphere. A Happy New Year sign was set up at the entrance, red lanterns hung in the lobby, and the windows were filled with paper-cut decorations. "Mr. Zhao, do you think this works?" Chen Ji asked, pointing at the water feature in the center of the health center's courtyard. In the center of the water feature, a 2-meter-long ice sculpture of a koi fish was leaping from the ice waves, with a glowing pearl in its mouth. Just as Zhao Yucheng was about to nod, he suddenly noticed a slight crack at the fish's tail. Set up a guardrail around it. Don't let guests get too close, especially mischievous children. It could be dangerous if the ice chips fall. After emphasizing the security work multiple times, he returned home late at night. Meng Xiaolan was freezing the freshly made dumplings in the snow pile in the yard. Looking at her son, who appeared exhausted, she said with concern, "You're busy until this late every day. I left some food for you in the pot, go wash your hands." Meng Xiaolan got up to serve the dishes and placed them on the small table by the Kang, also bringing 2 warm steamed buns. "Hurry and eat. No matter how busy you are, you have to eat." After Zhao Yucheng had just taken a couple of bites of food, Meng Xiaolan leaned over and asked, "How are you planning to celebrate the New Year this year? Are you really going to let Xiaonan spend the New Year alone down south?" Chapter 444 New Year 2. The kitchen was filled with steam, and the old hen soup simmered in the iron pot. Meng Xiaolan quickly lifted the lid of another pot, and the rich aroma of braised pork ribs instantly filled the room. "Xiaonan, your favorite soy sauce ribs will be ready soon." Zhu Xiaonan's eyes brimmed with tears, and just as she was about to speak, she suddenly exclaimed and held her stomach. The family's movements froze in an instant. Meng Xiaolan nervously almost dropped the lid. "What's wrong? Do you need to go to the hospital?" "It's fine," she smiled while pressing on her belly. "The little ones are just greeting the New Year." Meng Xiaolan breathed a sigh of relief. "This little one is really mischievous. Could it be a boy?" Zhu Xiaonan shook her head. "I don't know yet if they are boys or girls, but I hope for one of each." "What?" Meng Xiaolan widened her eyes and looked at Zhu Xiaonan's belly. "Xiaonan, do you mean twins?" Zhu Xiaonan gently nodded. The old lady's eyes turned red. "Two? Really two?" Zhu Xiaonan, seeing Meng Xiaolan's excited expression, smiled and explained, "The doctor confirmed it during the last checkup." Meng Xiaolan hurriedly turned and ran to the kitchen. "Then I need to add another dish."